Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Friday to all of you. Nice to be with you. We appreciate your last show here at the mothership until we head to New Orleans on Sunday. So we are in New Orleans all next week on Radio Row. We're very excited about that. Big thanks to Flight by Yingling for sending us there. Hope you're having a nice morning. We're with you till 10 a.m. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Hello. How are you?
Hey, what's the big news today, Sean, other than the Rockets dropping one to the Grizzlies?
That was kind of sad. I admittedly did not stay up and watch the end. I watched the first half, watched the cut-ups this morning. But typically at some point during the middle of the night, I will get up to visit the bathroom, at some point, 2 in the morning. And when I don't watch the end of games involving our Houston teams, it's kind of a fun thing. I'm like opening up my phone. I'm like, ooh, I wonder what happened. Let's see.
It's a brave move, man.
Let's take a look.
You were able to go back to sleep after that?
Yes.
I try to not engage my brain at all at 2 in the morning.
Sleep
I try
very
to just, it'll get a whirring.
I'm the opposite because and usually I can tell how exciting the Rockets game was by how many texts are waiting for me on the group text from my two sons. Because if the two of them are yammering back and forth about the game, then probably some big stuff was going on. But so anyways, I opened it up and I was very sad because they lost 120 to 119. So the dream of going 4-0 on this road trip, which would have been I would say 3-1 is highly impressive considering the level of competition and the fact that the one loss was a 1-point loss to the Grizzlies, who were without Ja Morant, but we were without our all-star as well. Officially, Alperen Sengun made the all-star. You should be, Alpy. You should be. All in all, a good trip, even though last night, a wild ending to that game, too.
It was a wild, but it's just an awful second half where they collapsed. Yeah. They had 12 turnovers in the game. 5 of them were in the fourth quarter, the Rockets did. And they were just sloppy and turning the ball over and playing poor transition defense. And it came down to the final seconds in a way that this could have been avoided. Yeah. This could have been avoided.
Yeah.
If they just weren't, taking precautions.
Yeah.
If they just practiced safe sex.
It was wild. The referees thought that Taylor Jenkins called a timeout, and he didn't, and he got all mad. And because he scored. Yeah. And they said, "Oh no, we thought you guys had scored called a timeout." Yeah.
So, at that point, I would imagine if the Grizzlies had lost this game, there'd all be all kinds of conspiracy theories floating around about the league trying to help out the Rockets, which I'm here for.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I'm here to be the Chiefs of the NBA for sure. The Kansas City Chiefs. So yeah, all in all, not a bad week for the Rockets. 3-1. Now the Grizzlies, the team they lost to last night, are nipping at their heels. They're a half game back, but this will be fun, man. This will be a fun few months to see if the Rockets can keep the juice going and get at least my hope, Seth, just at least get home field. You have set yourself a home court in the first round of the playoff. I will be happy with a 1 through 4 seed for this team, considering the teams that they're in the jumble with right now. OKC. The Grizzlies are looking been good so far, and congrats to Alperen Sengun for making the All-Star team. That was cool. The first homegrown Rockets player, the first drafted Rockets player to make the All-Star game since Yao Ming. It's been a minute since they drafted an All-Star. And I think and Jalen Green was on a lot of the lists that I saw for snubs for the All-Star game. So that's that you're that you get on the list of snubs and you're a young player means you're ascending. And I would imagine I haven't seen Amen Thompson's name on a lot of lists of snubs, but I think that's because he's been kind of a tour de force over the last 3 or 4 weeks, not the entire season.
He's only started going on about 20 games or so far.
Yeah.
That's a huge part of it too. Is just simply where are you on your own team's depth chart?
Yeah.
That tends to carry more weight.
Yep.
I think that. Yeah, who's on the all-snub list right now in Houston? I feel like Derek Stingley, Derek Stingley.
Stingley's not snubbed anymore. Like what do you mean?
Yeah. Well, he wasn't really in the running for Defensive Player of the Year.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant like the Pro Bowl. I'm like, oh, he's there.
I think no, just by virtue of him not being. I mean, it was something you had put in the show rundown.
Yeah.
The fact that he wasn't even really in consideration for Defensive Player of the Year, that feels a little bit snubby.
Yeah, I would say like to me like when I'm because I was just thinking All-Star games. Probably Will Anderson. It feels like a snub. Right now, Danielle Hunter was until somebody backed out of the Pro Bowl. Yeah,
honestly, the Defensive Player of the Year and the way that T.J. Watt was such a runaway favorite for much of it. Danielle Hunter's got the same number of sacks as T.J. Watt.
Yeah,
and but one guy plays for the Steelers.
Yeah,
and ironically enough, this is the cruel irony of it all. His last name is Watt. That carries a little bit of weight. He's just he's a Watt brother, so he's going to get that. He's going to get that familiarity vote.
Did you watch any of the Pro Bowl? I watched. I can't get into these Pro Bowl games.
Oh, that's going on already?
No, the fun backyard games were last night. Like dodgeball and throw the ball at the number and trivia.
I had no clue or awareness that that's going on.
Okay, I was just curious. Yeah, no, I dipped my toe into it, and I'm like, yeah, it's a bunch of dudes throwing balls at each other. Like, I'm not.
I have zero. No, I honestly have zero clue about what the sequence of events is, or the timing, or anything else like that.
Yeah.
So who participates in the what was it now?
Dodgeball? I only watched the dodgeball and highlights of some of the stuff that had happened right before.
Are they even playing with like a lethal red rubber ball?
No, they're not. They're playing with like small yellow balls, and there's 6 of them, and there's. Like, I always play dodgeball with one big red ball. You know what I mean?
A scary ball.
A scary ball. This dodgeball, and if dodgeball is something that people partake in on a recreational basis now, I apologize. I do not. But this was 6 guys lined up across from each other, each with a yellow ball, and it looked like a Star Wars laser fight scene. There's just yellow balls flying everywhere. I'm like, this is terrible. I can't follow any of this right now.
It was, it made kind of a comeback as a recreational activity, probably after the movie Dodgeball, a bunch of adults guys in the gym I was going to at the time. And these were big dudes, most of them pretty roided up, but also former athletes, and guys that had been like high school athletes and everything, like pretty athletic guys. And I know that the 3 guys I was talking to, they had gone to like 2 games, and they said, no, screw this.
Yeah,
it's a whole different. It's scary enough when you got 13-year-olds throwing the ball at each other.
Yeah.
But now it's full-grown men that can rifle the hell out of that thing.
Yeah, dude.
And they had no appetite for it. And these guys weren't wimps.
Danielle Hunter is walking out in front of everybody on the AFC side.
Yeah.
Just throwing rockets at the other time. I'm like, if Danielle Hunter, forget about like any full grown, like if Danielle Hunter is throwing anything at me, I am ducking behind whatever I can find for shelter.
Yeah, but it sounds like those balls are not there's not the fear factor of getting hit in the face with a red rubber ball.
No, man. Anything Danielle Hunter's throwing, I feel like has bullet potential.
The red rubber balls are so hard to catch too.
Yeah.
You always had the one guy on the other, if it was a pitcher, if it was a really good pitcher on the other side, and you're trying to figure out whether I'm going to try to catch this thing or not.
Yeah.
Man, I took the coward's route every time if it was somebody who could actually rifle the ball.
It bounced off your face. Yeah.
The poor kids, and in the gym class, the poor nerdy kids that are just like hanging, like glued to the back wall.
Right.
Well, meanwhile, some meatheads yelling at them, like, "Get in the game!" It was an awful experience for some kids.
You were probably expected to be one of the more courageous ones out there.
I was all right with it. I mean, yeah, I acted like I wasn't scared, but you got hit in the face with one of those. I was against my older brother. He and his buddies would just gang up on me.
It was nice to see all the on social media yesterday, though, like the 4 Texans that are there. Like Danielle Hunter was there, and Joe Mixon and Nico Collins and Stingley, and they're all just like hanging out together at by the water at Disney World. They're just chilling with each other.
I saw one video where it was cool because Derek Stingley did what he does, which is, man, he's got no appetite for the camera.
Lurking off to the side.
Yeah, there's zero part of him that needs to be a social media star or anything. He said his social media is basically run by somebody else. He's got a couple sponsorships here and there, but there's no part of Derek Stingley that seems to me like he's about that life.
Yeah.
Like he's not motivated by being a superstar or anything. I think he just likes playing football and wants to be really good at it.
And now if you're looking for more reasons why they drafted him instead of Sauce Gardner,
Oh,
there
Sauce. Hell yeah. It was I wasn't aware that
someone
Sauce
who
was a camera whore.
Named himself Sauce. Yeah. Wears a big, huge chain that says Sauce around his neck.
Thieves people's cheese heads.
That's right.
So we can go viral. Yeah.
That's right. All right, so Payne and Pendergast here on a Friday. All right, so we need to dig into the Texans OC search. We'll summarize it in the next segment as to where they are with everything. Interesting name popped up yesterday, Seth. Brian Johnson, former Baytown Lee, in the lineage of quarterbacks coming out of Baytown Lee. One next was Brian Johnson. He was most recently, he's currently the passing game coordinator for the Commanders, but probably most famous or infamous in NFL circles for getting fired after one season as the OC in Philly in 2023, the season in between these two Super Bowl seasons.
He was running an offense in the Eagles' lost season that was 2023, where I refuse to even call them the routes that he was running stops and curls. Those were button hooks. Those were old school. That was something you drew up in the dirt. Just you'd have 3 wide receivers out and just like, this is what they're doing. Good luck, Jalen.
Yeah.
And was that Nick Sirianni's fault? Was that Brian Johnson's fault? Nobody knows. But it didn't inspire confidence.
No, there was they started the season 10-1. The Eagles did, and then they went 1-5 down the stretch, and every highlight package in those last 6 games had Jalen Hurts looking like he wanted to go take up another sport on the sidelines.
He looked really angry and or dejected at any given time.
Yeah, I'm that name, look again, Clint, I was listening, I wanted to hear Clint's take on it yesterday because, fellow Baytown guy, and I'm sure he knows Brian Johnson and whatnot. And Clint kind of laid out Brian Johnson's whole resume, which by and large is very impressive. I don't think you get to be an OC in the NFL without doing some good things along the way. I rated the hell out of the quarterback who, on the sandwich bread seasons around that season, made the Super Bowl.
Right. And people, you had the head coach on the verge of getting fired, and it just nobody knew what the hell was going on with the offense or the defense.
Yeah.
I feel like his resume looks like a lot of these other guys' resumes.
Right.
You got a little passing game coordinator here. You got a year as a coordinator there. I mean, you look at the guy from Syracuse.
Jeff Nixon,
thank you. I mean, his experience as an NFL offensive coordinator is with the Panthers.
Yeah.
And when they were on their way out up there with Matt Rule. And I just, so far, there's nobody that I look at and I was like, oh, yeah, this is a slam dunk. I'm super, super, super excited about
Yeah, I think that's where we're starting to get to. Aaron Wilson did a video last night, and I'm looking at a summary of it here with bullet points. Let's dig into that in the next segment because I think the message we're starting to get, I'm not saying they're not going to find a good candidate, but I don't know that they're going to find a candidate that everybody feels like pumping their fists like, all right, LFG, man, let's go score some points.
Yeah, we'll get into it.
We'll get into it in the next segment. We'll lay it all out as to where the Texans are. There was a bit of a surprise candidate that popped up yesterday. If you're wondering how close to the vest they're keeping all this, we'll tell you who that was as well. We'll do that when we come back. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, let's talk about something.
On the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, so here is a bullet point summary. I will thank Texans Jacob for netting things out here. I guess Aaron Wilson did a video last night where he kind of summarized things as to where they are with the Texans OC search. Seth and I mentioned Brian Johnson, former Eagles OC, reportedly is getting an interview today. Here are the bullet points on this summary tweet. Aaron Wilson's info on the Texans OC search. Strong consideration for internal candidates, especially QB coach Gerard Johnson. Okay, so I don't think that's a big surprise. Gerard Johnson's a good candidate. Nick Caley is the strongest external candidate so far, and he is not going to get the Tampa Bay OC job. We do need to keep in mind there still are a couple of teams out there that are looking to fill offensive coordinator roles. So there is competition out there for some of these guys. But it sounds like Nick Caley is not getting the Tampa OC job, so he's the strongest external candidate right now. Texans had – okay, here we go. This is the big one for people, Seth. Texans had Chip Kelly on initial list, but he decided to stay at Ohio State. So that's
and he like every photo I've seen of him on the recruiting trail looks like he's happy as a dead pig in the sun to be just out on the recruiting trail.
Yeah,
you're convincing these 18-year-olds that they're going to start next year for Ohio State.
Yep. So
good luck to you, Chip Kelly. You go back on the hate list.
Yeah.
You were once I once wanted you, but now I see how stupid I was.
Yeah.
Because you suck.
Ooh.
Okay.
Go win another national championship.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Have nights with your little. Have fun with your little trinkets.
Yep.
Your little minor league trophies. Yeah.
Former head coaches like Doug Peterson and Mike McCarthy aren't really big candidates.
Yeah, that disappoints me a little bit. I really did. I just like the Gary Kubiak model. Hey, you bring in an old head that can be the head coach of the offense for you, as you're a young, defensive-minded head coach, obviously, in D'Amico's way in this allegory, whatever the hell I'm trying to say. Yeah, so that was a little bit of a disappointment.
Yep.
I like sometimes boring is good if it's like, oh yeah, this guy, he's not a good head coach, but yeah, he does pretty good things offensively.
Yep.
No, we're not going to get that.
Aaron's personal opinion is Gerard as OC and Bill Lazor on the staff would be the best hire. So that's Aaron's take on the whole thing. Of this, well, we'll lay the rest of it out here. He also says he expects Cole Popovich to be promoted as the O-line coach in-house.
Which had initially been reported as Cole Popovich wouldn't coach. I'm not, in-house promotions between Cole Popovich and Gerard Johnson, I think I would be most nervous about the assistant O-line coach becoming the O-line coach because not that he could have necessarily overrode or done whatever that Chris Strauss was or wasn't doing.
Yeah.
But, man, it did not look like a well-coached bunch for the entirety of the season. They looked less poorly coached by the end of the season, but it wasn't good throughout the duration. So Gerard Johnson excites me. Aside from all the stuff we know about Gerard Johnson from familiarity and everything else, there's a little bit more of a, okay, if this is a young, budding phenom at offensive coordinator, those guys, sometimes they get jobs without that much experience, and they end up doing great. Sometimes they go down in flames, but at least there's more unknown than some of the other guys who have been around a long time, and they've been a college OC, but they were an OC at the Panthers when they sucked. There, I feel like, okay, those guys have had their chance. There's an unknown that's exciting and enticing with Gerard Johnson.
Yeah, I almost feel it's weird. I almost feel like they need whatever the version of a home run is at O-line coach more than they need it at offensive coordinator.
Yeah,
because that's the root of the problems is the offensive line.
Right. I do think though that the way the actual pass protection, the sum total of it, with the offensive line, the tight ends, and the running backs, there were a lot of issues, especially in the first half of the season coordinator, because guys were clueless across the board. That's not just the offensive line coach there. Some of the ways that they were trying to handle the games and then penetrating defensive linemen in the run game, that looked like everybody was disjointed. So I'm keeping an open mind about Cole Popovich as long as the offensive coordinator actually knows how to design a run game.
Yep. The other name that popped up yesterday, and this popped up like, hey, the Texans interviewed this guy today, and I'll be honest with you, I'd never heard of Grant Udinski before the tweet from Adam Schefter yesterday saying that the Texans had interviewed Grant Udinski to be the offensive coordinator. He's the assistant OC and assistant QB coach in Minnesota. So he's on the Kevin O'Connell tree. And my guess is that turns into a pretty good tree someday. Kevin O'Connell's really, really good.
According to motorcyclesports.net, Grant Udinski is a maestro of the gridiron.
According to who?
Motorcyclesports.net. Ever heard of it, Sean?
No.
Do you even pay attention to sports?
Do you even motorcycle? As I read about him, he's interesting. He's 28 years old. He's a small college guy. He played at Davidson, transferred to Towson State, played tight end at Davidson, transferred to Towson State, played defensive end. His college career is neither here nor there. It's like he is very well thought of. He's a fast riser. He did a graduate assistant year at Baylor. That ruling. It does feel like the game of 6 degrees of separation amongst all these candidates. Like there's some Chip Kelly sprinkled in and some Matt Rule sprinkled in, and
because Jeff Nixon was with
There's a lot of
Matt Rule in a couple different spots.
Yeah, there's a lot of commonality with these candidates overall. But Udinski, I thought the interesting thing about him was he's 28 years old, and the quote that I saw from Kevin O'Connell, he said when he was interviewing him, he said he felt like he was interviewing somebody who knew how to assemble a car for a job at a car wash.
He was just above and beyond everything else.
He was like his intelligence level was football IQ and probably regular IQ as well. Were well above what he was in, but you got to start at the you start at the bottom though. That kind of thing.
Okay, yeah, that's where I am, I guess.
Boy wonder, Seth.
I'm in a boy wonder. If you're not going to go with the old head, give me a boy wonder who's either going to be a genius or he's going to be like one of these chess prodigies that goes down in flames, railing about the big government and doing a boatload of meth. One or the other. I just want glory or flames. Sean, I got to tell you, this motorcyclesports.net, they are using AI in every way possible. This is good because Udinski, he's not his job search is reaching a crescendo. According to motorcyclesports.net.
Wow.
So I don't know anybody whose job search. Let's see. His crescendo in his symphony of interviews this offseason.
This is so AI right now.
This is either an eager beaver motorcyclesports.net intern or this is AI.
Yeah.
Showcasing his prowess and ambition in the football realm.
They're talking this motorcycle. You know what? I woke up this morning, Seth, and I'm like, man, I'm kind of up in the air on all these candidates. I don't really have a favorite. Little did I know that motorcyclesports.net would make the most compelling case for a guy that I didn't know existed until like 4:30 yesterday afternoon.
The venerable motorcyclesports.net hasn't even done a profile on these other candidates.
No.
And yet they're talking about how Udinsky's job search is reaching a crescendo.
Dude, they're all in on
in
Udinsky.
his symphony of interview.
Mm-hmm.
Are any of these other candidates even do they even know how to play a guitar? Or well, I guess there's no guitar in a symphony.
No.
Do they even know how to play the cymbals?
Cello?
I think not.
Yeah, the cello. Text message. Okay, it's interesting. This OC search is pretty disappointing so far. How are you feeling about the search overall? Like the overall, we've got I think 7 names in it now. Thereabouts. We got about half dozen guys.
It's okay. This is the same boring cautionary tale that you have to give at the beginning of any job search, including head coaches.
Yeah.
We can look at various head coaching searches and hires that were very underwhelming at the time. I can't believe Bill Belichick's getting another shot with the Patriots. Pete Carroll, he's already proven to be a bum in the NFL.
Yeah.
It just over and over again and on again, whereas the marquee hires lots of time quickly. So I try to keep an open mind about it. And just, you can see this in any area of sports. In the NBA, they got big names. Wow, Steve Nash on the Lakers. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, they're unstoppable now. So I like, but it's not as much fun. It's just not as much fun when you're not getting a guy that's a known commodity. And that's why the former head coaches that might not make it again as a head coach, but they're really good coordinators. They're not necessarily out there right now, other than Mike McCarthy. And I don't feel like Mike McCarthy is done wanting to be a head coach. I think he's probably got he's got a bad taste in his mouth about both of his last stops.
Yep. I think Mike McCarthy's a big candidate to do one of those tours you and I were talking about yesterday, where we look up and Mike McCarthy's at every college spring practice this spring, and he's bumping around the country trying to reinvent himself a little bit. Could all these interviews, text message, just be intel collecting on offensive concepts? I think every interview has multiple motivations, you know?
But I do also think that it might also be even looking for guys. So, yes, my short answer is yes. And especially if maybe they're leaning towards Stroud Johnson. I'm surprised we haven't heard about Josh McCown. That if they're going to go for the young phenom, I'm all over the whole Josh McCown as head coach candidate. That was absurd in my opinion.
Yeah.
Offensive coordinator is a little bit different. You bring in the young phenom. You've got, if you keep Bill Lazor in the room, that is a guy that has experience. He's an older in air quotes because he's 50, but he's been around a long time. So you've got somebody that can bounce ideas off of. But it's still with a young defensive-minded head coach that makes me nervous about that part of it.
Well, here's the thing about this Udinsky character, the boy wonder, is they could bring him in and get him in the room as the quarterback coach. Doing lateral moves is very difficult in the NFL. You got to get a lot of agreement with teams, and most teams are going to block guys, especially they like them for making a lateral move. But he's an assistant OC and an assistant quarterbacks coach. If they were to just get him in the building, just based on what I'm reading about this guy, kid, practically, I guess by NFL coaching standards, a kid, 28 years old, I'm all for that. If they made him the OC, it'd be super intriguing. Like this 28-year-old, like you just said, 28-year-old boy wonder. I think a lot of Texan fans would be awfully nervous about that because it sounds a lot like Bobby Slowick in a way,
Hey, write this down in the Google Doc of things to ask Nick Caserio.
Okay.
That he wouldn't give us a straight answer on it, I'm sure, but there might be a way to ask it. I think that for a guy like Nick especially, he probably likes keeping dossiers on people, and that if you're in this position where maybe you already feel like you've got a couple guys like Stroud Johnson or somebody else who's younger or on staff already that you really think is your guy, still, take a look-see at the various other guys, but also then people that you've identified or have been recommended to you as a potential boy wonder. Yeah, you want to get to know them a little bit,
for sure,
and keep them in mind for later on down the road. So, yeah, I think there's a very good chance that since if they feel really good about their ability to lock down a couple of their favorite candidates, that they're doing their due diligence right now, and they're also building their HR files for future consideration.
Yep. Middle screen is up early this morning with us. Gerard is the favorite. That's a massive letdown. The Texans aren't going to have this talent again, most likely, once these guys get big contracts. That would be an absolute bummer.
Which talent?
I think he's talking about the talent on the offensive side of it. But it's going to be hard to keep this group together on the offensive side because CJ is going to get paid eventually.
Once guys start getting plucked away and whatnot.
Yeah.
They're still – I mean, CJ's contract is the big one.
Yeah.
They've already paid Nico, and Nico's a relative bargain already. They'll have to pay him again in a couple of years. But, I'm not as concerned about that.
No, both the teams that are in the Super Bowl have guys that are getting paid big contracts, and there's talent, especially in Philly. Like, Jalen Hurts is making $50 million a year. They've still found a way to get Saquon Barkley, Devontae Smith, and A.J. Brown on the field with them.
I'll tell you one thing that always shocks and surprises and delights people is that the Texans have the highest paid offensive line in the league. How's that feel?
Is it the highest? The highest paid?
It was one of the highest.
Yeah. Oh, God.
It's like paying good money for a DeLorean back in the day. Yes. Yeah. All the chicks love stainless steel cars. Yeah, here we go.
With doors that open up.
Yeah, it's got gull-wing doors.
That's
right. But it looks like you've got a Yugo engine in it. Yeah, but don't think about that.
No.
It's stainless steel.
Also,
isn't that heavy? Don't worry about that.
Hey, and it doubles as a time machine, all right? Okay?
Yeah, that part of it was. No, but in the real world, people plunk down good money for a crap car just because it looks snazzy.
Because the doors
That's what the Texans' offensive line was this year.
Yep, because the doors opened up. All right, so the one last thing Aaron said, I guess, on this summary here is that the search is expected to go into next week, which stands to reason. It's Friday, so it's I don't know if I feel like we're getting close or not. Like I don't know, I don't know if there's still 6 more candidates that they plan to interview. I just have no idea. They're doing a really good job of keeping things close to the vest.
You sound bored.
I do?
You sound bored by this
really?
online search, yes.
Oh. Okay. Well, I got to check myself then. I know there's
it's a boring it's so far it's been a boring search. I need a rumor that they're trying to poach somebody from a team that doesn't want to leave them. Doesn't want their candidate to leave.
Yeah, I don't think the search has really popped. I got to check myself during the break and make sure I'm not conveying it in such a fashion. I would hate for people to be falling asleep on the way in.
The Texans' offensive line was the 5th highest paid offensive line in 2024.
I thought it was up
so
there.
That feels awesome. Like, okay, I didn't want him to be number 1, but number 5, I'll pay that.
Give it to me. Inject it in
my
veins.
It's like the DeLorean Turbo.
Yep, that's right. That's right. All right, let's get to headlines from last night. Rockets lose. And then we didn't even get into this story yet. There is it would appear, a Deshaun Watson story. It doesn't involve Deshaun, but it's a very similar story involving an even more prominent football player in some ways. We will get into that and a whole lot more as we roll on here on a Friday. Real quick, got to tell you as well about our contest, the Slam Dunk in Vegas. The winner will be headed to Vegas with flight and hotel accommodations for you, 3 guests, plus you'll get $20K to fund the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball tournament. All you got to do is listen to us for an hour a day, at least, and your entry into the contest is there. Headlines are up next.
and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, Rockets lose last night in Memphis to the Grizzlies 120-119. So they go 3-1 on this road trip. They're back to play the Nets this weekend, and then they go right back out on the road for like 4 or 5 more games. So this is a tough patch of schedule that they're navigating pretty well, I would say. A 1-point loss to the Grizzlies, the only loss on this 4 over the Cavs and the Celtics. So Rockets remain in the 2 seed in the Western Conference. They're a half game up. The good news from yesterday, Alperen Sengun, who did not play last night because of a calf injury. I don't know if I like hearing about a calf injury with a big lumbering fellow with calves that big like Alperen Sengun.
I don't like hearing anything about calves ever since Christian Harris had one of his calves basically. I feel like he had it lopped off unexpectedly by a golf cart or something.
Inadvertent calfectomy, yes.
And we didn't hear from him again or see him for months. Yeah, I get nervous about calves.
That's the bad news. The good news, Alperen Sengun made the All-Star team. So
Alperen.
Yeah, way to go, Alpy. Way to make the All-Star team. So that's pretty cool. He'll be joined by James Harden on there. The two never got to work together here in Houston. They'll get to work together in whatever janky format they've got for the All-Star game now. I think they're dividing everybody up into 4 teams, and they're doing like a little mini round robin. I don't know.
Maybe Sengun can talk to Harden about some of these turnover issues the Rockets have been having.
Yeah, cure them.
And in a big clutch game, James, how do we avoid these turnovers?
Right.
We turned the ball over 5 times in the fourth quarter last night. You got any advice?
James is like, I don't know.
Yeah, mopey face.
Texans offensive coordinator search. We just dug into that, but in case you're just getting in your car, Brian Johnson, the former Eagles offensive coordinator from the Houston area, will be interviewing for the job today. They had multiple interviews yesterday. We knew they were interviewing Nick Caley yesterday. We did not yesterday, who is a 28-year-old assistant coach on the Viking staff. He's the assistant OC and the assistant QB coach, and by all accounts, a very intelligent, very smart dude who's one of now 6 or 7 candidates for this Texans OC job. We're getting a lot of texts, Seth, about our conversation in the previous segment. I'm going to bring a couple of these up here just because we're not super heavy on headline. We'll get to the Justin Tucker story as well here before headlines are over. Byron Leftwich, where is he?
Right. He is supposedly interested in getting back into coaching, but he kind of took a hiatus after the Bucks were done and all of that was finally finished. He spent a year to travel with his son, who's apparently a pretty good basketball player, and kind of devoted himself to family life. But it's still kind of mysterious. That I don't know. I don't know if maybe he's very selective in who he's accepting calls from, but it's a big mystery.
Would he excite you?
I'd be intrigued. I'd be intrigued the same way. I mean, the Byron Leftwich has the cruel misfortune of having won a Super Bowl, but with Tom Brady as his quarterback, and then Bruce Arians is his head coach. So I think he's going to get that same Eric Bieniemy, Matt Nagy. Like, okay, what have you really done when you're not working underneath a legendary offensive coordinator? That's the tough part for Byron Leftwich, I guess. But it's been weird. I feel like he would be getting more interviews if you were more out there, but I don't know exactly what the deal is with him.
Gerard and Laser this text says, I agree, Seth. So I don't know what exactly they're agreeing with, because here's what I'm about to read. Gerard and Laser were in the building, and they didn't do anything about our bad O-line and offense.
Well, I was talking about the O-line coach, and I kind of put both sides of the argument out there. All right, well, he was the assistant O-line coach on an O-line that didn't perform well. But you can't necessarily blame that on him, because good football coaches bite their tongue a lot when they're not in a position to criticize your superior.
Right.
And that's where the conversations now with Gerard Johnson and Bill Lazor get really interesting, because there's a chance that both those guys were biting their tongue a lot when maybe things weren't being run the way they would have run it. But you don't want to be that guy. You don't want to basically be treasonous and sell out your superior. So you got to bite your tongue a lot and try to be a good soldier. But I would imagine there's no chance in hell that both those guys didn't say how they might have handled last year differently.
100%.
If they want the job,
Yeah. Well, this is what I would say to the texter. Think about what you're asking about. because you're making it sound like Gerard and Bill just sat there and said nothing, and maybe they did. To your point, maybe they did bite their tongue, but they may have made suggestions. But what this texter is talking about is literally them going and ripping the marker out of Bobby's hand and saying, no, this is how we're going to do it. Like, Bobby Slowick is still their boss. So they you can make all the suggestions you want. Like I've made suggestions to bosses before. I've been a boss before. Ultimately, it's the boss's decision as to whether or not they implement those suggestions. And Bobby Slowick may very well have not implemented any suggestions from
I would say this. It's the very dynamic that probably leads to the creation of 75% of new successful businesses. Yeah. It's somebody who's like, oh, this is right. Good. You're employee of the month, but you're like, oh, yeah, this is not being done the right way. That's it. I'm doing it on my own. But you keep your mouth shut and you're a good soldier. Or you suggest things and you try to change. But there's only so much you can do when you're the subordinate. So it's more complicated than just like you got to throw everything out and throw out the baby with the bathwater.
If this is your thought process, Texter, then you're basically saying there's no such thing as a good, competent, capable employee in a bad organization. You know what I mean? Like you're painting everybody with the same brush as I'll call it a bad boss. Bobby Slowick. I'm overgeneralizing. Like he got fired, but he did some good things. But in generalities, like no, not everybody that's in a failing organization is incompetent. The last one I'll read here because we got a little room here in headlines today. At least y'all show some optimism about the candidates. The afternoon show acts like Bobby got betrayed and this is all pointless.
Now, I have no idea how they actually said it, but I'm going to take that at face value and assume that that's an accurate interpretation of what the afternoon show said.
Yeah, 100%.
I've got no room for Bobby being betrayed. That's if that's however they actually framed it. Bobby ran a slip shot operation. I will say over and over again until it gets boring and people want to hit me in the head with a baseball bat. It's not just play calling that's the responsibility of the offensive coordinator. It's the entire operation. It's looking like guys know what the hell they're doing. Yeah. It's the adjustments and the game planning and everything else. And there wasn't a single thing about that offense that looked competent almost at any point last year.
This is all pointless part is what I get a kick out of. The afternoon show acts like Bobby got betrayed, and this is all pointless. I'm pretty sure they didn't say. Now, their tone may be sounding, Seth, for example, just told me in the previous segment that I sound bored with this search. So some of you may think that I think this is all pointless. Let me tell you right now, I just want to be very clear. I do not think this is all pointless.
There's a good chance that I'm just a little too hyped up this morning.
Okay, good.
I got all my cardio in.
Good, man.
I've adjusted to being off of as much coffee, and I think maybe I've just got a little too much verve and enthusiasm.
Someone's ready for New Orleans, man.
Well, I had to give myself a pep talk too about the fact that I was thinking about it this morning. I was on my exercise cycle, and I thought, these guys are not exciting me, and that's no way to go through life.
You got your mind right.
I gotta, and that's where I started to swing back towards. You know what? All right, the unproven, unknown guy that I've been warning against. Yeah. If the alternative is a guy that's been in the league for 20 years and nobody has thought that he should be an offensive coordinator until now, I'd rather go with the prospects of a boy wonder. This Grant Udisky character out of Wisconsin, still relatively young in the full-time coaching profession. This intrigues me.
Okay, so you're
the unknown of a boy wonder is a little bit more intriguing to me, and I'm almost at the point where I'm now hungry for that very thing that I warned against, especially because the Texans aren't going to go after Mike McCarthy.
Yep.
Chip Kelly is very happy to Ohio State, apparently. The old guy that can be the head coach of the offense might not be out there.
So now that's kind of superseded the need of someone who's called plays before. Right?
Yeah.
That's because that was.
I'm like Huey Lewis, Sean. I need a new drug.
You need a new drug.
And that's what. Yeah.
One that won't make you sick. One that won't make you talk too much. I forget all the lyrics.
Whatever Sean McVay was as a drug.
That's what we want.
When he was a young boy wonder. This Udinski sounds like a boy wonder the way they talked about Sean McVay.
Very much
back
so.
in the day.
Very much so.
Does he have? He looks like he still looks too young, though, too. I worry about, does he have the cojones to come in and stand toe-to-toe?
I tweeted this yesterday. There was the picture I looked at. He's bigger than Bobby Slowick, but there was a little bit of a Slowick vibe, like with the, the nice. I know Bobby wears a ball cap a lot, but the one time he didn't, like the nice, perfect, like yearbook picture part of the hair.
Sean.
Yeah.
Sean.
What?
You want excitement? Okay, we got a new business venture.
Okay.
I don't know if this even exists. This
Okay.
niche.
Ben, get out the book.
Ben, put this in the Google Doc of business ideas. Appearance consultants for NFL coaching prospects.
Oh, there would be nobody better than the two of us for that.
Bobby. Yeah, Bob, got to get rid of that oversized cap.
Yeah.
Some guys can pull it off, but not you. It makes you look. It's kind of like, you know how Adam Sandler can get away with dressing the way he does because he's Adam freaking Sandler?
Yeah.
But he dresses like a 13-year-old from the 90s.
Like a skate rat, yeah.
Right. If he were presenting himself to be a head coach, I would, as his NFL image consultant, I'd be like, dude, we gotta clean some of this up, okay?
Yeah.
You gotta project a certain image. I talked yesterday about how there's certain things I just don't care about, but I'm in a position where I don't have to care about that stuff as much. I mean, it would probably help me in some regards, but I just don't care.
Yeah.
If you're going for a job, you gotta dress for that job.
Yeah, you can't
and then you gotta present yourself a certain way when you're in a position of leadership.
Yep.
And Bobby, at the very least, could have been helped out a little bit with getting in the gym a little bit more, a little less cardio, a little bit more resistance, and getting rid of that hat.
Getting rid of the hat, getting rid of the oversized hoodie that he had with the big, with the sleeves that come down to like the middle of your hand, that kind of thing, looking like you're getting ready to go to the arcade. Yeah, I would say
he looked like he was about to do a bullying video about how awful it was.
We didn't dig into this Justin Tucker story. Honestly, with some of the stuff that's in it, it's probably better we wait until later in the show.
We'll just wait and let it slip out later.
Yeah, okay. Foreshadowing. Just for those who don't know, real quick, Justin Tucker, future Hall of Fame kicker for the Ravens, maybe still, I don't know. Being accused of a lot of similar stuff as to what Deshaun Watson was accused of back 2 years ago. Fewer massage therapists, a little bit different, but it lands in the same area.
One damning circumstance in this story where I'm inclined to believe that there's a lot of validity to this, because there's a damning scenario here that made me go, wow.
We'll get into that later in the show. Probably better for later in the show when there's fewer people in the car, I would say. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday, a football Friday. Hey, Seth, one of the big wishes that you've been hoping for is in play. You might get your wish when it comes to the Houston Texans in 2025. We will tell you what that is coming up next.
Have you heard? Sports Radio 610 is taking over New Orleans. content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Seth, you may get your wish. How about this? All right, there's internet scuttle that the Chargers are going to host the Sao Paulo game this year, the one that the Eagles and the Packers played in, that you and I wanted to go to in week 1 on Friday. Remember that last year?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
We were all about that Sao Paulo, Brazil life. Well, the Chargers, according to Internet Scuttlebutt, which I double-checked to make sure that there were multiple people scuttlebutting about it, and it looks like there's some legs to it. It looks like they'll be hosting that Brazil game on September the 5th. That would be a Friday. And the Texans are scheduled for a road game against the Chargers this year. They're scheduled to play at SoFi Stadium against the Chargers. Now, here's the thing. Here's where you connect the dots a little bit. And I read some articles from people. And when I retweeted it, the guy who had some of the news here actually tweeted me like, no, I wrote this article, and it really can only be one of 3 teams on the Chargers schedule that it will be, because they're not going to put a division game down there. You know, this XYZ team is like the Colts, who are on the Chargers schedule. Colts are already traveling to Berlin for a game. So by process of elimination, the Texans were one of 3 teams that legitimately could be playing the Chargers in Sao Paulo this year.
Who are the other 2 teams?
Let me double check. I believe the Vikings were one of them.
Boring.
And the Commanders were the other one.
Other than the Vikings are newly interesting to me because of this Grant Udinski boy wonder and Texans offensive coordinator candidate who usurped his elder Josh McCown in terms of
right. That's right.
Okay, this is the thing. Who was the other one other than the Vikings?
The Commanders. That would be.
I've got Grant Udinski in my brain.
Yeah.
So okay. Commanders, obviously, a lot of buzz about the Commanders. They've got a huge fan base, which, God bless them.
Yep.
It's a massive fan base despite having 2 decades of relative just complete worthlessness.
Yes.
The rematch of the Texans and the Chargers, that playoff rematch, what you could sell about, hey, these 2 young quarterbacks, this one got the better of Justin Herbert last year, all of that. Assuming C.J. Stroud is chosen to be the quarterback by the new offensive coordinator. I was joking, Sean. So
no, I know.
There's that. And also because of our large Hispanic population here in Houston, that perhaps Houston's the most likely choice. And yes, we will. And we've got a pretty big Brazilian-American population, do we not?
We do. So there was a tweet that somebody sent to me.
Yeah.
At ChillCutsDeep on Twitter. Said, I'll just leave this Google AI generated nugget here. Many cities in the United States have strong ties to Brazil, including Houston, Miami, and cities in Massachusetts and New Jersey.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look, Miami's boring. It's Miami's a has-been. It's all about Austin these days.
Yep.
Miami used to be the place that these young, aspiring, wannabe, beautiful people would go. They're all in Austin now. All right. So this is where the NFL needs to expose Houston to, or expose the people of Sao Paulo to the Houston Texans. In Brazil, I know a lot of people are always skeptical of like, why are they playing in Brazil? Brazil has one of the largest NFL fan bases outside the U.S. I want to say it's second or third.
It's third behind the United States and Mexico.
Okay, so amongst foreign countries, and it's second.
It's second among foreign countries. Yeah, third globally, second among foreign countries. Yeah, no, when I say I read a lot about this yesterday, I read a lot about this because I want this for you. I want for the Texans to go to Brazil. The other thing I would point out, and I don't know if this is a reason to choose the Texans, but they are scheduled to play 2 games at SoFi Stadium next year. Their schedule, the confluence of the way they do the schedule has led to a season for the Texans where they're scheduled to play a road game against the Rams and a road game against the Chargers. I don't know if the league cares about that, but I could see that being like a tiebreaker. Like, okay, well, this team, why are we sending this team to the same stadium twice? Send them to Sao Paulo. Send them to Brazil.
I think, that was we got to figure out a way to get the pre and post game on site for away games.
That would be amazing. Well, for one thing, at least for this away game. If
when I was considering which aspect of media I wanted to go into, and there was a chance, possibility of maybe doing stuff with the Texans. I don't want to put words in Vandermeer's mouth or anything. He basically offered me like $3 million a year, but I turned it down. And one of the appeals was, I'd get to travel, but with the stress of playing a football game. And traveling with an NFL team, you're not staying at the Motel 6, Sean.
No.
It's a pretty cushy experience.
Yeah.
You just, you're staying in nice hotels, which generally a bit overrated, like staying in a nice hotel, but it's a fun experience. Mm-hmm. It's just a really cool experience. That was more so than anything else. That was the one thing that was luring me in. But then I thought to myself, I just don't have enough of a filter to be a team employee and speaking into a microphone.
You're in the right spot, man.
Yeah.
You're in the right spot. Sean, you're forgetting that this is a text message. Sean, you're forgetting that a game in L.A. is a homecoming for C.J. Stroud. I don't think the league cares about that. Yeah,
it was awesome when James Harden went home to L.A.
Good point.
Yeah, remember how great he was in L.A. when he'd go home and he was just a mess every single time?
Well, I think those are for different reasons in C.J.
Especially with as he stated that he's going to recommit himself to the Lord this offseason.
Yes, yeah. So, and B, well, A, I don't think the league cares. B, he'll still get a trip to L.A. I just said they get 2 trips to SoFi Stadium this year. So yeah, I think I'm being dead serious. I think there's a really good chance the Texans are playing in that game. If the Texans play internationally, if you had to pick a game internationally that I think the Texans would be playing based on all the teams that have been announced that they're hosting games, I think the only 3 that are on the Texans schedule are the Jags in London, the Colts in Germany, and the Chargers in Sao Paulo. I think the NFL is going to go out of their way to prevent divisional games from being played overseas.
There's even a possibility, because I know we have one listener who thinks you and I are the worst people in the world for even entertaining the idea of the NFL playing in Brazil.
Oh yeah,
because
that's right.
We're basically war criminals in his mind.
Yeah.
So hey, listen, man. I am as apolitical as it get. I will not learn anything about the political situation in Brazil, and nor do I care to. I just want to go and partake of the food and culture and everything else. Yes.
Yep.
I am an ugly American, but a gentle and kind one.
That's exactly how I describe myself. Like when I go overseas or I go to a country that doesn't speak English, I'm like, speak English, please.
Do any of you speak English?
Please speak English.
What the hell is wrong with you?
Me.
What the hell is this quesadilla?
Exactly. I got to travel with this guy. Yeah.
Do you guys, can I get a damn cheeseburger here?
That's right.
And then when they bring me a cheeseburger, I'm like, well, this is not how you cook a cheeseburger.
No. Good try. Pat him on the head. Yeah, good try. So you and I did a story yesterday at the end of the show about about BetOnline.ag kind of culling together data from social media about fan bases that may want to boycott the Super Bowl this year. Yeah. Buffalo, Baltimore, a few teams like Detroit and Cleveland, whose teams have seemingly been boycotting the Super Bowl by never going to it, that kind of thing. I was thinking about this yesterday. I'm like, okay, if there are any of these Texan fans who are thinking of boycott, any former Texans in this thing that would give you a rooting interest in it. So I went ahead yesterday and I did the research set to find out former Texans not only playing in the Super Bowl but participating in some shape, form, or fashion in the Super Bowl this year. There were 9 that I could count. Now there may be coaches out there who had a cup of coffee here that I didn't find, that didn't make the list. But I've ranked them in the order that I would root for them.
Yeah.
Based on what they were like as Texans, what they've been like since leaving the Texans, things like that. And
I can tell you right now, I think you're going to be at odds with the fan base with a couple of these.
Good.
Yeah.
Well, let me say this. All the Chiefs are behind all the Eagles for me because I don't want the Chiefs to win. So
that was a good move.
Yeah, so even though DeAndre Hopkins may be at the top of the list for a lot of Texan fans, he's the highest rated Chief, but he's 6th on the board because I just don't want the Chiefs to win.
You're kind of like in the position of the Kelsey parents when the Eagles play the Chiefs. You totally want the Eagles to win because Jason's the better child,
right?
Like into your favorite child.
Right.
But you want Travis to do well in the loss.
That's exactly right.
You got to power rank it a little bit.
Yes, thank you. So the Chiefs are all behind the Eagles. So I'm going to go through these here, and Seth, and you tell me if, and I'm sure the text message. I can't wait to see which ones I'm off base with here. Number 9, Steven Nelson.
Yeah.
Called D'Amico Ryans a milk dud head. Made fun of Nick Casario's vests.
With a clown emoji as well, right?
He made
So you can't trust the guy that whatever it was. He was just at least a couple.
For Nick, yeah,
for Nick Caserio.
Yeah.
He had just put himself at odds with the organization in ways that were so avoidable.
Yeah.
I think that was the biggest problem with Steven Nelson. It does make you wonder, okay, I don't know, did that translate into the in-building relationship or whatever? It would have been nice to have Steven Nelson on this squad.
They could have used him, yes.
Yeah, and I still wonder, man, if it was possible to bury the hatchet, could they have? But it just didn't work out. But, man, one extra guy out there in the secondary that could play man, that would have been nice.
Yep. Now, he's on the practice squad for the Chiefs, but he counts. He's on the Chiefs.
Yeah.
He's on their website. Number 8, Charles Omenihu, Chiefs defensive end. Now, I know Omenihu got kind of swept up in the he was one of those Texans that when there was a change in regimes here, it kind of soured, you know.
It seemed like both parties were like, all right, I don't want to be here, and if you don't want to be here, just then go ahead and
But Omenihu's had a little trouble turning the page on that. I think the Texans have turned the page on it. You know, he's done a few interviews where he's, thrown some shade. So it's, I'm not that angry about it, but among the Chiefs that are in this Super Bowl, Omenihu he's only ahead of Steven Nelson for me. So he's number 8 on the list. Number 7, Justin Reed. Justin Reed is in the Super Bowl again. He's been a Chief for 3 years now, and he's been to the Super Bowl every year, and he's won 2 Super Bowl rings.
Yeah.
I like Justin Reed. I continue to like Justin Reed.
It all actually went down, who knows, but the fact that Justin Reed
I know what you're going to say.
Might have been the one guy that just stood up and couldn't take it anymore in meetings and had it out with David Culley in the midst of what was just a wacky, weird situation. Yeah. I admire him for that.
Yep.
He's the Aaron Popovich of that era. Wait, what was her name?
Aaron Brockovich.
Is Popovich the assistant O-line coach?
he was the assistant. Cole Popovich is.
Yeah. Right? Yeah. I wish Cole would have gone Aaron Popovich.
Yes.
I wish he would have stood up and said, "This shall not stand."
Yeah.
We need to listen. We need to actually try to block these people.
Dude, it is funny that you say that. Like there was a text saying here it is real quick, and I'll get back to the list, I promise. Does the new coach have the guts to stand toe-to-toe with Laramie Tunsil and tell him to get off his ass, get tough, and block somebody? ! And don't jump offside! !
Alex Gibbs Sr. was like that.
Yeah.
That was what Alex Gibbs would mix it up with the veterans. Alex Gibbs Sr. was like 5'2", but would fight you.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll fight you, damn it.
If Cole Popovich gets the job, if he has that in him, does he need to do that early and establish that this is the type of coach that he is?
Well, you got to be. It's a tricky scenario because
he hasn't been hired yet. But if he were to get hired,
it's that's where you have to have a way about you, and you got to be able to read the room and everything. But the Pete Mangurian was the new offensive line coach for the Giants 1 year. Way Jumbo Elliott, who's named Jumbo, not ironically.
No,
he was a massive mountain of a man. But Jumbo Elliott had been holding out and wasn't around, and Mangurian was a pretty hard-nosed coach. The story goes that Jumbo Elliott reported to camp, and he was sitting in the college student desk there. They were at SUNY Albany, I think, is where they used to have their training camps, and Mangurian, the first night they were there, started to tear into Jumbo Elliott. Jumbo Elliott stood up with his student chair still attached to one of his gigantic legs, walked up to the front of the room with a desk attached to his leg, and grabbed Mangurian by the collar and pinned him up against the board and told him that's not how this is going to work, young man. Yeah.
And then
yeah.
Never got any grief from Mangurian, you said? Mangurian?
Yeah, if he did, it was probably in a different tone of voice.
The visual of The visual of Jumbo Elliott with a desk wrapped around his waist.
The desk wrapped around his leg is the best thing.
Oh, my God. That's hilarious. All right, number 6. This is former Texans playing in the Super Bowl. I've ranked them in the order that I'm rooting for them in. DeAndre Hopkins. He's tops among the Chiefs. And Seth, I think this makes me the bigger person because if you recall, DeAndre Hopkins did take a run at me via DMs on social media when I playfully pointed out that he was practicing one day at training camp.
Oh, you playfully. You said
playful.
Rare sighting.
Rare
you said
sighting.
You quote tweeted a Titans tweet that said, "Hey, DeAndre Hopkins is practicing a rare sighting."
I said a rare footage of DeAndre Hopkins at practice. Yeah.
It's funny how things can be playful to you, but then the person that you're insulting actually
he dragged my
didn't
wife
take it
into
that
it.
way.
All right, he dragged my.
He didn't really drag Amy into it. He just basically said that you wished Amy was
wearing.
You
a
wished
Hopkins
you were
jersey.
making love to DeAndre Hopkins instead of your wife.
Here's why I say he dragged Amy into it, and I don't think
Yeah.
he did it intentionally in the way that I'm implying he did. It's
Yeah.
because it was a tweet. No, it was a DM. You're right. Okay, no, he didn't drag her into it because I was thinking if he tweeted it publicly, then 90% of the people that would have read it would have been like, "Oh, DeAndre just said he banged Sean's wife." Which wasn't the case. All right, so anyways.
He said Amy should be wearing a DeAndre Hopkins jersey.
Because I'm dreaming about him all the time. Yeah, that's exactly. He DM'd that to me. But we made up. We squashed it via DM. And he said to me, "It's all love." After he sent that to me, he said it's all love. So it's just playful. He's the one I'm rooting for most on the Chiefs, though, because he did a lot of good things here, DeAndre Hopkins. Okay, the next one's the Eagles. I'll skip through these quick. Cameron Irving was a Texan for like a month in training camp. I don't know if you remember this year. So he's 5th on my – I'm rooting for him more than I'm rooting for DeAndre Hopkins by definition because I'm rooting for the Eagles. Number 4, Bobby King was a linebackers coach for the Texans through the Bill O'Brien and David Culley regimes. If you survive the Bill O'Brien and David Culley regimes, I feel like that makes you likable. I feel like that makes you sympathetic. So I'm rooting for Bobby.
I think Bobby King did a good job when he was here. It always seemed to me.
Yeah.
That he did talk some smack about him, a former Texan. Maybe I'll search for it
Bobby
during
King.
the break.
Probably Zach Cunningham.
Which happens. You're in the league long enough, you're going to have some players that you didn't see eye to eye with.
Google Zach Cunningham, Bobby King. If I had to guess one player who it would be, because, things soured at the end with Zach Cunningham, too, like they did with Amenahu. So Bobby King, number 4. Thomas Booker, number 3. Remember him? They drafted him like 3 years ago out of Stanford. He always seemed a little too smart to be a defensive, he was a little too, no disrespect to you, Seth.
The hell's that
former
supposed to
defensive
mean?
tackle.
Yeah.
He always seemed like he didn't see.
He seemed too Stanford is what he
still
seemed.
too Stanford, thank you. Yeah, smart was probably the wrong way. A little too Stanford.
He was a little too buttoned up.
Yes, thank you. That's
like,
what I
man,
meant.
you got to go over to the offensive side of the ball, man.
Yes.
Unless you're just if you're gonna be that smart, you better have a little psycho in you.
Yeah.
I need to know that you might actually like try to be a dictator of a country or something.
That's right.
Like, you got to be a maniacal evil genius. Like JJ. Look, JJ's a bright guy, but he's got that little glint in his eye.
Yes.
Where he'd cut you. He'd cut you.
No,
you say the wrong thing, he'll cut you.
He's got a mean streak, man, and Thomas Booker did not. But he's on the Eagles. He dresses too. I see him on the sidelines there. Like he's not inactive. He's down there. He's playing.
Probably in a nice button-up with khakis and
underneath. Yeah.
Loafers and
all right, number 2, people I'm rooting for in the Super Bowl, former Texans. I don't know if a lot of people realize this. I know you know this, Seth. Connor Barwin is in the Eagles front office. He's the head of football development and strategy. I like Connor Barwin.
I think he's probably all into the sports science side of things and everything, innovations and coaching and sports psychology, all of that.
Yeah.
He'd be a good podcast interview.
He would. You should get him. You should get him on. Yeah, you should get him on yours.
Plus, he gives a bunch of water to people in places that need water.
He does. He was a man about town when he was here. He was someone. He would go to all like the little, kitschy little coffee bars and places, the underground places. Connor Barwin, he enjoyed Houston, I think. So number 2,
trying to give fluids in a different variety. But yes,
Number one. I'm rooting for Vic Fangio, your former defensive coordinator. I didn't realize he was the DC the entire time Dom Capers was here.
That's why I was surprised that you put him number 1. And this is the one I was saying that you wouldn't be aligned with the fan base because by the time that Vic left, the fans weren't all that excited about Vic Fangio. I loved him as a coach.
Yeah.
I really, really, really loved him. Personally, he was really good for my career. But I understood why people were upset with anybody and everybody by the time they fired Dom Capers. So, I think but he's been around forever, everywhere, including the USFL.
Yeah, that's fair. Two things I'll point out in my defense of putting Vic Fangio number one. Number one, I wasn't here in Houston for those years, so I didn't experience them as acutely as probably people listening, presumably yelling at me on the text page that I put Vic Fangio number one, experienced it. Number two, I do think there's an element with older coaches that over time, especially once they go and they have success, you clearly see they're good coaches who may have been just in a bad situation they have now as a coach. I think for Notre Dame, I think of Jerry Faust, who was terrible before Lou Holtz got there, but he was beloved by the time the team got good again, because he loved Notre Dame. Fangio's got a fascinating biography, like a Wikipedia page. It's incredible. Well, if I were to pick somebody who's been just around a lot of really great players and coaches, Fangio's been around a ton of them.
Fangio was one of the first guys that really started doing incredibly in-depth and detailed tendency reports. And there are a lot that did them, and they had a real advantage, especially in the early USFL and with some of his defenses with the Saints. But then I remember talking to him about it. It was when everybody started using computers that all this stuff that they used to do by hand, it was labor intensive.
Oh, yeah.
Once coaches learned how to use computers, which is probably maybe, 10 years after the rest of the world, that's when all of a sudden it vanished. The advantage, he could tell. Once computers caught on in the NFL, he saw that advantage evaporate in the course of one season.
Yeah.
But he's always been kind of ahead of the curve and the way you think about football. And he's he's that classic guy that, he's not going to get another job as a head coach. If you can grab him as your defensive coordinator, kind of like Dick LeBeau, you might have him until he's 84.
Well, he's never won a ring either. I looked at his he's
they
never
won a USFL championship.
Yeah, with Philadelphia with the Stars back in the day, but he's never won a Super Bowl. He's from Pennsylvania. He's from that part of the country. He went to East Stroudsburg, which is where my Aunt Barbara went. So that'd be cool if he won it for his, what I guess would probably be his hometown team would probably be the Eagles.
Probably dropped acid with Vic back in the day, back at East Stroudsburg.
Oh, let's see.
Back when
they're the same age. How old is?
Dropped acid at a Dead concert.
Vic's 66. They would have been there about the same time. Yeah.
Right when things were popping off.
Yeah. See if my Aunt Barb.
Well, what year would they have graduated?
He's 66, so let's see.
I'm not going to do that math.
He was born in 58, so that means he probably graduated college.
Oh no, they missed all that.
Yeah. So probably like early 70s. All right, Payne and Pendergast. That's my list. If you got a problem with it, text me 713-572-4610.
I'm curious if I've misread that about Fangio or not. I'm curious, the Texans fans that have been around since the beginning, what are their residual memories or feelings about Vic Fangio? Yeah,
because I wonder if early Texan fans just had such a sliding scale with you guys that they were, the expectations weren't as high as they were this past season,
Well, no, because Dom got fired after year 5, so it wasn't that honeymoon was over.
Right.
And we went 2-14.
Yeah.
There was I remember listening to Rich Lord talk about Vic Fangio on the radio and me getting kind of pissed off at Rich Lord.
Okay.
Because as a player, I liked him a lot. But there are a few radio hosts that were not huge fans of his.
Yeah. That makes sense.
I'm going to call Rich Lord up later and yell at him about it.
Rich is actually one of the people I owe a phone call to. We were talking yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
He texted me 3 days ago, and I'm going to give you a call today, I promise.
Yell at him about his Vic Fangio take.
I will.
I'm sure he'll remember.
He'll get a kick out of that.
Yeah.
He will. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, this Justin Tucker story. Boy.
I remember specifically, Sean.
Yeah.
I can remember, as I was hearing it, it was when he was on with Charlie Palillo. We're going to have to fact check me with this. And I was getting on Allen Parkway off of Waugh, from Waugh onto Allen Parkway. And I remember just thinking, headed towards the Galleria. And I was in my mind, I was like, no, that's not, that's messed up, man. So.
Oh, what Rich said
when
was
Rich was saying, when Rich and, yeah.
Oh, wow. Were you tempted to call in? That would have been awesome.
No, nothing about. No, I knew the deal. I wouldn't get so worked up that I was a loyal 610 listener.
You were a 9-year.
Until somebody pissed me off and I turned it off. Yeah.
Yeah.
And waited for somebody to invent the podcast.
or another sports station in town. I don't even know if there were alternatives.
I did have I think I had an MP3 player by that point.
Nice.
It's pretty badass.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the old the iPod.
And I had the tiniest cell phone you can imagine because I was rich,
Look
baby.
At you.
That's what it was, kids.
Yeah.
You had a tiny cell phone.
Making that football money.
You were rich AF.
We were all all of us schmucks are driving around with bag phones, and Seth is like flip, and holding it right up to his ear. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, the big story yesterday afternoon was this Justin Tucker story, and boy, as I'm reading this thing, you sent it to me, Seth, and it's in a publication called The Banner, which is based in Baltimore. And they got a tip on about Justin Tucker, the kicker for the Ravens, the best kicker of this generation, that back between 2012 and 2016, there was some poor behavior in massage settings in the Baltimore area involving Justin Tucker. Now, there are some similarities to the Deshaun Watson stuff in that a lot of the things that he's being accused of, the behavior he's being accused of is very similar. Making these massage therapists uncomfortable, exposing himself, seemingly intentionally exposing himself. Those are all the similarities. There are 6 massage therapists that spoke to The Banner about Tucker's conduct. And I guess one of the big differences is with Tucker, these are all commercial outlets. They're not Instagram.
At a spa or some type of facility that offers massages, and that there are at least 2 of the spas say that Justin Tucker had been banned from returning to those facilities.
Yes, terminated.
Which is, I think when it comes to probably a potential paper trail and all of that, it feels, I mean, the fact, as I had said before, there was one big thing that makes me really veer more towards, okay, there's something here with this.
Yeah.
It's that he was banned from not 1 but 2 facilities. Right. And the argument that he and his attorneys are trying to claim is that, well, these were just accidental slippages and whatnot. Dude, once you get banned from even heard of before, like of any football player I knew, you think you might take measures not to have more accidental slippages in the future?
You would think.
He got banned from 2 facilities. Oh.
2 facilities he got banned from.
And women, some of the women that were women that weren't part of the lawsuit but that were contacted by the Banner said that they had walked out of the sessions or had, requested not to work again. This is still just a lawsuit, and it'll all play out. But right now, if the allegations can be verified and everything, there's not necessarily a lot they can do legally because they were passed so long
statute
ago.
Of limitations.
But it's not a good look for a guy that also was awful as a kicker this year.
Yeah.
And you could just think, man, this guy's got an upstanding reputation. He's speaks about his faith a lot and all that. I'm guessing he was going through something emotionally this year.
May have been, although I thought the same thing. And then, Seth, it later came to light yesterday evening that the Banner, the outlet did this article, got the tip from people on January the 9th. So this is after the bad season that he had.
But that was after there had already been legal maneuverings going on.
Had there been? Because I don't even know, have they filed lawsuits yet? I just know that
there's a lawyer that's representing the women.
Yeah, I don't know if they filed anything yet, because otherwise I think we'd have seen the lawsuits. You know what I mean? So I think 4 of the 6 have gotten in touch with a lawyer named Michael Belsky. I guess he's the Baltimore Tony Busby, and this whole inning's been filed. The behavior that we're talking about, we should lay this out, is all from 2012 through 2016. So I think that should be pointed out. Like this is a while ago. For I guess just sake of timeline here, Tucker's rookie year was 2012. So he got to Baltimore and allegedly, as soon as his rookie year started engaging in this activity, according to these women. So there's that. He was let go from a couple of different spas. His lawyers are not very good at denying that he did this. Now, Tucker himself put out a long statement on social media yesterday, vehemently denying the allegations. His lawyers in this story call the accusations speculative and impossible to prove, which I would want to be a little more vehement than that if I were Justin Tucker. Hey, that's just speculative. You can't prove anything. I would just be like, no, tell them I didn't do these things, if you're denying it.
Well, in his statement, he says the article takes innocuous or ambiguous interactions and skews them so out of proportion that they're no longer recognizable.
They also said, the lawyers also said it's, quote, unremarkable and not news that an athlete might become exposed during a massage.
Right. Well, no, and that's I think they're taking that tact of like, it happens, and it does. The massage therapist interviewed say, that does happen, or every now and then there will be like an inadvertent arousal or whatever, but you just kind of move on and don't so it's I don't know. It's just if he was indeed banned from 2 facilities, I would imagine there's some kind of a digital or paper trail of all that.
Yeah.
So that'll be
surfing yesterday is people started doing what they do when things like this happen, which is, hey, let's search Justin Tucker massage salon and see what comes up, And up pop in 2021, a couple of tweets from different people saying, fun fact, I can't even read some of the words here. Just basically a couple of tweets from 2021 from people saying that Justin Tucker has been banned from multiple salons in the Baltimore area. This is that's considering when the behavior that he's being accused of stopped in 2016 and that now we're in 2024. 2021 seems like an awfully random time for people to just be bringing that up.
To be bringing that up randomly out of that's a weird. That's not a rumor that you would expect to necessarily hear about just any given NFL athlete.
Yeah, I mean, obviously nobody.
It's not looking good for Justin Tucker.
No,
especially after the year he had. Whether it was related to stress from this maybe potentially becoming a thing or not. Because what I'm thinking is, Sean, whatever the timeline is legally, the fact that the banner got a tip on January 6th, did you say?
January 9th. I know where you're going.
January 9th. There might have been rumblings or something brewing before that.
For sure. That's a good point. That's a fair point for sure. This is my big thing with it. Whether it's true or not, I think, Seth, you and I are on the same wavelength on this thing in terms of what we think of this, whether or not it definitely feels like there's something here with all this. My first thought was, can you imagine if the Ravens were in the Super Bowl? Can you imagine if this story dropped today in media night this week with a Justin Tucker, Deshaun Watson-esque story swirling around the red? Would they even send Tucker out there for media day, do you think? Or
the Ravens are every time the Ravens have been to a Super Bowl, they've had some kind of scandal or at least something noteworthy. I mean, Ray Lewis the first time, and then the second time was the deer antler velvet stuff. Remember?
With Ray Lewis.
That supplement that was a banned substance.
Yeah, with Ray Lewis both times, man. Deer antler spray. Deer antler spray. Now so that was my first thought. Like, wow, I kind of wish the Ravens were in the Super Bowl so we could behold this spectacle at media night. Because even if they didn't trot Tucker out there, all of his teammates would get asked about it. Is this a distraction for you guys? Harbaugh for sure would get asked about it. And so I'm kind of bummed that the Ravens aren't in the Super Bowl for that reason. My other question I had was, do we think the Browns are going to trade 3 first-round picks for Justin Tucker now? I'm joking.
You're right. No, I was just thinking about what does happen. If he was coming off of a career awesome year, how would he be treated versus now where, he had a rough season. Is this, I don't know if,
Sorry. I thought you were doing the calculus on that trade. I'm like, no, I'm just joking.
No, sorry.
You had a look on your face. But I think your point about the way he played this year enters into this now, because before, anytime the question becomes, all right, for some teams would just unequivocally trade the guy because they just don't want to be near that type of, those accusations. But I think most NFL teams, if we're being honest, go through the bargaining thing where they say, okay, can we weather this storm? This guy's a Hall of Famer. He's the best kicker of all time. Can we weather this storm? Justin Tucker didn't kick at a level this year where you weather a storm if there's validity to all this. And he's not at an age either where you're like, well, he'll snap out of it. He's only 27.
It's kind of like if it had happened, if Ray Rice had done what he did in his prime versus 100%. When he did it. And it was just the the trade-off just becomes too extreme
exactly
on the negative side. Yeah.
Yep, it's exactly what it is. So
so it is just a lawsuit. It's I don't want to say just a lawsuit, but you always have to remember that in lawsuits you can basically say whatever you want. But what I'm intrigued by mostly is that, all right, if he was banned from 2 salons, I would imagine there's some kind of paper trail if that's the case. And that's and it's notable in terms of, okay, the legitimacy, or however you look at the fact that these were legitimate massage therapy spas, makes it, I think, maybe a little bit more easy to, like, therapists, there's a protocol for, like, complaining to the manager, and you probably have more corroboration amongst witnesses, if that's the case.
Yeah, if you're banning somebody from your place of business, I'm guessing it's documented somewhere.
Have you ever been banned from a place of business?
I've never been banned from a place of business. Have you?
No, I don't think. I mean, I've been kicked out of places before.
No.
No, I don't think I've ever been banned.
Yeah. That's you got to get to a certain level to get banned from a business.
Not a massage therapy. I'm talking about nightclubs. Like,
yeah.
Just when you're,
back in your rowdy
you're
days,
too drunk to get kicked out. You get kicked out of a bar.
Was that back in, like, your younger,
clarify.
like your young Jacksonville years, or was that in your Cornell years?
Or
do you want to say?
I'd say both. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Was that in Cornell or in Jacksonville? Yes.
Why'd you make it an either-or question? Yeah. Makes it sound worse when I have to say both. No, actually, no, never when I was a professional athlete.
Okay.
I'm just thinking, I had friends that got kicked out of a place once when I was a professional athlete.
Yeah.
That was when I was living with my brother, and it was cool because he made sure that I wasn't, being seen as part of that group when they were all getting kicked out. Yeah.
Are Justin Tucker's lawyers perhaps using ChatGPT to make their arguments in this piece? That's a text message. It sounds a little bit like it. That's the first thing I read when they started dragging the lawyers into it, when they said these accusations are speculative and impossible to prove. I'm like,
impossible to prove? It's like, have you ever heard anybody say, you can't prove that without assuming that they're guilty?
Of course.
Like,
No, yeah.
That's a scoundrel's first defense. You can't prove that.
Right. Like, no, if you're denying something, you say, I did not do these things. That's impossible to prove.
That.
Right, you can't prove it.
I scrubbed all that security footage.
Right.
And plus, I didn't do it, I mean.
Yeah, that's what I meant to say. That's what I meant. All right. Payne and Pendergast on that. All right, J.J. Watt weighed in on the McAfee show yesterday on the 4-second soundbite that everybody's talking about around the NFL. Is J.J. Watt concerned that the Jaguars are going to catch the Houston Texans in the AFC South? We'll have some fun with that coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
I don't need the Astros to spice up their offer for Alex Bregman. Would you like the Astros to?
from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I don't know that I've ever seen a 4-second soundbite get more attention than we've seen Liam Cohen saying
Duval.
I mean, they're still talking about it on all the shows yesterday. Now,
it's not okay. It's not that he botched it. It's that he botched it in a way that you would never expect them to botch it.
No.
It's unbelievable that he botched it so badly.
He botched the tone. He botched which syllable to stress.
It seems like I almost feel bad because he might have some kind of an auditory disability or something, you know? But he speaks very well otherwise.
They gave him
so well. He's white as hell, everybody. Don't worry. Like he does. He's like
well spoken.
He's very well spoken.
Yeah.
It's like, so like I'm trying to figure out like, does this dude have like a pitch? Is he pitch tone deaf or something?
The team gave him several opportunities after that to prove that he actually did know how to say it. Like he's on the one you saw where he's on social media doing the selfie thing with the entire staff in the amphitheater with him. There's another one where the inside reporter, you know, like the Drew Doherty of the Jacksonville Jaguars, caught up for a one-on-one with him and is like, "Hey, you want to give that chant a try again?" He's like, Duval. Like, you know, it was still janky, but it was at least he had the right stress on the syllable going on.
I wonder. But then I had a little empathy for him because remember when I was doing the infamous Guy Fieri ad that I was doing for the Super Bowl when it was in Houston, and I kept it was like a 15-second ad that I was getting a few extra bucks for, and every time I would send them the copy, I would be like, yeah, come to Guy Fieri's, blah, blah, blah. And they would be like, no, it's Fieri. And I'd be like, okay. And then it's come to Guy Fieri's such and such. No, it's Fieri. And I could not hear the difference. I could not. And it was enough that, like, dude, like, who do you think we're catering to here? Right. Do you think that people are like, oh, this does not sound like the genuine pronunciation of Fieri? I don't like.
Okay, so I need to know because how did this story end? Did somebody else end up doing the spot, or did you eventually get it so they liked it?
I recorded like 10 of them.
And they picked
and
one?
Said, can you please just send this to them and see if any of them are suitable?
Yeah.
And finally, they picked 2 of them.
Oh,
so
did they?
It was like me and a producer. I can't remember who it was. Maybe it was Ben.
Yeah.
But it wasn't Ben.
No.
It was like we were in there for like 2 hours for this 15 or 30-second ad on multiple different occasions. Like it probably added up to like 3 or 4 hours because it would just we would send it to them. They're like, no, it's Fieri. Like, okay, so come to Guy Fieri's barbecue. No, it's Guy Fieri's barbecue.
And just for some context, did it literally take multiple hours to get that spot done? Like, are you being like
at least multiple sessions?
Yeah,
because it was a back and forth.
Yeah,
you know? It wasn't like I could send it to them and they got right back.
So just you had to go back up to the studio, do it again, like the whole thing.
Yeah.
Just for some context, Ben, how long would you say, like when you have to do like before the show today, like you and I had to do like a 15-second ad and a 60-second ad. On my worst day, how long does it take to do like 2 spots like that?
20 minutes
at the most, like right,
yeah.
like 20. Like if I'm having to do like 8 tries at it,
right,
you know, and then you yell at me in between them, that takes a little bit of time. I don't think Ben's ever raised his voice.
I just recorded a true green in 3 minutes, Sean.
You did?
So there. Yeah, but I rehearsed it before the show, so that doesn't count.
And Ben's going to chop it up and make it sound really amazing.
Wait, what did you say, Ben? I murdered it?
I said it's just a 30.
Oh, it's just
right. Yeah. There is a big difference between a 30 and a 60.
60s are easier sometimes because, well, never mind. I don't want to get too nerdy on all that with the people.
What the hell? Oh, you don't want to take people away from the electrifying offensive coordinator search?
Well, they want to hear about J.J. Watt talking about it. That's what.
I forgot about J.J.
So let's just to reset. Liam Cohen saying Duval one more time.
Duval.
Here's J.J. Watts.
Jacksonville being located in the county of
Duval.
What are your thoughts on this?
If you don't think players watch that, pass it around their own text messages, etc., you're crazy. They absolutely have passed that around, and you're going into that first meeting like, all right, let me feel this guy out. Let me see what we got. I will say that that's just this year's version of Jonathan Gannon, shots, pew, 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 shots, or the Adam Gase press conference with the crazy eyes from a few years ago. So every year it does seem to be that we get one guy that walks into that press conference and you're like, oh, what was that? So I do think he's kind of got to win the guys back a little bit after that. Don't do that in the first meeting, probably, or do it as a joke and play it off and say, yeah, what the heck was that? But I don't know. What do you think?
Well, I thought his face knew that his mouth was doing something it shouldn't do, at the time. Because down there in the county of
Duval.
It's a great way to put it.
He had a face like, is this what you want me to do to get into the fraternity?
See, I thought his face.
Okay, I'm not comfortable, but I'll do it.
I thought he kind of had a face where he was like, not like I crushed that, but like, huh? Who's with me? Who's with me? And in his mind, he's like, nobody's with me right now.
He just looked like a cheesy, high school overactor at a show doing jazz hands or something.
Okay, so here's what I want to know from you. If you were Liam Cohen,
a bad birthday party magician, just a creepy one.
Oh yeah, and you're the head coach of the Jags, and you just had that performance at your introductory press conference. And eventually you got to get in front of the team and talk to the team, first team meeting. He may have had that already with the guys who are in town, whatever.
He's got to come out with Lil Duval, the rapper. And,
there's a rapper named Lil Duval? Okay.
Yeah. And
that would be fun.
Yeah.
So that's what you would do. You would bring Lil Duval with you. That's what I was going to ask you. Like, how would you if you couldn't bring a rapper out onto the stage with you, how would you Would you ignore it? Would you do it ironically the exact same way? Would you get a Duval chant going?
I would make it fun. I would make it fun and funny, but also kind of badass, And I might use auto-tune to put some bass in my voice.
Yes.
Not me personally.
No. Well, not you don't need it.
I'm
but
doing fine.
Cohen needs it.
But no, I would totally. I would have fun with it, but also make it pretty cool.
Yeah.
And then I'll give everybody money.
Yeah.
I'm like, reach under your seats.
Right.
And there's a rare Pekingese puppy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'd give everybody money. And then we'd be docked a third-round pick for circumventing the salary cap.
Is Lil Duval known more as a text line? Tell me, is he more known as a comedian or a rapper? I don't know.
I thought you were going to ask me. I'm like, well, I just found out he existed 15 seconds ago, so I'm not totally sure. So JJ said, you got to embrace it, man. Got to embrace it. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. Cam Newton said something. He was on First Take, and he was asked, would you rather have your MVP award, which he won in 2015, or would you rather have a Super Bowl ring from that year?
I ask you, Cam, if you could give back that league MVP for a Super Bowl championship, would you do it?
Nope.
Oh. Really?
Why?
Because you have to ask it through this lens. That was a very journalistic viewpoint or vantage point or response, Stephen A. I'll ask you this question, and, just to pose this thought. What's more important, impact or championships? I know that's not the popular pick. I'm trying to be popularized. But my take is I'm taking individual success because I did my job. Football is not about one guy trying to do 11 jobs. It's 11 guys doing one job. And if everybody does their job best, famous words of our coach, Belichick, just do your job.
Okay. I will sum that up as my teammates sucked. I did everything I could do, and I was recognized for it, but my teammates sucked. That's through my lens. Or my filter, whatever I'm hearing from that.
I feel like there's an argument for you can tell just in the reaction of whoever he's talking to there, Stephen A. It must have been Molly Karam was the female voice on there.
Yeah.
That they had the reaction I think a lot of people have, like that there's this sacrilege by saying in football, especially the ultimate team sport, that you'd rather win an MVP than a Super Bowl. You could hear that the headline on this. I think Cam kind of butchered the explanation. I can kind of see it, like in terms of legacy or whatever.
I think he's trying a little too hard to have kind of an alternative perspective on it. I don't know, right? I always like when people answer honestly. So if that's his honest answer, I mean, as far as I feel like the explanation was a little bit more, he was trying to maybe add more to it than there needed to be. Mm-hmm. If he just honestly felt like, hey, look, I was recognized for being the best player in the league that year, and that's really important to me. It's an impossible scenario, and obviously it's a hypothetical. The easy, safe answer is the team. But I would imagine if you're a Panthers fan, you're listening to that and you're thinking, okay, well, this is part of why perhaps we never did win a Super Bowl, is because we have a quarterback that cares more about winning the MVP than the Super Bowl itself. Yeah. Maybe if they had framed it to him. I'm surprised that any quarterback would answer that way, which makes it notable and noteworthy.
Yeah.
And I think most of the guys who have won an MVP probably would, I think, genuinely answer that they would rather win a Super Bowl. In terms of recognition, because let's look at one of those things is a thing you actually win. Mm-hmm. One is another that is people's opinion of you. Yeah. So you can be the best player in the league and not win the MVP. Very possible.
Sure.
But the MVP award is something where, okay, it's important that Cam was acknowledged by others as the best player in the league. I would tell him, you know what actually gets you even more acknowledgement from others is a Super Bowl victory. Uh-huh. It's if you're the quarterback in an incredible season and you win a Super Bowl, people will give you a stamp of authenticity that they don't give to, like, even Dan Marino. Dan Marino doesn't get as much credit as he should because he never won a single Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing he won an MVP or two.
Would you rather he did? Would you rather have Matthew Stafford's career or Cam Newton's career?
Because of the Super Bowl, I'd say Stafford.
Yeah. Now, before the Super Bowl,
Cam hasn't been out of football as long as I have.
Right.
So I think Cam probably also hasn't seen the difference in just basically how the great players are treated when they have a Super Bowl victory versus when they haven't.
Yep.
When you go to Radio Row, all of that. Like guys like Cam Newton, I mean, he's always going to be he's an interesting personality, and he's always going to get a bunch of adulation and or attention.
Yep.
But yeah, I think if he really sat and thought it through, he would actually answer Super Bowl.
Yeah, maybe. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Football Friday. We're headed to New Orleans on Sunday. We're excited about that. Flight by Yingling, we thank you for that, for sending us there. Great partner with us. Low T Center as well, sponsoring the trip. Mokaram Injury Lawyers, they are sponsoring our web stream. Are still running. You can watch us on YouTube and Twitch just like you do every day, live from Radio Row. And then, of course, who am I blanking out on? Oh, Exclusive Furniture, The Hot Seat. They are sponsoring The Hot Seat, where all of our guests will be sitting and chatting with us on all three of our shows that are headed to Radio Row. All right, let's get you up to speed on where the Texans are with their OC search. Interesting name entered the chat yesterday who's going to be interviewing today. And a boy wonder, a possible wonderkind in the mix for the Texans OC job. We will get to that coming up next.
I'm getting more and more excited about that, and I don't know if I'm just talking myself
Brace
into
yourself.
it.
You're going to get even more excited in the next segment.
The opposite.
Here, an Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Let's get you guys up to speed. Rockets lose last night, 120-119 to the Grizzlies. They're back home to play the Nets. Alperen Sengun is an all-star. We are very happy about that. About the Alperen part, not the loss to the Grizzlies. But it was a good road trip, 3-1. We'll take that. The Texans OC search is still ongoing. The new names that have entered into it, we know they interviewed Nick Caley yesterday. Nick Caley, the passing game coordinator for Sean McVay in L.A. The two new names, one was a name that if you're a football fan, you're probably familiar with, Brian Johnson, especially because he's from here. Tech OC interview list. He's interviewing with the team reportedly today. He's in football circles, in NFL circles at least, probably, unfortunately for him, best known for getting fired after 1 year in Philadelphia in 2023. Philly goes to the Super Bowl with Shane Steichen as their OC in 2022. They elevate Brian Johnson, who'd been the quarterback's coach there the previous 2 years. We should point that out. It was an in-house promotion, so he was part of the success, too, as Jalen Hurts' position coach. He gets elevated to OC, and it just didn't work. It didn't work out. The Eagles bottomed out.
They were stuck in the mud offensively in the later parts of that season. And in the playoffs.
Jalen Hurts looked like he wanted to be anywhere but in a Philadelphia Eagles uniform at times towards the end of the year. So Brian Johnson gets fired, and now the Eagles are back in the Super Bowl this year. The optics of that obviously don't really play very well for him.
Well,
that's why they're interviews.
You take an offense that was operating really well. You get a new offensive coordinator. The offense looks atrocious. You get another offensive coordinator, and the offense looks good again.
Yeah.
That's I guess that's just the sum total of it.
Yeah, and the offensive coordinator for this group is Kellen Moore, who's in line to get a head coaching job imminently, it would appear, with the Saints. So now Kellen did have Saquon Barkley, whereas Brian Johnson did not. But whatever.
That is an excellent point.
Yeah.
That I don't think we brought up.
We did not earlier.
In the beginning.
Yeah. So they did make some changes to the actual personnel touching the football. But anyways,
I'll give up a Jason Kelsey if I can get a Saquon Barkley.
It's a good trade.
Still very much in his prime.
It's a good trade. Yeah. So Brian Johnson is going to interview a name that's popped up, who's already interviewed. Like, this is like, oh yeah, and by the way, this guy interviewed yesterday, and I'd not heard of him before, I will admit. Grant, I don't go scouring the coaching staffs of NFC teams to see who their assistant OC and assistant QB coaches are, But Grant Udinski, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, in case he gets hired, is he's the Minnesota assistant OC and assistant QB coach. He interviewed yesterday. Now, in doing some background checking on him, he's 28 years old. He got into coaching in 2019, so he's not even been – he was a graduate assistant for Matt Rule at Baylor in 2019, and then quickly got into the NFL. Like, he was on NFL staffs pretty quickly after that. So he's not been doing this very long. But the key quote that I saw about Grant Udinski, 28-year-old wonderkind on the Minnesota Vikings staff, is that when he was interviewing for his job that he got when Kevin O'Connell hired him, Kevin O'Connell said he felt like he was talking to somebody who knew how to build a car that was interviewing for a job at a car wash.
Yeah, which is sometimes a bad hire, You don't want to hire a guy that's going to be unhappy in his job or his role because I'm thinking about the actual car wash scenario.
Sure.
Yeah, but if he is indeed that smart and if he is like a Sean McVay type, that would be interesting. Now, Sean McVay got his first turn as a coordinator underneath Mike Shanahan, which is a whole different scenario than doing it underneath the defensive-minded head coach. 28 years old it's really, really young coordinator.
Yeah.
You'd have to be damn smart. Although, for whatever it's worth, they interviewed him and not Josh McCown that we know of.
Yeah,
So,
and
Josh, who's working on that same staff in Minnesota.
He's the actual QB coach on that staff in Minnesota with Sam Darnold. Yeah, and to be fair, we don't know if they requested an interview with Josh McCown. Or if Josh McCown is taking. Do we know? Has McCown been interviewing for Josh? I'm not sure.
I don't think I've seen. Yeah.
Wait, where am I? Who is this guy?
Exactly.
The other quote I thought you were talking about, and this is the most exciting quote I've seen, is from motorcyclesports.net, which you and I earlier decided this was definitely written by artificial intelligence. But my God, it's never made me more interested in a candidate ever. Minnesota Vikings assistant quarterbacks coach Grant Udinski continues to make waves in the NFL coaching landscape as he vies for the vacant offensive coordinator position with the Houston Texans. His recent interview with the Texans marks another crescendo in his symphony of interviews this offseason, showcasing his prowess and ambition in the football realm.
What's the word that you think gives it away that AI?
Vies.
Which one?
Vies.
As
he vies for the vacant offensive coordinator position you can tell that there's a disconnect between the way things are and the way things you might write about it. So it was written by somebody and then AI juiced it up for him a little bit.
Yeah.
With the crescendo and the symphony of interviews doesn't make any sense at all.
No.
That just doesn't.
Yeah.
That just doesn't. No. That analogy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Crescendo was one for me right there.
I was trying to figure out if it was a young writer trying way too hard over his AI.
Yeah.
And the fact that it's in motorcyclesports.net leads me to believe that this was definitely AI.
Yep. So do either of these candidates excite you? Grant Udinski, Brian Johnson. How you feeling about those two?
Udinski, I'm intrigued by just because he's getting an interview at the age of 28, and that if Kevin O'Connell thinks that highly of him, then that's very, very intriguing. Brian Johnson, he doesn't excite me as much as if he had never been an offensive coordinator at Philadelphia last year. That's the part that the Philadelphia last year offensively felt a lot like the Texans this year, in the second half of the season especially. I guess the other big question there, though, is, all right, how much was that because of Nick Sirianni and him meddling in the affairs, and was it his actual offense, and was Nick Sirianni holding him back?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It sounds like the Chip Kelly dream is over. Aaron Wilson did a video on YouTube yesterday that sort of bullet pointed a lot of the where the Texans are, according to what he's hearing, where the Texans are with a lot of these guys, and he was pretty clear that Chip Kelly, it sounds like, is going to be staying at Ohio State now. So that dream, which was initially you were the first one that I knew with that dream several weeks ago, Seth, for the offense, because you pointed out that Chip Kelly had been the one who had hired Jeff Stoutland as the offensive line coach in Philadelphia all the way back in 2013.
Yeah.
And Stout from your time, he was on the coaching staff when you were in college at Cornell. But Stoutland has been through multiple regimes now in Philadelphia, the offensive line. He's the best in the business.
Right, and I think, obviously, I don't expect – that's not the only reason you hire a guy, but I think it illustrates a lot of what you know about Chip Kelly, which is that he's very good at engineering a run game, and he does it in a variety of different methods. And a lot of times people almost call him an offensive line coach as much as they call him an offensive coordinator. That was what was intriguing to me. The big question with Kelly would be that, look, with Ohio State, they were not up-tempo. They were not fast-paced at all. They were one of the slowest tempo teams in the league in the nation this year in college football. He was up-tempo at UCLA, not at the breakneck pace necessarily that he had been in comparison to other teams when he was in college at Oregon, but so he knows how to play slower, and he learned when he was in the NFL that he had to slow it down a little bit.
Yeah.
But I guess my big question would be, all right, all we really know of him as a coordinator in the NFL when things were really humming for his offense was that he was ambushing the league with that up-tempo stuff, and teams weren't ready for it. That was his magic bullet when he was doing well in the NFL. And everybody's kind of caught up to that. Offenses in general will mix up their tempos more. The league has seen it. He knows that he can't do it the way he was doing it the first couple years at Philadelphia without hurting his defense. So I don't know if he's genuinely proven a bona fide all-around offensive coordinator in the NFL, having to play without an extra advantage of just ambushing him with that up-tempo offense.
Yep. Text message. Let me understand. We have a Super Bowl defense. We fired our first-time wonderkind OC, and we're interviewing new wonderkind OCs with no experience. And we have a Super Bowl defense. Do I have that right? Now, you have that right. Now, I know where you're going with this, Texter, which is like, okay, we're interviewing this guy who profiles probably a lot like Bobby Slowick did a few years ago. There's many reasons to interview guys, and it's not always to hire them for the job that's open. You know, you do it to gather intel. You do it. You pointed this out earlier, Seth. You know, you do it to get them on your radar. You know, like there may not be. He's 28 years old, this Udinsky guy. There may not be an opening this time around, but if it goes well with whoever they hire here, there may be an opening a year or two from now at OC.
Listen, you know what else is really young and then sometimes ends up becoming something great? A sperm. And there's or spermazoa.
Yeah.
And but it's only one out of like 100 million.
Right.
You know, so you just sometimes you just got to keep throwing sperm at the problem, and eventually one of these young guys will turn into something.
A zygote. Yeah.
Yeah. We're willing to shoot as many sperm at the problem as it takes. Yeah.
So
spermazoa singular.
Spermatozoa sperm is short for spermatozoa.
So one little fella, one little guy
is a sleeve.
We always think
my
of the
confidence in the text page to correct us here is not very high, but yeah.
We always think of the one little sperm as a guy, which isn't the case. You know, it's not. It's
part of an army. Yeah.
Well,
one survivor.
Well, and some of them carry an X and some of them carry a Y.
That's
so
true.
Like some of them are. It should be an army of little men and little women. They're going on to battle in war.
It's
right?
generated by a man, doesn't necessarily. Yeah, exactly.
Right. You got your Ys and you got your X's in there.
I love how your Zoom screen just gave the little thumbs up for this take right here. It happens a lot during the show, and we just ignore it. Like for this particular take that it popped up, that makes me laugh. That tickles me.
These guys are talking about sperma, sperm, the gender of sperm.
Sperm, or is Dr.
That would be if I ever do an animated feature film, which I plan on doing someday. I'm going to be sure that my little
they haven't done one yet,
my little
dude. The next that needs
co-ed men and women, one with an X, one with a Y.
Can you imagine that's the next Pixar movie? Is a little sperm swimming? We're out of ideas, man. We've done toys, we've done animals, we've done bugs, we've done everything. I got an idea. Jenkins, what's your idea? Sperm. Yes, let's do it.
There's between 20 million and 600 million in any little. What do you call it? What do you call a herd of sperm? Are they a murder of sperm?
I know what it's called in some circles. No. Can't say that on the air. The Texans OC.
I said gaggle.
Yeah.
Not.
No.
There's no R in there. I said a gaggle of sperm.
We'll talk during the break. So I think where this texter was going with this, definitely not there. But about the interviewing of Udinski, like, okay, wow, that sounds really risky, for a team that I think a lot of people want, not necessarily just safe, conservative, but like guys that feel a little less high variance than someone who's basically been an assistant OC and an assistant QB. Who's the safest out of all? There's 7 guys who have interviewed or will have interviewed by the end of today. Jared Johnson and Bill Lazor internally, and then the 5 external candidates are Jeff Nixon, Thad Lewis, Nick Caley, Grant Udinski, and then Brian Johnson interviews today. Who's the safest out of all of those?
It feels like the safest. Really just by virtue of resume, experience, everything else that these guys have hired, if you're looking for safety, I think Bill Lazor is probably the safest in terms of having been an offensive coordinator before and now he hasn't had great offenses when he's been an offensive coordinator. That's the thing that makes that a less exciting name.
Yeah.
But I guess in terms of, it won't be an abject disaster, that would be the safest is Bill Lazor. The other part, too, is them having seen him work with Gerard and with CJ, I wonder, both with Gerard and CJ, how much did they, or both with Gerard and Bill Lazor, I wonder how, look, these guys have actually done good work with CJ, and we know what Bobby's issues were, and we don't think these guys are going to have those same issues. So maybe Gerard and Bill are the safest, and especially if you're keeping them together. But again, I don't know. I don't think that's going to be necessarily with a lot of people the popular choice, and I understand that.
Yeah.
But you're just asking me what's the safest choice.
Yeah.
That feels like one of those two guys feels like the air quotes safest choice. There is no safe choice.
Yeah, it's funny. If Bill Lazor were to get the job, it would be almost, I don't want to say almost entirely, I'll call it the final exam. I always call that the most highly weighted criteria for why you chose a guy or reason, would be the familiarity they've gotten with him the last 2 years in the building. Because there's no way you're hiring a special assistant or a special advisor to the offense off of any of the other 31 teams. Like, it's you know what I mean? Like, just based on titles, you're not doing that.
I think, the best, if you look at Lazor, he was with Marvin Lewis in his last 2 years, Marvin Lewis's final 2 years as an NFL coach. And they started off 26th in scoring offense. The next year, they ended up 17th. And then the year after that was 2018, and that's Burrow's rookie year, right?
2020 was Joe Burrow's rookie year.
Joe Burrow's rookie year.
Yeah.
So I'll have to look and see how they did in 2018.
Yeah.
And they were 11th in scoring in 2014 with Ryan Tannehill. So he's shown growth in one area. He had and the other have been middling or below. I don't think they were abject. I think there were variables there where you could say, all right, it was bad circumstances or what have you. So I have no idea. I think a lot of it's just going to be based on what they've seen from him over the last 2 years. And I know, people around the league think very highly of Bill Lazor's football mind, his intelligence. It's a different deal running the show. So Nick and D'Amico having watched him, and then him and Gerard work together, I don't want to see co-offensive coordinators.
No.
No. But that's the sense I get with Gerard and Bill, is in some ways, we haven't heard any reports that CJ, dislikes either of those guys.
Yeah.
We know he has a really good relationship with Gerard Johnson. But maybe if Gerard is the guy, that they like the idea of, Bill Lazor's an experienced offensive coordinator and he can be a resource for him. And that's where you get over some of Gerard's inexperience.
Yeah, it's for me, Seth, it's got to be a really bad hire for me to not be able to at least talk myself into it at some point with the Texans. That's just how I, mood-wise and mindset-wise, that's how I skew. In the moment, I'll be like, all right, not the best hire, not who I wanted. By the time training camp rolls around, I'll look at it through glass half full, through rose-colored glasses, whatever the case may be. If the solution is promoting Gerard Johnson to OC, keeping Bill Lazor as the quarterback's coach, that won't be my first choice. But that's a solution that by the time training camp rolls around, especially once we've had a chance to hear CJ talk about a little bit, Caserio. You and I will have talked with Nick Caserio about it a couple of times on the show about it. I feel like that's one of those solutions. Like, all right, I can talk myself into this. I totally get where people are like, I don't want anybody that had anything to do with last year's offense around anymore. I totally understand that. Yeah.
Let me tell you this. I'll tell you one thing, Sean.
What's that?
Jeff Driscoll had the best 5-game stretch of his career when Bill Lazor was his offensive coordinator. So, like, that's one of the variables that I'm talking. He had a season where he had to start Jeff Driscoll for 5 games.
Yeah.
And he threw for 1,000 yards,
so
6 touchdowns, 2 interceptions.
We've had to have one of those seasons too.
Right, I know. That's what I'm saying. We got more out of Jeff Driscoll than the Texans were able to.
We can empathize.
There have been Bill's that perfect example of, man, you got to be careful in who you select for your first opportunity or so.
Amen.
Because it just, his first go-around was with Miami when Joe Philbin was the head coach, and Philbin's an old offensive mind, and so it wasn't necessarily Bill Lazor's show. And then you go and you got your next stop, you got to use Jeff Driscoll for a third of the season.
It just,
yeah.
It sucks.
So you can see why, Nick Caley turned down the opportunity reportedly to take the Patriots offensive coordinator job last year, and he probably looked at it and thought, like, I'm just not so sure about this because I don't want to soil my name in a bad situation.
It's time for us to impose deadlines. On all 3 teams here in town. We are imposing Payne and Pendergast deadlines on the Texans, the Rockets, and we'll tell you what it's for coming up next.
Oh, deadlines. You want to talk about deadlines?
giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, tomorrow's February 1st. Midnight tonight, the calendar flips to February. All right, there's 3 deadlines in this town that are relevant right now. The Bregman deadline, the Texans OC deadline, and then the NBA trade deadline. The least relevant of the 3, in my opinion, because I don't want the Rockets to do a thing with this group. I want them to stay the same. The big one for me, Seth, I think it's a big one for you as well, because I know you've been as adamant as anybody that, if anything, if the Astros are flirting with Alex Bregman, it should be for a contract less than 6 years, 156, not just leaving it on the table like, oh, yeah, it's still sitting up there on the windowsill. This apple pie that you rejected a month ago, going looking for bigger pieces of pie, that it's just still sitting here for you. My deadline, my take it or leave it, is tonight. That's tonight. The calendar, already? The calendar turns to February tomorrow. Bregman's had plenty of time to figure this thing out.
Okay, this is what I don't understand when about what's going on.
It's coming off the table tonight at midnight.
This is what I don't understand about what's going on with the Astros, because the way it's being reported is that the offer is still on the table, and yet the Astros were flirting with Polanco. Yeah. Polanco ends up signing with the Mariners, who reportedly, according to Chandler Rome, planned to play Polanco primarily at second base while moving Altuve to left field. So Polanco
wait, hold on. Oh, the Astros are going to – you said the Mariners are going to play Polanco at second base. So the Astros were going to play Polanco at second base and moves out.
Shows a reunion with the Mariners over strong overtures from the Astros, who plan to play him primarily at second base.
I got you. Go ahead.
I got you. Yeah. Well, moving Jose Altuve to the left field, Polanco will become Seattle's third baseman. Now, this is what I get confused by. This is how Chandler Rome reports it. With Polanco off the board, the Astros' attention will turn towards a reunion with Bregman, which general manager Dana Brown here described as a long shot. All right, so am I to understand that the plan was we either get Polanco for 1 year, $6 million, or we go to Bregman for 1 year or 6 years, and however much we have to throw at him? Yeah. I don't understand how those two things are necessarily related. I don't get that.
Yeah, no, they're definitely signings on a different wavelength for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I understand positionally how it all works. That yes, you could still move Altuve to left field, but I tend to think that more like taking Dana Brown at face value about that they're not necessarily focused on right now makes more sense. But I don't know if that's the plan.
Well, it sounds like to me, and Dana Brown actually said this in his press conference a couple days ago, the Presley press conference, where he was asked about Altuve. It sounds to me like the Altuve to left field thing is not a Bregman-specific thing. Like if they were talking about, if you bring in Jorge Polanco, he's an infielder, the same way Alex Bregman is. So it sounds like to me if they were pursuing Polanco, then the Altuve to left field thing is not some sort of triage that allows you to get Bregman back in the building. Like this is something that they're entertaining with people other than Alex Bregman, obviously, because you bring in Polanco. You bring in Polanco, you've got 5 infielders. The same way if you bring in Bregman, you've got 5 infielders.
Right.
Right. So
yeah.
So it sounds like we may be getting Jose Altuve in left field this year, at least for parts of the season, regardless of whether Bregman comes back or not.
I wonder. Well, in the end, you wonder the way these things kind of evolve and everything. I wonder if there are people that realize that Altuve had been getting some work in left field already at Dyken Park and just doing some work out there, and then they started speculating, oh, maybe this actually means that that's because they're clearing the way for Bregman to come back.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't feel comfortable with the notion that deal, that $156 million offer, is still on the table and out there, and that at any point Bregman can just come back and accept it. That doesn't make sense. Because if that deal had been on the table this entire time, then that would mean at any given moment, wait guys, I'm signing that. So do whatever you got to do. See if you can get Presley to agree to a trade and all that other stuff.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
I just don't like the Astros. I feel like the Astros are being used right now. That's the part I don't like is at some point you just got to I know Bregman's a franchise legend. Look, we did our little pyramid of like who are the the equivalent of who are the swarmiest Astros, whatever the word is for the Astros for swarm. Like who are the guys you equate most to this dynasty that the Astros have had? Altuve is at the tippy top of the pyramid. To me, Bregman and Springer are the next two guys that are on that thing. So I get that he's got that sort of marquee value to this franchise. It's February starting tomorrow, man. Like we're 2 weeks away from pitchers and catchers. And he's still sitting out here. Like, I don't know, man. To me, it's a pride thing almost. Like, are we just – especially if he goes and signs somewhere else, you know?
It's one thing if you let a guy go explore free agency a little bit and then they come back. That's one thing.
Yeah.
But it's another, like with a Carlos Beltran, like that's part of it is the original Carlos Beltran scenario where they kind of leave you twisting in the wind. The Astros didn't allow themselves to twist in the wind. They went out and they made moves. And they kind of moved on with their life.
Yeah.
And now when the interest isn't what Scott Boras and Alex Bregman anticipated, now you're going to come running back to daddy because you screwed up your big plans.
Yeah,
no.
I mean maybe Jim Crane and Dana Brown are just more this thing. But I like certain there's any sort of deal reaches a certain point. Like this is the best we're going to do. Just take it or leave it, and obviously nobody else is offering you this out there right now. Like that's what he's waiting for. I think he's waiting, and maybe he's waiting for a higher per year. You know, that could be the thing. Like, hey, I made 28 last year. You're offering me 26 per year. To which I would say, yeah, and nobody else is offering you anything right now. It looks like, or anything in that neighborhood.
The only other thing that made me feel like the Astros would really maybe want it to happen more than Dana Brown was suggesting was. He was very open about saying, "Oh yeah, if he comes back, he's the third baseman. Yeah, we'll make Paredes do whatever the hell we want to make him do because Bregman's the man." I felt like they would have spoken with more deference to Paredes. Not that you have to come out and say that he's as good a third baseman as Bregman or anything, but that you just maybe soft step that a little bit if it weren't a definitive possibility.
See, I don't think Dana Brown has soft step in his repertoire.
Yeah.
I think he's just brutally honest about everything. Like, he just gives his thoughts on stuff and doesn't think about how if it's going to hurt people's feelings. You know what I mean?
How did you feel about last year's first baseman and the way Dana Brown spoke about him? As they couldn't get to where they wanted to go without him and whatnot.
I think that. Other than that, I think that was a lot of coming. That was from on high. I think Dana knew what to say.
That was months of soft stepping over Jose Abreu.
Yeah. So the other deadline, Texans OC. I'd like to know by the middle of next week. You put Wednesday down as the over-under. I like that as a deadline for this. Since I'd like them to get this thing figured out by the middle of next week.
So we're guessing 10:01 a.m. on Wednesday.
Yeah, that's how it always goes down. Right. Yes, yeah, exactly. Right after our show goes off the air. That's okay. It gives us 20 some odd hours to gather our thoughts on it. That's the glass half full look. But yeah, I think middle of next week, man. You've got 7 candidates now. I'm anxious to see if they add any more to the pool. I think anybody that was looking for them to go big game hunting, like former head coaches, Chip Kelly, I think that ship has sailed. I think whoever it ends up being is going to look is either going to be one of these guys or somebody whose background looks a lot like one of these guys.
And now that the older guy or the former head coach and all of that seems to be off the table, Aaron Wilson had reported that none of those guys seem to be candidates. Chip Kelly looks as happy as could be out on the recruiting trail right now.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're taking pictures with recruits, obviously you're going to put on your best public face. But it's not like he's hunkered down and waiting for the calls to come in or anything. He seems pretty happy at Ohio State. Mike McCarthy, as Aaron Wilson mentioned, doesn't seem to be in the mix. Now that does turn me back towards, all right, I do have more of an appetite for the unproven guy, the unknown, the guy that might be the next Sean McVay or the next boy genius that, all right, I could get with some unknown in here. And maybe it's Gerard Johnson, who is still relatively young as a coach. And maybe it's as simple as that.
That's interesting. Yeah, I don't want anything on the in between. Who is a surefire, like pedigreed out the ass Chip Kelly. Or if it's not going to be one of those guys, then let's roll the dice. Let's Udinsky this thing.
Let's get young Elvis.
Yeah.
I don't want middle-aged Elvis. I want young Elvis.
That's right. So we'll see where it goes. Getting a lot of questions about. Oh, by the way, the other deadline is just the NBA trade deadline, which is next Thursday. My command to the Rockets is don't touch anything. Don't do anything. You guys are good. Let's just roll through this season and one postseason with this crew, and then I think you go through a postseason with this crew, and you have a better idea of what exactly it is you should be looking for at a trade deadline.
The Rockets already did their taxes, and they're just waiting for the W-2s and 1099s to come in so they can submit.
Yes.
That's how prepared they were. They got all their ducks in a row, and they're good, and they're just like, I'm just waiting for one 1099, and then boom, file.
Yep, it's true.
It's a position I'm in, Sean. It's the earliest in my life I've ever had my taxes ready to go, and now I'm just waiting on 1099s.
Waiting on the docs. Yeah, waiting on the docs.
Too much. Had too many employers.
Why?
What contractual employers?
Why this year? Why did you? Is it a resolution that you have?
Because I had to fix something from a couple years ago. Remember, I got that request for documentation from 2022.
Yes.
So I was like, and doing all that, I'm like, all right, so I did it all at once.
Yeah, that's right.
And I found the documentation for 2022. Thank God.
Oh, good for you.
I'm not all that great at saving.
Were you
things.
expecting to find it, or did you know exactly?
But it was work. I had to go back and request. It was. It was an administrative nightmare.
Oh, I hate that. All right. Boy, you got a lot of questions about the Texans OC job on the text page. Hit us 713-572-4610. We got plenty of time to get with you on that. Hey, listen to Sports Radio 610 on the Odyssey app for an hour each day for your entry into the Slam Dunk in Vegas National Contest. Remember, the winner will be headed to Vegas. Flight and hotel accommodations paid for. 3 guests plus you will get $20,000 for the group to fund the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball tourney. That sounds amazing. So just make sure you're listening for at least an hour a day. We prefer you listen more, but an hour will get you in every day, get you an entry every day into that contest. Is this the hardest year for sports fans to endure the finals of all these sports if you don't have a dog in the fight? I will explain coming up next. Prize Picks. This
and Total.
Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, I was thinking about this earlier this week. We know the Chiefs and the Eagles are in the Super Bowl this week, and we're headed to Radio Row. We should thank our friends from Flight by Yingling again and again and again for sending us there. Low T Center as well, and Exclusive Furniture sponsoring the hot seat, where we'll have all of our guests. We're getting good guests lined up. Not as guest heavy as we were in years past. I think we're being a lot more selective about who we sit down in that Exclusive Furniture hot seat. So I think listeners should be excited about that. If it's a guest that's on there, it's going to be somebody who's bringing some value to the show, not us bringing value to whatever energy supplement it is that they're pimping on Radio Row. You know, we ain't getting used. So I was thinking about this, Seth. As far as like Chiefs and Eagles, where this really dawned on me was reading an article about MLB free agency. Yeah. And talking about, you know what it was? It was Jeff Passan tweeting about like how, boy, why aren't the Yankees doing things like the Dodgers with all this deferred money? Like, really, any baseball, nobody's better at spending other people's money than Jeff Passan. Every baseball team could do this, wanted to, like, not for $700 million to Shohei Ohtani.
All you have to do, and it always is interesting to me too, is because sports writers, I feel like, tend to be the worst people that should be writing about actual finances and stuff, because they betray their financial ineptitude so often. They'll report gross revenue as profit, like really basic stuff.
Bad, yes.
They'll be like, they earn $12 billion a year. Like, well, I mean, that's not the profit, whatever. It's because they've got so much money. And the Yankees choose to spend it one way, the Dodgers choose to spend it another, but they're both doing it in a way that very, very few other organizations are ever going to be able to keep up with.
That's right. So this is what it got me thinking. I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. Those are the two teams that were in the World Series. And it got me to thinking, like, okay, what other teams have been in the championship rounds this year? And I'm like, oh my God, this might be 2024/early 25 might be the worst year for no dog in the fight sports fan.
Sean, when you wrote these down, I thought, yeah, Sean's onto something. I did the research, and the problem is you've got hated teams playing other hated teams.
Right.
So there's nobody to root for. It's not like if the Chiefs were playing a team that people liked, then so be it. Oh, okay, cool. I would love the Chargers to beat the Eagles.
Sure.
Or, I would love, the Packers aren't disliked.
If the Bills had just
the Packers
won.
Could beat the Chiefs,
what
right?
What if the Bills had won? We'd have, that's a team you can root for, you know?
Yeah.
So we had, just to put the context around this point, the World Series was the Yankees and the Dodgers, the two most evil of empires in baseball, right?
Plus, by the way, the Packers are pretty hated. But yes,
are they really?
I used a bad example. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. So Yankees and Dodgers. You don't need to do research for that one. Like Yankees Dodgers. That's all you need to say in baseball. The World Series was the Yankees and the effing Dodgers. The Super Bowl coming up next Sunday is the Chiefs, who I don't know anybody outside of Kansas City or sanctimonious sports writers who tell us we should want greatness that want the Chiefs to get the three-peat.
I went to I tried to find polls from before the season began.
Yeah.
So it wasn't affected by this year's, especially the conspiracy theories and everything.
Yeah.
The most hated team, based on Twitter data, including words like "I hate the Chiefs" and stuff like that, by far the most hated team was the Chiefs.
Okay.
The third most hated team, after the Cowboys, who are number 2, is the Eagles.
Yes.
At number 3.
Yeah.
So this was going into the season. Number 1 and number 3 most hated teams in the NFL are playing each other in a game, which means that a team that huge chunks of Americans hate, no matter what, is going to win the championship.
Number 1 and number 2 on the list of teams that we think could actually make a Super Bowl. Because the Cowboys are, they're like, okay, whatever.
You know what's coming down for me with the Eagles? For one, I like Vic Fangio a lot. I played for him, so I'm pulling for him. But also just the Jalen Hurts dynamic, the local kid dynamic.
Channel view,
I want Jalen Hurts to do what he outplayed Pat Mahomes in the last Super Bowl. They played against each other. So hopefully this time it comes with a victory.
Yeah, there's elements of the Eagles that I like. Overall, I'm with this list though. Like it's the thought of Philly fan. Yeah. So that's the Super Bowl. The NBA Finals. I'm like, oh, who's in the NBA Finals? Boston Celtics. I don't think a very popular team around the country, right? And the Dallas Mavericks, who have Mark Cuban as their owner, right? And it's Dallas. So certainly down here that hits home. But yes, Celtics Mavericks, not all that high up the likability scale either, man.
It was the worst. It was the worst ratings on television since COVID. The 11.3 million viewers on average. Worse than a Monday Night Football game by a long shot for any of those games.
Yeah, way worse.
And it just largely it was a collective yawn across America as nobody wanted to. And most of those 10 million people were probably in Boston and Dallas, I would imagine.
Oh yeah, probably so. Yeah, so I think Boston. I think the Celtics and the Mavericks. I don't think it's at Yankee-Dodger scale or Chiefs-Eagles scale, but I think it skews towards that side of the scale for sure.
Yeah.
That the college football playoff this year might not have been for everybody. I'm willing to admit that Ohio State and Notre Dame aren't the most popular teams out there, right?
You're a Notre Dame alum.
Yeah.
So obviously, but you understand. You had to live through it.
I get
it.
You
lived through it. You were at school when they won a national championship.
It was. Yep.
You know how much the cruel hatred can cut like a knife.
I do.
So the four most hated college football programs at the beginning of this past season.
Oh, boy.
I almost want to disqualify one of these because it wasn't about the program itself. And it's, what I'm talking. It was the most hated team based on Twitter data was.
Oh, Colorado for sure.
Yeah.
Colorado.
Which, they're not a perennially hated team, and I think that was more based on Dion than anything else.
Do you want me to guess where these two teams are, or did you want to lay anything else out here before I guess?
These would have changed already by the beginning of next season.
Okay, so
coming into guys, based on the fact that this is going to change a lot, going into this season, who was the most hated team that won't be the most hated team next year?
Well, I would say Notre Dame is not going to be as hated next year.
Alabama. Alabama was after Colorado.
They were?
It was Colorado most hated, then Alabama.
Oh.
But I feel like Alabama, now that they're officially off their throne.
Now that they're mortal.
Yeah. Now Nikki Satan isn't calling the shots anymore. Yeah.
Okay, because I do think that Notre Dame is perennially that was a big storyline with Notre Dame in this playoff run. Is like, wow, this Marcus Freeman really makes me like Notre Dame.
Stay tuned. You don't have to. Okay, who's more hated? The next 3 and 4 are. I'll tell you who they are, and not in which order. It's Notre Dame and Ohio State. Which one was more hated?
I'm gonna say Notre Dame was more hated than Ohio State.
Ohio State was just slightly more hated than Notre Dame.
So they're about even. Okay.
Georgia was number 5. LSU 6. Texas number 7.
He's all past the smell test. Yes.
Michigan number 8, and then Texas A&M number 9.
How far down does that list go?
They don't. Let's see. 10. Florida is 10. Oregon's 11.
Okay.
Oklahoma 12.
Is Nebraska on there?
No.
Okay, because I hate their quarterback. That kid, the Mahomes cosplay kid. I hate that.
Oh
kid.
yeah. I saw somebody try to get all holier than thou on you when you said that.
Yes.
He said he's just a kid, fella.
No, they said it's even worse. Because if they said he's just a kid, then people could look at it like, wow, Sean's picking on kids. He actually said what his age was. He said, Sean, because here's where I said it. Apparently he was in the Chiefs locker room after the AFC title game, Mahomes, it was really funny because the video clip that I saw, Mahomes was keeping his distance, it looked like. So I retweeted it and I just said weirdo about Dylan Raiola. Weirdo.
How old is he?
He's 19.
Yeah,
he said, Sean, he's a 19-year-old kid. And I said, if you're old enough to vote and you're old enough to take 6-figure NIL checks, then you're old enough to be called a weirdo for doing Mahomes cosplay 10 feet from Patrick.
Do well in Vietnam. I was actually earned an dishonorable discharge because I was out there in the stuff.
Yeah.
And things were getting pretty hairy. And I got to tell you, we're in a rough spot, Sean. We were surrounded, and we didn't know if we were going to make it out of there. Choppers were on their way, supposedly, but it was just down to a few of us. And as the machine gunner tried to take his sights at the advancing enemy, I turned to him and I said, "Hey, those are like 20-year-old kids. Yo, what are you doing? What are you doing, man? They're just 20. They're only 19. What are you doing?"
That's a great.
They had to tie me down, and I got it. It was back to it was back to the States for me.
That was
very dishonorable.
It's a good analogy. I didn't want to get too dark on that tweet. If you're old enough to get shot up, yeah.
Stripped me of my medals and everything.
Coward.
That's what you should have said if you're old enough to get shot up in Nam.
Yeah. And you're old enough to get made fun of in the Chiefs locker room. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Heading into the 9 o'clock hour. All right, so I wonder what they're thinking in New Orleans right now. Like, everybody else has hired a coach, and the Saints are just, no. Now, their coach may actually be coaching in the Super Bowl. That could be why. But how do we feel these other teams have done? Are there any teams that have hired coaches that we feel as Texan fans, are any of these making us nervous at all? We'll hit that coming up next.
Have you heard? Sports Radio 610 is taking over. KILT, KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Into the 9 o'clock hour we go.
Just shot down an interview request for the Super Bowl.
You just shot it down?
You shot it down.
Oh, yeah. Well,
I won't say who it was.
Yeah,
We're selective in who we actually interview.
We actually are.
Yeah.
I think, like you made that point earlier this week. Like, the people, we're going to Radio Row, super excited about it. It's going to be fun. Follow us on our social because we'll be doing stuff even outside of our shows while we're at the house, at the Airbnb. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a whole lot
If I don't get
of
a
fun.
call from HR at the end of this week because of something I did on my socials, then it was a failure.
A big disappointment for sure. So getting a lot of texts on Alex Bregman. We'll get to. We issued, or I did. I don't know if Seth backs me up on this, but I gave the Astros a deadline of tonight at midnight to take the offer off the table for Bregman. I'm tired of the Jimmy jacking around with him right now.
So your deadline is midnight tonight, but it feels a little bit like a Daryl Morey type of deadline, where the deadline is coming past, but we'll keep up with it.
There are people making points on here like, hey, Sean, you realize if they don't sign him, there's 3 gaping holes in this lineup right now.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah.
Well, not with Altuve in the outfield.
Well, but if you don't have Bregman, who are you putting at second base?
Oh yeah, that's a problem. You don't baseball, Sean. You don't understand the analytics.
We're going to bat 8.
Yeah. That's a
Gene Hackman and Hoosiers.
You can't even do the 4 guys in the outfield anymore.
No.
So,
yep.
That was fun for a little while. That was the last dying gasp of the extreme shifts. Was the 4-man outfield. So.
Yep. I miss those days. So the head coaching hires. There were 7 openings. 6 of them have been filled, and we're waiting on New Orleans right now. So we'll see what happens. I don't know. I honestly don't know if I could care less about an opening than the New Orleans Saints opening right now.
Oh man, we've got guys. I don't know why, but they listen to our show and they're Saints fans.
No, I'm just talking to me personally. That's fine. I'm guessing there's things they care about that I don't care. That I care about that they don't care about. You know what I mean?
I feel like they're. You know what the Saints feel to me? Like they're right now, and they've had more success than the Texans as a franchise. For
sure.
But what it's been like for them for the last couple of years, I feel they're like my Michael Orr. Where it's a football player who's got a rough situation at home, so you bring him into your house, and then maybe profit off of him in the future. So I feel like with the Saints, I'm like, bring him in. You know what? They got a rough home life. We'll take them under our wing for a little while until things get better.
That's fair. I'm just looking like the Texans. Like they don't play the Saints very often. They played them last year. I don't think they're playing them again for another couple of years, so it doesn't really affect us. Now, the hires that have been made, I think there's 3 that have been really good. Okay. Got a couple that I think are just, ugh. I'll start with the good. I think Mike Vrabel, if we're report carding this thing, I give the Patriots an A. I think Mike Vrabel's a good hire. That gets an A- or an A for me for Vrabel.
I think, for one, I think he's he's already shown what he can do under adverse circumstances. During COVID, that was an impressive job he did. He played, as a young defensive-minded head coach, he had an offense that had to shuffle through a record number of O-line combinations during that season. I think did they get a couple of dings for COVID violations, or is it just it seemed like they had more scheduling weirdness because of COVID?
I know they played on a Tuesday at some. If you played on a Tuesday during COVID at some point, your schedule got jacked up. Yeah, their
schedule got jacked up a couple times. And I want to say they got dinged for a COVID violation to where they had to start a game with hardly any of their main guys. They had a lot of adversity that he came through and did pretty impressively as a coach. I think he'll be just fine. I think hiring Josh McDaniels was a really smart thing to do. That's one of the instances where I don't criticize the Patriots for going back to the old well, because, man, McDaniels is that damn guy now who is a proven offensive coordinator but probably at the base of it all just sucks as a head coach.
Yeah.
So his lot in life, which is a pretty good lot, is to be an offensive offensive coordinator. They can just retain him. They don't have to worry. Hey, you've got a defensive-minded head coach, but you probably don't have to worry about replacing Josh McDaniels anytime soon.
You don't have to worry about him. Do I like living in this part of the country? Do I want to move my family? He's lived in New England multiple times for many, many years. You know,
I was initially opposed to talking about Josh McDaniels as a offensive coordinator for the Texans, and looking back on it, I never should have been. I should have been stumping for Josh McDaniels because that's exactly – you want the offensive coordinator who's probably not going to get another chance to be a head coach.
Would he, for you – we'll get to these other head coaches in a second, but this is important. Would he, for you, if Josh McDaniels were in the interview pool for the Texans, if he were the 8th name next to these 7 names they've already got, would he be the leader in the clubhouse for you?
He would. He would, yeah. And I think, and people will say, well, what about his offenses when he was a head coach? I think that's the problem. I think he's a guy that just needs, when his attention is divided and when he has all these other concerns, I don't think that's the job for him. I think he's best as an offensive coordinator.
Yep. So Vrabel, I give high grades to. I think Vrabel, look, if Josh McDaniels can do for Drake May what he did for Mac Jones, the Patriots could find themselves back on the fringe of the playoff hunt, you know?
I mean, who knows? That's the big unknown. All right. Would Bill Belichick's last year have been as disastrous as it was if he'd had Josh McDaniels around? Right. I don't, it's impossible to say, obviously. That's when it really fell apart.
Yep.
When he just started, he just all right, well, I guess I will take a couple guys in the building to be the offensive. They must be just as good as Josh McDaniels. Yeah.
They're going to draft too. I mean, they don't need a quarterback. Like they're going to get a good player. They're going to get. They might get Travis Hunter or the Abdul Carter, the kid from Penn State that wrecked shop in the Orange Bowl. So Vrabel, good grades. The Bears, Ben Johnson. I give good grades to Ben Johnson headed to Chicago. That's a good hire.
Grades to Ben Johnson.
A-minus.
I haven't figured out whether I'm pulling for him or if I hate him because he called out Matt LaFleur in his press
let's
conference.
play that again. Yeah, let's see. Here was Ben Johnson giving all sorts of respect to Dan Campbell and Kevin O'Connell, not so much for LaFleur in Green Bay.
I know this is the toughest division of football right now. There's 3 teams that made the playoffs this year. I've got tremendous amount of respect for the coaches and the players in this league. Having competed against them for the last 6 years. Dan Campbell, Kevin O'Connell, you're talking about 2 guys that are up for Coach of the Year awards as the season ends here. And to be quite frank with you, I kind of enjoyed beating Matt LaFleur twice a year.
Dude, you know what? That's even harsher than I had remembered it initially.
Well, especially
because he specifically, it was almost like he said, "I respect everybody in the league except Matt LaFleur."
And the word on the street, sorry, Seth, the word on the street from Pete Schrager on NFL Network is that those 2 they're not friends. Like, they're not acquaintances. Like, that's
it wasn't a playful jab at a buddy.
Yeah. Like, that's at all. Like, so that gives some juice to those Packer-Bears games next year, huh?
Bears fans must have been so exact opposite of Duval.
Yeah. Bears fans had to get behind that for sure. All right, so I give good grades. The offensive pedigree, the creativity. You're aligning him with a number 1 overall pick at quarterback that needs to get fixed. That's a good hire right there. All right, the Jets and Aaron Glenn. I know you're a big fan of Aaron Glenn and this hire for the Jets, Seth. I'm
biased because I was a teammate of his, but
a lot of people in your corner though.
Aaron was in a lot of ways a lot like DeMeco Ryans and just kind of mature beyond his years, a natural born leader, and also. Aaron was a small cornerback, and which meant that he was a tough cornerback. And he's one of those guys that he's not going to back down no matter what. No matter who it is or what it might be, he's not going to back down. And I think that when I've seen him coaching and when I've seen him interact with his players, he still very much looks like that guy. Not like in a I don't want to try to make him sound like he's got a Napoleon complex or anything. No, I just mean that he was able to make it as a small cornerback in the NFL because he's so damn tough.
Yep.
And it's not just not just physically, like his personality. He's a very focused and determined individual.
He's so good in front of a room, man. Some of those clips of him from Hard Knocks when it was the Lions Hard Knocks, and this is back.
Yeah.
This is before the Lions got really, really good, man. He was in front of that room, and those guys were believing. He's excellent. Now here's Aaron Glenn. He did his press conference. earlier this words about Aaron Rodgers. I think that's the biggest question. Now that they've got a head coach, that's probably the biggest question for the New York Jets is what happens with Aaron Rodgers. He's under contract for one more year. What happens with Aaron Rodgers?
Aaron, what will your process be like? Will you go meet with Aaron? I know you guys.
We've already texted Aaron, and me and Moose are going to sit there and we're going to watch every game tape there is, and then we're going to look at the whole roster. This thing is not about Aaron Rodgers, folks. This is about the roster. And we plan on building the best roster that we can. So whatever that may be, guard, tackle, defensive tackle, that's what we're evaluating. And listen, everybody's under the microscope. That's just what it is. So we're going to do the best we can to make sure we build the best roster.
Here's the thing I'm most looking forward to, Seth, now, this offseason. This just dawned on me. I want Aaron Rodgers to go back to the Jets. I don't think the Texans play the Jets next year. Thank God, because they lost to them each of the last 2 years somehow. Yeah. I am anxious to see if under Aaron Glenn, Aaron Rodgers chooses to schedule his vacation for some time other than mandatory minicamp.
Right, yeah. Can he just keep away from Egypt for an extra week, to actually go participate in team activities?
But is the respect level from Aaron Rodgers, if he's on this team, higher for Aaron Glenn than it was for Robert Saleh?
That's a good question. And by that point, too, I mean, Robert Saleh, because I feel like Robert Saleh commands respect.
Yes.
I don't think any of that factors into any of it with Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, that's why I'm intrigued.
I don't think Aaron Rodgers.
I think he's not on the Jets next year.
I'm just trying to think about all the salary cap stuff and everything that would go into it.
Yeah.
And how they'd have to find a replacement and be active about it. I think Aaron Rodgers so Aaron Rodgers has to have a conversation with Aaron Glenn at some point where Aaron Glenn decides whether this guy is all in or, all right, we can't move forward with this. And a big part of that's going to be, all right, Aaron, this is the offense. This is the offensive coordinator. It's not going to be your bud. It's not going to be the guys that you like. We're not going to bring in, your buddies who are haggard old geriatrics from other days. We're not going to bring Randall Cobb back.
Right.
All of that. Right. And, you say it diplomatically enough. Yeah. Is Aaron Glenn on board or is Aaron Rodgers on board? If there's any hint that he's not, it can't be Aaron Rodgers.
Right.
It's got to be that Aaron Rodgers wants to wipe the slate clean, understand that he's got to be coachable and that he's going to be running the offense that they're running. And is he cool with that? If he's not, then you gotta cut ties.
Yeah.
Now, is Aaron Glenn the guy that can convince Aaron Rodgers to do everything we just talked about? I guess that's the big question.
That'll be the big question for sure.
And if he needs a lot of convincing, that still feels like, all right, he might not be the right guy.
Yeah. I don't want to spend too much time on the next one because there's really not much. I mean, the Texans do play the Raiders next year, but Pete Carroll hired with the Raiders. I feel like for the Raiders, who are in total limbo at quarterback and are a team that's been steeped in losing over the last several years, ownership now, I'm fine with Pete Carroll as their coach for now. I don't think he's going to be – if you had asked me, will he be here – will he be with the Raiders, 4 years from now? Probably – I'd guess no, probably not. I don't think he gets them back on track. In that division with Harbaugh and Andy Reid and Sean Payton, that's a –
Were you surprised that he's the – I really was surprised that he's the oldest. He can't be the oldest NFL coach in history at 73 years, is he? I thought Marv Levy coached beyond that, but he's the oldest coach right now.
Yeah, I thought he did too, and I thought he did too, Marv Levy, and then I thought I looked it up, and it was actually accurate about Pete Carroll. I will say this. He's the youngest looking coach who's ever coached in his 70s before in the NFL.
I disagree with you. Yeah, oldest in NFL history.
Yeah.
I disagree with a little bit. I have had to rethink this. I think his energy is so youthful, and because he does, he's got a distinguished look about him. Yeah. I feel like he looks like he's 73. If you had told me, oh, he has actually 83, I'd be like, wow, he looks really good for 83.
Yeah.
But I don't. I think he looks like he's 73. It's his youthful energy that really jumps off the screen at you, and that's where I don't think of him as an old man though, by any stretch of the imagination.
No, I don't either. I just think the Raiders is a bad situation in a really hard division with a lot of excellent head coaches. It has more to do with the situation than Pete Carroll himself. All right, let's get to the last two where I went, ugh. We don't need to spend too much time on Liam Cohen. We've spent a lot of time on that, although let's play it one more time. Yeah, they're screwed. They're done.
I just press conference other than
Overall.
that, the very, very beginning of it.
Yep. The Cowboys and Brian Schottenheimer, which makes Mike McCarthy and Jason Garrett and all the other hires they've had recently look totally cutting edge by comparison.
Well, but Jerry says it's one of the bravest things any human being has ever done.
Yeah, let's do that, Ben. Let's play the one where Jerry says he's taking a huge risk on Brian Schottenheimer.
Now, I get my proverbial ass kicked over needing people in my comfort zone. Without this thing being about me in any way, if you don't think I can't operate out of my comfort zone, you're so wrong. It's unbelievable. This is as big a risk as you could take. As big a risk as you could take. No head coaching experience. Now, let me share something with you. With all of that, you've just heard him reference his osmosis, his family. Anybody in this room that doesn't believe the apple doesn't go far from the tree has missed it someplace down the road.
Okay, hold on, man. So is it a really risky hire because he's a first-time head coach? Or is it a good hire because he's Marty Schottenheimer's kid? I'm lost.
And he's got all that experience and everything. Yeah, I don't know. Plus, it's also him framing it as it's as big a risk as you could take, almost because it's very obvious. It seems like a stupid thing to do.
Yeah,
it's like saying hey, the doctor tells you, listen, the bad news is it's cancer, but it has not spread. It's very, very easily removed with surgery, and this is about as good as cancer. And you're like, no, I'm not gonna get the surgery because I like taking risks.
Yeah,
you're doing something that's ill-advised doesn't make it an admirable risk. You're just making stupid and stupid and risky way too synonymous there.
You light a cigarette while you're doing it too.
Yeah, there's that.
Hey, Ben? Can we hit this Michael Irvin here real quick? Michael Irvin on the risk. The Cowboys taking Schottenheimer.
Sitting at home. Now Brian's going to come in. What is he going to say? We're going to start showing up at the hotel. We're going to have curfew. They're going to say it again. Oh, man, what you doing, dog? Oh, okay. Gonna change like this on us? This how you going to change? Oh, we got you the job. That's what they're going to say. And now you're risking losing the whole locker room. I hope I'm wrong. But I'm telling you, I know man. And I do know this. I know how to win championships. I got hardware everywhere. All my shit ain't fake. People put whatever they put back there, that's all real hardware. Ain't a piece back there fake. And it comes from everywhere, on all levels. Don't tell me I don't know how to get it. And I'm telling you, that ain't how to get it.
Is Michael Irvin on Cameo? Do we know? Could I get him?
I don't know. Can you get a Michael Irvin cameo?
A Michael Irvin pep talk like that, just for me or a family member? It would be amazing.
We've had him on at various times, like as a weekly guest, and I loved it. You get energy from it. That's right. That was when he did the semi-win. Yeah. The fact that they didn't have curfew last year. It was under Mike McCarthy. I feel like Mike McCarthy can't be a head coach again. That's standard operating procedure. You love to have the philosophy like, hey, we can just treat these guys like men and they'll act like men. You got to have a pretty professional team to trust all of your, 22 and 23-year-olds especially.
Yep.
There's going to be most of the guys on the team don't need a curfew. There's 2 or 3 jackasses that totally need that curfew.
Yes.
And it's the simplest thing in the world. Because you know what? The good football players don't mind having a curfew. The professionals, the only thing I didn't like about curfew is that I was usually already asleep by the time the coach ducked his head in the door to see if I was there.
Wake you up.
And I'm like, it would wake me up. I'm like, most pros don't give a damn that there's a curfew because they know that they should be getting their sleep the night before.
Did you try to tell the coaches look, man, I'm not a problem. Can you stop poking your head in and waking me up? This is going to make me a worse player.
I never wanted to ask for special treatment.
High maintenance.
What was cool though? I never even realized this until I got older. Was that as you get older, you start getting the best hotel rooms.
Oh, nice.
And then there was one time when we were in Chicago.
Yeah.
We were staying at this hotel, and I had a room. Sean, my room for this trip, it had 2 floors. It was on like the 17th and the 18th floor with a spiral staircase going from the 18th floor down to the 17th floor. The rest of the team was on the 18th floor, and that was the one I need to use this as a way to sneak out of the hotel.
Yeah.
Just because I like whenever. But of course I was asleep an hour before Christmas.
Were you a Texan? Were you a Texan or a Jag?
A Texan.
You were?
Because I was older, my last 5 years there.
Yeah.
Okay. It was that was my only motivation to keep playing, really, my last couple years.
Nice
I wanted
hotel
to just keep getting the sweet hotel rooms, yeah.
Spiral staircases.
Because whenever I had gone to like hang out with a guy that was an older guy, they tended to be also like just whatever the guys who were Pro Bowlers or whatever. So I always assumed it was because they were the best players on the team.
Yeah.
But then I started to realize, I think this is just because I'm old.
Yeah.
This is nice.
Oh, that's nice. Good for you.
Then the last year they started giving me the handicap rooms, and after all my injuries, and I realized, all right, this might be it for me.
Maybe they're helping you there as well. Yeah.
Ooh, I don't have to climb into this bathtub.
Getting into
nice.
the bathtub, yeah. All right, I'm going to check in the box score to see what kind of game you had after the next day after you had that big hotel room. I'll do that during the break. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. The Justin Tucker story is a big one right now around the NFL. Some very, very similar aspects to the Deshaun Watson cases a couple of years ago. How does this thing play out with Justin Tucker in Baltimore? If you haven't heard the story yet, we'll lay it out for you next.
Payne and Pendergast.
I don't need the Astros to spice up their offer for Alex Bregman.
the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Seth, I've done the research, and I will tell you that the hotel room you stayed in Chicago on that road trip back in 2004 is when it was definitely, I can say this without you even opining on it, that was, well, the Texans did win the game, so I don't want to be too presumptuous, but I would say, given that it was late in the season, in a season where you guys weren't going to the playoffs, that hotel room was the best part of your Chicago trip. Based on the weather, because the weather was terrible. This looks like it was one of the most boring football games that I've ever seen on a box score before.
Oh no, I was confused though because we won the game.
You won.
That was the best part of it.
Okay.
Who are you, Cam Newton? I was like, the weather sucked.
Yeah.
It was awful.
Yeah.
It was the coldest I've ever felt in my entire life. And I've done some stupid things in the cold before as a youth. It was awful. Oh wait, no. The coldest I ever was in my life was when my dad was going to chop some wood, like somewhere in the middle of nowhere, and he had my brother and my stepbrother and I ride in the back of the cattle trailer we were using.
Open air?
Well, yeah, it's a cattle trailer. We were up in the part up over the fifth wheel hitch there. Oh my God.
That's the coldest you've ever been?
It's amazing he didn't win custody. I'm like, it was awful.
Oh
That was the coldest I've ever been on a football field.
-8.
It was miserable.
-8 wind chill, according to Pro Football
-8.
Reference.
I know at the time it was the coldest wind chill they'd ever recorded in a game at Soldier Field.
Man, that is saying something. Wow.
Our old athletic trainer, Kevin Bastine, said that his pants caught fire during that game. He also, this is another thing that happened during that game. It was so cold. And I, like an idiot, I'm sleeveless. If there's one thing I could take back in my life, it's that I don't know why. I would go back and do it all over again. Yeah, other decisions I would have made this year, maybe. I would have worn sleeves in cold weather games.
Yeah.
But what was I trying to prove?
Yeah.
Anyway, so it was just so cold. And it was helpful for us as a guy who's a run-stuffing defensive tackle. I think we held him to like 50 yards rushing in that game.
You guys stuffed him good.
So that was good, and we won 24-5. But Gary Walker, so we're on the sideline. We had just come off the field. We come to the sideline. Gary Walker wasn't really paying attention. Defensive tackle for the youth, and he sets his helmet down, and it was near one of the heaters. And it was really close to one of the heaters. He didn't realize it. And then, as the Texans tended to do back in those days, they threw an interception almost immediately. So Gary wasn't, like, we were all kind of just getting settled in. Gary's not paying attention. All of a sudden, it's a quick turnaround. We got to get back out on the field. And Gary, as he picks up his helmet, doesn't realize it melted half of the pads, half of the plastic padding in his helmet.
Inside his helmet. Oh, man.
Yes. We go out there. He's throwing his helmet on as we're rushing to get out on the field because there was like discombobulation and everything. And he's realizing like, oh, crap, I got to leave after this. I got to go out and get a new helmet after this snap. First snap. It felt like they ran the ball like 50 times that day too. It was run right up the middle. Gary makes a great tackle and boom, concussion, out for the rest of the game.
No.
Because he was basically playing without a helmet.
Oh, my God. Oh, that's crazy. Well, and that was – but that was back when you just rubbed some dirt on a concussion. What was the big deal?
It was a concussion.
He got waylaid pretty good?
Yeah. It was a concussion by 2004 standards.
Dude, that's so funny that you say it felt like they ran the ball 50 times. The two running backs ran it 21 times in that game.
21 times a piece?
Total.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, total. 15 for Thomas Jones, 6 for Anthony Thomas.
For 50, how many yards?
The two of them had 61 yards, but there was like a reverse for -7 in there by Bernard Berry, and like the team ran for 54 yards.
There you go.
Yeah.
You're welcome, people of Houston.
Yeah. Seth is out there doing the Lord's work in -8. Have any of you come up and thanked him at the pregame show ever for going out there in -8 weather 20 years ago?
It was. You know what the thing about that was? That was the fourth year, and where we'd kind of. We were 7-9, and like we'd been on a trajectory to where like, all right, you know what, we're a bona fide 500 football team as an expansion team. Yep. And then what do? They trade away Aaron Glenn, and we end up 2-14. That's why. It's one of the reasons I have so much respect for Aaron Glenn. It was one of those classic, listen, he brings a lot more to the table other than just his play on the field. I don't know. Look, I don't know. I don't think we would have been 14-2 with Aaron Glenn on the roster, but there was something that it was just off that year.
He all turned the corner. And then went ahead and turned another corner and just started going backwards.
That game, as scintillating and exciting as it sounds, it was 7-2 heading into the fourth quarter.
It was. Dude, it was almost 0-0 at halftime. It was.
Charlie Anderson had a touchdown?
He had the last touchdown.
Defensive touchdown?
Yeah, 60-yard fumble return. He was picking them up and putting them down.
I love Charlie Anderson. There are some awesome guys on those teams.
Do we want to save? I'm going to save Justin Tucker. I apologize for that. I did the classic radio thing where I teased something, but I got so enthralled with this.
We
Chicago
got excited
box
looking
score.
at the box score.
We did of a game Seth played in.
Kevin Bastine, one of the best people, the athletic trainer whose pants caught on fire. One of the best people I knew in football as well.
Okay, I need to ask you, and we're going to get to Justin Tucker in the next segment, I promise.
Yes.
But his pants caught on fire. Was it the same mechanism that lit Gary Walker's helmet on fire?
No, it was because he was lying.
Oh, okay. Liar, liar, pants on fire for everybody out there. Yeah,
you're so disgusted with me. No, I think it was. Yeah, I think he was near the. He was. Everybody was huddled around the
heater. That's all I was asking.
All that old, hey, be a tough guy, wear no sleeves. All that stuff fell by the wayside about midway through the second quarter. People were huddled around that thing like we were bums around a trash can fire.
Clever, by the way.
Somebody give me some pork and beans.
That was really clever. Why were his pants on fire? He was lying. That was pretty good. We'll hit a few texts here, and then we'll hit Justin Tucker in the final segment. We'll talk to the guys on In the Loop. This is our last couple segments until we head off to New Orleans for Radio Row, thanks to Flight by Yingling. There's a lot of Bregman texts, Seth. My challenge with bringing Bregman back at this point is the Astros won't offer him what he wanted, and that tends to lead to an unhappy employee. Right now, they're offering, well, I don't know, he may not get what he wanted from baseball at large, but they are sticking right now, according to reports, with what their best offer is. Mm-hmm. You can't get mad at a team that gives you the most money out of anybody. That's not on them. That's on you for thinking you should get more money.
This is a little bit of one of those things where sometimes in a negotiation, you got to almost give the other side something to feel good about. It might be at that point by now where Bregman is almost like, or Boris at least, is like, come on, you gotta not make me look like such a schmuck. Boris is in please don't make me look like a schmuck mode.
Yeah.
And so I think Jim Crane will say, okay, we'll give you the same contract, but you have to disrobe down to your boxer shorts and do a chicken dance for 7 minutes.
Okay. Well,
7 minutes.
I thought you were going to say you got to give us a nice deal on your next 3 clients, but you really want that naked chicken dance.
No, I want to humiliate them. Okay, we'll do the same deal, but you got to do a chicken dance. Can you imagine, Sean, I don't think people appreciate how long it would be doing a chicken dance for 7 minutes in your boxer shorts in front of people who are doing you the service of laughing at you, just sitting there and watching you cluck, cluck, cluck.
Is the chicken dance the ba-na-na-na-na-na, ba-na-na-na-na-na?
Oh, no. I don't mean the actual chicken dance. I mean, dancing around like you're a chicken.
Dancing like a chicken?
And because you have to cluck,
Dude, that would get tiring.
Arrhythmically, which I'm sure Boris will have no problem with.
He'd be dripping with sweat and everything. That gets tiring, moving your arms like that the whole time, man.
And then he's got and then we send a video of it to your wife.
Okay. Someone asked earlier about Boris. They said, do you think that due to this Bregman saga that the Astros are going to be less inclined to work with Boris? And my initial thought was 2 things. One, you don't have a choice. He's the super agent for a lot of guys that you're going to want. That he's like it or not, he's Hunter Brown's agent now. So that's going to come up down the road.
It's like not wanting to do business with your electric company. All right. I guess it's like I either build a windmill and get some solar panels, or I do business with USOBs.
Right. I think the bigger question is, at what point do things like this damage Boris as an agent? And this has been going on for 5 years now, where at least a couple of his clients get slow played by the market, and he's got to do 3-year deal with opt-outs after each year. It's what he had to do with Correa, a couple of times. I think that's the bigger question. How do players feel about – we know how owners feel about Boris. They felt the same way forever about Scott Boris. That's the big thing to me. How do star players feel about him? And will there be another Scott Boris coming along?
I think to use a baseball analogy, I think nobody bats 1,000. I think Boris has had this happen before, and I think if there's one group of individuals that are really good at explaining things in a good way that sound awesome, it's sports agents.
Yep.
So I don't think it really hurts. I don't think it's like evidence that he's lost his fastball or anything like that. It is a little bit fun to watch Boris potentially twist in the wind a little bit.
No doubt.
I guess I shouldn't have said electric company because you can change electric providers.
I didn't want to go down that road.
The water company.
Water company's a good one. Yeah, water company's a good one. All right, final segment coming up, and then we're off to New Orleans to Radio Row. Flight by Yingling, sending us off to Radio Row next week. Very excited about that. We'll talk to the guys on In the Loop. We'll touch on the Justin Tucker saga as well, the story that dropped yesterday. Does this thing end up playing out at all similar to the Deshaun Watson situation a couple years ago? Because there are some very, very distinct similarities and some big differences. We'll hit that coming up next.
Kirk Holmes is the 2024 Southern Living Builder of the Year, and they earned it for good reasons because they do such a great job.
outcome.
Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so the Justin Tucker story, stories this when they're being worked on investigative type of stuff, when they drop, oftentimes they drop at a time where there is the most focus on that sport. This is going to be, Seth, this Justin Tucker story, and we'll lay out the details here for those who haven't heard all the details yet. This will be a topic next week, I think, when Roger Goodell does his Super Bowl media session. Like he's going to get asked about this, I think, especially in light of the fact we know how big a topic Deshaun Watson had been any time that Roger Goodell would meet with the media while that was ongoing. So for those who missed the story is in an outlet called The Banner. It's a Baltimore-based outlet that got a tip back in early January 9th, on Justin Tucker back between 2012 and 2016, basically behaving very badly in massage settings, exposing himself to massage therapists at various commercial massage outlets throughout the Baltimore area. None of these as best I can tell, none of these massage therapists are of the Instagram variety where Deshaun Watson was DMing them and getting private sessions with them. These are all like ones you'd find in a strip mall or something like that. And they're the kinds of places that would, as two of the massage facilities say that they had banned Justin Tucker from their facilities. Yeah. Typically, the sketchy massage parlors don't ban you from them for something that's trying to be aggressive, like trying to promote. Basically, how do I say it? For having your exposed self or to gyrate your hips and all that stuff. These are legitimate massage therapy facilities. The complaint, among other complaints, the main complaint was that he went out of his way, Justin Tucker, to make sure that he was exposed to these, and at times, like to the point where they would recover him, they would he would take it back off, and a lot of more graphic stuff. There was a couple of massage therapists themselves that said they didn't want to work on him anymore. They left. They say that they left early from the sessions, and he was banned from two of them, according to the women in the article. Yeah, all these incidents took place from 2012 through 2016. Through his lawyers and through a statement on Twitter, and I'm guessing on all of his social media, Justin Tucker has vehemently denied the allegations. His lawyers said that, quote, the accusations were speculative and impossible to prove, which I would want a more vehement denial if I were Justin Tucker, if I feel like I didn't do these things. Yeah, never. If you've ever been accused of something you totally did, don't say, you can't prove that. Yeah. That's it's a dead giveaway, damn it. Yeah, just say you didn't do it if you're going to deny it. So Justin Tucker is denying the allegations. As Seth pointed out, he'd been let go, or he'd been terminated as a client from two of them. I think the important distinction too, and compared to Deshaun Watson's situation, because there are similarities. The quantity, there's 6 massage therapists that are involved in this story. Reportedly, 4 of them have gotten an attorney to. I think the other distinction too, just to repeat, these are not Instagram massage therapists with their own individual business. These are commercial massage therapists that presumably have a reporting structure, because in many of these cases in this article, Seth, these massage therapists immediately went to management to tell them about this. When you're an individual that's just doing your own entrepreneurial Instagram massage business, you got nobody that you're reporting to. There's going to be a lot of stuff that's documented here that wasn't documented with Deshaun. Yeah. So it's sketchy stuff, man. I'm still blown away by the fact that he was allegedly banned from 2 facilities. Yeah. Like I feel like you lose all credibility in saying that it was an accidental slippage or sometimes the sheets come off, which, yes, that is true. It doesn't happen over and over again to the point where 2 different places ban you. And also, if after the first time you get banned and it was accidental,
Sean, I would be showing up at the next massage in bike shorts with a jock strap on over the bike shorts. Like there would be no slippage, okay?
Yeah.
I am not going to try to. I don't need it. If it was genuinely accidental, you're going to do everything you can to not have that accidental occurrence happen again. Plus, you can wear shorts or boxer.
Yeah.
I always wore, when I was getting sports massages like 3 times a week, I always wore like loose fitting shorts.
Yeah.
Because then they can they can work up where they need to work and everything, but it's just you're not exposed like that.
Yeah. No, you're 100% right. So questions coming out of this are, okay, does this end up getting the same amount of attention that the Deshaun Watson situation did, where it felt like a daily thing? Now, here it felt daily because he was the quarterback of the Texans at the time. So I don't know if they were talking about Deshaun daily around the country. We felt like and by the way, there was nothing else football related to talk about here other than who are the Texans. The Texans didn't even have a first-round draft pick when Deshaun got accused of these things. Like, it got all the focus because the Texans were in a total teardown and rebuild. This got a ton of attention yesterday. The Super Bowl coming up is going to, I think, keep the spotlight on this. It would have been quite the spectacle if the Ravens had found a way to get to the Super Bowl and this story drops 2 days before they're supposed to arrive in New Orleans. So we're not going to get that visual of what media night would look like for the Ravens with their future Hall of Fame kicker being accused of some unsavory things in massage settings.
Yeah, I guess the most. It's not like I'm trying to draw positives out of this story, but at the very least, it is. I like that, man. It sounds like that at least in a couple of those facilities, the managers. Okay, should they have tried to prosecute him and report him? That's where it's really, really hard to prosecute these cases, as we've seen. But at the very least, they protected their own therapist by banning him from the facility, or at least they claim that that's how it happened. And that's because the thing I hated about, and I had a couple of the massage therapists that I used to work with the Texans that I had talked to during the whole Deshaun Watson ordeal. It's like all massage practices were being lumped into this, or some people were trying to lump it into a seedy thing or something. We're like, no, the places you go to that are good and reputable, it's not, you're not going to, you don't think that something's going to happen when you're in there. No. Like you're not going there thinking like, yep, this is how it's not like that. They're professional. Yeah. They handle themselves a certain way.
The names of the outlets are in this article. If you want to go find the article, I think it's behind a paywall, but I was able to get in if you got X amount of free articles. It's on the banner is the name of the website.
BaltimoreBanner.com.
There it is, the BaltimoreBanner.com. You
can get in as long as you can get in without having to pay for it. It's one of your free articles.
Yeah, it's worth reading. It's very long. Like it is a long form article. But I went and looked at like the names of the places just to look and see. Okay, because there are commercial outlets too. I think there's even within the commercial massage setting. I do think that there's layers of that as well.
Yeah.
But these were all places that had like all the shampoos and sprays at the front counter and everything.
It's not a 24-hour neon sign.
Yes.
It's not one of those places.
Right.
You might stumble upon in various parts of Houston.
Various parts of, I don't even know. Some cities. Just happens. So this will be interesting to see how it plays out. Now, Justin Tucker, the other aspect to this, if this does, if this story has legs. Too found that out. I mean, we should point out Deshaun Watson eventually got suspended for 11 games. And so the NFL is going to do its investigation. And as we learned, they don't need criminal prosecution for them to hand down a lengthy suspension. Justin Tucker, Texans do play the Ravens next year. I'll point that out. But he's not been a good kicker lately. That's where I'm at with the Ravens, Seth, is like, okay, if this was Justin Tucker in his prime, then you go through the bargaining, and he's obviously a franchise legend and things like that, and they're going to look into it themselves, I'm sure, and see how credible everything is. There's just so many aspects to this where I'm like, okay, it feels like there's something here. People went back and found random tweets from Baltimore residents back in 2021 where they were talking about Justin Tucker getting banned from massage places. So this is a storyline around town in Baltimore that was being bandied about on social media not 2 days ago, and not back in 2015 when this stuff was going on, but right in the middle where there's this big abyss in between now and when all this stuff was allegedly going on. Like this,
dude. And he's very public about his faith and everything, and it's a big fall from grace from him. If again, there are allegations at this point in a lawsuit. There's not been all the due process and all of that, but it reminds me of there's this guy in Britain. I can't remember how you pronounce his name, Jimmy Savile or Jimmy Savile, who is this big television personality for years and years and years, and is an awful all this charity work at hospitals, but then also with children's shelters and everything. And it turned out that he was taking advantage of the young women in there for a long time. It was awful. Yeah. But his public persona was of this oh my gosh, what an incredible person and everything. And it's that's terrible. You never know. But again, it's a lawsuit at this point. The part.
Seth, I don't even think it's a lawsuit at this point.
Right. It's not even a lawsuit. Yeah. It's allegations. But it does. It's interesting because there's. You know what there are in this instance, too, is that it seems like there's corroborating witnesses who weren't part of it, like people who were there in the facility when a woman came out and said, I can't work on him anymore. Yeah. And other women corroborate him who weren't working on it. So it just seems like there's probably a paper trail or a digital trail at some point.
Yeah, if you had to tell me, between the two, Deshaun Watson and Justin Tucker, not that I want to do a tail of the tape on this thing, but Deshaun Watson's was, other than probably the communication on Instagram, the DMs on Instagram, which they got a hold of all of those. It feels like the thing Deshaun had going against him was the sheer quantity of them was just way more, and just there were dozens of them, but it was individually a lot of it was he said, she said, it was. Yeah. Whereas with Justin Tucker, I mean, This feels like it's fewer of them, but it's way more traceable,
I've been around that environment, professional athletes getting massages for a long, long time, and I personally I was never aware of anybody getting banned from that's pretty damn rare, and for it to happen twice from a legitimate massage facility, yeah.
It's
now,
a tough one.
I think with Deshaun though too, part of it, I mean, There were some that were part of a bona fide massage therapy facility. There were others that were found on Instagram that might have been solo operators, and I felt like that was part of the problem in some of the public perception of the case, is that some people could look at some of those solo operators and make all kinds of assumptions and everything versus the woman, the one woman who still hasn't settled with Deshaun, who is very clearly a professional massage therapist. Yeah. It kind of lumped all of them together, and people could kind of pick and choose what they wanted and whether to either victim blame or point fingers or slut shame or whatever it didn't seem as clear cut in the initial phases as this one does.
Yep. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula are here. The last show before the big trip to New Orleans. Can I ask you something, John Lopez?
Of course, anytime.
You are going to be smoking a brisket in New Orleans for us, right?
Yeah, I think what I'm going to. I was just telling.
Interesting euphemism.
The old smoking brisket.
Yeah.
I think what I'm going to end up doing, since I'm going to bring it for Sunday. Since that's the first day, people getting there at different times.
Yeah.
Kind of get the week going. So I'm actually going to smoke it tomorrow and bring it Sunday.
Okay, so it'll be
I was going to smoke
already.
it there, but I'm going to cook everything else there.
That answers my question. I was wondering if raw meat would last in the car for really.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Easy.
I mean, I'm legitimately asking.
I was going to bring a smoker.
Yeah.
But I decided, you know what? Sunday, guys can just be getting there.
Okay.
Who knows if they're going to want to go out? Let's just do it Sunday.
Yeah.
But I'm going to keep it very straightforward, old school Texas barbecue.
Thank you.
Brisket, beans, and potato salad.
Thank you. Reggie, what are you bringing?
My effervescent personality.
Okay, well, that'll be good. I like that a lot. That's good.
Yep.
I'm bringing potato salad.
I'm making homemade potato salad.
And bringing it?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll
make that there.
I'll bring cookies.
Homemade beans as well.
Actually, I'm bringing 15 cases of beer.
You did enough.
I didn't realize I needed to bring something. We're going to try at some point during the show.
The cookout, Reggie, you got to bring something.
At some point during the show, I think we're going to try and delve into what kind of roommates everybody at Sports Radio 610 is, because this is our first time having like a communal living experience for a period of time.
Indianapolis,
True.
several years ago.
Yeah, I guess just so people know.
And I guess I'm the moocher.
So that people know. Right now you are, but you got time to make it. You got till Sunday to find something to bring.
I kind of now when Reggie talked about his effervescent personality, I kind of have an image of him. Like tied up to a rotisserie, rotating over a fire, and like giving hot sports takes and telling jokes as he does it.
Let's try.
Looking at
before he delivers the punchline, you got to wait for him to rotate back around.
So I guess the setup is we each show has a suite in this gigantic monstrosity of a building that we're in here.
That's right.
Okay, and the suite has a living room, a bathroom, and a bedroom. Is that right? And
that sounds about right.
And the living room's got a pull-out couch, and the bedroom's got a bed.
Okay. I'm interested in that dominance in each of the suites to get the bed.
Yeah.
I'm screwed.
Seth's getting the bed, right?
Yeah, Seth's getting what he wants.
Nah, that's all right. I'm good on you should probably, I sleep bad whenever I'm away from home, I sleep poorly, so I'll sleep on the pullout.
Look at that.
No. I sleep good anywhere now that I get good sleep. You know what I mean? Like I slept.
Oh, okay.
Or are we having a nice off where it's like, no, you take the bed. No, you take the bed.
Hey, man, it's a long week, all right? You know,
Are you going to switch? You going to switch off? Oh,
No,
that's
we're not
cute.
switching
That's
off.
adorable.
Okay.
All right, I'll take the bed.
It sounds like the way so many of these new college dorms are now, where you're basically living in a badass apartment more so than a dorm.
Yes.
I guess you got to factor in like who's getting up to go to the bathroom more often during the night. Yeah, so you should have we got to see what the bathroom is off of.
We'll see. We'll make that deal. We'll see where the bathroom is.
I've already reclined myself to the. I'm resigned myself.
No, but if the bathroom's closer to the pullout, I'll sleep there because I get up at least 3 times a night.
Here's hoping.
Yeah.
Here's hoping.
Yeah.
We'll have a prostate measurement
Shout out to
beforehand to see who's got the
prostate
measurement contest.
Who's got the yellowest pee?
Yeah.
That was not the portion.
That's when
of
I
the,
get my call into HR.
Yeah.
I'm like, hey guys, listen, just so you know, I got to check everybody's prostate before we sleep together for the week. Okay.
You don't have to check mine.
Unbelievable.
That would be the least worth it reporting to HR of all time.
Shout out to my prostate.
Hey. This is a sports topic. This is actually very relevant to people. Lopez, tell me if I'm an idiot for not having realized this earlier in life.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the entire time I've ever baked chicken, eat healthy or whatever, and I know baked chicken breast sucks. I always all right, cook it to 165. And then I realized, oh, wait, no, even the FDA will tell you, if you just cook it to 145 and keep it above 145 for 12 minutes, that's just as good.
All right,
so I've been cooking it to 145, taking it off, and letting the internal temperature rise, and be sure that it stays above 145 for 12 minutes. And it's the best baked chicken breast I've ever had.
Yes, the way I do it, I cook whole chickens, but whenever I do a breast, cook it to 155, wrap it in foil. And then let it sit for about 20 minutes, and that way the heat keeps coming up and it stays moist.
But you don't even have to do it. You can do 145, and the heat.
No, I get it. No, you're right. You're right. But I like that moist breast.
Always love wrapping the breast in foil, too.
It's saying 145. You got to push the envelope, man. You got to be living on the edge.
Okay, I'll try.
I'm a breast man.
Gordon Ramsay and Guy Fieri over here. Meanwhile, Reggie and I are like, hey, you want to go to Chick-fil-A?
That's right. I mean, I think we're probably going to have a group outing to Popeyes to try this new collaboration with the Don Julio.
Oh, with the tequila thing. I saw that. Yeah. Oh, yeah, we got to do that for sure. In Louisiana, of all places.
Yeah. Right. That's the thing that's been getting me. I know that now we're just digging into the show. The thing that's been getting me is these guys we got to do it. It's a new. I'm like,
these guys.
We have you and Figgy.
I said I'd go.
You and you. We have so many days in one of the best food cities in the world, and we're like, Popeyes is one of the cross it off.
Listen, one of the best things about going to Popeyes is getting abused by the workers. By a Popeyes worker until you go to a Popeyes in Louisiana.
Counterpoint. Popeyes in Atlanta.
Oh yeah.
A Popeyes in Atlanta will give you that same purpose.
Yeah, but in Louisiana, I can't tell what they're saying. Atlanta, I know what they're saying to me. Louisiana, all I can tell is that they're making fun of me.
Incredible.
All right, Seth, antibodies to you. Super Bowl next week, baby.
Antibodies and 145-degree chicken breasts to you, my salmonella brother.
Moist chicken breasts to you, yes. All right, we're done. We're out of time. Can't wait. We're going to be on Radio Row next time you hear us on Monday, thanks to Flight by Yingling. You're listening to KILT AM. KLT FM HD2, Houston. an Odyssey sports station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They got you on a Friday, and they start now.
Yeah, baby, it's a Friday here in Houston in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Hope you are having a good one. We're going to try our best to make it a better one. When y'all are already having fun, man. We're excited for the opportunity to go to New Orleans. If you haven't heard, shout out to Flight by Yingling, helping us get out there, Low T Center. Exclusive furniture going to get us the hot seat.
Yep.
Out there as well, man. This would be really fun. People, I hope that you guys feel the excitement that we have. In fact, someone is already asking as you're bringing the brisket and, there's Flight by Yingling being brought by Sean and everything. Somebody said, have fun in NOLA. Oh, sorry, that's not the text. The text was, for all those going to New Orleans, which person would be asked to bring the cups to the cookout? And why is it Parker?
That's
right.
Oh, man. Tyler's bringing the ice, but he's going to have to take like 4 trips to go get it during the event there.
Man, I didn't realize I needed to bring something, so
you don't.
I will be pondering throughout the show.
I think I'm going to try to bring something.
You don't need
You said Clint's already bringing cigars, huh?
Ooh.
That's what you said, right?
I got some Cubans I can bring.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
All right. Can I just put my name on the card when you bring the Cubans? Is that how? Okay,
absolutely.
Very good. All right, let's get going on this Friday, and I don't know a better way to start than talking about, first of all, get involved with the program, 713-572-4610. Actually, did you have an issue with the way that the Rockets-Grizzlies game closed out? Unfortunately, the thing that we were hoping to do, first time in 15 years it would have happened if you got the job done last night, was the Rockets sweeping an opponent. You were 3-0 against the Grizzlies in this season coming into this game, and you had an opportunity to sweep them. No John Morant in this game, no Alperen Sengun on the Rockets side of things.
All-star Alperi.
That's right, All-star Alperi. We'll talk more about that here in a second. But you had an opportunity to sweep them. And, as close as about 5.5 minutes to the end of the game, once you were starting to try and get into that clutch time situation, you had probably a good 6-point lead headed towards that space. Unfortunately, it got really tight, and you had a few opportunities to knock down shots very late, but you fall 120-119 in Memphis to the Grizzlies. And so 3-1 on the season against the Grizzlies. Still a good season series, but not that crossing that threshold that we were kind of hoping. But yeah, man, you lose in this game, and the last couple of possessions, you have Fred VanVleet taking shots from deep that I think had a lot of people in their feelings. Just like I asked the text line again, and people on YouTube and the people on Twitch, right? Did you have an issue with the way that game closed out, outside of just the fact that the Rockets did not get a victory?
Yeah, obviously, what do you want? Would be my question, because Fred VanVleet, as we talked about just yesterday, one of the most respected guys, veteran guy, kind of a heartbeat of the team. Sorry for the cliche, but who else would you want to have taken that shot outside of maybe? A drive.
Jalen Green?
Yeah. Well, but Jalen Green was kind of up and down as well. Yeah, Jalen Green would be on the list. But my problem, if you will, was people after the fact saying, "Oh, that was a horrible shot." Why is he taking the shot? It wasn't that bad a shot. It really wasn't that
Which
bad.
one? The very final
the
possession?
very final one.
So on the very final possession, if I can try and lay this out, and I probably should have the video in front of me to make sure that my memory, which can sometimes fail me, does not indeed do that in this circumstance. But you have a sideline out of bounds for an opportunity to try and win the game. It's, just a few seconds left on the clock there at the end of the fourth quarter. You have an inbound on the right side of the floor. The ball comes. Fred VanVleet is inbounding. Ball comes into Amen Thompson, and I think what is abundantly clear and what we actually hear from Ime Udoka after the game is that the plan was for Amen Thompson to try and drive. The opportunity to get the ball on the right wing and turn the corner, get to the rim, maybe make a play if somebody crashes in. But Amen Thompson cannot turn the corner. It's excellent defense on that play.
Well, they doubled him. They crashed on him. On the drive, and then the second guy came in and crashed. You got to get rid of the ball there.
Right.
Yeah.
And then he gets rid of the ball, and the ball goes to Fred VanVleet, who had just inbounded the ball, just gets back inside in play. And then at that point, once he gets the ball back, and we're starting at like about 7 seconds here, like we're not starting with a whole bunch of time. And so by the time he gets the ball, you're looking at like 5 seconds thereabouts to try and get a shot up. Or, at that point, you could get a shot up at that point. And he does. He opts to, he's open. It's a relatively deep three, but not a crazy deep three.
Well, he takes a ball fake and then just maybe a foot behind the line, a little more maybe. But You wanted the shot to go in, but it was a clean look. If you look at the video, it was a perfectly clean look.
And what's worth noting is that at the time that he gets the ball up, once you get the ball over to Fred VanVleet with about 7 seconds, there is Jalen Green off to his left, but Jalen Green is being guarded by Jalen Wells.
And he's being denied.
And let's give Jalen Wells, the young buck, some credit. That is one of the most talented young players. I know that Reed Shepherd entered the season as the odds-on favorite to be Rookie of the Year. Jalen Wells has taken a good amount of that credit there, and some of that is because of the defense that he has. That was going to be a tough matchup to get the ball over to Jalen Green with about 4 seconds left, have him try and shed that defender and get a good look up was going to be tough. So at that point, I kind of like the idea, once that play operates as is, of Fred VanVleet getting a shot up in that time, getting it up early enough to where you could possibly get a rebound, and there was an opportunity, you just couldn't get your hands on the basketball. About that possession, and the possession before, I also have I have a little bit of complaints about, but that final possession, the thing that upset me was that you got the ball to Amen Thompson, the idea was to turn the corner. I would like for Jalen Green to be one pass away, or even Dylan Brooks to be one pass away. I would like for that ball to not have to go back to Fred VanVleet in that instance, get the ball to somebody who, either Dylan Brooks, who when he's one pass away, he's been a really phenomenal threat to knock down three-point shots. Even in this game, he knocked down some good three-pointers when he just got caught and shot 3 of 7 from deep in this game. Dylan Brooks was like, he's been solid shooting the ball, especially when it's just catch and shoot. And then Jalen Green, for obvious reason, if you get the ball to him, he is a threat to put the ball on the ground and attack, but then also to knock down some of these kind of grenade type shots when the ball comes to him. That's one of the only things that I had there. But outside of that, once the game was kind of going, once you had that play going with 8 seconds to go, Amen Thompson doesn't get that, and now we're resorting to try and find something. I was okay with the way that it rolled.
This is a team, and maybe this is my bigger point. This is a team that you don't have one guy that you get the ball to, and hell or high water, you're either setting screens for him, he's creating his own shot, and he's going to take the shot. One guy. This team does not have that just yet. What it does have, and when you're making late game plays and drawing them up, you usually have 2 or 3 options. They went through them. They went through Amen first, didn't work.
Which, can we stop down and appreciate the fact that
we said it the other day.
Just a few days ago, Amen Thompson hits his first game winner.
And they went to
happy birthday to Amen and All-Star Thompson, who are now 22. And he has the play drawn up for him, or drawn up for him.
But it's not
I think that's
just,
really interesting.
What I'm saying is it's not just for him, where there's going to be 2 or 3 screens. He gets the ball, hell or high water. He drives and either forces or gets a shot. This team doesn't have that. Amen was the first option. When they're drawing up this play, it's option 1, option 2, option 3. That's how this team is built. And you know who the 3 options were? Amen 1, VanVleet 2, Jalen Green 3. It might have been Jalen Green 2, but he was being denied.
Well, and he was on the other side of the floor. So he might have been more.
He was kind of on the 45.
Yeah, he might have been more decoy at that point. But
what I'm saying, those were the 3 guys on the perimeter, either driving or waiting for a screen and a pass. What's wrong with that? That's what this team is. Like, Amen didn't have it, and then it was either Jalen Green or Fred VanVleet. It looked like VanVleet. He did a ball fake, took the shot. I got no problem with it.
Yeah, I don't have problems with that. Now, I appreciate the text line always cleaning me up, 713-572-4610. At that point, that final shot, Dylan Brooks was out. He had fouled out at that point.
Yeah.
I think the reason why Dylan Brooks came up for me was there was possessions prior where it felt like, hey, and this is where my actual issue comes up. I think that you had opportunities in possessions prior, because you had an 8-point lead with about 6 minutes to go, something to that effect. I believe it was 115-107.
Yeah.
That's when this team stopped, focusing on the things that they did well. When I'm watching a basketball game, at least when I'm doing it the way that I'm supposed to, on every given possession, I'm asking myself, what are they attempting to do right now?
Yeah.
And for the Rockets to do was they were looking at the Memphis Grizzlies. They have some big guys out there like Zach Edey. Sometimes Brandon Clark, he's a little bit more versatile, but they have some big guys out there. I think Lavravia was playing a little bit big, Santi Aldama is another one of those bigs. Basically, tall guys, maybe not the best movement. They're going to play in a drop coverage, which means if you play pick and roll, you now either have a runway or you have an opportunity to attack.
They're going under the screen.
They were attacking the hell out of that. And it felt like in those moments where you had an 8-point lead and you were coming into that clutch time, you saw a number of possessions where they did not stick to that attack. What are we trying to do and attack that? You had some possessions where guys went ISO on a defender that has some pretty good, has a good opportunity of staying with you. Trying to go ISO on Desmond Bane is probably not where I go. If you get that switch and you have Luke Kennard in front of you, let's go cook, baby.
Yeah.
And I think the intentionality waned at some times where you put more pressure on the last couple of possessions, where you get Fred VanVleet with the ball in his hands and it doesn't move, and he puts up a three that misses on the penultimate possession, and then on the final possession, that's when now there's so much pressure on Amen Thompson to turn the corner, and he can't, and now you end up with a shot that's not the worst shot in the world for Fred VanVleet, but it just doesn't go. And so I feel like for me, I think the intentionality is the thing that I will harp on more in those big moments. And I think that's where guys like Fred VanVleet, but that's where, and Dylan Brooks are usually good because of the veteran status that they bring. But that's where I would like to see Jalen Green have some growth and Amen Thompson have some growth where we stay locked in all the way, where even in those possessions where it's like, we got a lead, I can get a little, stick to the game plan, and you can see that game out a little bit better, in my opinion.
And right on cue, a very well-respected basketball coach, and he brings up a good question. He really does, because I was talking. He agrees with my.
Who is it? Go ahead.
Yeah, name sources.
I know.
Name names, Lopez.
Very well-known basketball
What's
coach.
up, John Lucas?
Listening right now? No, not him. Who
is it? Rudy Tomjanovich?
I actually agreed with
Mike D'Antoni.
I'm not answering any of y'all. Who agreed with my point about they don't have that guy, right? They don't have that guy.
Yeah.
He said that's why you actually do need to trade for a Fox, De'Aaron Fox. Because this is going to happen again. Because the shot just didn't go in, and sometimes you just chalk it up to 3 games in 4 nights or whatever it was. And
it was the third game, but I mean, you had the night off in between. But yes,
and it
3
didn't
games
go
in 4
in.
nights.
But like if coaches, hell, my little pea brain basketball brain would have drawn up more than one option there, and it probably would have gone in that order. Amen Thompson, Fred VanVleet, Jalen Green if he has a spot. But they don't have the guy. Had John Morant played and they had the last shot, we know who would have taken the shot. Hell or high water. It would have been John Morant.
They have a couple of guys that could take it as well.
It would have been John Morant.
Or at least he's likely initiating your action there.
And that's actually an interesting question. Is that why you do need to still continue to have the guy?
I think that's why as a team you eventually want to get there. But I think that we continue. I'll come back and I'll fall back to the status quo here is that I think that's an eventual thing. You're good enough as is to feel some guys that build up to that.
Yeah.
And also, I think maybe more so this latter than that former argument, which is I think that you have a position of power to where you can have the right guy come to you.
Sure.
Right? You have time where you can wait. You have a whole bunch of assets. You don't have to jump at the first all-star caliber player, because you mentioned De'Aaron Fox. He has been an all-star once, and in that same year he was an all-pro, and he's a good player, but he has his faults as well. Do you want to just jump at that? Or he does
all that stuff.
I want to know who the coach was texting you, man. Who is that?
Go ahead and send your guests in 713-572-4610. It's also worth noting that as much as we're talking about your final options or guys that you like initiating an offense, Alperen Sengun was not playing in this game, and he is one of those guys that offers an opportunity to at the very least be a hub and a guy who could be the deciding factor in that moment with the ball in his hands and finding the right person. And Alperen Sengun did not play in this game, and I actually really liked that decision. Right, going in, we talked about it yesterday. He was working on shoot around, and guys are going to shoot even if sometimes they don't end up playing. But out of an abundance of caution, I would have loved for them to win this game, to get that that sweet season series sweep. This is not an end-all, be-all game for this team by any means. And I'm not saying that Alperen Sengun would have, drastically hurt himself and you would have lost him for weeks at a time or what have you. But why risk it? However, he wasn't there on the floor.
No.
And this is where I would like to take the time to salute Alperen Sengun.
How about that?
All-star. He was announced to be an all-star before this game. Actually, not just before this game, but before the prior game on the TNT doubleheader. In fact, Kenny Smith did we'll play that later, but yeah, man, he first time all-star for Alperen Sengun, the second Turkish-born player to be an all-star after Mehmet Okur, a player that I very much despise, not because of him as a dude, but because he played for them Utah Jazz.
Yeah.
Like, that is one of those things that I'll hold as a personal grudge for a very, very long time. But Mehmet Okur, clearly, I think Alperen has allowed a heavy respect for Mehmet. I think Adam Spillane was recounting a story in which he had asked, or he was talking to Alperen about it, and Alperen made sure to shout him out. Yeah. Shout out that Mehmet Okur. But yeah, I believe the third youngest player to be announced, or Rocket rather, to be announced as an All-Star. Do you remember the other two?
Oh, since when now?
Just as a Rocket.
Just ever?
Drafted.
So. Not drafted. Announced to be an All-Star. Oh, well, no, this is the thing.
Yeah.
The drafted one is tough.
Because somebody else actually drafted him.
It's the weird NBA
Sam
thing
Presti
where nobody has.
Oh, God.
Nobody does draft
Damn
day
you,
trades.
NBA.
Technically, you're drafted to a team and then traded afterwards in order to make it league official and all that. So technically, yes, he goes as like a Thunder draftee or whatever. But I mean, first home.
Somebody that actually played for the Rockets.
Yeah.
And young in age.
Yeah.
Hit me with him.
You absolutely have Yao Ming.
Oh, of course.
And of course, the Dream himself, Hakeem.
Okay.
So yeah, third youngest All-Star behind those two. Some good company. Both of those ended up in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, you think? Man, Sengun, what a story. I mean, he's been playing pro basketball since he was 16.
That's right.
That's incredible. On the game, look, overall, like, we can talk about how you play the last, couple possessions or whatever. But overall, this was, for me, kind of a shoulder shrug type of game. And by that, I don't mean to downplay it because you want to win them as many, if not all, that you can. But these games happen. I mean, who would have thought that Luke Kennard would play out of his mind like he did? And that, there was no Sengun. And it like I said earlier, the 3 games in 4 nights. Like, sometimes you just say, you know what, 120-19. Those happen.
I think 121.
I think my biggest.
That would be a real story if it was 120-19. Oh boy, you just got drug up and down the floor. Oh my God.
I think my question after last night was, who is the guy on the Rockets?
That's what we're talking about.
Who's taking? Who was the last shot guy?
I think one of those 3.
I feel like it should. I mean, I feel like in a perfect world, it should have been Jalen Green, but he's kind of,
Yeah, and I feel like this is where I refer to the man who fouled out in Dylan Brooks. Sometimes you, sometimes me, but always we. I feel like that is very much the philosophy.
That's the
here,
type of team they are this year.
That's exactly what they are, right?
Hot hand, man. Whoever seems to be going on that night and whoever is best situated is the one to go.
That's cool, but these trade rumors still gonna be popping up, man.
Of course,
for them to get a big time superstar.
I mean, the trade deadline is February 6th. I feel like I'm rooting for that if for no other reason than we could stop the trade rumors because the trade deadline will have hit.
Yeah.
Someone said it was Guy V. Lewis from the Great Basketball Court in the Sky from the 281. Was it Bill O'Brien? You didn't specifically say it was a basketball coach.
I said, yeah, I did.
Okay, from
was
346, was it Van Chance? Ooh, that's a good one. Here on Sports Radio 610, just getting going on a funky Friday. What makes it funky? I don't know. I feel funky today. Deal with it. But coming up next, all right, it feels like Chip Kelly might be out of the running. Are you good with that for the offensive coordinator job of the Texans? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about that next.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Happy Friday to you. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. What you laughing at?
Figgy's just trolling me all morning.
Hey, I don't know what you're talking
about. Who's that coach? Why don't you report that then? Report what, Figgy? I don't know what you're talking about.
Report that coach. Report that coach.
No, he's not talking about that.
Yeah, man. Friday here on
Figgy's feeling funky. Funky Figgy.
Am I? I don't know. I'm good. I'm ready for New Orleans, man. I ain't gonna lie.
I think we all are. It's excited, really excited to head out to be on Radio Row out there in New Orleans all next week. Shout out to Flight by Yingling helping us get out there. Low T Center, exclusive furniture with that hot seat. There are hot seats.
Are they bringing the Lazy Boy chair out there?
I believe so. So I feel like we're gonna get great guests, if for no other reason than compared to every other station out there and every other outlet. I feel like people are going to look over me like, that looks comfortable. I want to go talk to them.
We got a recliner, man.
I want to go talk to them.
Hell, I might sit there. Just keep it warm for the guests.
No, you're not. Well, you might be able to make that work. I was like, you're not in the hot seat, but just keeping it warm for the guests. I feel like that's a heady play by you. All right, let's turn our attention back to this Texans offensive coordinator search as it feels like the name that a lot of people really enjoyed, really wanted for this job. In fact, hell, I got to a point where I was like, yeah, keep it simple, stupid, go here, and that's Chip Kelly. It feels very much like he is not in the running as we've gotten even more names involved in the coaching search. No CJ Stroud and not CJ Stroud. No Chip Kelly. That is one of those things where you see a name as you're talking, and what you're seeing is what comes out of your mouth instead of what you're thinking. But yeah, no Chip Kelly, and Aaron Wilson of KPRC2 is going pretty far as...
It's kind of like a drive-by, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was kind of like a drive-by.
Yeah, so he put together a video where he was, just in general. And in the course of that, he made a quick allusion to Chip Kelly.
That he's going to be going back to Ohio State. And I went, wait, what? You know how I felt about this. I've been a little skeptical from the very get-go.
Do we have to give Lopez his props? Like I bag on Lopez.
Hey, he ain't reported. But he reported, so he ain't get no credit.
All right. Well, Lopez got real testy.
Closed mouths don't get fed, man.
Lopez with a closed mouth on Wednesday? No, he was talking it. He was like, who has reported this?
Nobody reported it. It was all like fingers crossed. Oh, I hope, hope upon hope.
It ain't like people just pointing.
They wanted it.
Yeah.
How about Chip Kelly? I'm like, me too. I would love to have Chip Kelly. But I'm like, who's saying that they're actually going to interview him? No one. And then, of course, Aaron Wilson just kind of, like I said, kind of a drive-by. Said, oh, yeah, he's going back to Ohio State. Nothing to see here. I'm like, was there ever anything to see? And okay.
I don't know. But Chip Kelly, who, I think even recently, yesterday, he was seen posing with a recruit.
3 days in a row.
He is doing the college football thing, which is ABC.
Yeah.
Always be recruiting. He is out there recruiting, which I don't know that would inherently mean that there's no way that he makes it to the NFL ranks again. But it seems very, very much like he is happy where he is. Maybe he even gets a nice pay bump. Yeah. That's one of the things we've speculated. But with that being the case, now how comfortable are you with the candidate pool? And I think you kind of had some Chip Kelly thoughts.
I think here's what I think has happened the entire time and why Chip Kelly became a hot name. I think the Texans have had an eye on him, have kind of thought, well, maybe even someone somewhere made a connection and say, hey, would you be interested in the Texans? Maybe not them themselves, but you know how this game works. So I think he's kind of been out there like, let's see if Chip Kelly might be interested. But it never really flourished from there. It never really developed. So what I think people are saying is, like, if they get the right signals, maybe Chip Kelly would come into play. But then I started thinking, okay, let's say that happens because it's not over yet. I mean, there's 7 official interviews so far.
That's right.
And Chip Kelly is not one of them. But let's say all of a sudden he goes, you know what? I'll talk.
Not just Chip Kelly. You don't really have a lot of dudes who have a particular level of experience.
Just one, and he's in your building.
Yeah, Bill Lazor.
Yeah. But let's say they bring in, that something happens and Chip Kelly all of a sudden reconsiders, and there actually is a report that he's gonna speak with the Texans. I started looking at him, and is he a great fit for C.J. Stroud, other than the Ohio State connection, which they didn't really cross paths? But
not really. They did cross paths. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you get Chip Kelly, who runs just a wide open offense, even at the NFL level. He ran it. Your offensive lineman, you put more of a burden on your offensive lineman. You put more of a burden on bigger wide receivers to block. You run more of a zone, an actual C.J. Stroud to maybe use his legs some more.
Yeah, I feel like, and I mean, he basically said as much at the end of the season that look, cat's out of the bag, and I think I need to implement this more.
Yeah.
To what degree that actually looks like is I think worth discussing at some point.
Sure,
but yeah,
but I think we would want that.
Sure, I'm with you.
But actual, zone reads and run pass options and all that stuff, is that a really good fit for the personnel you have?
The personnel that you have right at this moment, I don't know.
I have no clue.
There's something to be asked about, like what the personnel that you have at this moment actually does do well, right? Because it does feel like, all right.
What exactly is it you do here?
With all due respect, is the way that I want to put that out there. No, I mean the offensive line seemed to respond better to like gap scheme type things, but is that the full idea, or are you going to be able to like RPO in the same way that, I feel like they probably need to add? That's one of those things that I like. I think just the prospect of a dude with the level of experience and a dude who would probably bring something a little bit different was interesting.
No, that is absolutely interesting.
It's evident that he is no longer, or maybe not fully no longer on the table, but I feel like we have to get ourselves to a place where you've talked to quite a few people and they're in an entirely different vein even than Chip Kelly. Like I'm interested in with the group that they've put together. It's a lot of young guys. It's a lot of guys that maybe you look at to bring some fresh, innovative ideas coaching-wise. And I know that for some people, especially if that was the reason, like being a young guy was the thing that you did not like about Bobby Slowick, that then feels a little uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But it's the 7 guys that you got there, minus Bill Lazor, who is an internal candidate that I think that is a large reason why you give him a look there. It's a lot of young guys here, and so Chip Kelly maybe doesn't even fit with that kind of profile that seems like you're starting to develop on the OC search.
But he has his advantages. Obviously. But let's hear from Jason Kelsey, and tell me, I want you and Figgy and our listeners, 713-572-4610, tell me after you hear this if you think Laramie Tunsil, Shaq Mason, and Titus Howard.
Oh man, you picking on these dudes?
Well, they're the three that are obvious. Number one could fit in this offense, and number two could drop at minimum 20 pounds.
In Chip Kelly's offense, I remember the scale saying 270 something. I was like, oh crap, I gotta eat some food.
But I feel like for your game, like that's not. I mean,
well, in Chip's offense, it wasn't that bad because it was there was no stopping, so it benefited you a little bit to be lighter. It did not transition well for when we stopped and huddled. It was actually a big transition going back to Doug's offense because I forgot how much, when the defense has more energy, how much more that impacts how well they bull rush and how hard they play.
Especially later in drives.
Yeah, 3 and outs. It was a lot of Chip's offense was like 3 and outs or we're scoring. Like it was one of those things where when we built momentum, it was really hard to stop them. It was hard sometimes to get that.
To get going.
Yeah.
So are those guys willing to maybe lose 20 pounds, be more nimble, and be guys that can run Chip Kelly's offense?
And I think it's worth noting that is Chip Kelly, when he first came to the league, coming off of that Oregon job, where he's very on like the speed and the the tempo offense, where I think he's walked that back a little bit.
Yeah.
You watched a lot of Ohio State, and it's not like they were playing.
It was not like that.
No. So, I mean, I think that there is a little bit of versatility.
It ain't look like that Oregon offense he was running at one point.
Right, but I mean, I think that if he would want to come in and have that level of tempo, that does not feel like something that fits the personnel that you have right now, even though I think a lot of people would like to see a significant change in the personnel. I think also you have to consider what you have in building, even if you hope to maybe change it, because you'd be in a really bad place if you go, no, we're going to change the personnel, and then you look up and you go, actually, we probably can't. Can you make do with this?
Yes.
With a offensive coordinator,
which is kind of what Bobby Slowick went through.
I could see that as well.
Yeah.
From the 281, John, sounds like the Texans need the Bobs. Don't do that. I'm just going to tell you right now, don't do that. Why are you doing that? What was that for? But yeah, man, looks like Chip Kelly might be out of the running here, and as if, I guess the better way of saying it is he might not have ever been in the running.
Yeah, I wonder if I feel like he actually want to try to get back in the NFL as a head coach.
That's a great question.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if he want to be an offensive coordinator in the NFL.
He's 61 years old, making $3 million a year or whatever it is, or 2.5, I think, and is due a big raise. And he's got a bird's nest on the ground, man. I mean, he's just sitting there.
And I think if he do really good at Ohio State this season, I think I could see a team giving him a chance to be a head coach.
Maybe
because he was a head coach before, and those first 2 years was actually okay.
Yeah,
he went 10-6.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. For our question of the day: what things are frustrating to wait on but worth the wait? Shout out to Bregman and the OC. Well, 713-572-4610. We'll do it next.
All right, D&M Auto Leasing and your new vehicles. Friday, maybe it's your payday, and you're like, all right, this is the day. This is the day I'm going to pick up the phone, call D&M Leasing, take about 10 minutes out of your day on the phone and find that new vehicle. Find that new vehicle that they will bring to you, and you'll be really happy with it. And trust me, I've done this twice. We've gotten 2 vehicles through D&M Auto Leasing, and it's one of the smarter things that we've done because you're paying less, up to 50% less, no down payment, no payment for 60 days, and they'll even craft the lease to fit your driving habits. So don't worry about, oh, I can't drive this.
intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Ooh, that is funky. I like what you're doing there.
Funky Figgy, I'm telling you. He's funky
on
today,
a Funky
man.
Friday. In the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Question of the day, Tom. What things are frustrating to wait on, but worth the wait? 713-572-4610. Also, shout out to the folks on the YouTube who are, still knee-deep in Rockets conversation. Really hoped that you got a win in that game yesterday. But again, still acquitted themselves pretty well when you consider missing quite a few players. That was a Jabari Smith Jr. miss. Not having him, I'm sure, definitely helped, or hurt, rather, in that game. But no Alpert. I know John Morant on the other side was not playing. But, yeah. A really fun Rocket situation, but this one was more inspired by the other two teams. When you talk about Alex Bregman, will they, won't they, that continues to go on even further on, and every day we get more information that makes it even more perplexing. Today the information is that Jorge Polanco signs.
He re-signs with the Mariners, so that fallback plan, I guess, that it seemed like, or maybe more of a, the plan that they were attacking is no longer in play. So it's like, all right, Bregman, I guess. And then, of course, the Texans OC, which it really hasn't been that long, if we're going to be completely honest.
Feels like a million
But
years.
it feels longer than it has been. But, yeah, what's worth waiting for, even though it's frustrating?
So what are you you got to wait. It's just the way it is. But it's worth it. Like, we are tapping our fingers, waiting for Bregman, waiting for an offensive coordinator. I thought of a couple of them, but I'm interested in our listeners, 713-572-4610.
And I think somebody came in from the 346 with, like, the leader in the clubhouse. Like, they started the bidding very high, which is payday.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Waiting on the 1st and the 15th, baby.
Yeah,
that is worthwhile.
I'm waiting for at least 3 shows that I binged, and then I got to the end, and they haven't cranked them back up yet.
Yeah, that's getting harder to sell now.
That's a little tricky, man.
That's the worst. It's like, and then you get teases like, whatever show it is.
I think the worst is when the season ends and you like, I can't wait to the next season.
And it's next year.
And or even when they get back to that show, it's like, man, I waited all year for this.
I feel like those are still fine, like, in the normal run of seasons as TV had been.
Yeah.
Now TV has gotten to a place where you're having these series where, like House of the Dragon or what have you, where it's like, all right, well, yeah, there you go. There's the end of the season. Next season in 2 years, and you're like, what?
Exactly.
Yeah.
What the hell is happening?
2027.
Or you get the reports, they're thinking about rebooting it. Thinking about it. We got to see it. Let's go. That's one that I got like 2 or 3 shows right now that I'm like, come on.
Are they the reality ones or scripted?
No, just regular shows like Shrinking. I binged.
I haven't watched
I
Shrinking.
binged like all 3 or 4 seasons, whatever it was, and now it's not coming back for like a year.
See, look at you. Don't you feel silly? You should.
I know.
What kind of show is that?
It's a really cool
It's on
show.
Apple Plus, Apple TV Plus. I can't remember what the actual premise of it is.
It's about it's Shrinking. It's about a psychologist, about a psychologist and his own problems and his own family. But it's really funny and really cool. Really good as well.
What's my guy's name that stars in it again? I don't forget his name.
Oh boy, you would have.
Because I almost called him his character's name from How I Met Your Mother.
Yeah, that's the guy. Yeah, that's the guy.
Yeah. Some other things that have come in, things that are worth the wait, even if frustrating. Somebody says sexy time with the wife.
Sure.
Touche. Like, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Especially if it's the wife. Otherwise, sometimes you might need to go make something happen.
Or what about before you get married and the wedding,
the abstinence.
honeymoon,
The abstinence.
Yeah.
I'm interested in hearing what the text line and what the people have to say about that, because I have some people I'm sure there's some people that are like, nope.
Well, just as a grandpa, it seems like my daughter-in-law's been pregnant.
Waiting on the baby.
Waiting on the baby. How about this? This is one that just, I guess as you get older, you just get more frustrated with it. A concert to start.
Oh yeah, when you're because you're just thinking about, hey man,
it's pushing 10 o'clock, baby.
The opener hasn't come out. They gonna come out like they gonna do an encore. When am I getting to sleep?
Yes, exactly.
Nah, sometimes it's frustrating too, because I got to the point where I'm like, I'm gonna get there a little late because they usually late. And the one time I did was for Ken the Man concert.
Oh, she was on time, huh?
Bruh, I got in almost at the end of the concert. I'm like, she started on time?
Yeah.
They said 9 o'clock the show start. She started probably about 8:50.
Yeah.
I'm like, what? So I missed most of the show.
Shout out to the homie Sean Pendergast of Payne and Pendergast, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every morning here on Sports Radio 610. He said, when you have vacation planned out, like 5 months out, and you're just like, I can't wait. I can't wait.
That's a great one.
One is for me. I went through this recently, buying a house.
Oh, yeah.
Going through that process.
That process.
Yeah, where you just because you go through a process where everything go on point, but then it's a waiting process.
Yeah.
Where you waiting for a couple weeks, and then they come through like, all right, we good to go. Let's come through and sign the rest of the papers.
I was thinking about that one with the concert. Remember when I went to Guns N' Roses last year?
Yeah.
Dude, there was a guy yelling behind us because they were supposed to start like at 8:30. It was 10 o'clock and they hadn't started yet.
Oh, man.
And the dude behind me was like, there's old people out here.
Wait, did he mean that they were just tired, or like they might die if you don't get this done?
Just get started.
And shout out to the text line, knowing that his name is Jason Segal.
Jason Segal.
That's right. That's right. Siegel, rather. I said his name wrong. I made him into someone entirely different. For me personally, it always has to do with food. But like a well cooked, either home cooked meal or just like a really good restaurant.
Dude, that's on my list.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. And the thing about it for me is like I'm cool with waiting because especially if I'm cooking a meal or if I went to a restaurant, I know that that's part of the process. The thing that gets under my skin is the person that goes and they're just like, what's taking them so long? Like, they back there cooking it. Like, literally you ordered it, they took it back there. And now that's outside of the circumstances where it's like, this is clearly taking a long time. Yeah. But like within the normal, and the people are like, well, I'm hungry. I'm like, yeah, but we got here and you were already hungry. That's more on us than it is on
Sometimes it take about 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The other thing with the restaurant is that super awesome restaurant you've been looking forward to forever, and all of a sudden you get there and you're like, yeah, that'll be an hour and a half. Yeah, an hour and a half.
Oh, the wait. Yeah, the wait time. See, now the wait time, that's when we play a game.
Yeah.
Well, hey, y'all know that if you're in there with the group, they say that wait time before you say anything, everybody look at each other.
Like, what do you think? What do you think?
You want to do this? I do that to my wife every time.
You want to do
45 minutes. You good with that?
Sunday lunch.
Whatever with me.
You go to Sunday lunch and everybody from church is in there waiting. And you're like, oh, nah. We might need to
I joke around with my wife all the time because she always pick a Sunday morning to go to like everybody waking up Sunday morning wanting to go to Crackle Barrel. That's the best time to go. Huh?
I got an idea on Sunday morning. Let's go to IHOP. No,
no, it's jam packed.
No.
Or dude, just know you got to wait for it. Somebody said wild duck hunting.
Duck hunting, that's a good one.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the reasons why I imagine fishing is a similar way. One of the reasons why I'm not like super excited for those instances. Although I probably do want to go fish just to get the experience. I never fish.
Oh, you came to the right place.
Yes, I very much did.
He ain't gonna take you fishing.
I'm not. Yeah.
Oh, come on.
Hey,
we'll talk about it.
You ain't take nobody here fishing never.
You don't know that.
Oh, wow. This is a good one.
You don't know that.
This is a good one because I actually disagree with this. From the 281, when the parking lot is full, but finding a spot close to the entrance, I am in full disagreement. Just park. Go ahead and walk it in.
I always do that.
You're not, like, those extra steps, probably good for you. Like, we live a sedentary lifestyle. Get them steps in, baby.
Yeah.
Like, park at the back. Sometimes I park at the back just to do it. It's a little bit sicko, and I understand, but I'm just like,
You know a weird one? And we may be experiencing this next week. Like, you've been looking forward to this vacation or this trip, and then with a couple of days left in the trip, you're like, man, I'm ready to get home. I'm ready to get home.
All the time, yeah.
Which is funny because somebody mentioned cruises, and they just said cruises, and I'm like, waiting to go on the cruise, or once you're on the cruise, waiting to get home? Because I do think that,
like, starting vacation and then like 5-6 days in, you're like, yeah, let's get.
What's the right vacation timeline? Because like I feel like there's a given time on any vacation where you go, all right, time to go home.
Yeah.
And I know that people say like Vegas, you're good for like 3 days, and then after that you get the hell out of there. I feel like a cruise, you're probably in that 5 to 7 day range where you're like, yeah, let's go home.
Yeah.
Is that just any vacation, or for you are there like?
I'm generally a week. Yeah, I'm generally like that. But I like to take that extra day just to recharge at home, that off day before you come back to work.
Somebody said getting home from deployment, Sailor Jimmy. Oh, yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure you just got a calendar you're marking off.
Yeah.
And then in a similar way, there's a few people that mentioned retirement. In fact, shout out to Jay Foxman on the YouTube, said retirement at the end of August. Salute to you. But yeah, I imagine. I've been talking to my mom a lot about this, and she's like a few years out, and she just, I could retire in 3 years,
down the
I could
days.
retire in 5 years. And I'm like, goodness gracious.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like this is making it more difficult doing it this way.
Got a text on the bat phone?
Bat phone.
Prison.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What about moving day?
Ooh.
Yeah. Because you be sitting there like, man, it's time to move. But once it come and you all moved in, you like, I'm good now.
What, 3 months in? Because is anybody ever actually all moved in on day one?
No, God,
you
no.
got boxes.
No, not all moved in, but
getting started.
Everything is there in the house, and the other place is done.
When Sean Pendergast, when the Texans were terrible, the NFL draft.
The NFL draft. That's right. And you know what that is? That might just be like you're waiting for the relief of, all right, we're not doing mock drafts anymore.
Yeah,
we know what this is.
Well, you've done so many.
Yes, we can move through this. And a decidedly Houston win. Timmy Chance to call your number.
Yeah,
that's right. Just when you're just waiting, or just waiting in line anywhere, and you're just waiting for that number to be called because you're just ambling about. You don't have a really good thing that you're doing in that moment.
Yeah.
But yeah, there you go. Some of the what are the things that are frustrating to wait on but worth the wait? We'll see. Hopefully, both of these instances are worth the wait.
Come on, Breggy. Come on, OC.
Yeah, man. At this point, let's go ahead and get this Bregman thing done. Because if you don't, what have we spent all this time for? And then, of course, OC. Like, you just need this to be the case. Because if you don't, it's going to be real frustrating to not have an offense that is firing all on cylinders. Considering the way that this defense.
What about waiting on test results?
Ooh,
well, is that good or bad?
It depends on what the actual result is.
Yeah,
then sometimes they are not worth the wait.
I mean, it could be a school test. It could be a health test. Just sitting there waiting, and once you get the results, you're like, I feel better.
Yeah.
Somebody started talking about football season to start. That's a great answer.
Yes, it is.
I feel like I'm the wrong person to say that though, because I'll get into the middle of the season. I'm like, damn. I'm ready to go. And then we'll get into the offseason. I'm like, why was I ready to get out of football season so much? I want to get back to that. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Hope you're listening on the Odyssey app. A few people have let us know that they're listening on the Odyssey app, so I know that they are going to be entered into the Slam Dunk in Vegas national contest that Odyssey's putting on. All you got to do is listen to Sports Radio 610 for an hour each day to get your daily entry into this contest, and the winner will be headed to Vegas with a flight and hotel accommodations for them and 3 guests, plus $20,000 to fund the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball tourney. That's right. All you got to do, listen to Sports Radio 610 on the Odyssey app. Make sure you're signed in for that to go through. All right, coming up next, let's go around the NFL, where I have a reason why this Heat is rooting on a particular team to win the Super Bowl. I'll explain what I mean next.
access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Brought to you by Quick Assist. Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL here on this Friday in Loop. But our question of the day was like, what is frustrating to wait for, but indeed worth the wait? Someone said deplaning. Like when you're just on the plane, you're in the back, and you're just waiting to get. Just PSA, please sit down. Like it's so.
Oh,
why
you
is
want to
everybody
stand up?
Yeah. Just wait. You're not gonna get out of there any faster.
Yeah, but you're excited.
I know.
Yeah.
And I know people want to stretch and everything, but you're not really getting a good stretch.
Let me stand up and wait for the next 20 minutes.
Yeah. You're not really moving. Someone did mention a sports championship. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
It's frustrating, but definitely worth
Look
the
who
wait.
you're talking to.
That's right. And then
some people die waiting, man.
Yeah, well,
right.
tick, tick, tick.
Some people did die waiting.
Shout out to the Astros, giving us some victories of late. All right. And somebody said waiting on the occasion you can wear that new outfit. Oh yeah. I know how you were raised.
Waiting on the first day of school.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still
that outfit on the bed.
I haven't gotten over that. I still, if I get new clothes, I have to wait for a major okay. Like I have not gotten to a place where I could just wear that.
Mm-hmm.
It's
yeah,
crazy.
I get like that with sneakers.
Yeah, absolutely.
I still got some sneakers I never broke out.
They're still in the box, just like, yeah, but it's not an occasion. I got to wait till an occasion.
What
All
are
right.
you waiting for, man?
The occasion right now is around the NFL, which is brought to you by Quick Assist. Tired of the hassle of selling your tickets? Say goodbye to the stress and let their experts get you the best price. Download Quick Assist from your app store today, and they'll handle the rest. That's QUICKASYST, Quick Assist, your ticket everywhere. And we begin with potentially international Texans.
Oh, yeah, man.
As
I love this.
Yesterday, from a Brazilian publication, which I believe it reads as Lance, but I'm pretty sure it's Lance. Look, Brazilian is basically like drunk Spanish, or Portuguese, I guess is what I should say. Portuguese is basically like drunk Spanish.
Yeah.
So like, if you know a little bit of Spanish, you can pick some things out, but you'll still be confused as hell.
Mm-hmm.
And in my cursory learning of Spanish, I know that is to throw, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is I guess a Brazilian football magazine of sorts.
Mm-hmm.
That would seem to track. However, they are reporting that the Chargers are a team that will play in Sao Paulo in September. So likely to be that same as that Eagles Packers game that was played in Sao Paulo, same place. This past season, week 1, where the travel gets a little bit easier to deal with, that type of thing. However, with the Chargers being out there, it feels like that then opens up the possibility of the Texans being there, because it'll be a Chargers home game that they take over there. And so who are the teams that the Chargers are playing on the road? And you go through those and you parse through those. Or sorry, at home rather, right? I guess the teams that would be playing on the road versus the Chargers is the way that I would say that. They'll play the Chiefs, the Broncos, the Raiders, obviously in division. Then you have the Eagles, Commanders, Steelers, Vikings, and Texans. It's highly unlikely that the NFL takes Philly, because they played last year. But then also it's highly unlikely that they take a divisional game and move it out of the country, because I mean the NFL is still trying to make this money with it. And so with that being the case, it feels like the most likely teams are the Texans, Commanders, and Vikings. So there you go. Like we talked about it, the possibility of like with the Colts, I believe, hosting in Berlin, if I remember correctly. That would be it. But again, taking a division game over there, you go maybe. This one feels like, oh, now you're in the possibility of the Texans maybe being on the road in Brazil, Sao Paulo.
And watch them colors.
That's right.
Well, yeah, no green in any of these, so you don't have to worry about anybody. These equivalent is of where you from, where your grandma stay. Like I don't know if there's an equivalent of that. However, I imagine Texans fans would not have to worry.
Yeah, no, but it just makes way too much.
Throw out them H's.
What does that mean? Because I'm convinced they're going to play somewhere overseas. It's just time for the Texans. We thought they were last year. They probably were last year, as we've mentioned. But then the Hall of Fame game came up, so it just makes sense on that front. It also makes sense, like if it's the season opener. How about a playoff rematch? Chargers and Texans.
I can see that. I can see that.
So just the way they sell it, et cetera, it makes a lot of sense.
Y'all trying to go?
Texans? Whew. 9 hours each way.
Hey,
That's such an ungrateful response.
But when you get there, it's gonna be fun, right?
It's gonna be a
just
blast.
like the question of the day, right?
It's worth the wait.
It's worth the wait.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Is it worth the 9 hour flight?
Yeah, I'm not certain. I am not certain.
Just don't stand up when the plane lands.
Yeah.
That's right. If everybody promises to not stand up, I'll go.
Brazilian people and South American people, I've flown on several flights with them. They're the ones that applaud when the plane lands.
Oh God.
Yeah, that's you hear everybody.
Oh goodness.
I mean, it is magnificent that we are taking people in this steel contraption and soaring through the air. I don't want to lose my whimsy about that.
Yeah.
Like do you realize that we just went many miles in a short amount of time through the air like birds? I feel like
in steel.
We could let people clap, right?
Yeah.
We could let people applaud.
No, it's cute. It's just like they applaud.
It's a mini miracle that we make happen consistently.
Yeah.
That sometimes we get upset if we have to wait a few extra minutes in order to make it happen. Now I'll be honest. I do get upset if we have to wait a few extra hours to make it happen, as myself and Figgy saw not too long ago. But yes, flight, magical.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, flight delays.
Oof, they can be rough. But yeah, this will be the second game for the Chargers in Latin America. They played the Chiefs in Mexico in 2019, and they have a pretty strong record of playing in various places overseas, dating back all the way to 1976. But yeah, it'll be. I feel like you're in on the international Texans.
Well, it's not so much in as it's just. I think they are. I mean, they just are.
And 713 makes a good point. Vikings played in London last year, so it's possible that maybe they get an international game bye to where it's really down to just the Commanders and the Texans. So we'll see how that ultimately pans out. Another thing around the NFL, it seems like Nick Caley, who is one of the people that has been interviewed, at least reportedly, because the Texans apparently are real G's and move in silence like lasagna, right? Because we are hearing about these things after they happen in some cases. But yeah, Nick Caley, who has interviewed for the Texans job, apparently has pulled himself out of the running for the Jets job. I think the reporting happened just earlier today, maybe not more than 2 hours ago, that Nick Caley has pulled himself out of the running for the Jets position. Which, how do you read that? Do you read that as maybe, possibly wanting to stay in his position
I think it's
in L.A., or maybe that he just is like, nah, I don't want to coach in New York?
I think there's a couple of possibilities here.
Okay.
Maybe, he pulled himself out of the job. Like, it's not like the Jets moved on. He pulled himself out of the job. And so maybe it's that. I think also maybe, he had a word with Mike LaFleur. Who got fired by the Jets, and LaFleur said, "Yeah, you don't want that.
You don't want the problem.
Yeah, you don't need that."
Yeah, but I mean, it's a new regime. Like you got Aaron Glenn in there.
Yeah. No, I get it.
And then Woody Johnson has promised to keep his hands behind his back. Hey, maybe it's a new day.
Has he
out there in the Meadowlands?
Has he?
I mean, supposedly.
Yeah,
possibly. But yeah, so one of the many candidates for the Texans OC job. At least he has turned down the Jets job. So if anything, at the very least, that puts him in a place where now
he's still available.
Still available, and two, there's fewer people that you're competing against. If that is indeed the way that the Texans lean on that coordinator search, we'll talk more about that as this program goes along. Some other things around the NFL, and talking about filling position. Liam Cohen, Mr. Duval. What is that? What movie is it that's basically like that? I think Parker yesterday was.
Talking about Toy Story.
Well, he's talking about Toy Story. There's another movie. What is it like? Is it Jack and I'm Back?
No, yes, Jack Nicholson. I'm back.
Something like that.
Yeah.
But I think Parker said that he sounded like the little toy aliens from Toy Story. The Claw. I feel like that's how the Duval went.
The Shining.
Shining, thank you very much. This is a movie show, I guess. But, Liam Cohen, now the head coach in Jacksonville. Duval. It does kind of like that. But, yes, that man himself, the head coach of the Jags now, looking to get assistance. And how does hiring happen in the NFL often? It's kind of who you know. Except that gets tough when you burned a bridge.
When you're bitter.
Yeah, when you burned a bridge with, obviously, the ways that it happened where he decided that he was not going to be he was going to take himself out of the running for the Jags job, and then he was going to sign an extension to be the coordinator in Tampa. And then he went AWOL. He went MIA for a period of time, and then ultimately popped up in Jacksonville with the job. Seems like Tampa Bay is not taking that too kindly, because there have been multiple assistants that Liam Cohen has tried to hire away from the Buccaneers, obviously where he was and the people that he's worked with. And the Bucs have blocked them. Specifically, the Bucs blocked requests for offensive line coach Kevin Carberry and assistant offensive line coach Brian Picucci for roles on Cohen's staff. And then, so those are the main ones. But, yeah, the Bucs were like, no. No. We're blocking all the ones that are blockable.
The
we're
hell
blocking
you
them.
are.
Go find somewhere else, right? Like, no, those dudes are getting extensions, unlike you.
I don't mind it.
You're with it? You like the petty?
Well, yeah, I kind of like the bitter and the petty.
I also respect it to some degree with, like, hey, we thought we were going to have something here. You take off, and now you want to, now we're having to find a new offensive coordinator already.
Because of that.
But you want to take away some of the, make more turnover on our staff? No. I don't even know that you have to be petty. You might just look up and be like, we like what we have here, and we would like for it to not be turned over
it's a little petty,
for lateral move.
I think it's a little petty, and I don't mind it. That's how it works, man. He burned them. When it comes right down to it, he burned them.
See? I knew we were wrong. Hey, y'all put that. Jack Nicholson says, "Here's Johnny."
Oh, here's Johnny.
What's on? Is that like Poltergeist or something?
It's something. There is an "I'm Back" and there is "Here's Johnny." Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
So The Shining, here's
Johnny.
Johnny.
Thinking about.
I don't know. It's a whole different thing now.
Yeah.
I'm trying to stay focused on around the NFL, and so I will do that. Continuing on, I did mention there's a person in the Miami Heat organization who has a vested interest in this Super Bowl and how it goes. And I know that you're asking, first of all, why are we talking about betting? Not what we're talking about. And second of all, why the hell are we talking about the Miami Heat in this instance? Good question. Are you familiar with Pat Riley?
Very much so.
He is a coaching legend. He is the executive that really has things going there in Miami for the Heat. He has his hands all over everything. He is trusted to really run that organization. But you remember, he was a highly regarded coach in the NBA, particularly with the Lakers, right? And the probably most notable early version of the three-peat in the NBA. Well, apparently, I think he heard one of the players refer to it as a three-peat. And so Riley, with a company that is called Riles & Company Incorporated, he has trademarks for three-peat in various different iterations. And so, when the Bulls three-peated in the 90s, he was able to, because he has that trademark on it, he was able to cash in some money off of that. And ever since then, if three-peats happen, Pat Riley stands to make money. So in this game, you have to imagine that Pat Riley is win, so that they go through merchandise and all sorts of things, and he gets a little money off of another instance of the three-peat.
If they win it, or if they just produce any merch, that has three-peat on it.
Well, I feel like you have to win it in order to do that, right?
There might be some now. Chiefs on the road to a three, whatever. He makes it. I think the Yankees paid him some money as well.
Yes, I did not consider that one as well.
And so, you know what? Tip of the cap. How much does it cost to get a copyright like that? And he's just banking.
And it's something simple too.
Yes.
And he has I believe 5 versions of it. He has three-peat all as one word, or actually no, I think it's a couple of them. Three-peat all as one word, three-peat separated, three-peat with hyphenated, and 3 with the numeral 3-peat. So he has been very
every single way.
He's been litigious about this.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm trying to get all this money, and there we go. There's many people trying to get
somebody if they don't want to pay us, somebody had to put 3-peat PETE
or yeah
3-peat.
Yeah, how do we get around this? How do we evade this so that Pat Riley does not take some of our money? But yes, Pat Riley stands to gain here from this championship, and I guess salute to that man. Another odd thing that happens in the NFL and the NBA and sports in general. Somebody said, isn't there back from Poltergeist, which it seems like somebody said. Their here is from Poltergeist, the original, and then Poltergeist 2 is their back.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you for helping us.
But we were thinking of The Shining. Here's Johnny.
No, I was thinking they're
here.
You? I was thinking they're here, but it's just the lilting way that that Liam Cohen says or said Duval on that woo.
Oh.
Yes. And what I've realized is that the way that it sounds is weird, but it's also so much weirder when you look at the way that his face,
his eyebrows,
his eyes get really big.
Yeah. He look really goofy, man.
He lands. It looks like a spoof.
Yeah, it does.
He's a very goofy looking dude.
Duval.
And then he lands it with this weird smirk.
He turns his head.
That's why I thought it was fake.
One eyebrow goes up, and then the other eyebrow, and he's turning his head.
Bro, you should not be an NFL coach.
Just a goofball.
It's very uncomfortable. So yeah, that's one of the things that's happening. And unfortunately for Liam Cohen himself, he will be he'll have to stretch outside of his normal boundaries for coaches, because the Buccaneers are not letting him have these things. You said you're embarrassed for the NFL.
Come on, what are we doing? What are we doing here?
What do you mean?
This Pro Bowl.
Oh,
game.
you enjoyed the festivities.
Oh, yes, I forgot. I did say I was going to give you guys an update.
Look.
Actually, Figgy, I would like you to play. These are the highlights that are worth listening to from the Pro Bowl. You ready, dear listener? Here you go. That was it. From the not the Pro Bowl games in general, because we still have the things that are going to happen on Saturday, but the things that happened yesterday. I got to admit, I know a lot of people were bagging on him. You were right to do so. Nico Collins, he was very early on in that trivia thing that led into how much time.
Dude, what are we doing?
It was very weird.
Did you see Justin Jefferson?
Yes, with the big Mickey Mouse hands.
Yeah.
Derek Stingley had the giant hands. He looked like Luda in the was that the move? Was that the move video where he had the big hands?
I think so. Yeah.
I was legitimately secondhand.
I'm like, what is
embarrassment?
going? Yeah.
Just total embarrassment.
I was just looking at Justin Jefferson dropping every ball before the big hands.
Yeah.
He caught one. Then he had to put on the big hands.
Yeah.
Oh.
And they're doing a trivia contest and dodgeball.
Well, the dodgeball, I feel like dodgeball is one of the few things where, all right, now we're just we're competing in something that feels sporty. And now we're getting into that place. And also, that gives me an opportunity to salute Joe Mixon. Apparently, he got a little bit of a cannon.
Yeah, he does have a cannon.
I think he caught Brian Branch in the no-no area, though.
It doesn't help. It was an embarrassment. Just stop. Just stop. Nobody wants to be there. It's not in Hawaii. It's silly. I watched about 18 seconds and said, nope. And then I just checked in.
Do you feel like they should go back to the old way of Pro Bowl?
Well, they should, but they won't.
Because they ain't going to get rid of all of this stuff. But do you feel like they should just go back to a regular Sunday or whatever day they used to have the Pro Bowl on, just play a game and that's it?
They should, but they won't. I mean, we're not in that world anymore. Too many injuries and worries, and
they should at least take the trip to Hawaii.
They should go to Hawaii. Yeah, that's for sure.
I do like that somebody yesterday was like, oh, so we have NFL Pro Bowlers doing the Nickelodeon Guts. And I was like, actually, it would be better if they just did Nickelodeon Guts.
Yeah, they should get that sponsor.
Just actually do, I want to see dudes climbing the aggro crag. Actually, let's just widen this out. Just do all of those Nickelodeon games and stuff. Have them do Legends of the Hidden Temple. Just do all of it. I would like to see all those things. But yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's dive into the story. It broke during our show yesterday, but we weren't able to get into all of the many details. Justin Tucker's been accused of some real inappropriate behavior during massages. And let's break this down next.
All right. So a couple of these out there from Freedom Boats at the Houston Auto and Boat Show, and another guy that was
for your chance to win this national contest.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, that's the type of time we're on this Friday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Hope you're having a fantastic Friday as well. Man, we're triple excited, in fact. Here's the 3 reasons me personally I'm excited on this Friday. I don't know if you care or not, but I'm telling you anyway. 1, it's a Friday. Point. Period. Point blank period.
You ain't got to name the other 2.
Yeah. 2 is payday.
Oh, okay.
Hey, and I hope that you also have a payday so that you can be on these same vibes. 3, this is our last show before we head out to NOLA. We're going to be out on Radio Row, courtesy of Fly by Yingling, courtesy of Low T Center. Exclusive Furniture sending us out there with the hot seat for all the fantastic guests that we're going to have all week long. And then you will be able to see all the things happening courtesy of McCarran Injury Lawyers. So, look, man, we're taken care of so that you can get taken care of on the path to the Super Bowl.
It's going to be fun, man. Make sure you follow us on Instagram, too, at Sports Radio 610, at The Figgy Fig, at Lopez on Sports, at Reggie Atatula.
It's the full name, at Reginald Atatula.
Okay.
It's the full name.
Yeah, man. Make sure you follow us. We're going to be updating a lot of stuff, including the car ride. We're going to be, all 3 of us going to be in the car together.
I will turn this car ride around.
No, you won't. No, you won't. I bet you won't.
I wonder what the playlist going to look like, man.
I hadn't even thought about that.
Is it going to be silent? I got to bring headphones?
I'm driving. It's my playlist. That's the rule.
That's what I'm saying. What's the playlist going to look like?
Well,
do I need to get the headphones?
Look, actually, is that true that it's a rule? If you're driving, I feel like if you're just ambling around the city, it's the playlist.
No. You don't touch somebody. You don't touch another man's. Radio.
Man, I disagree. I feel like if you're on a road trip, somebody is designated with the aux cord.
No.
Are you for real? 713-572-4610.
You don't touch another man's radio.
That's a general, like if we just generally get in the car. If we're going on a road trip, which is what this is, we're going to be in the car, 6 hours?
And see, I feel like that's kind of an older rule, too, because back in the day, you had, whoever car it was, they had CDs, tapes, and all that stuff. Now you could just plug up a phone, and the driver can't just be sitting there on the phone, stuff like that.
You know the rules.
Sometimes you just pass it all to the passenger.
You know the rules.
Man, I'm not certain about that. We'll let the people decide.
I bring my headphones.
Let me know. While we do that, we pivot to a very serious topic. As yesterday we got news, courtesy of the Baltimore Banner, doing some capital J journalism, and a real long form piece about Justin Tucker and some alleged illicit behavior, or not good behavior, I guess is the way that I ultimately say it. He was accused rather of inappropriate behavior during massages. Over about a 4-year span, 2012 to 2016 is where these incidents were kind of reported from. And, of course, 2012 was Justin Tucker's rookie year there in Baltimore. Apparently, if you drill down into it, I think it's six massage therapists were kind of contacted and talked to about this. In fact, I guess the way that this started was that the Baltimore Banner got a tip about this on January 9th of this year. Imagine that, right? Like this dates back to, over a decade ago. They got a tip finally this year, and they started, kind of digging into this, talking to these various massage therapists whose names were kind of protected for obvious reason. After being interviewed, one of the therapists contacted attorney Michael Belsky, who is a partner at SBWD law firm who specializes in sexual abuse and harassment cases. So then they represent, I believe, 4 of the therapists. But apparently what happened is that supposedly Justin Tucker was engaging in all similar things that we heard in, where, now, of course, and I think Sean made this distinction. I thought it was worthwhile that this was not the kind of, individual, finding them on Instagram type massages. These were, establishments, professional establishments that were there where, several therapists said that his behavior was so egregious that they ended his sessions early, refused to work with him again. And at 2 of the spas, the management said that they were banning him from returning completely. In fact, I believe one of the massage places said, quote, what was the quote? Tucker's inappropriate actions began slowly and subtly, but oh no, that's actually the wrong quote. It was that they took immediate and decisive action to ban this individual from their business and services to ensure a safe environment for all. So look, it seems like this is pretty well reported. They talked about his improper actions beginning slowly and subtly, but after he repeatedly attempted to expose his genitals, and in some cases seemingly positioned his hand to brush their thighs with his fingers, they concluded that he was deliberately being inappropriate. That's a direct quote from the people interviewed. So it seems like there's a pretty good leg to stand on here. I mean, obviously it's still accusations, but it seems like there's a pretty good leg to stand on here that Justin Tucker was behaving very inappropriately in these cases.
Yeah, look, and obviously, as you just mentioned, it's allegations at this point. And Justin Tucker has issued a statement, and his agent has completely denied it. He completely denied it.
Yeah.
So we do have to mention that, and and we do have to make it clear that that's where it is.
Sure.
These being professional, massage therapists and professional, businesses, brick and mortar businesses. In some ways, if there is anything to this, I think he's kind of in a worse place than even Deshaun Watson.
I'm interested to hear why.
Because these are businesses, and I'm guessing most businesses like this, and most businesses in general, they will have video of the entrance of Justin Tucker in these places, maybe leaving abruptly, after a certain few number of minutes or whatever. Maybe have, like I said, there's going to be some. There's a good chance.
There's some level of documentation. And outside of video, I imagine, and correct me if I'm wrong, right? Because I
record books.
Right. And if
record online.
If therapists would had to, I love that you're like, it's not physical media.
It's not an actual book.
It's in the cloud. If there's instances where therapists had to take it to their managers, which is what is being
correct
reported
documentation.
That's an HR situation where I imagine that there had to be some level of actual physical documentation on these circumstances, which I would hope means that these things could be a lot easier, easily proved, so that we don't have to get into like the he said, she said that I think that we've tended to get into some of these situations with at various points. But man, I think one of the things that has made this more egregious for me, outside of the idea that not only was he kind of doing some of those things, there are 3 of the women who, mind you, interviewed individually, right, said that when they returned to the treatment room after Tucker left, they discovered a large wet sleeve, bodily fluids to try and be as delicate as possible in saying that. Is that at least one of these, places that he was actively kicked out of was one that Ravens folks frequently frequented. So like, there was maybe even at least a professional relationship, but at least a kind of cordial relationship between the organizations. Many members of the Ravens patronized this place, and you was out here acting a fool, showing your ass, literally and figuratively.
Yeah, and that's why I feel like the Deshaun thing, we were so close to it. It was something we talked about literally every day, but there was a lot of speculation, and he did this on Instagram, and went to this woman's home or whatever it might have been. This is a business that has some level of a relationship with the Baltimore Ravens. And so the Ravens might even have some documentation of, we sent him here or he went there. Certainly they have that as well. So I think, as much as he's denying it, and maybe he's right, we don't know, but I think it could be worse in some ways than Deshaun because it's like right there.
Yeah, it's an actual business.
Yes,
and I think
right
Deshaun was hitting up personal massage.
Yeah. Some would argue that that's worse though, like that he was actively targeting certain women.
No, it
right?
feels worse. It's creepier.
Sure.
It's creepier.
No, Deshaun was targeting. He was targeting. This one seemed like it could be more trouble.
No, I'm talking about could you prove this? Do you have some level of evidence? Like Deshaun was just. It felt all this stuff. We didn't have all this.
It looked
stuff.
like Deshaun was targeting up and coming independent massage therapists
or non-massage therapists. Whereas this is a professional business that all of a sudden it's out there. I mean, it's there. There's some level of
being banned from a place.
Yeah,
that's another thing, right? It wasn't just that because again. A few of them, and I know some people be like, "Oh, how are they? How are these therapists? So distraught or what have you?" It wasn't just that they stopped their. It wasn't just that they stopped the treatment early or whatever. And I know some people be like, "Well," and I think that was one of the things, the claims that Tucker, I don't know if it was him himself or via his representation, said that hey, it's to be expected that every once in a while maybe there'll be some exposure or whatever. But these therapists do this for a living. And like I was mentioning, one of them mentioned that his improper actions began slowly and subtly. They know the difference between just, the sheet slipped or whatever, this is becoming intentional. After repeated attempts to expose himself, and in some cases, like trying to touch them. I have a strong feeling that once it reaches a certain level, like it's very evident as opposed to just, this was a few, errant instances of accidental exposure.
Yeah, and I don't know if this even affects like an NFL decision, a Baltimore Ravens decision, or any decision in terms of lawsuits and such, but there is a common sense factor here. The common sense tells me if I go to get a massage and the sheet slips and they feel uncomfortable about it, I'll be wearing like sweatpants and make sure that this doesn't happen. I think in that instance that you've crafted for yourself, you were going in there for a massage.
Correct. But that's what I'm saying. Common sense says this was not exactly what he was doing.
Yeah, the picture that is being painted here is of a man who is maybe not going in there for a massage, but going in there for trying to, gin up sexual favors. And that's fairly despicable in my personal estimation. Now, some people have asked, and I understand why this pops up as a question whenever something of this sort comes up. Why 9 years later? And I do find that was one of the things that I was kind of thinking of as reading this. And one of the things that, again, one of the reasons why I mentioned the timeline of this, that the Baltimore Banner, the publication that did this long form article and did this this journalism, they got the tip earlier this year. They started talking to various people, and it was at this point when somebody who was interviewed, I imagine once they realized that, this is not an isolated incident within my workplace or with me, that this is a wider spread thing, that then they went and reached out to representation. We're beyond the statute of limitations now, but I do wonder if the level of understanding that, this was a bigger issue as opposed to just like something that happened with me where we kicked this one dude out, that raised it to the level of, okay, now we might need to take a further action.
And there's also, therapists and all kinds of people will tell you a lot of times these are things that people just do not want to come forward with. And then at some point they're like, it's affecting me long term. I have to say something.
There's going to be something interesting. I think one of the things that we immediately jump to is, man, his career might be cooked there in part because he had a pretty poor season, at least for his standards. But I think you could probably say in a general way this year kicking. I know some people were talking about maybe this was a part of the stress. I'm not certain because, again, the timeline we set up, we're talking about January. So it might, and the reason why I say this is that he might just be declining in general. And that might give the Ravens a little opportunity to get like the easy layup.
I think it will.
And I hate to say it that way, but we understand that the value proposition factors into how much of your guff we're going to put up with.
Yeah.
And this is clearly serious allegations, but some teams would look at this with some level player and go, yeah, but the player is worth X, whatever. Even though he is a club legend, if he is playing poorly, I think that would make it a little bit easier for them to like come down difficult, whether it's punishment or just straight out maybe like cutting him or what have you. It remains to be seen what actually happens there. But that was a thought that I had.
I think it will. I think it will affect their decision on that, and it's not going to end well for anyone.
And I think also too, it don't help that he's a kicker. I know he's the best kicker in history, but he's still a kicker.
Right,
man.
Exactly. What is the value proposition?
He ain't no quarterback.
Yeah.
I am one of the things that's a little disconcerting, and I'll leave it here, is just this is now 2 players that we've seen had done this, and I do wonder how prevalent is this actually in the league, right? And
how many guys are nervous out there?
Right. And again, we're talking about allegations here, and I want to be careful because I don't want to put anybody in undue place. But at the very least, it feels like credible. At least we can discuss it in such way. If there's 2, how many more could there possibly be in these spaces? And that's really uncomfortable for me to think about. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610 on a Friday. Let's get back to the fun, funky of it. Let's celebrate an all-star here in Houston. We'll talk about that and more in What's Poppin' next.
Call him The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here on a Friday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. I really don't want to go back to the prings, but you guys keep texting stuff in, and I like getting involved in conversations with you on the text line, 713-572-4610. And at least I'll say this, I guess, in a slightly upbeat manner, with all due respect to the circumstances that are there, and with not trying to make light of a situation that I'm really very passionate about. Like, you remember my calls, my cleats.
Oh, yeah.
Or kicks, rather.
Yeah.
Not exactly the same thing, but was for the Houston's Women's Center, which, these things are near and dear to my heart personally, so I don't want to make light of them. However, someone did text in and said the real question is, with Justice Tucker, how long after he's cut, does he become a chief? Because it does feel like they have quite the appetite for taking on players that have, some level of, problematic nature to them, quote unquote.
Yeah, but they got Harrison Butker, the anti-Tucker.
Yeah, well,
get back in the kitchen, woman.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, they already have their own. So, well, yeah.
Hell, he might be a Cleveland Brown.
I mean, that's actually not that far off.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go around the not around the NFL. Where am I? What's popping is what we're doing here. And what's popping is we have an all-star in Houston. His name is Alperen Sengun. It was announced on Inside the NBA yesterday as they were getting ready for their coverage. He is one of the all-star reserves. The first homegrown all-stars, the way I'll say it, in a little while. And he joins the likes of Anthony Davis, Anthony Edwards, James Harden, Jaren Jackson Jr., who they played last night, and Victor Wembanyama, as well as Jalen White of things. And man, really well deserved. I think this was one of those things where we knew was coming.
Mm-hmm.
I had a little bit of worries, as he's had some instances of maybe not being as sure-handed in the restricted area, where I was wondering is someone going to try and sneak up and maybe steal that spot? The West is a really heavily loaded place for talent, but no, Alperen Sengun is in as a reserve in the All-Star game. I love seeing this for the men.
Look, I outside of the obvious, you're happy for the guy.
100%.
I think it kind of is signaling, as much as, the NBA, you can talk about some of the things they do and how they do things, but I think it's kind of signaling a lot of transition here.
Why do you say that?
A lot of transition with some of these younger players. I'm looking at the list right now. It's 3 first-year players in the West on the reserves and 2 in the East. And guys like, Cade Cunningham and Tyler Hero and Jalen Williams and Wembanyama and Sengun. A little bit of a transition here, which you always like to see, some of these young guys. Now, there were some, I think, very, very valid snubs that become a result of that.
Right.
Oh,
I thought you were going to get into some of the snubs that you were feeling.
Well, I think probably the biggest one was what's his name from Atlanta?
Are you talking Trey?
Trae Young. Yeah,
I was thinking LaMelo Ball.
Mm-hmm. LaMelo was a good one.
That was
LaMelo's an interesting one because he has big numbers, but that is not winning basketball in there. I think some people have talked about Norm Powell is one of those guys in the West.
Mm-hmm.
But still matter in this.
And there's always snubs.
There's always going to be. It feels like there was a level of trying to acknowledge winning from the coaches that voted on these reserves. Because I know up in Dallas, they're upset that Kyrie Irving is not in here. That's a team that has not won nearly to the same degree. I think they might be sitting in that kind of 6th seed or in that general area of it. So it's one of the places where it felt like you had to have an all-star for the Rockets with this fantastic season. I'm glad it's Alperen Sengun, the 3rd youngest all-star in Houston Rockets history after Yao Ming and Hakeem Olajuwon. And then
that's good company.
Yeah, very good company. And then also the 2nd Turkish-born all-star after Mehmet, of course. So salute to Alperen Sengun, Alpi as he's called, getting his chance to do this and go in a couple of weeks and be in the All-Star game itself. Obviously, we know that All-Star Weekend is going to be fun for us as Houston Rockets fans just in general, because you also have Amen Thompson and Reed Shepherd in the Rising Stars Challenge as well. So those guys are going to put on well for Houston. Some other things that are popping in this way, and somebody said, "Gotta love being in the West and only having a reserve All-Star." The starters are packed, man. When it comes to the All-Stars,
yeah.
Because especially front court. Who are you taking out of this front court for Alperen? Right? Nikola Jokic. Was that laugh?
Damn.
Okay, I just want to make sure that I
he's what,
interpreted that
3-time
properly.
MVP?
Yeah. Soon to be 4. Let's be honest. He's been
probably
incredible
should
this
have
year.
already been 4.
Probably
being
should.
real.
He easily could have been. Kevin Durant, maybe that's where you try and, compare.
You can try.
Yeah, I was like, I personally wouldn't. And then LeBron, I feel like so much of what he does has the caveat of at 40 years old.
See what he did last night?
Which is incredible. But even if you take what he is doing flatly, he's still a really good player.
Yeah.
And I feel like also when you consider just like the player voting or the fan voting aspect.
That's what it is. That's why you always gonna get KD, LeBron, Steph Curry. You still gonna get them until they retire.
But once you get in and you get these guys more visible in the All-Star game, that's what I'm saying about the first and second year players that are good in there. Then all of a sudden they become more sort of the cool
noticeable
thing. The cool thing to vote for.
Absolutely. So there's that. This thing that's popping is kind of wild, and it looks like there might be. This is something that we always worried about once we made gambling legal in a lot of places, a lot of corners of these United States, is the opportunity for a breakdown in the integrity of the sports that we are gambling upon. And in this instance, it looks like we might be getting at that. As it seems like Terry Rozier, who is a guard, I think he is he back in Charlotte now?
He's in the Heat.
In Miami, that's right.
Yeah,
that's where he is. He is being investigated for possibly being involved in a gambling ring.
Yeah, and this is from his days in Charlotte. And I read this very, very clearly because I think it's very, very obvious. I don't think he did anything. So let's make that very, very clear. I think the NBA has already kind of looked into it.
And this is a federal gambling investigation, by the way.
Bingo.
Like, this was reported by Wall Street Journal. This is not like the NBA is like, hey, there's some nefarious thing. No, the feds
are
involved. Came knocking.
Yeah.
The feds are involved, they know.
It's like you always say, don't be lying because they already know.
They got everything. they just come in there and confront you now.
Yes. And so this, to me, has all the markings of a big problem in professional sports. And it's a problem that you can never really fully avoid. Staffers, lower-level staffers that are around the team all the time. You can pick your lane there, whether it's trainers or managers or,
equipment. All that type of stuff,
all that stuff. They know a lot, and they are prime targets. The sharps always find out. They always have connections, and they can always tempt lower-level staffers. On the one hand, I feel bad. These people are, around the team every day, probably don't make a lot of money, and then here comes the sharps. Did you see the details of this? Because I dug in a little bit. It was almost too obvious. Well, it was too obvious how much money was spent, and it comes back to a Terry Rozier game when he ended up having, I believe, like a calf injury or something, and all kinds of money was coming on the under of the team, the under of his points, the under on his three-pointers.
It was a foot issue, yeah. And mind you, just to let you know, when you talk about big money coming in, this was 2023, so 2 seasons ago, when he, like you mentioned, he was with the Charlotte Hornets. This is a Hornets-Pelicans game then.
Yeah.
Pelicans, an interesting team at that point, but I don't know that I would put this to the level of, between the Hornets and Pelicans, you don't imagine that that's a game that's being gambled on in a high degree. These are not huge markets. These are not incredible teams.
And then all of a sudden
you get a heavy amount of money coming, laying unders on Rozier's statistics, including rebounds ahead of that game versus the Pelicans. In that game, he leaves after less than 10 minutes with a foot issue. And everybody's looking up like, oh, can you say Jonte Porter?
Yeah.
Right? Like, is this the way that we're getting to this money
They
here?
cashed in the second quarter at the latest on all these unders. So that's a red flag. But it tells me somebody around that team, somebody got to him, and he spilled the beans. Dude, he's got a bad foot.
Damn.
Yeah.
But even in having a bad foot, knowing that he's not going to play,
that he might not even
he will play in order to, because if you set bets on over-unders and he doesn't play, then you can cancel the ticket or whatever.
Yeah.
That he will play but not play a lot. That's when you start going, hey, what did Terry know? Like, what was he agreeing to or not agreeing to?
I don't think he knew a damn thing. I'm not trying to protect the players. I think I just don't in my heart.
That's what got Jonte Porter hemmed up.
No, I got it.
He is done.
I get you. I understand.
Yeah, this one's weird too because Terry, I mean, he's not like Jonte Porter that was trying to make his way in the NBA type deal.
Yeah.
Terry got paid before, right?
Yes. He has gotten a little bit of money.
So that would be shocking if he was into a thing like this.
I refuse to believe, and I'm not trying to defend players here because they can be as dirty as anybody. You never know.
And I'm not trying to levy those allegations, but I mean, the feds came knocking about this, so like I think that
I could see where somebody's taping his ankle and he tells them, "Man, I don't know how long I can go tonight." Boom. That guy, I know who to call. That kind of thing.
Right.
And it's ugly.
No, it really stinks because like the integrity of the game clearly matters a good amount. It's one of those things that it's evident that the leagues care more about than some of the other things that they talk about, whether it's safety or all these other things. It's like integrity of the game matters because this all falls apart if people believe that this stuff is not like on the up and up, which is why all of the ref talk is one of those things that the NFL and all these other sports need to handle with the level of care, because once people lose faith in the integrity of this, it really is a level of faith that holds up all these institutions that we're talking about here. And if you lose that, it becomes a real problem, Bubba, real problem. Another thing that is popping, we did mention Nick Haley has jumped out of taken himself out of the Jets consideration for the Jets OC job. Also, there's some more names in the Texans OC search. We'll talk about that here in a moment. But Jorge Polanco, he is returning to Seattle on a relatively inexpensive deal. It's 1 year. What is it? $7.7 million somewhere in there.
1.77, I believe it is.
Right in there. Which I didn't realize it was that cheap to get you some Jorge Polanco on on the cheap, like on the low side, and maybe play bet on his resurgence this year. But that was a guy that was out there, and we'll talk more about this. But according to Chandler Rome, apparently the Astros were looking to add Jorge Polanco not as a third baseman or anything like that, but to play second base and move Altuve to left field. So apparently the Altuve and left field thing was just like, it's a thing.
It's going to happen.
It is a thing.
It's going to happen. And they could have had him. I mean, they could have had Polanco. As you mentioned.
Which makes and we'll talk more about this later in the show as well, but it makes me wonder, why didn't they?
Yeah.
Then let's examine that later. But yeah, that's what's popping here on this Friday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into this. Let's get into the Texans core OC position, because the pool of candidates is getting larger, but we're also starting to see a trend within it. We'll discuss that next.
We're bringing the best sports talk. to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right. Sorry, I just had to let the beat ride a little bit. You are in the loop. Here on Sports Radio 610, John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, hanging out with you, having some real Friday vibes, having a lot of fun. You guys get involved on the text line, 713-572-4610. And also the in on the debate when it comes to the aux cord. I'll bring that up in confessions because I want to get to the bottom of what this road trip is going to look like.
You know the rules.
We're headed to NOLA. We're headed to NOLA this weekend for Radio Row. Next week we'll be there all week, having interviews and having fun in New Orleans, and we'll bring you all sorts of stories of what's happening there. And of course, it starts with the road trip down there. But before we get there, I do wonder, do you think we're going to be in New Orleans? Like, there's not going to be resolution on this Texans OC search by then, is there?
Yes, there will. I think by
You still think we will be trying to figure out?
We will know
we would know.
We will know the next offensive coordinator by the time we get in the vehicle to return to Houston.
Okay.
Hey, break the news, man.
Find that to
Come
be
on, man.
I mean,
Lopez has been working the phone over there all morning, man.
They are moving. It's interesting. How do you view the way that they're moving? Because it does not feel like they're. I feel like we're also locked in on it. That you could say that they're moving slowly, but they've had, or at least according to reports, by the end of today, it feels like they will have 7 interviews under their belt in like a week and some.
Yeah, that's fast.
A week.
That's fast.
That's pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's not slow.
And so. I guess the way that we'll start this, raise your hand if you haven't been interviewed for the Texans OC position.
Okay, who hasn't been interviewed?
I haven't. They haven't gotten around to me yet. Yeah, we'll see though. But you have seven names that you have had put down for interviews. A few names have jumped up recently. Obviously, Jeff Nixon is one of the earlier ones. Thad Lewis. Sorry, let me make sure I get this right. Jeff Nixon at Syracuse in college. Thad Lewis, currently the quarterback coach in Tampa. Nick Caley, the passing game coordinator and tight ends coach under Sean McVay, and in LA with the Rams. And interestingly enough, he just today, at least we're getting reporting, that he has pulled himself out of the search for offensive coordinator with the New York Jets under Aaron Glenn. Bill Lazor, who was the special offensive assistant earlier with this Texans team just last year, he is probably the most tenured, definitely the most tenured when it comes to actually play calling. He's had 3 OC stints in the NFL where he's been some level of play caller, whether it's been taken away at various points, has happened. Gerard Johnson, who was the quarterback coach here for the Texans, great relationship with C.J. Stroud that we know of. Grant Udinsky has now been added to this, and this is, he believes, as the assistant quarterbacks coach with the Vikings. So, hey, Josh McCown ties. But he is 29 years of age, and he just turned 29. His birthday is in January this month. He is a very young guy, but like widely regarded as like really sharp. And so there's that one. We'll talk more about that. And then Brian Johnson, who is a Baytown boy, went to Lee out there in Baytown. Most recently, he has been. Where did he end up in this cycle? I forgot where he ended up just recently, but I think a lot of people will know him from his time 2 seasons ago as the offensive coordinator of the Philadelphia Eagles. And that was not a great season for them offensively. It was all right. The numbers were pretty solid. But I think when you talk about the Eagles' offense in general, they definitely had a bounce back. See, it feels there's a little bit of a type. Texas might have a type with this OC search that we're really circling in on.
Yeah, younger, certainly, guys that have been sort of skyrocketing with their acumen and their play calling and their talent. But you asked earlier, what do I think about this approach? I love this approach. I really do. I think what's going on here is you got, first of all, the most important thing, collaboration. This isn't a Cal and Hannah thing. It's not a Nick Caserio thing. It's not a D'Amico thing. It's a collaborative thing. And you can see that from the candidates. Like, let's say they had some interest in Chip Kelly, which doesn't seem to be the case. That would be more of a big picture. You got to go to the owners. Are you willing to pay $4 million, whatever? Then you have Bill Lazor and Gerard Johnson in-house, D'Amico Ryans clearly, and in Bill Lazor's case, I would think, both of them, Nick Caserio as well. These are our guys. Let's see what they have to say. They have, kind of better backgrounds, kind of whole backgrounds in terms of systems and stuff. You have Nick Caley. It's just a real collaboration. And the other thing I like a lot about it is they're only going to hire one, as we know. But they're getting this.
One would hope. Just like we got the triple offense
what
coordinator.
we're going to do? I got an idea. Let's go with two. No. They're only going to hire one. But what's going to happen is they've got information on all these young guys. If they ever need a quarterback's coach, let's say Udinsky, who has,
if
by
he
the
happens
way,
to be out there or something.
Yeah, well, even now, like, let's say the coordinator bring in. D'Amico might say, have you ever worked with this guy? What do you know about this guy? We hear nothing but great things. He's never had a full-time position job in the NFL. He's been an assistant quarterbacks coach, an assistant tight ends. I think a special assistant to the head coach when he started. This would be like, hey, get a promotion. Be the quarterbacks coach for X, Y, or Z, offensive coordinator. Same thing with some of these other guys who might be able to fit in. And maybe if you have the success that you think you're going to have, you already have a file on guys that you might circle back to next time.
Yeah, especially, because that's also part of it is if you get somebody who is truly up and coming, you might end up in the place that you thought you were with Bobby Slowick a year ago where, oh, wow, we are losing our coordinator 1 year into having our coordinator. We need to go back into this space. I do like the idea that you're putting forward that maybe they're doing like the whole offensive staff searches right now. And
they're kicking the tires.
I also had a moment of thought, and I'm going to be honest. I don't have a lot of love for the companies that do this because it feels a little skeevy. And so I feel bad trying to put this on the Texans, but it's just something that came to mind. And so I will say, and I'll allow you to make the judgment, dear listener. Are they doing the thing where they have everybody coming with a binder? What would you do? That's an interesting plan. All right, we'll call you.
Yeah.
And we're just like, let's write that down.
Yeah,
write
absolutely.
that down. Maybe we implement some of that.
That's part of the information you're getting. I don't mind it.
Because
it's a little bit like
it's a little bit
underhanded. Maybe is the best way to put it.
So if there was a hypothetical project coming up for this company, how would you answer this? Yes.
Yeah.
And then take the notes and then go and implement.
That's why I like this. The most upstanding thing to do, but it works, and it's smart to do. And then there's these connections, as I mentioned, about. There's a lot of Chip Kelly. I didn't mention that. There's a lot of Chip Kelly connections with some of these guys. Maybe they don't necessarily have a chance at Chip, or he's withdrawn his name, as Aaron Wilson has said, but they like kind of some of the concepts, that Chip Kelly might do. There's Nick Caley is very much a direct line to Nick Caserio. Maybe Casario's like loves Nick Caley.
His work. He spent a lot of time in that Patriots system there.
Exactly.
Patriots way.
Yeah, well, and maybe that's where it's not going to happen if D'Amico doesn't sign off on it. Even though he might be a Nick Caserio guy. And then there's the Grant Udinsky, who we talked about. You say a Josh McCown guy. He worked with Gerard Johnson in Minnesota.
Yeah.
So there's all kinds of little things that they're benefiting from here in terms of like the information they're getting, the potential hires they might make, with this offensive coordinator.
Yeah. Well, I was real interested because when Brian Johnson's name came up yesterday, I was like, I imagine that there might be a lack of appeal for him, specifically because he has been a high-profile name in that he was with the Eagles a couple years ago, and when he was with the Eagles, it did not seem to go particularly great as a coordinator. The passing game was fine, like obviously working under Sirianni, but immediately what came to mind was ESPN wrote a big piece, I believe the beginning of this past football season. Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni were trying to bridge the gap that they had previously, and it detailed that previous year and the seemingly the chasm that seemed to be there between them. I realized actually that's one of the issues or one of the places where I was like, yo, I have questions on Nick Sirianni as a coach, because it seemed like Nick Sirianni, obviously after working with Steichen, he had some, and Steichen leaves and Jonathan Gannon leaves, and they need to get some new coordinators. One of those coordinators was Brian Johnson, and Brian Johnson was an internal hire. He was previously the quarterback coach. And so similarly like with Gerard Johnson with C.J. Stroud, he had a good relationship with Jalen Hurts. In fact, Brian Johnson, as I mentioned, he went to Lee, just like Jalen Hurts did, and like Hurts' pops, who coached at Lee rather. They had a closeness. They had a seeming, they were in one accord in some ways. And Nick Sirianni he did not want Brian Johnson to really put his full fingerprints. He was on some if it's not broken, don't fix it type of thing. So I wonder how much of Brian Johnson's ideas of offense you got in that circumstance, because Nick Sirianni wanted that.
A lot.
And there was reporting to the not just that there was, it was Nick Sirianni's offense, but that he would actively overrule the play caller in Brian Johnson at various points. And that was part of what created a lot of discord between the quarterback, Jalen Hurts, who did not get a lot of input, and Nick Sirianni, who really wanted to have a grasp on the entirety of the offense. And also, does
that sound familiar?
It does sound a little familiar as I started laying it out. But I do wonder if that means that Brian Johnson has more in there that's not going to be indicative of what a lot of people think of when they think of his tenure as.
I think that's a great point, and I think it applies to a lot of people here. And that's why these interviews I like the process. I like that they're kicking the tires on so many different guys. D'Amico's probably sitting ahead of Brian Johnson saying, all right, tell me how you would do it if you were in charge. Same thing with Bill Lazor, same thing with Gerard Johnson, because neither of those guys was going to completely, circumvent or stab Bobby Slowick in the back and say, hey, this guy is inflexible or whatever. So I think that's a big part of what this interview process is. All right, you're in charge now. You have the final call, because D'Amico is going to turn the offense over to this coordinator.
That's right.
He'll pop his head in there, but he's going to turn it over. So, all right, so you're in charge. You didn't have autonomy, or you weren't heard in Philadelphia. You didn't have autonomy here, Bill Lazor and Gerard Johnson. You weren't really going to rock the boat, so to speak, with Bobby Slowick. What would you do if you're the last guy? I think that's important. Let me ask you this, both of you guys. If you had to pick today, who is it?
How you going to ask the question I was about to ask you? You're just going to flip the question on me? What a jerk. All right, so I kind of want to drill down into this, because
Pick your guy.
I realize...
Not necessarily your guy. Pick who you think it's going to be.
Oh, I can't tell you who I think it's going to be. I don't know that I have a good idea. I'm just now getting a grasp on what it feels like they are looking for. Because you talked about the idea of turning the offense over. There's only one guy here, maybe you can go for two, that feel like they bring the experienced guy, the guy who has a whole bunch of experience and has a lot of the wall to this position, and that's Bill Lazor. But, when you look at the large group, he gets probably a look, because he's been internal and that type of thing. It looks like they want to go younger. It looks like they want to go with somebody that brings fresh and new ideas. So you have Bill Lazor, who has been, who's had a lot of time in the NFL. I believe he has 29 years in coaching, 9 years as an OC between the NFL and college football. And then Jeff Nixon is the other one, who's had 27 years and then 2 years as a co-offense coordinator at the college level. Those are the only guys that are coming through with the level of, I think, experience that's somewhat in that level. Then I think that there's a level of appeal with Gerard Johnson already having that one understanding of where you've been to where you want to go, that bridge, immediately being able to hit and jump in. I think Brian Johnson, bringing him in has really piqued my interest. Part of what I said there, and he has a little bit of a local connection, obviously, not that would mean a whole bunch in what we're talking about here. But I kind of like him. I think that he has some really cool opportunities, and he also has a tie to Cliff Kingsbury as well in the offense that he's had.
Yeah.
If you have any level of appeal to what Washington did this year, but I don't know. It feels like Gerard Johnson is still pretty well situated. Or Nick Caley is also one of those ones that if you wanted to keep something somewhat similar, right? With seeing how kind of Sean McVay has bridged some of these things, but also getting that New England Patriots tie. Those guys feel like the leaders in my mind. And honestly, it seems like they might go internal with Gerard right now.
I would have to fix telling.
I was kind of leaning towards Gerard, but I'm honestly, I really have no clue. If I had to put money on somebody, I would probably put money on Gerard.
I would put money on Gerard or Nick Caley. I think Caley is probably one of those that certainly has that that experience with Nick Caserio, but I think he's also beyond that. He's kind of spread his own wings and done his own thing.
The other thing is, I'm not sure how much they want to change with the offense.
Right.
Because it seemed like they fine with the way I know they wasn't fine with the way
they
the
want
offense
blocking schemes changed. They want other looks.
Yeah, they like the offense, but it seemed like maybe they want somebody to run it a little differently. So I don't know if they want to bring somebody from the outside to kind of change the whole offense, or maybe Gerard can do something different than Bobby Slowick, or Bill Lazor could do something different than what they did.
Mm-hmm. But, I mean, one thing you won't be able to say is that they were not thorough in this. This is a pretty wide group, and it feels like every day we're getting more people that they've interviewed and talked to. But, again, a lot of them relatively young. Not that they don't have experience, on certain levels, but at the highest level, like being a coordinator or at least having those particular decisions, those guys haven't been in. But you're looking at guys that fit all sorts of different and have had different mentors in the coaching game that really do run the gamut of various different offenses. So, like, as much as young and fresh seems to be a motif in here, it does not seem like there's a very specific, we're going to have a Shanahan side type system in that way, which I find to be interesting because we've talked about going to also impact what you do personnel-wise, and that makes me wonder, like, how are they approaching the Senior Bowl and Shrine Bowl, and these types of things
why I think,
where they're looking at players?
And they can get by without knowing, by the end of the Senior Bowl, which is pretty much over now.
Sure, I mean, like this again, we still got 3 months, like I said, till the draft actually
they do
hits.
need to find out sooner rather than later. I'll say by the time we're driving home Friday, we're going to know the OC.
Okay, so you're putting that date on it.
Yeah,
I think that they could. Yeah, I would like to know it by that time. I was like, I think that they could take a little bit longer if they really wanted to. But when we're coming back, what's that, like the 7th?
Mm-hmm. So you mean next week?
Next week. A week from today, we'll know.
Somebody said Brian Johnson to the Texans would be worse than Schottenheimer to the Cowboys. I don't think that's the case, but I understand.
That bad?
I disagree with that.
No, Schottenheimer to the Cowboys is bad.
Yeah, and that's
bad.
There's quite a bit of reporting there that apparently Jerry Jones was talking to Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll had a lot of interest there.
Yeah.
And apparently in talking to Pete Carroll was really spoke glowingly about Schottenheimer, and apparently Schottenheimer said that he would only return and work work at least as offense coordinator if he could get play calling duties. And I guess that took Jerry to a place where he's like, we can't lose this man. And I guess that ultimately
he played him.
Oh man,
he played him.
Maybe so.
Yeah, he played
Maybe
him.
so. So I don't know that I would make that akin to Brian Johnson.
So Pete Carroll pretty much got him the job.
Yeah.
Although it seemed like Pete Carroll wanted the job for himself, so I have no idea how that actually works. But that's the Cowboys up there. You're not operating. You're actually talking to a whole bunch of people. The opening that you right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into our lunchtime confessions here on In the Loop.
Hold the phone.
Hello?
Sports Radio 610.
Sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so we've all watched that college basketball game where the home team is up, let's say 25, 30 points, 3 minutes left in the game.
25 points?
Yeah, 3 minutes left in the game. Coach looks to the end of the bench and tells the 5'11" white guy to get in the game.
Oh.
Right? Right?
Why you got to be a white guy?
I don't know, but it generally has been. Call me crazy. And then the crowd goes nuts, right? They start cheering, and they hope he takes a shot, and they hope he scores, and if he does, they go crazy, and it's all that. That's Bronny James.
Damn,
man.
Bronny James is the dude on the team who is keeping the GPA up.
That's
he's the
Bronny
GPA
James.
walk on.
Did you see what happened last night?
He finished an and one layup.
Yeah,
on the road.
Take that, Stephen A.
Was it Washington? I think it was Washington.
Yeah, they were playing the Wizards.
On the road, they got Bronny James in a complete blowout.
Yeah,
I think it was 35 points they were up, something like that. Put Bronny. They looked to the end of the bench and hey, get in the game. Dude gets an and one, and this, mind you,
this might be one of the first buckets he's gotten in forever.
This is the road crowd doing this
for Bronny. It really is.
They're chanting.
We're kidding everywhere we go.
Man, you called him a Make-A-Wish player. That's crazy.
The road crowd is chanting MVP for Bronny when he's at the line.
I would love to hear from him about how he feels about this, like all seriously, sincerely, because this can't be like you know that there's pity in those MVP chants. You know it.
It's mocking,
and it's not really fair to him because we all know he's not an NBA player.
He didn't do anything wrong.
He's not
they're
an NBA
mocking
player.
him like that kid. It's sad. Stephen A was right. Come on, Bron.
He needs
LeBron.
Well, I mean,
yeah.
You say and I understand people like the power dynamics and the levers that he has there. Y'all had an opportunity to not put him in this particular circumstance.
Yes.
In fact, JJ Redick at some point was like, it's my fault because I put him in those in that place. And the question is, what is that place? Because that place right now is just an NBA game.
Yeah.
Like, he just needs to be in a development place because he's a developmental prospect. Like, he's not an NBA player at this point.
No, he's not.
It really feels sad when he gets out here.
It was sad.
And we keep doing this.
I mean, it was kind of like Schadenfreude in a sense, but it's not his fault. It's just it was cool to see. It was weird, I should say, to see MVP chants and hear them on the road.
These are my confessions.
I was going to confess to Nick Sirianni, but again, I don't need to do that. Maybe I'll do that on Radio Row. But speaking of Radio Row, we are on the road to New Orleans this weekend, courtesy of Flight by Yingling, Low T Center. Shout out to Mokaram Law, injury lawyers who are, making sure that our video streams all go well. And then, of course, Exclusive Furniture going to have us with the hot seat. But on an issue that I had not considered, and I gotta confess, I am 10 toes down on this. Passenger gets to. There is going to be a DJ / navigation person on a road trip. It's different than just riding around the city, and I am certain about this. And there's enough people that have backed me up, whether on the YouTube, who have said, aux cord goes to. Oh no, actually they're wrong on the YouTube. They said don't ever touch a man's radio, and the driver is aux cord. Y'all wrong on the YouTube. The text line, the people have popped in and said no. Driver has to focus on a road trip, and then passenger is navigation and DJ, or maybe you split those up. But it's like that.
Hey,
and I feel strongly about this.
I'm driving. It's not my rule. It's the rule, though.
See, I'm nervous about this, man, because the guy that's driving is the guy that spilled cereal.
You see it? You
all
see
in
it?
his lap and
what
all that stuff,
do with
man.
the playlist?
Like, nah, I want you to focus on the road.
You're Kevin from The Office spilling chili all over the carpet.
Oh,
that's what
my
you
favorite
are.
scene.
That's absolutely what you are. No, we don't need you fumbling around in Spotify while we're driving.
You just press a button.
Nah, we got it, dog.
You just press a button.
Yeah, just focus on the road, man.
Yeah, you absolutely need to focus on the road.
Lopez, I wonder, is I never drove with Lopez before. I wonder if Lopez is a fast driver.
Okay, if the speed limit is if the speed
75,
limit, if the speed limit is 65, I'm going 74. If it's 75, I'm going about 79.
Oh, you're a chaotic good.
Right over the
That's
speed
perfect.
limit.
Yeah, I rode with Reggie one time when we went to
Is he a
Timmy
wild
Chan.
man?
Oh man, yeah.
Really?
Did you die, though?
You was flying. Yeah.
But did you die, though?
Hey, I'm good, but you a wild man.
Okay. All right. He was good. See, in that instance, we were riding around the city, so I had the aux cord, but in a different instance, I'd have handed off.
And
Figgy.
who was working the radio?
I was, but that's because we were just in the city.
He got in the car and it was already going. It was going, so he good.
Yeah. Shout out to Mary Beth, who texted in. She said she wanted us to play nice. She's a retired teacher. She said, play nice. What we're going to do here, if it's about a 6-hour road trip, Figgy gets the first 2 hours. I get the second 2 hours. Lopez gets the next one. And I appreciate that, but I will not acquiesce. We are not letting Lopez pick the song.
Yeah. So I wonder too, are you playing music or are you let me throw on this podcast nobody ever listened to but me?
Well, wait for my next confession because I have a related confession.
We're going to have the Bite Me podcast.
Man,
I have a related confession.
You are
You're
a sicko.
passing judgment without even knowing what I'm saying.
You are a
100%.
sicko if you listening to your own damn podcast in the car.
Welcome into the Bite Me podcast.
Oh my goodness, man. Oh yeah, here's the part where I interviewed this guy about brisket.
Y'all gonna know more about fishing than you ever did before.
Oh goodness,
no. Wait for my next confession.
Oh, that means I'm gonna nap on the road.
These are my confessions.
So a couple weeks ago, I didn't even tell y'all this, but my cousin, a shout out to my cousin Rodell, who's from Cleveland, Ohio. He just so happened to come down in Houston for like a day because his kid is moving down here.
Oh, okay.
And so he hit me up and said, hey, come through. So I met him up at a bar, and we just kind of chilling. And he's in a bike club.
A bike, like motorcycle?
Yeah, he's heavy into it. And so the group he was with is the Houston base
of that
whatever group. Yeah, I think they part of the Omen Club.
Yeah,
I want to say Omen Club.
Huh. Okay.
And so this is my confession. So I'm sitting there with a lady who's part of the club too. She asked me if I want to join.
Do you have a bike?
That's the thing. I don't have a bike. I don't even know how to ride a motorcycle.
I was going to ask you ever ridden one?
They gonna have you on there like...
I told her that. I'm like, I don't even know how to ride a bike. She's like, oh, you could get the tricycle. What's the bike with the
three-wheeler?
Yeah.
Little sidecar,
yeah.
Whatever. Get a slingshot.
I'm thinking about it, man.
A slingshot would be cool.
I just for some reason I imagine Figgy as somebody's backpack. You're in a bike club, but you're just on someone's back.
Yeah.
But you know what?
Yeah.
You got yourself a nice lady. That might not be a bad way of playing it.
Hey,
I don't know.
Slingshot, you'd be roll. That'd be pretty sweet.
I don't know. I never thought about a bike. Every time I think about a bike club, I always think about these Law and Order episodes where they selling narcotics.
Yeah.
And you got the wire person, the person that's wearing wire. Coming in like the bike, like I'm part of the gang too, and there's all type of murder and drugs.
You better ask him what you have to do in order to join the club. You might have to like rob somebody or something.
Wait, Figgy, you are a married man.
Yeah.
What does your wife think about motorcycles?
So her dad used to ride motorcycles a lot too.
Oh, you're gonna be all right.
So she's fine with it. I think she had a couple times when we took her back to college.
Just have her ride a bike. You just be on her back.
She's fine with it. I don't know. At this point, I'm just like, man, I'm too old to sit here and try to learn to ride a bike, man.
So there you go. Just ride her bike. Look, you about to be in the motorcycle club before
That'd be
we realize
sweet.
it.
Yeah, just give me a nice little vest.
Yeah.
And get Figgy on it on the front. A little leather vest.
You got the name for it, man. That'd be sweet.
That would be tough on the leather vest.
Figgy.
Yeah.
That'd be tough.
These are my confessions.
All right, I will do this when it comes to the playlists for our drive.
Okay.
I will let you pick which playlist on my Spotify, which I'm looking at right now.
Boo, this man.
But you only can get to see the name of the playlist. Let me give you a few.
All right. I feel like
get the headphones.
I feel like our first video, because again, you want to make sure you follow Sports Radio 610 on Instagram and at the Figgy Fig on Instagram. I feel like our first video is just going to be us deciding on Saturday morning or Sunday morning rather. What music is actually getting played in the car?
Yeah, this one, let me give you like 5. These are my top 5 playlists. Lopez, greatest songs ever.
Ain't no way.
That's just a hodgepodge of everything you can imagine, every type of music, from
polkas and cumbias to funk to 90s, whatever.
He does have a good bass and funk, though. I do appreciate that.
Well, my next most played playlist is top 50 70s funk hits.
All right.
I'll get down with that.
Dirty South 2000s.
Oh.
I don't know about that one, man.
Okay.
Christina Aguilera.
Pass.
Mozart and more.
We're not doing it. I like Mozart. I like classical, but we're not going to do that.
Big Pimpin'.
I'm intrigued. I'm interested.
Okay.
I'll hear you out.
Mexican Wedding.
That could be fun. I just feel like that's fun in stints.
But 5 hours?
Yeah, I don't know if we're doing that for the whole drive.
Yeah.
And Poolside, which Poolside is just a bunch of obviously, kind of outside, sitting by the pool. Got a little Tom Jones on there, a little Rolling Stones, little Swinging Blue Jeans, Tammy Wynette, George Strait, Al Green, Soulja Boy.
Yeah, see that?
What? See, that's Tammy Wynette and Soulja Boy in the same sentence.
Yes, I do.
Hilarious.
Yes,
me.
I do.
See, that's what I'm worried about. I feel like Lopez gonna pull out some of the most commercialized basic rap songs. We gonna be listening to 50 Cent In the Club, Biggie Hypnotize, and at that point, you got it.
I do love on the YouTube. They were like, "Y'all need to rent a car." We did, because what you thought I was gonna sit in the spot where Lopez spilled milk from his cereal? Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
These are my confessions.
All right, I guess I will confess that I have rethought a little bit of my Nick Sirianni, let's face it, hate.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like giving him credit. I don't feel like he is a particularly great coach. I feel like he has been supported by having some really, really good coordinators, as evidenced by, as we were talking about, in 2022,
Mm-hmm.
good offense. Sirianni leaves, good defense. Gannon leaves. They bring in new coordinators, including Brian Johnson, and it kind of falls off, especially as he has an iron fist there on the offense.
Yeah.
And at least what it feels like is Howie Roseman's like, no, these are who you're going to work with. Here's Vic Fangio, and here's Kellen Moore. All of a sudden, we back to business, and you're in the Super Bowl again. It does feel like that. However, the man who hired Andy Reid, one of the things he was talking about is something that when it comes to hiring head coaches, there's not a single thing that you look for necessarily that is going to tell you whether a head coach is good. And that's something I've always talked about. But the one thing he did identify is that when he was hiring, they did a study. And with every person they talked to, there was one thing that came together was being detail-oriented. This is Nick Sirianni talking about his defense, his Eagles defense, and how they've been able to create so many turnovers.
This year, Pat Dolan, our video guy, got me every peanut punch that he forced a fumble with his entire career, and we watched that on a loop as coaches, and then we showed that to the players as well. But so we emphasize the crap out of it because we know it's such a telling stat in this game. Our guys have done a nice job protecting it. Our defensive guys have done a nice job taking it away.
That sounds pretty detail-oriented to me. So I will give him that credit.
To the point where, I don't know if it was on the broadcast or somewhere else that I saw it, that the odds of getting a fumble when somebody's getting up after they fall with the peanut punch is even higher, and they've gotten fumbles like that.
Yeah,
so it's pretty detailed.
They've been very good about it. He said, give me every single instance of Peanut Tillman punching the football. I want to see every single one.
Yeah.
And so shout out to Nick Sirianni in that way. I will acquiesce and give you some credit. Not that you care about whether I personally give you credit. Unless, Figgy, you got one more?
I think I'm good.
Right,
I'm good. I can say this one.
I do appreciate that Wesley came back into YouTube and said, no, y'all need to rent a separate car away from Lopez's car. And I guess I need to apologize because from the 346, they said, thanks a lot because for the Figgy in a backpack mental image, I almost fell doing dips in the gym. Be safe.
Oh, man. Yeah.
And somebody said y'all driving silent to New Orleans. I do have a book to read, so I might read anyways. I'll probably be good if there's no music anyways. But there you go. Those are our confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, let's return to the Rockets, where there's a little bit of a trend that's developed, particularly in this month of January. And I wonder, does it concern you at all, or are you able to wipe it away? We'll discuss it next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The Texans offensive coordinator search. High up.
Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Happy Friday to you. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. People on the text line really want you to get you a Harley, get you a motorcycle of some sort.
Yeah. I don't know. I just like the jackets, man.
You can just get a jacket too.
Man, no bike. I don't want to call them bike gangs, but they're bike clubs.
Yeah,
they be on it though, man.
Yeah.
They be having like the chief, the commissioner. They be having these titles.
Treasurer and everything.
Yeah, some people gotta entertain the other crew that come in.
Yeah.
It's a lot
Galveston
to it,
has
man.
one of the biggest bike rallies anywhere.
Every year.
Yeah.
And shout outs. I mean, we need more social clubs in this day and age. And shout out to all the bike clubs.
Shout out to the bikers out there.
That's right.
Man.
Bikers having that nice social circle in there for them. All right. Rockets unfortunately fall to the Memphis Grizzlies 120-119. Last second shot went up for Fred VanVleet. Did not go in. Could not get the board and put it back up. And so they fail on the opportunity to sweep the Grizzlies on the season series, which would have been the first time that was done by the Rockets in 15 years. But still, a large goon in there. Obviously, you're missing some of the other guys like Jabari Smith Jr. that you kind of haven't had of late anyways. But in this game, I think you saw a few things. But whenever the Rockets are playing, it kind of jars me into like looking at certain stats here and there. And one of the things, let's start here. If I was just going to talk about the Houston Rockets, say what has been their identity this season specifically, what does Ime Udoka want their identity to be, John Lopez?
We all know what that is. Defense, rebounding, getting and protecting to the rim.
Absolutely. Those are the things that you put as the calling card of this Houston Rockets team. Except I periodically I'll jump in and just look at what the team stats are, and some of this has been because I've been trying to look at this offensive rating in the ways that the Rockets have really climbed up. Literally a 10th best offensive rating in the league over the entirety of the season. And if I just narrow this down to the last month, in this month of January, they literally have a eighth best offensive rating in the league. But then if I slide over one slide, on the chart there, it comes up to defensive rating. And in the month of January, the Rockets' defensive rating is 17th.
Yeah.
This was at one point a second or third best defense in the league. And if I drop this back out to like the full season, what the defensive rating ultimately comes out as, they'll still be the fourth best defense over the entirety of it.
But lately,
in this last month, the run of play defense by that metric in the league. Does that concern you at all? Because I understand that I'm bringing this up in an instance where they lost a close game in a stretch where it broke a 4-game win streak that contained them beating the Cleveland Cavaliers twice, defeating the reigning NBA champions in the Boston Celtics on their home floor, right? And then getting a tough win, hard-fought win on the second night of a back-to-back in Atlanta. Like, I understand that is the context with which I am talking about. However, that number is standing right there, and that is what they want to do well first and foremost.
Look, if you're asking, does it concern me? I mean, obviously, everyone wants that number to be better, wants them to stay consistent on the defensive side. I got to say, though, it doesn't really bother me like, oh, my gosh, what has happened? Their defense is falling off for a couple of reasons. The first one is the way they're playing right now, and this almost sounds too simple, but it's real. They're winning. They are scoring. They are finishing games, which is something I've talked about a lot going into the season and during the season. They have a new rotation, as we saw last night. It didn't work out, where they have 2 or 3 guys, which might not be ideal because you want a guy to go to at the end of a game. They have 2 or 3 guys that they can go to at the end of the game that can actually put pressure on the opposing defense. And then the second reason is last night really did this for me. Watching this game, they really missed Jabari. They really missed Jabari. Dylan Brooks got overwhelmed, it wasn't like, he was getting run over, but he fouled out. He had a hard Alpy was out. And so on the defensive side, you could really have used Jabari. So you talk about the last month. That's about the same time Jabari went out.
That's right. That's right. And you talked about Dylan Brooks, bringing it back to the specifics of this game. Like I said, I was watching this game. more attentive than I have some of these other games, but it was just like maximum attention. What is happening off offense for this team? What are they trying to get to? What is the defense trying to counteract? And for the Rockets, on offense, I mentioned they were trying to get switches and attack that drop defense, try and get downhill, and then in some of those instances, pull up shots when you had that space. For the Grizzlies, what they were trying to do while the Rockets have length, the Grizzlies operate with a decent amount of size, and they were trying to get mismatches and just use their size against them. And one of those places was Dillon Brooks likes guarding up. He likes guarding big as a dude who probably profiles as like a little bit of a 3, kind of a wing technically, but he likes playing almost like a big. They're like, oh, we're good with that, especially with Jaren Jackson Jr.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say.
He took advantage. He's been so much better off the dribble, and he took advantage, and they were able to attack that in particular. That gets a little bit – you have a little bit of malleability in that. You can navigate that a little better if you do have Jabari Smith Jr. And even we've seen one of the reasons why Alfred misses this game is you see, he's been banged up a little bit. You've been able to see that even defensively with him. And as a guy who's not innately a defensive guy, he has had effort. He has had to put a lot more effort into make his defense more palatable when they play. But when he's out there alone, and then also when he's hampered, it looks a lot different than when he's playing alongside Jabari Smith Jr., or at least when you can have some of that involved there. And of course, this is a very times having Dillon Brooks play stout defense and then having help side defense with Amen Thompson coming out the sky and grabbing shots out of the middle of the air.
Last night,
he had a double block. Was that Zach Edey?
I don't know who it was.
One of these big monstrous.
Oh my God! He just came. Oh man, it was.
But yes, but in a particular instance where maybe you find yourself against bigs, Jabari would help in those instances where you could kind of play two bigs at the same time, or at least have a better rotation where it's not just Steven Adams by himself, and maybe you add another.
And he's one that he's going to have limited minutes.
Right. And so I do wonder if like Jabari affects this at all. But that might be one of the reasons why. Do you think that there are any other reasons why you might have gotten to this place where now you're sitting at 17th defensively on the month?
Well, yes, I do. And I think we saw that last night as well. This is kind of where this conversation started for me anyway. Like, oh, I see what they're doing. With like we said, with Sengun out, Jabari out, et cetera. They being Memphis, they had a very concerted effort. How many times did you see the ball fake in a drive or the ball fake in a pass in a drive of really passing on a lot of 3-pointers? I believe they had more 2-point makes than 3-point makes last night. That's not them.
Who, the Grizzlies?
Yeah. And so what they were doing is like, okay, they're a little bit weak. They're going to stretch their defense. We're going to attack and either get fouled or get a bucket. I'll have to look that up. I think that was the case. They had a game plan that other teams are going to follow. It's like, all right, let's just attack them, because even with Jabari there, that might be the best way to.
And the Grizzlies didn't shoot particularly great from three, just in general. Only got 28 3-pointers up and shot 32% from there. But yeah, man, it does feel like you're some of that size that you have been benefiting for, and you have length, right, and athleticism that's helped make up for that with the likes of Amen and then Dillon Brooks, as I mentioned. But I think some of that size is there. I don't know. The offense has ticked up in a way over this stretch that is really kind of made up for that and more. As I mentioned, right, you've been winning all this stretch. Like in the month of January, you have 4 losses. In fact, as of right now, you have the most wins in January at 11. I think that there might be a team or two that could tie that tonight, but you will absolutely end the month with the most number of wins, whether it's outright by yourself or tied with another team. Like, they've been able to get these wins, and that's why I asked, like, is this concerning at all? Because maybe you look up and you go, yes, the defense came back a little bit, but it's because the offense has stepped forward. They've knocked down threes at a higher rate. They've been able to do that. Even while losing some of these players, this is just a team that finds the right, that moves the dials and switches the levers in such a way where as long as whatever combination of what they're doing, they find a way to win. And so maybe that's how you wipe this away. But the reason why it's been front and center for me is just because I know that Ime, this is what he wants.
No, he wants it.
To have high level
We want defense. It. He wants it. That you clearly are going to get better once you get healthier and players back on the floor. But I still feel like that's the template defensively. That's the template offensively that teams are going to try with this Rockets team, because they're not a huge team anyway.
No.
And the Grizzlies made 9 3-pointers.
Yeah.
39 2-pointers.
Yeah.
So that tells you, without even looking at the game, they were attacking from the get-go.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Somebody said y'all forgot about fighting as part of the Rockets' identity. There's a scrappy bunch, and I imagine you might have been talking about fighting in a different way. But no, it's a scrappy bunch, and ultimately, yeah, maybe that's the way that hey, man, as long as they're scrappy and they get themselves to the places that they want to go. Plus, with Cam Whitmore getting more time, not saying that he can't play defense because he absolutely has played defense, but that's more of an offensively inclined player. You missed Tari for a nice stretch in there. That's more of a defensively inclined player that you typically have out there. So maybe that's ultimately all this is, and we'll see that as these guys, Tari obviously being back, maybe once Jabari comes back, that evens out a little bit. But it was an interesting thing that I've been noticing with this team. Now, with that, I think that this might complicate a little bit. I don't think it complicates in a big way because Amen Thompson has just proved himself to be at least a star in the role for what you have him here for, and maybe just a star outright in the National Basketball Association. But does this complicate a little bit once Jabari does return in, maybe a month or whatever? I understand that I'm talking pretty early out. But does this complicate this at all? Because seeing what Jabari brings defensively and being able to rebound and corral some of those things, having him as a dude coming off the bench, like, are you able to get the similar amount of minutes to where he could still have that impact, or are you going to have to consider possibly finding more minutes or a different level of rotation to get him better involved?
Yeah, I think that's going to be an easy fix, and I think the Rockets with their depth, you're not going to see any Jock Landale. You're going to see fewer minutes from some of the other bigs. Because Jabari, you can account for them. Who knows, where they're going to come from, but they have, especially with their bigs, air quotes, they're going to be able to find him the minutes.
Yeah, and maybe we just go to the simple thing, which 832 and the 281 both bring up at the same time, which is strength of schedule. How much does that affect it? You did play a lot of tough teams in the month of January, starting with the Mavericks literally on the first day of this calendar year. The Celtics you have played twice in this month. You've played the Grizzlies twice in this month. You've played the Atlanta Hawks. Oh, no, you played the Atlanta Hawks at one time. You played the Cavs twice in this month. You played the Nuggets in this month. Like, you've played a lot of good teams. How much do you want to look at the Los Angeles Lakers, who put up 115 points in that game? Like, maybe you just chalk this up to you've played some staunch competition in this month. But I just found that to be an interesting thing that very much varies from we were really celebrating the top 3 defense that this team had, and it has not been the same. But I think that you can ultimately wear it as a badge of honor that regardless of, seeing that rating, that metric fall, that they've managed to find ways to win and continue winning against some of the best teams in the league.
No, I think that's fair. We talked about it yesterday. They've had an incredible tough schedule here. They've thrived. And it gets a lot easier from here on out, and you're going to get healthier.
Yeah, and talking about getting easier, tomorrow, Saturday, February 1st, as you turn the month into February, maybe start a new opportunity to have a really good rating. You start at home versus the Brooklyn Nets, 7 p.m. at Toyota
you got your tickets?
Center. I do not. I do not. I thought about maybe, I think it's Twitter.
Yeah.
Rockets have one of the biggest, if not the biggest, Twitter.
One of them. They're vocal, that's for sure.
Shout out to Brado, man. You do a really good job, 100%. Man. Brado.
And then Will, I think also
shout out to Will.
I think they're having kind of a meetup of folks on Rockets Twitter at Toyota Center. But it also getting them back home is going to be fun as well. It's one quick one before they go on another road trip, but it'll be fun to have them home. Like, Houston has really shown up for the Rockets, and they've delivered on the court, as is evidenced by their record of 32-15. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's circle back around to the Astros, as a target that we had seen discussed has now been taken off the board. So is it actually Bregman time now? I don't know what. Let's discuss that next.
Have you heard? In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, it is indeed a Friday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Hope you're having a fun one out there. We are, man. It's Friday. We getting ready for the weekend, 1, but 2 for our trip down to NOLA for Radio Row. Thanks to Flight by Yingling and the Low T Center for helping make that happen. Also to Mo Karam Injury Lawyers for helping us stream. You'll be able to really get a good idea of all the things that are happening there on Radio Row with the fellas, but then also like with the guests. Like you will have real clear pictures. In fact, Figgy, I know that you're in a big part of that as well.
Yeah.
And then exclusive furniture.
Exclusive furniture.
Right, making sure that we
make sure you follow us on social media though, because that's the reason I'm going, because I'm usually the one staying here making sure everything runs okay, but they got me going out there to,
you're out in the streets now.
Yeah, I'm gonna be doing a lot of social media stuff, so make sure you follow Sports Radio 610 on Instagram, check the stories and the reels and stuff like that. Follow me on Instagram at @TheFiggyFig.
Yeah, tap in with him. He's gonna make. It's like this isn't gonna be
It's not gonna be typical radio. It's gonna be behind the scene, a lot of behind the scenes stuff.
And you've already posted a Super Bowl related tweet.
I did.
Yeah, we're gonna figure out what we're listening on the way down. Someone said that what we should do as a station is rent a nice coach bus and all go together down to New Orleans and stream like that. Well, it's a little late to make that happen. Maybe next year for Super Bowl. But yeah, that would have been cool as if we were all just
drive to San Francisco,
like a party bus. Oh, that's right. Yeah,
a little Sprinter.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the way that we want to play.
Let's drive to San Francisco.
Oh gosh, actually,
I don't know about that.
I mean, we're all going to be in the house
with John Lopez playlist.
Yeah. Oh no, we wouldn't do it that way.
I could play them all.
No. In fact, I feel like driving separately is probably the best. I think each show is driving, so you'll have Pendergast in the morning, and we'll have us together, and then I think Clint and Ron will be driving themselves as well. So I imagine that we'll have different things from all three of those different parties. But then also, we're all going to be in the house together down in New Orleans. So I'm sure that there's going to be plenty of opportunities for us to mix and mingle in those ways. And you get.
Speaking of that, I got a list of stuff that I kind of a checklist for the mixtape. The worst. We got to identify the worst vacation roommate and which 610 host is it.
Okay,
so
perfect.
I'm gonna go through a list, and we just gonna be like, oh, that's this person.
Excellent. That is what we in the business call a tease. That's going to be coming up in the mixtape. Right now, though, I would love a tease if somebody would actually let me know how this is going to conclude. Is Alex Bregman going to be an Astro or not?
That's a good question.
I would like to know. I'm starting to get impatient. I know the whole theme of this show has been, things that are worth waiting for. That was our question of the day. In fact, I'm getting a little tired. I'm not going to lie.
Is this worth waiting for at this point?
That's a good question.
Yeah, it is.
I feel like
at least resolution.
I think it is.
Yeah.
I think it is. But with the Alex Bregman thing, the will they, won't they, Ross and Rachel of this all that we've had going, at various points, Alex Bregman, this is a good offer. No, I don't think he's going to take it. I think he's going to go over there. Wait, door's back and open. It's only cracked open just barely. And apparently, the most recent version of this was Jorge Polanco was the name that the Astros were supposedly going after, an infielder, primarily a third baseman. Had a down year last year with Seattle with the Mariners. I think
had a good end of year.
He had a good end of the year, and that was the thought, is maybe you are buying low on a player that, a little bit older but still has an opportunity to maybe bounce back and have a good season. Well, I don't know how strong the Astros were going in, and maybe that's where we start this conversation, because Jorge Polanco re-signs with the Mariners as of yesterday. And it was a really interesting piece by Chandler Rome and Ken Rosenthal of The Athletic talking about Jorge Polanco. It's a 1 year, $7.75 million, $250,000 is a really, really doable contract.
Doable is the right word.
And so he returns to where he was last year, and I think there's a vesting option depending on how many at-bats he gets or whatever. Y'all don't really care about that, do you? 1 year deal for under $8 million, and that feels downright doable. But the Astros were not the ones to get it done. Did they get outbid here? Like, first and foremost, what do you read into that?
A couple things. I think they kind of showed us that they're locked in on Bregman. That doesn't mean they're getting Bregman, because that contract, they could have gotten it done. If they wanted to do that, they clearly could have gotten it done. Play him at second base, move Altuve to left field, and here we go. Right? They didn't do that. I think it means they're locked in on Bregman, but there's still some issues with that. Number one, I mean, he's still out there. I think the Tigers have lately gained some steam, it seems like, in terms of maybe they're going to get Bregman what he wants. And then we're the other thing here is I kind of feel like as much as the Astros have floated this thing about Altuve in left field, Altuve is kind of talked around, I'll do anything, in terms of going to left field.
Yeah, but he also said that they hadn't talked about it, but he'd be open to it.
They can't possibly really want him to play left. There's no way.
Well, that's what you say that.
Yeah.
But I will turn to, again, the very good reporting of the team at The Athletic, making it abundantly clear that the Astros were looking at Jorge Polanco to play second base.
That's what I'm saying. But they got out on that.
I didn't know that it was so specific that Jorge Polanco would come in and he was absolutely going to play second base.
Yeah.
This was not going to be he plays third base and we figure out what to do with Isaac Paredes. They weren't doing none of that. It was going to be Isaac holds down third, Jorge Polanco plays second, and then Altuve moves to left field, which so this left field thing is a thing, huh?
I think it's been talked about. I think it's a thing in terms of the building. Hey, what about this? But clearly they have to be sitting there going, what are we doing? We can't put that man out in left field.
But that, you know what that sounds like to me? It feels like the impetus of that is we can't put that dude in left field, but we absolutely can't do is have him play second, is what it sounds like.
Well,
it sounds like, because again, why are you bringing in Jorge Polanco? You didn't have an absolute need for Jorge Polanco, but if you were chasing after him in order to absolutely replace second base, that feels like you were absolutely trying to get Jose Altuve off of that spot.
Yeah.
Do they have concerns about him?
I
to
think
be fair,
do,
they should have concerns.
That's the better spot.
But the idea that they are it feels like they're absolutely trying to move that man off of second base.
But I think, hey, do you want him playing second or left? It's clearly second. I thought Jim Bowden had a really good point that I hadn't thought a lot about.
You want to hear from Jim Bowden?
Let's hear it.
All right,
because I thought this. We'll talk about it. I thought this was interesting.
This is Jim Bowden talking about Alex Bregman.
I think in terms of Houston, Bregman makes sense as long as you have the Paredes trade ready to go for that left-hand hitting outfielder that they're going to need. I mean, they need help in the outfield. Now, if you can take Paredes and you can spin him for a left-hand hitting outfielder and then sign Bregman back, that makes sense. If you then, you're kind of complicating things a little bit, right? Because, you want to put Paredes at second. He's not a good second baseman. And you're going to take away one of the best defensive second basemen in Altuve. And you're going to put him in left field where he doesn't have an arm to throw. I mean, he'll play out there because he's Jose Altuve and he wants Bregman back. But baseball-wise, that's not a smart play. And what I'm being told from people in Tampa, they don't think Paredes would be adequate enough in left field to be the everyday left fielder there. So to get Bregman back, to me, the only thing you do is you now spin Paredes. And the question is, do you have a place to spin him?
See, that to me was really interesting. Outside of the nonsense about one of the best second basemen in baseball, he's one of the best hitting second basemen in baseball, if you want to qualify it. But flipping him after you get him, because then you could land on Bregman at third, Altuve at second, and you get an outfielder, which is the biggest need.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah, that seemed like that's the part that makes the most sense.
To me it does.
Because clearly they didn't think they were getting Bregman back, which is why they got a replacement.
But now they have a chance.
Now it's like, oh, you want to come back. Oh, we can work it out.
Yeah.
So.
Well, but here's the thing. They already have the replacement in Isaac Paredes, and they were looking to go get Polanco as well.
Yeah.
Look, as much as I understand what you're saying, just you do that,
but
and then
if you flip him, it's the best
keep
option.
Altuve at second.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, I think that they want to move Altuve off a second, whether without Bregman, outside of Bregman, they want to move him off second, which is an interesting proposition. I understand. The DA would be one thing. It's the fact that you're moving a dude who has some range and absolutely doesn't have the arm for the outfield, moving him to outfield just to get him off of second base. I think that's the thing that I find to be really interesting out of this.
But I fear
that's a bad idea.
I fear left field for him.
Hey, that is a bad idea
because he can't play DH. I mean, you just can't. I mean, you got too many options.
Well, but that's the thing is
you have to play
Jordan is a better option at DH, 100%.
And he can't play first base.
Yeah,
I mean, me see him skying for a ball up top.
No, me personally, I would rather put Jordan in left field than Jose Altuve in left field.
Yeah, but you can't every day. You can't do it every day.
Actually, speaking of possibly playing left field, how about we talk to an outfielder? So What's the podcast again here? So I make sure I do this right, Figgy. This is from the Crush City Territory podcast. They were talking to an outfielder. His name is Josh Reddick. Are you familiar with him?
I am very familiar.
Very good. This was his assessment of the possibility of Altuve playing left field.
You are our resident outfield expert. Can Jose Altuve play left field? Is that a possibility?
I mean, anything is possible. Just to quote Kevin Garnett real quick. You see crazier things. I mean, look at the guys like, Tatis got moved out there, and he got a Gold Glove out there. So you just never know. And Jose's an athlete. He's an all-around athlete. So I think is it going to be easy to learn? Absolutely not. But is it going to be something that he can learn and handle? Absolutely. He's going to spend all his extra time. We've already seen out working at it at Dyken Park. He's going to be working his butt off at it in spring training. And, they've got a good system out there. Keeping their outfielders has been something that we've always had a good pride in, and they've always had really good defensive outfielders. So, and he's got good, the young kids can help him out a lot. And it was like I told about Jordan playing a little bit. Maybe you shift Jake or Chaz, whoever's playing center that day over there. But, Tuve's got the speed to cover anything, and that's not really going to be an issue. The issue for him is probably those line drives. Line drives are the hardest one to master, even if you're a seasoned outfitter. It's the ones whether they're going to go right at you, are they going to top spin, or are they going to keep going? That's going to be your hardest part for him to learn. But can he do it? Absolutely. And I think you pick your poison with it. You give Altuve the days where it might be not as easy, where you want Jordan out there for like the Fenways and the Dyken, but you give Altuve a little bit easier task to kind of manage his workload and make it look better. And if he starts improving, then you throw him out there more. So I think he's got every ability to get it done. He's just got to learn how to throw the baseball from that distance. That'll be probably his only issue.
Shout out to outfield correspondent Josh Reddick.
By the way, I know y'all ain't watching this video, but he is doing a podcast while skiing.
That's right.
Skiing?
That's right.
Yeah, check it out. Follow them at crush_city_pod.
Literally skiing, or
yes,
he's on the side of the mountain?
I mean, he's got a helmet on.
He's in the snow.
Yes,
you can see people flying past him.
I don't think he's actively moving.
This actually look bad. He's not moving, but
that's the only way it could be more skiing is if he was actively moving.
He's
on the slopes.
It's like he went all the way down the hill, and
before he gets back up, I gotta do this podcast real quick.
Yeah, he's him.
By the way,
and shout out to him for he got Dyke. Like he's like I'm calling it Dyken Park.
Yeah, he did. How about that?
Good for him.
But a couple things. All right. So that was a nice, very detailed answer. Certainly had Altuve's back in terms of what he's capable of doing. But he told us all we needed to know in the first sentence. Anything is possible.
Anything is possible.
Anything possible.
Anything's possible. In other words, I don't know about that. And then
shout out to both Jim Bowden and Josh Reddick for being really nice and saying that Altuve is really athletic and has the range. And I'm like, guys, we don't have to lie. We could be honest.
We can say our fingers are crossed. And then the other thing he said is like, oh, maybe split it up, like the real hard parks like Fenway and Dyken. Dyken, that's your home stadium. That's your sit him in the hard part.
That's right.
The home field.
Yeah, man, it's this is the part where I go, and I know someone's already texted in where you go, Dana, what are you getting at? Like, I understand the bringing Bregman back, and I'm still in that place where I would like to have him back. But man, in order to make this happen, like, I understand there's not an easy way to do it, but it seems like they're trying to move him to left field just to do it, and that's where I go. Maybe it's very possible that they just know more baseball than me. It's quite possible. I just can't wrap my head around this one. And
well, I mean, let's try to put our imaginations to work here. There are going to come some games, and perhaps even postseason games, where a ball field Jose Altuve is out there. If this happens,
certainly. But I mean, you can.
What's your confidence level on that?
Yeah, but and this is where it gets tough because I understand the same thing being at second base, and my confidence level isn't super high.
But at least he's been there. At least he's got that down, that routine down, and certainly knows his way around the park.
Yeah. No, I feel you, but that's just been such an oddity with all of this is that move. But again, it feels at first it felt like that was going to be a part of bringing back Bregman.
Mm-hmm.
I think now we're seeing that is a separate thing, and especially if that's a separate thing and they're trying to do that anyways. Please, I'd much rather have Alex Bregman. Now I know that there's been a lot of talk about this. Hell, you've heard the promos on him here on 610. where Seth is like, yeah, I don't think that same deal that's been out there for Alex Bregman should be the one that he comes back. Like, it feels like, hey, nah, you missed your opportunity. You got to come back and maybe like prostrate yourself before the team and take less money. I'm 100% okay if he comes back. He's like, hey, y'all still got that 6-year 156? I would now like to take it because I think that's fine.
Yeah, I do too. But I kind of like the idea of that Nightingale floated there. Go ahead and flip Paredes and
Jim Bowden.
Jim Bowden, my bad. Jim Bowden. And go ahead and flip him. If you're that in on Bregman, then you at least have the consistency of Bregman at third, Altuve at second, and you got an outfielder and a new first baseman.
And I know some people are in this place where they're just like, I understand that Isaac Paredes hasn't, we don't know about him playing left field. Well, if somebody's going to learn left field, why not Isaac do that as well? Like, I'm super intrigued as to what spring training looks like because these are ambitious things that they're talking about. And what's tough is it'd be one thing if it was ambitious, but the fallback plan is one that you're like, all right, but we got a safety net.
Yeah.
You're going to, I mean, look, it feels very evident that they're going to put Altuve in left field, even if just to try it in spring training.
Yeah. At least that.
If it doesn't work, there's not great fallback plans on this. So, like, they're taking quite a swing here. And I'm interested to see how it works, but there's a lot of exposure to this not working the way that you want.
Yeah.
And yes, 281 also great to bring this back. If you don't bring back Bregman, what exactly was the point of the Presley trade? And that's saving money would be the actual answer here, which that's the one that nobody wants to hear because that makes you
saving
really
money
mad.
And probably I don't know if Presley was happy because he lost his job here once you signed Hader.
No, so and they said as much.
Yeah, maybe he just wanted a fresh start.
Yeah, but you also had to convince him to drop his no trade clause. So it's not like he was eager and trying to get out necessarily, or at least it didn't feel
he wasn't trying to get out, but he
wasn't happy.
He had the no trade clause, so they would have had to go to him regardless.
I think he was not. I think he loved it here. He said as much in all his goodbyes, and his wife and his mom were tweeting stuff and all this. No, it hurt. It was hard for him to do that, but I think he hated being the setup man. And at some point, you have to make that business decision.
You can't have two high price closers. I guess.
And as much as I kind of like the idea of having Isaac Paredes, I think that probably the best path forward to not have an outfield that is just completely able to be dunked on in a way, is flipping Isaac Paredes. Like, with him, so that maybe you could see if you can get a left fielder or an outfielder that has some level of defensive acumen. Because I mean, look, you do have, maybe Jake Myers who, has range. If Chaz is, swinging the bat better, that feels a little bit more palatable. But if you're dead set on having Altuve in the outfield for a decent amount of time, you have these young bucks that you're hoping can come up and maybe grab some spots. But there's not a lot of confidence from me, and I don't know about from you guys, in that outfield defensively, especially.
Oh, no.
And that feels like that's going to be
offensively.
How tenable is it to have an outfield that you just aren't very scared of?
Well, and that's the other part of it. You're fancying yourself as hey, we're contenders.
You're not just putting a team out there.
It's not like, he'll be all right in left. He'll be all right in right. No, that's not what contending teams play. That's not how they do it.
Yeah, and shout out to 832 who did say that it wouldn't be the first time that Jim Crane saved money to not keep a valuable player. I understand that, but after a while, it frustrates people, and this feels like that would be the place where you get frustrated. Where on an off season, after Correa, after Springer, all those instances. Now you have another. I mean, in a way, you traded Kyle Tucker to save money in a way, right? Because or at least to get back some talent. It'd be really frustrating to end up in the offseason where you also don't have Bregman and Presley in order to save money in some ways. But that's where we currently stand. It feels like we're in the weirdest will they, won't they, and I need this to come to a conclusion
quickly.
And I really hope the conclusion is Bregman back. Like, figure out the rest after that, because it feels like Altuve in left field is almost a foregone conclusion. And if that's the case, I'd rather have Alex Bregman back. Me personally.
Okay.
All right, you're in the loop right here with myself. Let's get even funkier as we hand this thing over to Figgy Fig for Figgy's mixtape. What you got for us?
Yeah, so I got questions to identify the worst vacation roommate, since we all be in the same Airbnb for the first time in a long time. I got a list of questions, and I want to point people out who we think they are here at Sports Radio 16.
Ooh, all right. Okay, let's get ready for Radio Row. We'll do it next.
Payne and Pendergast.
I don't need the Astros.
Later, Sports Radio 610.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Friday. Happy Friday, a funky Friday, as Reggie liked to say. And we'll be going off to New Orleans this Sunday.
Can't wait.
And I'm super excited about it. And I know we had some fun about the aux cord stuff, the aux cord wars, and riding in the car. Man, I never did a road trip like this with a work event. Okay. So I know Lopez, you did that in the past as far as like going to training camp.
Yep.
Times you did the training camp.
Went to the Dallas Super Bowl and sliding all over icy street highways.
Ooh,
yeah,
that was a ride, baby.
Was that 2011?
Yeah, one of our vans went into a ditch.
Oh, wow.
I wasn't in it. It was someone else.
So you in ditches. You just be all
no,
up
it wasn't
in the
me.
ditches.
It wasn't me that time.
It freezes over, and now Lopez got his car and his truck flipping
it was
over in
someone
ditches.
else. I just heard about it.
Yeah, so this or next week coming up, this is gonna be the first time we all actually stay in the same place together. Like in the past, we all stayed in we had hotels and different rooms and stuff like that. But we gonna be in an Airbnb, a big Airbnb, by the way. So we gonna have our own rooms, and we gonna pretty much be in our own house. So I think the last time y'all did something like that as far as like sharing rooms
was Indianapolis. When was the Indy Super Bowl? Probably 8 years ago or so.
Yeah, because I remember
I slept in the basement. Remember that? And I had a big spider.
I remember that.
A spider?
There was a big spider in the basement that I never killed it. It would just be like hovering over my head when I'm sleeping.
What was the event y'all went to when you shared the room with Cody Stoops?
Oh, that was the Super Bowl. Where was that one? I forget where that one was.
Because I was actually filling in as a producer.
Yeah, I forget where that one was. But
but this is going to be the first time Sports Radio 610 be in a place all to ourselves together.
Yeah.
And so what I'm going to do, I'm going to read the question. I want y'all to yell out, who is this person on Sports Radio 610?
Gotcha.
Get involved. 713-572-4610. I want you guys' input more than my own, honestly.
All right. Who would be the person that set 15 alarms in the morning and somehow sleep through them all?
Ooh.
Sleeps through the alarm guy. That would be...
I might be up there. That's probably
Are you the sleep through the alarm guy?
I might be that. I've been better about it, but I do
Keep
have
snooze.
I have sometimes it's not snooze. Sometimes it's just I'm not seeing that. But yes,
I want to say Tyler, but
yeah, it's like
he's
Tyler
be holding down the fort here.
Yeah, Tyler's holding down the fort here because Tyler was my first thought as well. I feel like
Tyler might be up all night.
I feel like that's also a great point. I feel like Clint's probably a pretty punctual wake up guy. I feel like being parents, you guys are probably
that is definitely not me.
Okay, well not you, but parents are typically
kind of wired to wake up early.
Yeah, we need to wake up. So I feel like Ron and Clint probably getting up to. I think I'm the guy.
It might be Reggie.
Yeah, that's me.
Who will bring the most luggage?
Show.
Really?
Oh, really? I like that. Yeah, okay. I think that's fair.
Show likes to have his look going.
Yeah, he dresses it up pretty nice. He dresses it up pretty nice. I think that's a good answer.
I think he's a big.
Don't be sensitive. Hell your ass.
I think he's an accessory guy. He's going to have all his colognes and lotions and he's going to be packed.
Okay,
going to be looking good on the Mo Karam injury lawyer on the fan cam.
Yeah. All right. Who is the let's wake up at 6 a.m.
Lopez
you is
taking
that person?
Yeah, I'm that person. I get up 5:30 every day, whether I like it or not. Sometimes, although I might sleep in a little later there because I'm sure we'll stay up later, and I'm not, no real obligations.
That felt like, to me, that felt kind of like a Sean. Sean feels like he gets stuff done, and he has like his day planned pretty well.
Yeah,
so
I can see that.
Yo, let's get these things done.
He do a lot of trips too with his lovely wife, so I can see him being there.
It could be Sean as well.
All right, who is the mysteriously disappear for hours without texting, only to return with a weird story of zero explanation?
Ooh, this is good.
I have
gone for hours.
Yeah,
doesn't text.
Don't let you know,
and comes back.
Man,
is that B Scott?
I'm gonna go with Ron on this one.
Okay,
I don't know.
I'm trying to think.
I feel like Ron is the person. We're like, where Ron at? And then you come back.
Okay.
Hey, I was at the bar and I met up with these Chiefs fans. Or
I think I could do it for at least 1 or 2 nights because I'm going to go to the casino. And remember,
the casino aspect really changed.
Remember last year I did the casino like till 2 a.m. a couple times. Yeah. So I won't do it consistently just to go whatever party or whatever. But if I go to the casino, I'm sure I'll come back. Hard to reach.
We've not thrown Seth up in any of these. Is
he's coming.
Is there any chance that Seth is one of these?
Oh yeah.
Or is this one the idea of just like disappear for time?
Yes, he wanders.
Okay,
he's a wanderer.
Is he a wanderer?
Yeah, he's a wanderer.
Okay,
yeah, that's a good one actually.
Okay,
yeah.
All right, this one out anybody on this one, but how do y'all feel about the temperature in the room? Like
that's going to be a fight, isn't it?
Yeah.
Are you cold?
Because we got other people.
I generally like it cold.
Where do you?
Yeah, we're gonna
fight. Where do you want the temperature at?
Okay, it's going to be warm. It's not going to be a cold.
No, it's going to be a solid.
Yeah.
It's going to be like kind of like how it is here.
70.
Right now. High 70.
No, I'm saying the thermostat's on 70.
You want this
for you?
70?
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't want to hear where my and that I'm sure that's you being like, oh, it's decently warm, right?
Because I like to sleep under blankets too.
Do you know where my thermostat is right at this moment?
Probably on the wall.
You're gonna be well. That's. I can't even be mad at you because I set myself up for that one. You're gonna be sick. The listeners are gonna be sick. My thermostat in my apartment right this moment is at 77.
Goodness
Lord.
gracious,
Good
man!
Lord. Yeah, we're gonna fight.
Yeah. Of course, you better bring a coat.
That is me understanding I'm the only one in the crib. I can do whatever I want. Usually, I'm trying to keep it like 75. So yeah,
I would have passed out, man.
Bro, I am warm.
I don't think I ever had the temperature at 77 ever.
Somebody said, "How old are you?" I like it warm, man. I like it warm. I do. So yeah, that might be a fight. Or I'll just wear a hoodie around. Like, that's the thing is I'm also, like, pretty amenable, though. Mm-hmm. So I'll probably just I need to make sure to bring my house hoodie. I'll just wear a hoodie around the house the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who is the snorer?
I snore.
It ain't me. You snore?
I snore. My wife has been known to, I'm just going upstairs. Like, especially when I drink. Like, if we go out and have some pops or whatever.
Damn.
Yeah. Sorry.
Somebody said that's criminal. People are not very happy about.
They shouldn't be.
The 77 on my thermostat.
That is insane.
Warm, baby, warm.
Goodness gracious.
Hey, we just got a correspondence from Sean Pendergast who said Seth is absolutely. He is 1,000% disappear guy.
Yeah, he's a wanderer. He wanders all kinds of places.
Damn, man. Yeah. Who is the person that borrows other people's stuff?
Ooh.
Oh, let's see.
This is a great question.
Borrows other people's stuff.
I can see.
I don't have a good answer here.
I can see Clint doing that. Let me get some of that lotion,
big dog, let me get some. I can see that. Hey, Big Tom, what you doing? Can I get some of that?
I left my toothpaste, man. Let me get some of that toothpaste, Chief.
I hadn't even thought of it until you put it like that. Until you put it like that. I think you're right.
All right, who was the person that take the long-ass showers, the 45-minute showers, and hold up?
My name is Reginald.
I should have guessed that.
What's up?
I'll take a long-ish shower. I just like the hot water, but
I'm talking about in a setting where we got to share this shower, and who's taking the longest?
Yeah,
is probably is Reggie. Mm-hmm. Who is that person who come back to the hotel at 3 a.m., turn on all the lights, and start a FaceTime call?
Oh, so who's the noisemaker?
Figgy.
Ooh, we haven't put Figgy in there.
Yeah, Figgy.
You
gotta hit up Christina. You're gonna be. Your mom's gonna call.
She's big capital letters. Sally said Clint.
I was gonna say Lopez. Lopez good for going back to the hotel. I got to talk to the wife, man.
No, I do that. Have to do that, especially one of those nights when I go to the casino. That'll happen. No, I'm back. I'm cool.
Wait, I'm being attacked right now for the 77 in a way that I did not anticipate. But I probably should.
You should be.
You should be, man. You should be crucified for this. You're probably crucified. You should be. You probably are crucified being in 77 temperature.
It feel great, baby. It feel great.
Man. All right, who's the let's do everything together guy?
Parker.
Good answer.
Honestly, I was gonna say me.
Yeah,
I was gonna say me because I'm good with hey, let's go here. Hey, come on through. I'm the one that.
No, you are, but Parker's going to want to be
He's going to facilitate
everything together.
Yeah. Hey, let's just go all. Yeah, okay.
Okay. Who is the aggressively scheduled activities guy? And who's the let's go with the flow guy?
I tend to be let's go with the flow guy.
I don't know. I don't know who's the planner. Like,
I don't think we have any planners.
I keep getting Sean for planner, but I don't know. That might be unfair to him.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I think that's just he's very good at orchestrating a show and organize, and so all the organization things I feel like go to him.
Do we have?
I don't know that we have. We might need someone to step up in that way. Otherwise, we won't get stuff done.
See, I felt like that's why I like working with this station because everybody's so laid back and it's just whatever.
Yeah.
Like there ain't nobody trying to take charge of everything flow.
Oh wow, we're getting text. Man, we're getting accusations. Oh my goodness. Sean lets us know that Clint thieved his Game Pass password for what does that mean? I'm not understanding what this text means. Trap ears? What's trap ears?
I don't know.
Am I reading wrong?
Must be a game. No, I'm reading it too.
Oh, God.
All right, so who's the guy that would leave their stuff everywhere like it's just a open thrift store? Just leave.
Seth.
Well, he did that in this studio.
Everything.
He left his underwear.
Yeah, he left his underwear on the desk. Like I feel like that's absolutely one.
He loses stuff. He leaves stuff. But I say that with love.
100%. That's right.
All right, last one. Who is the let's stay in and save money person? And who is the, hey, let's blow our budget, screw it, or bottle service?
Who is staying and save?
Stay in and save.
I'm also sad that we did not find a B. Scott in any of these, but because he will also be on the road with us.
B. Scott's a little, he's laid back, but
he might be the one to stay out a little later than usual.
I think he might.
I know for certain that he has had some times in New Orleans and that he has already vowed to try and not have the same type of time.
Yeah, but
we'll see how that goes.
Man, you are getting cooked on this degree.
I am getting cooked.
37, man. Goodness gracious, man.
Hey,
no wonder you take them long ass showers, man.
I will say, I will also have the fan on to move the air around, so it's not like it's just stale in there. But yes, I
Texter also says Clint ate Tyler's food. Remember that whole thing?
Damn.
Oh yeah.
Now, somebody said Ron is the stay-in guy unless it's paid for. I don't know. I think Ron might be the opposite.
I've been around Ron a couple times, man. I can see saying, screw it, let's get bottle service.
Yeah.
Let's get a session.
Seth is the stay-in guy.
He'll be reading.
Seth is the stay-in guy.
Yeah.
Money, 100%.
He'll be reading. So. Yeah, something like that.
All right, so we got the whole gamut. Well, I'll be interested. You know what? I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna document these, and I'm gonna check once we go through the week. Let's see if we were right about these things. But also,
we don't mess around. Parker be the one staying out all night.
Yeah,
right. Find out.
Parker's like,
let me find out.
Let's go, guys.
He gonna be the one blowing the budget.
Yeah, champagne spilled everywhere.
Hey, drinks on the house. Let's go.
Shots. Who's shots guy?
Who is shots guy?
Because Tyler isn't going. He's staying here.
Ron is shots.
Ron is shots guy. Good answer.
Yes,
Ron is shots guy.
Yeah.
He is. From the 843, who is going to overload the trash, knowing that it needs to go out but won't take it out?
I don't know.
Ooh. I don't know. We really don't have.
We don't.
Nah, it's crazy to sound because we're a sports station, all guys. We don't really have no pigs on the staff, man.
No.
We probably the cleanest
Might
station.
be Clint, though, if I had to pick one.
If we had to pick one,
I feel like Clint is about to come in here and cuss us out for talking about him like this. I feel like we gave Clint the most unflattering ones on this. Somebody said Ron. All right, let's check in with those fellas, what they think on some of these things as we're about to cross with the guys of the Drive Clinton Show. Let's go ahead and do that next.
Call him All-Star.
what if I need a new one? We have the right Duralast battery for you, only at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, Auto.
And what about my old battery? We can recycle it right here at America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone.
Restrictions apply.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, it's a Caribbean dream the way that this show is going on a Friday. In the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us all the way long. Man, I'm getting cooked. Y'all fine,
Man. Hey, you was already getting cooked at the house.
Yeah.
My man got the oven on 400, cooking everything.
If you missed it, we're getting ready for getting ready to head to NOLA this weekend to go be a part of Radio Row ahead of the big game, and we were as a station. Our accommodations are we're getting one big house and we're sticking together as a family, and so we were trying to get ready for this by discussing which of the Sports Radio 610 personalities are various types of roommates. And I realized that y'all not living like I am.
No, we're not.
I shouldn't have dived. This is why personal information, not a thing that
That's
you
what
give.
we do, though, man.
77 is what my thermostat is currently set at. I will also note, though, right?
Oh, there ain't no getting out of it.
No. I know. This is.
However,
this is not going to work in my benefit. I'm just
I have
trying.
a very slow metabolism.
I'm just trying.
Have low iron.
Yeah.
Somebody said I was a lizard.
Yeah.
But I actually have high ceilings in my apartment, which I think also all the heat rises.
Yeah, just
like
less is more.
I'm sincerely. And then it's not carpeted as well, so I think those make it a little
maybe
bit cooler. But y'all not trying to hear none of that. I understand. Yeah, we'll talk to the fellows Clint and Show about how they felt about that segment and what they thought and their input on the trip to NOLA, courtesy of Flight by Yingling, Low T Center. Shout out to Exclusive Furniture, who will be putting on our hot seat. We'll have a nice lazy boy, I think.
Are we having a lazy boy?
I don't know.
Something like that.
So.
I know it's an armchair of some sorts that people are going to be real comfortable when they sit down with us. And then Mokaram Injury Lawyers will help you, the listener, be able to watch all the fun stuff that we're doing there in New Orleans. But before we get there, before we talk about that, I'm interested how you feel about Cam Newton here. Cam Newton, a MVP in the NFL, went to one Super Bowl. What was that, 2015? Was that, or was it the 16th
Don't remember
Super Bowl
the year.
in the 2015 year, something like that?
That was the year they played the Seahawks? Well, no, not the Seahawks.
They played
the Broncos.
Did they play the Patriots? Or I can't recall.
I can't remember
who they won, because all I remember was that one play at the end where Cam Newton there was a fumble and he had an opportunity to drop on it, and he simply did not. And that one, that he caught a lot of flack behind that. However, he's now on First Take on ESPN, and this was an interesting question. Was it the Broncos?
Yeah, it was the Broncos. That's right. Yep.
Of course, Figgy's right about that. But yes, this was a question that was asked of him about MVPs versus Super Bowls.
I ask you, Cam, if you could give back that league MVP for a Super Bowl championship, would you do it?
No.
Oh.
Really?
Really?
Wow.
Because you have to ask it through this lens. That was a very journalistic viewpoint or vantage point or response, Stephen A. And, just to pose this thought, what's more important, impact or championships? I know that's not the popular pick. I'm trying to be popularized. But my take is I'm taking individual success because I did my job. Football is not about one guy trying to do 11 jobs. It's 11 guys doing one job. And if everybody does their job best, famous words of our coach Belichick, just do your job.
I don't mind his comments there. I get it. But I also feel like you literally had a chance to win a Super Bowl right there and didn't get it done. And it's not a popular opinion. I actually respect that he said what he feels. He would rather have the MVP than a Super Bowl. And I think on an individual level, ultimately it might help him more, or helped him more. I just don't think most players would agree with that.
I kind of disagree with that, man. I feel like a lot of players kind of side with him more than what we think. Because I think I had this discussion with Arian Foster one time. And he kind of side on that side of the road where he said the MVP. I mean, the MVP at least know that you did everything you could do to get your team a championship.
No, I've said this multiple times. I think a lot of people will be very surprised. Like the real priorities of not just an NFL player, but a professional athlete. That's priority number one. Priority number two is get the second contract. After priority number two comes however you feel about individual accolades or Hall of Fame careers or team wins and getting to a Super Bowl or an NBA championship or a World Series. People would be shocked, and maybe they wouldn't. Like, it comes, get in the league, get your second contract. Then we can talk about individual accolades and championships.
And I mean, on the way there, right, and trying to get those things, those aren't entirely.
But those are the priorities.
Those aren't entirely mutually exclusive. But I think that there's a lot of guys who, you're trying to set yourself up. Like, this is the business.
And it's fair
aspect of it. I'm kind of with him on this, and I thought I was going to be the one who was,
I don't mind what he said. At least he's being honest.
We got people on the text line, and I thought this was going to be more of what it was like from the 713. That just shows Cam Newton's personality. He's all about him. Ask Lamar Jackson if he would give up his MVPs for a couple of Super Bowl trophies. And yes, Lamar has said that, man.
But it's plural.
But see, I feel like it's a little different when you done won the MVP already and don't have the championship.
Yes.
Like J.J. Watt would give up anything to get that Super Bowl.
That's Cam Newton. Cam Newton. We're talking about the exact thing. He's won an MVP and has not won a Super Bowl. And in that same space, he is saying, no, that MVP matters more to me. And I do wonder, because I know that the guys in the morning were talking about this, and they were. I think that I understand and I respect their points, especially to the idea of the Super Bowl gains you more recognition. And I hear why you say that, but I don't agree for it. Because they mentioned Dan Marino, they're like, he doesn't get enough doing. I'm like, talking about how he does not get enough doing. Like, I feel like that's one of those things that almost works backward, where we talk about, oh man, he's been so great, he didn't win a Super Bowl, but you don't understand, he was so great. And then I could think about dudes who won a Super Bowl that I'm like, yeah, but, right, like, we're talking about Eli Manning probably going in the Hall of Fame, and I think all of us roll our eyes at that because we're like, hey, we're doing a lot because he has a Super Bowl. Hey, how about Joe Flacco?
Yeah.
Like, Joe Flacco has a Super Bowl, but, I mean, are we really talking about him on the same way? Hell, if I want to get real disrespectful, hey, how about Trent Dilfer? What's happening there?
Come on,
right?
man.
Like, Trent Dilfer got him a Super Bowl, he's got him a Super Bowl ring on his finger. How y'all feel about Trent Dilfer as a quarterback? Because I can tell you, I don't feel nothing about Trent Dilfer as a quarterback.
Yeah, no, I mean that's a different category. I will argue the Dan Marino thing. I do think he doesn't get enough credit in this respect. Had he just won one Super Bowl, I think he'd be firmly in the discussion of greatest quarterback ever. He was that good. He was that transcendent. He was throwing for 5,000 yards when everybody else was throwing for 3,000. So he doesn't get enough credit at that highest level. Like, I think it would be, and I know Brady and Mahomes are at the top, but back before the Brady years, it would be Montana, Marino, and he's not in that, but just one would have done it. So that's the argument for what a title could do for you.
But my thing is, the question was, would you give up your MVP for that Super Bowl?
Right. No, I don't. Actually, like I said, maybe it's a surprise.
Yeah, I mean, it's one.
I don't mind that. I get it.
I just don't know. Like, how good are you if you just give up that MVP and just win let's say you never won the MVP, but you win the Super Bowl. Are you satisfied?
And satisfied is such an interesting word to use there, because that gets to different places, and I think that starts speaking to aspirations. 979, and this is a very pragmatic look at it. Plus, you'd have a Super Bowl ring to show off, like just having that particular thing.
I think MVP gets a ring.
Yeah, but how many times have you seen somebody wear an MVP ring as opposed?
I'm
not even
that many
certain
MVPs.
case, but even if there was, right?
But yeah, I get your point.
Yeah,
I just don't see somebody. Let's say somebody like Josh Allen. I don't know if Josh Allen gonna win it this year. He probably will win it this year. I'm guessing. I don't know, but
no, I think Lamar Jackson might have
at the end
taken that one,
and not in the playoffs at the end of the season.
Yeah. I just let's say Josh Allen win a Super Bowl. Like, I still feel like he probably wish he would have won the MVP.
Well, yeah, I think that in that instance, it's just whatever.
Like, somebody like that won the Super Bowl but never won an MVP, I feel like on a personal level, he probably would have just wish he won the MVP.
Yeah.
I also wonder how much, I mean, obviously, so much of this is about Cam Newton as an individual, but also thinking about the way he has come up. I will always. Cam Newton is an interesting dude for me because I can't take away the thoughts that I have of him, like playing at Auburn, and if you go back and look at that Auburn team, what was that, 2010?
Yeah.
When you go back and look at that team, the dudes that was around him, there aren't any, like, they're not dudes that were drafted that year.
Yeah.
There aren't NFL players on there. It is dudes and Cam Newton. He carried them to a championship. In that same
hell, he won a national
vein.
championship at Blinn.
And in that same vein, go and look at that 2015 Carolina Panthers team.
Yeah.
It's not a lot of dudes on that team. And so, like, I feel like for him, he's like, yeah, the MVP is cool, but I feel like we spread that thing
because he's
around.
kind of telling on that Panthers team.
He was like,
I did my job.
I was doing, I got us there. And that MVP is indicative of how good I was to get that team success.
Yeah, and that's what a lot of players say, too. Like, when you win that MVP, you did your part. You kind of did your part. And it is a team game, man.
But that's also like a real jerk. Like, I very much like laugh at the notion of, you know, one of those y'all lost type of games where it's like, no, I didn't lose, y'all lost. But that's kind of the mentality that it seems like comes through there, and people.
That's the unpopular.
You don't want to say that out loud.
Yeah, that's the stuff they don't say out loud.
Yeah.
Like they probably do a lot of people make personal decisions that they don't discuss.
And I think, again, to get back to this, and like I guess the more wholesome and probably the part of the discussion for Cam that I imagine plays a lot easier is just the idea that if you say that you have a Super Bowl, that can mean that a lot of different people factored into it. If you say you have an MVP, that speaks specifically to you and what you've done, and I think
and that's what he's saying.
What he was getting after.
Yeah, and he wouldn't give it up.
Show ain't hearing none of that. And I have a feeling that now he's gonna weigh in on the Cam Newton thing instead of talking about the fact that we was saying that he was the one that most likely to pack a whole bunch of stuff for this trip to NOLA.
Yeah, I think y'all most definitely looking at the wrong person.
Oh yeah.
Really?
Clint.
There was one person, the
hair
the
product,
gate, and was having to switch stuff around in his bag. We came back from Vegas.
Oh, he was overweight.
Yeah, oh yeah.
See, that's funny. It's like we think Clint. We think of you as like just real down to earth. But you also a pretty boy. I forget that.
I mean, it's more of a being prepared than it is. I'll be honest with you. I don't have the wardrobe to be like real selective about like I got to bring this and make sure it goes with this and make.
Yeah.
I mean, I will bring enough. I'm gonna bring enough.
Figure it out later.
You better believe my bag is going to be. Right. My bag is going to be up against 50 pounds.
Okay.
It's going give or take. It's going to be 50.
I'm rolling them. I'm rolling them bad boys.
Yeah.
I got them all. Yeah. Ain't me.
Hey, I'll have me a little hang up bar across the back of the truck. You ain't don't put your big stuff in your bag, man. Bring it. We're hanging up in the back of the truck, cuz. I'll have that thing. I only need about half of it. You and B Scott can have that. I'm gonna have me every bit of 4 or 5 pair of shoes.
Yeah.
See that? Yeah, I was gonna say,
pair of boots.
See the Cam thing. I know my take is completely different. What I got from Cam on that, and it's kind of been brewing for me, is I just want somebody like Ryan Clark, somebody that trusts him, because I've been here.
Mm-hmm.
He is my biggest thing from Cam is Cam's a smart dude, but he's trying to go up there. And he's trying to use, in my opinion, to try to sound like he can
There's
hold
more
up
depth. with
Stephen A.
I think that's Cam Newton. Have you heard some of Cam's Camisms?
No, I know, and it's every week. Like, I mean, in the cut you made, like I'm not trying to be popularized. Like, that's not how you just talk. How you talk, big dog.
Yeah.
You're smart.
You're smart. You're smart. No, I don't. I don't think when Cam is around, I don't think he's. I've listened to his podcast.
Mm-hmm.
Cam said the monotonism of life.
But again, in that, it's like, dude, you don't have to
say it. Yeah.
And he's not doing it to be funny. I think and look, I've been here. I used to have a real problem. My wife, communications like you, John. I used to have a real problem with trying to write.
Yeah.
In a voice that's not my voice. And I think Cam's doing that, and that is just, it takes away from so much, and it's just like, I wish somebody would pull you down. Dog, I know you trying to sound a certain way, but you're making yourself sound what you're trying to avoid.
Yeah.
That's my whole takeaway from the MVP thing. I'm not surprised. I actually enjoy his honesty.
That's what I said.
Candor,
that's exactly what I said.
There's a lot of people there, but
That's fair.
That part there is just like, come on, Cam.
He's awful on TV.
I
mean, it's bad. It's and I agree with a lot of what Ron's saying is
we were just talking about this before we walked.
And it's we talked about something on the Jameis Winston front the other day, like when with the way that they hired him to do this New Orleans thing.
Yeah, the digital
is wheelhouse and can make millions and millions doing it. Right? It's all about placement. Putting Cam Newton
there
on that set with the highest paid master debater in Stephen A. And with people that are the mindset is I'm going to pick apart what you say.
Yep.
And then he just
that's not a bad point.
I mean he word vomits and they're like the only chance he has is if they don't understand what the hell he's saying. I turn around like to me the biggest weapon as a former player you have in let's say weapon, but to say your best is to say, all right, now I agree with a lot of what y'all said, and I get it. But let me tell you about it from being there and boots on the ground and what it looks like when your hands are under the center. And,
right.
You know, that's your and he screws that up.
Yeah.
Like he's trying to Ron's point, he's trying to do something else, and it's just like, man,
be yourself.
I'm a Cam fan. In the right setting,
be yourself.
Cam talking about money and women and you know all the fashion and hats and all that. Like I'm in on that.
And I understand there's a time you felt like you had to do that.
But that time isn't now for you.
That time is you can be yourself.
Yeah.
You can be yourself. You're smart enough.
I'm super excited for the show today. I'm super excited to see you guys once we get to the house out in NOLA.
Yeah, man.
It'll be fun.
By the way, I will take if I need some toothpaste and I ain't got none, I will borrow some toothpaste. You know what I mean?
I'm glad. All right. I'm looking.
I will snore.
Oh, okay. He's going for the snoring crown. I like that. All right. We're done in the loop for the week. In fact, next time you'll hear from us, we'll be in the state of Louisiana in New Orleans. Getting you ready. Till then, listen to KILT AM, KILT FM HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, on a Friday, The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live. You heard Clint. Chris Santiago is in again as Tyler is in Disney. He sent us a very early text saying that he was 3 mimosas deep and Goofy was standing behind him.
Was it about 9:30 this morning?
Go ahead and do your thing, man.
I guess out there
Goofy,
at 10:30, right?
literally Goofy standing behind him, and he was, as he said, he was 3 mimosas deep. And who knows where he is right now, but he's having himself a good time. But we are in good hands. Area 45's Chris Santiago is rolling with us. And how
we doing, guys?
We're doing all right. And I'm wondering how the people are doing who took your betting advice.
Oh, man.
I also heard you talking to Clint in the hallway as I was leaving about the betting advice. We'll see. It's all right. You win some, lose some. I just know when you got into the week, Tyler was 60% plus with his bets. Let's see where he ends up at the end of the week on Friday once you've got done and torn it up. But that's all right. Chris Santiago's in here a lot to get to on this beautiful Friday as, hey, no football, or at least no tackle. We got the Pro Bowl, I guess. And then next week we gear up for the final football game of the season. So a lot to get to here. I want to start here and get on my soapbox real quick before we get into this. You ain't have no damn excuse unless you just living without cable. But the Rockets were on national TV, had a TNT ball game right there. They Charles, Kenny, Shaq, Ernie, glowing comments about that game yesterday. If you watched the game, I hope you did, and you saw your Rockets, the number 2 seed in the West. And we get it up and down this text line, Chris and Clint. And many of you who have the NBA sucks now, it's boring now. I wish we were back in the 80s and the 90s when they had half football players out there like Anthony Mason running around. I wish I hate the game. It's so boring. I stopped watching the NBA. Last night was an example of why that's a narrative and not true. And there are games like that all the time. And I know, Chris, you watch a lot of games as well. Last night was a fun basketball game. You heard Reggie Miller at the end saying, I hope those two get into a series. They're going back and forth. I don't know about you, But I'm sitting there watching the game. I wasn't sitting there thinking, damn, I think they're taking too many threes. Damn, I think we need to add a 4-point shot. Damn, I think we need to take away the – no, that was a fun game against teams that were getting up and down. And, listen, it was a tough loss, 120-119 for the Rockets. But it was a really, really fun game. And you didn't have John Moran in it. And you didn't have the newly crowned all-star in Sengun in it. That was a fun basketball game to watch. And it's one of many that the Rockets have been involved in, just like the Celtics game. So I rebuke the the NBA is boring. It sucks now. No, that was a fun basketball game, and it was fun to watch. Now, the other 4 games last night were blowouts, but that one, there are many like that, were fun. That was a fun game.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know if the Rockets Grizzlies are going to revive the NBA in some folks' mind, but that was, to your point, that was a tremendous basketball game. I'll tell you boys how I did it. I had a little something. You know, when I get home, it's I got time with my 2 little girls before we put them to bed, and then I got 2. So my wife puts one to bed, I put the other to bed. So we get a little one-on-one time with each baby there right about the time you get about midway through the first quarter. So I turn it on with the babies, and even when I turn it on, the babies are there. It's still they're still, you know, it's kind of background, right? But I told myself I'm gonna go ahead and just DVR it, and then that way whenever I do start watching it, I can catch up with no commercials. Just fast forward it, right? By the time I got my little one down, my kid I'm talking about, I come back in there, boys, and at this point I mean, hell, it took me a while. It was damn near. I mean, we're kicking the third quarter. And so I'm like, well, shoot, I'll start it over. I'll catch up. I messed around and looked at my phone and saw that it was a tight ball game. I couldn't wait. That's how, like, I couldn't just be patient and sit there and watch. I was like, I got to get back in this third quarter and see what the hell's going on. To hell with this second quarter and half the first quarter that I hadn't watched yet. I mean, that's how, like, used to I would get sidetracked and be like, oh, well, hell with this DVR. I ain't watching none of it. I mean, I had to go ahead and just fast forward, you know, jump into live TV and watch it. You were right, Ron. It was a hell of a basketball game. It was a physical basketball game. There was a throwback element. Since you're talking about the throwback, there was a throwback element with them big centers going at it,
until they had to come off the floor.
Yeah, until they couldn't run with everybody else. But that there was until it started mattering, right?
Until they subbed Dylan Brooks in for Steven Adams,
and Big Edie in his nose brace got over on the bench. But they're like initially out of the gate, there was. You're right. When I was watching on the DVR, then Big Boys was going at it, and then all of a sudden, when I flipped to the late in the third quarter, they was done.
You never saw them again.
Never saw them again.
Right? And they had that big tall dude that could shoot them threes for, I can't remember his last name, for Memphis.
Starts with an A.
Aldama.
Yeah, Aldama. Yeah,
did you see him shoot that damn three, a cross court pass, and he shot it? I mean, he never cocked it. He just shot it from top of his head.
As soon as he came in, Reggie said, "Yeah, if I was him, I'd take Steven Adams outside." He did, and Steven Adams took a seat over there until Big Zach Edey. But someone coming in texting in, the NBA not being fun is not a narrative show. You can try to rebuke all you want, but the NBA sucks. No, it definitely is a narrative. It is a narrative that the game is boring and all the teams look alike and they shoot too many threes. That is absolutely things taken off about the game, along with load management and other things where people are talking about, let's take away the corner three, or let's make dunks worth threes, whatever. No, it is a narrative. And if you watch last night was just an example of games that happen night after night that are like that. Many games that are like that. That Golden State OKC game was a fun game to watch, up and down. Yes, it is a narrative, and it is what people talk about. No, the NBA doesn't suck. It doesn't. And if you watched last night, you would see that. Now, if you want to talk about suck, I don't know if that's the word to use. After we get past the point of, yes, it was a fun game to watch between those two young teams, it did not shake out the way the Rockets wanted it to, and they had a lead there late, and they were leading throughout the third and the fourth quarter, well, at least the start of the fourth. Then it became a little tighter, and they were going back and forth. But in that game, from a perspective of how they ended up losing that thing, especially late, what came to mind to you all? 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well.
Well, I mean, it's easy for me. I mean, the ending, the way the game ended, whether it ended good or bad for the Rockets, just the way it ended, it was so sloppy. And to me, Ron, this is the strongest evidence. We have a lot of conversations on this show that'll stir up Rocket Nation, if you will, about keeping this core together or not, and this is the group or not. I think last night was a really good sign of this team's just not quite there yet. When I say that, I mean the majority of teams that are surefire playoff championship contenders, when you get 2 or 3 possessions at the end of the fourth quarter that are going to be a difference, makes a 1-point ball game, you know who's going to have the ball in their hand.
Yep. Even Memphis, who didn't have their best player, it was going to be Payne or it was going to be Jackson.
Yeah.
And that's what happened down the stretch.
Yeah. So I don't like
Someone just texted in Fred Van Fleet.
I like Fred. That's this before. I like Fred Van Vliet. I like him to be kind of that dude that you can put in the game, and if everybody's going nuts, he can calm the waters, and he's a situational guy throughout a game. I do not like Fred Van Vliet with the ball in his hands, down 1, or even tie ball game on the line. I don't like Fred Van Vliet being the guy that's got to take that many shots at the end of a game.
To that point, Clint, the last 3 possessions, I know both of you all watched it. The last 3 possessions, 53 seconds left. Fred with a turnover. They get the ball back. 15 seconds. Fred, step back 3 with Jaren Jackson, the former Defensive Player of the Year, 2-time block champion in the NBA, right on him to kind of mess with the shot. He misses that. Then they take the lead, and if we hear from Udoka, he was trying to get the ball to him in time, so it ended up in Fred's hands, and Fred misses a 3 with 2 seconds left. Fred Van Vliet had the ball in his hands to miss shots and make the decisions, and that can't be the case. 2
of them were out of timeouts, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's.
I just can't be like that. Can't be the case. As I said to you all in the break, to go back, like he's the Derek Fisher. He should be somewhere spotting up for the person who is the one that takes the ball, and if they got to get it to him because they are double teamed or something, they get it to him. Not him be the one to get it. And yes, you would think it would be Jalen Green, but damn it, you got to go get it, or man, you got to go get the ball. And again, I'll be honest with you, Jalen Green's fourth quarter wasn't exactly fantastic either. I don't love his shot selection. Back then, he doesn't get to his spots. If you saw it, Jaren Jackson went and got to his spot, bam. Payne got to his spots. They ran their pick and roll, bang, they got it. That is to the point you're making of they're not quite there yet. Because in that situation, in the playoffs and series, down the stretch of games, not just the last possession, but down the stretch of games, that's what you're going to have to deal with. And it's like, who is it that you want the ball in their hand down the stretch? Not just a final shot, but down the stretch that you believe is going to make good decisions, that you believe is going to either get himself a good shot or get somebody else a good shot. Who is that guy? And I'm not saying they haven't done it at all this season. They have. But last night was an example of supposed to be.
Yeah. Well, that was definitely a rough ending last night. Like you said, it's not an overall concern on the season. It's just, to me, it's one of those. Last night didn't go the way they expected, and when it's all said and done, putting the ball for sure in the hands of Fred Van Vliet, and then hoping that you can get it to the other guys who then aren't assertive enough to go get the damn ball the way that some of the greats do. That's something they got to figure out.
But real, Chris, and you can jump in on this too in the text line and YouTube and Twitch. I know Sengun was out yesterday, so that may be that. Let's play him into this equation as well. Who do you feel comfortable with right now? Because like this person just texted in, they lost one game. Hey man, listen, the Rockets have raised the expectation with their play.
Sure.
So right now you start to kind of look at these things as, all right, when they get in the postseason, they got teams that are game planning for them. Like, how is this going to look? And this late game situation, You can't go turnover, bad, low percentage shot from a role player and then another shot to end it from a role player. That can't be the way you end it when the other team is getting the ball in the hands of their best players on all the possessions to get there. So we've raised the expectation, and we're looking deeper down into it. Who is it that you feel comfortable with the ball in their hand down the stretch of games right now?
Fred would be fourth on my list. I mean, I don't know. I feel who do I feel the most confident can get a bucket or get to the foul line when you need it the most? And I'm talking about has the ability to get around somebody, force the defense to collapse or not, and if they don't, then you get to the bucket, right? Or if they do, you kick it, you get a wide open shot, right? I go Jalen Green, I go Amen Thompson, and then the other one was out last night. I'd go Sengun as 3, and then Van Vliet as 4. That's the way I would ride with it, just generally speaking.
I'd go with those 3 as well.
Are you comfortable?
I'm more comfortable with maybe Sengun.
Yeah, because Sengun or Thompson to me.
Because as soon as you get Sengun the ball, they're going to double him.
And then and he makes good. That's the thing for me with both of them. Thompson and Sengun, I think are more likely to make the right play.
Yeah.
But Green's probably at this moment naturally more talented than them.
And he can create his own shot.
He can create, but I think those two can too, maybe not to the level. But even in that, when he goes to create his own shot, sometimes they're not good shots. Like sometimes it's like you bailed him out. Like sometimes he's trying to take step backs or whatever and just get to the lane and get to the cup or get to a place. Like when I watch him, and I think it was a big difference from like Payne and Jackson, they've got spots on the floor and things that I'm trying to get to where I know this is what I want to get to.
Yeah.
I don't think there's like you could see Jaren Jackson was trying to get to a spot where he could get that one head hook, and he was just killing me. Just did it down the stretch repeatedly. Jalen he might go step back here, he may go drive and that's my only thing. And I don't know about his decision because I do think when he gets it down the stretch, it's going up. Mm-hmm. I don't know if it's going to something like it's going up. So that's why, like someone just texted in, like Greg said, you can't watch that game last night and think this team wouldn't be better with a Devin Booker or a De'Aaron
Fox.
De'Aaron Fox, yeah. Can't think, better with the De'Aaron Booker or Fox from Black Greg. Yeah, I mean that was what jumped out last time. A good game, really great game. Rockets are still one of the best teams. Still think that they're now. I think what we're going to do and what they're showing is kind of raise the expectation and kind of look at things in a light of down the stretch. Still in a great. They won 5 in a row. They dropped 1. They're still a good basketball team, but that's just the takeaway. All right, coming up as we continue here on a Friday, C.J. Stroud has decided to do something. We'll tell you what that is on the other side, and do you think this is an issue for him? We'll discuss that next.
We're bringing the best sports talk in town.
610.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. If you're looking for Tyler, Tyler is out. I would assume hammered somewhere in Florida at Disney, so have a good time, T-Mill. Do your thing, man. If he was 3 mimosas deep at 9:30, only God knows where he is at this point.
Yes.
I mean, we've reached.
God and Megan.
God, what'd you say?
God and Megan.
Yeah, I was going to say
know where he's at.
Nowhere. Because we have moved towards whiskey territory for Tyler. All right. The Pro Bowl is coming up this weekend. They've already started some of the skills stuff. And this has come out this week that C.J. Stroud, who was given a call to be an alternate, as some of the quarterbacks have dropped out, he declined the offer. He was invited. He declined the offer per source. Said, I think this is the start of the offseason, and he's putting his head. So he is skipping that, and that is what he is doing. He is putting his head down, getting to work. And we've talked about it, and some of you have texted in and tweeted in about it, that this is a little different than what we saw from last year, where he was in the Pro Bowl. We saw him doing some, different things, which I didn't have a problem with. Live your life. Do you think, though, and you can jump in on this, do you think, though, that last year's offseason had anything to do with his sophomore slump, if that's what we're calling it, with his steps back? Do you think last year's offseason, where we saw him participating in a lot of different things, and like you said, we probably won't see him at Radio Row this year, talking about, the Colts and things like that, all the things he did.
Yeah.
Do you think that had anything to do? Because you're the one to kind of talk to. You understand. You've been there. You played in the NFL and understand like the focus or whatever. You think that had anything to do with maybe the steps back he took this year?
No, I don't think it did. Now it has a lot to do with the look of it, and the way I think people that, including himself and D'Amico and are in the organization. I think. Obviously, people that cover us, the people that cover the organization closely. I would be lying if I said that I don't think it was a bad look, especially in hindsight, right? You and I didn't like it at the time, or I don't speak for you. I know we talked about it on our show, and I said at the time, like, I don't feel real good about this whole change you guys are talking about right now. You better go out and ball if this is what you're going to be talking about. It's definitely a change in messaging coming out of the building last year versus this year, or let's say 2023 versus 2024, and then you look at what happened, it's definitely not a plus. I don't look up and go, boy, well, C.J. Stroud had what they're going to call a sophomore slump because he was walking around Radio Row pissing off in-division opponent linebackers and doing whatever he was doing.
Or he went to China, or he played the NBA.
I don't think that had anything to do with the sophomore slump. Now I like to think that it's going to have a lot to do with that third year, the junior jump, if you will. How about that? How about that, boys? The junior jump, if you will. Wow. Yeah, look, I think he's
713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Are you a fan of what Clint is now deeming the junior jump? Or do you think Clint needs to go back to the drawing board?
Nope.
On that.
I think it's really good.
That was good.
C.J. Stroud needs to follow up his sophomore slump with a junior jump, baby. Let's see if we can get this thing rolling. Yeah, I think it's great. I don't feel too corny when I say it. I think it's very obvious. People that are listening know exactly what I'm talking about. It does have a little ring to it. Yeah, I think there's something there. The sophomore slump and the way he addressed his sophomore season, kind of the way he just approached it personally, with probably living in the moment a little bit with the Rookie of the Year, the Super Bowl stuff, as you said, to going to China, all of a sudden you got money and fame, and you're the talk of the town, and then you're the dude now. Hopefully he looks back at that and goes, I need to spend more of my time in Houston working with my guys in this new system than going to China and doing all these other things. You got the rest of your life, and I know a lot of people don't like to hear this, but I'm just going to keep it a buck. You got the rest of your life to vacation. You got the rest of your life to be taking all these trips all over the place and this quote unquote downtime, relaxed time. D'Amico Ryans himself said it. Look, he said it in I don't remember which one of the pressers it was, but it was one of his pressers immediately after the season was over. He said, "Look, I want guys to get out," and I'm paraphrasing here. I want guys to get out, get a little downtime, but after the Super Bowl's over, it's time to go to work. It's time to get back to work. And I think that is the mindset. If there's a celebrity softball game here locally and you're in town working with your dudes, go play in a softball game. Cool, right? But we don't need to take weeks at a time going to China.
Because there were some people testing that thought, boy, this is doing too much. People were saying that.
Well, no,
I don't think I necessarily agreed with it.
I don't know if it was too much or it wasn't, but I know it's going, like we talked about when the guys when Nico and Tank are talking about the stats that they want to accumulate.
That to me is different.
Right.
Yeah.
But Ron, all of it is at the moment I don't think is a problem. But if you don't go out there and perform and do those things, ultimately as a team, when you're talking about these leaders that we're talking about,
people are going to lean back.
Absolutely, and rightfully so. People are going to look back and go, "Hey, man, like let's dial this thing back a little." Reasons for CJ to be on Radio Row in any way, shape, or form, throwing gas on the fire of what the hell's going on in Indianapolis with them linebackers. There's nothing. Right, and that in a vacuum, there's nothing wrong with it. But the overall, all of the stuff, I think CJ would tell you, hey man, I got a little too much into the moment. I was probably feeling myself a little bit more than I should, and I need to get this thing dialed back in, and I need to do it immediately following the Super Bowl.
Text line coming through as we talked about it. Do you think any of the off-season stuff, the way he went about things, had anything to do with his sophomore slump? Someone texted, yes. No, all teams had film. They broke down his weaknesses, and now he has to come back stronger than ever. For sure, he had a setback due to him traveling and not focused on his career. I don't know if this PR tour actually affected CJ, but I bet he's afraid that it may have. Listen, to the one that was before, for me personally, listen, everybody's got their own opinion. For me personally, I didn't watch CJ, especially during training camp and mandatory mini camps and all of that, and even during the season, and think, man, he doesn't have focus. Like I didn't get that. I didn't get that feel of it. I think I did see a jump and a boost in confidence based off of what happened the previous year, which I don't think it moved to arrogance or anything, but I did see a different level of confidence.
Yep.
That I do. I think the start of it was truly kind of the offensive line issues that then took off for him, and then whatever discourse happened between him and Bobby or the staff, that I think also that played a bigger thing of it. I didn't love the talking, and maybe you dial that back, but. Him playing in an NBA, if he wants to go play in the NBA All-Star Weekend, I don't see a problem with it. I don't think he will. Hell, he won't even compete in the Pro Bowl right now. It looks like he's really pulling it all the way back. But I didn't get a sense that his offseason caused lack of focus or anything like that. I just think the NFL is hard.
I don't. To me, I would never say the sophomore slump was, or any poor play was because of a lack of focus in the offseason. To me, that's hard for us and for me to draw that parallel. I will say this, again, back to my original point. It is very hard, even when you're established and a veteran, like the Bradys, and I'm talking about Brady when he was with New England, and like Rodgers when he was with Green Bay, and these guys that are with the same team forever, right? Until you get to that point where you know the offense like the back of your hand, you're essentially coaching it. You know the game like the back of your hand. Pat's obviously a great one too. Probably should have mentioned him from jump. But until you get to that level, I don't care what anybody says. If your offseason revolves around, hey, let me just NBA weekend. Hey, let me get this quick workout in. these 2 workouts in or 3 workouts in this week with my guys. Let me hurry up and get this throwing session in so I can shoot off to China and do this camp tour or whatever with what's my man's name up at Micah Parsons, right? You know, in there somewhere you got to fit in family time. You got to fit in mom. You got to fit in just a little bit of a vacation just to go kick it and with your family and downtime. Like you can't be fully focused and dialed in if everything you do from a workout perspective, that those schedules revolve around all these different events. Like I just, and I'm not knocking guys that do it. I'm not saying that it's impossible. I'm simply saying that until you are established and you know things, the league and your offense and your guys and your routine like the back of your hand, you will never be able to convince me, because I've tried to live it. You will never be able to convince me that your workout schedule, your training schedule, your day-to-day schedule revolving around all these different events that include having to fly places and stay in places for an extended period of time in the offseason. You're sacrificing something when you do that, period.
Yesterday we had a conversation about the Texans that we feel like, hell, we probably need to do that about a team that's going to be playing again before them. That's the Astros. We'll do that coming up next.
Hold the phone.
Hello?
According to MLB.
Landscaping.
Getting a little crazy in here.
Saturday mornings on Sports Radio 610.
Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
This time next week, we will be in New Orleans. We will be in New Orleans, ready for you 2 o'clock on Monday. Getting ready for the big game, getting you ready all week long. Should be a really, really fun trip, and not just a trip, but us trying to bring you all the best content, the best conversations, the best moments to kind of put you in the space of New Orleans and what that week is like. Shout out to our good friends at with Flight by Yingling, as they will be there to help us bring you the best that we can bring you. Also, Low T Center exclusive furniture, also as well helping us get down there in New Orleans for the big game. But like I said, man, we should have really, really cool guests. All shows from Payne and Pendergast in the loop to us as well. And again, like Clint said earlier this week, check out our social media stuff there as well, as we will have a lot of additional content, behind the scenes content that you don't want to miss as we'll be down there coming up. We'll be down there Sunday coming up. So it'll be a fun time.
Absolutely, man. Make sure if you're not already, make sure you're following us on YouTube and Twitch. You subscribe and stay plugged in right there too from the video component aspect of this thing as well. We'll be doing some stuff in New Orleans. It's pretty cool. A lot of folks from around these parts, a lot of our listeners, I'm sure, they venture over to New Orleans from time to time, and you know, I'm a big foodie. I'm not labeled an official foodie on social medias or anything, but I show enough love a good meal, a good lounge, a good drink, and a good vibe. And so on top of keeping you up to date with some great guests and stuff from Super Bowl Radio Row. Oops, that's from Radio Row. Come on, we'll keep you locked and loaded. So dial in, no doubt about it. And if you so choose to follow me on social media, I sure enough appreciate that as well, on Instagram and on Twitter at Clint Stoerner. Pretty easy. ClintStoerner. Go ahead and give me a follow. Appreciate you. Thank you. Talk to you next week.
You went for it all, Chris. I mean, spell the name.
Silent O get you every time, man.
That's Silent O. Man, I don't know. I didn't know I was ready for you to just go through and give the full.
Hey, man, look, we're going to talk about Yingling, Low T, and exclusive and McCarran
as well. Did you want
I already did. I said IG and Twitter. Same thing. Clint Stoerner.
Sorry about
same
that.
thing.
There you go.
Same thing. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Right. Slightly different content from time to time. You bet you.
We got on the elevator yesterday. I thought TikTok was dead. I went ahead and shut it down when it came. I pulled it up that day before, and it said unavailable. So I went ahead and removed that sucker. I heard the lady on the elevator the other day was like, "Yeah, my husband's been sending me TikToks." I was like, "Oh, it's still going?"
It was dead for like one day, and then it came right back.
Yeah, I thought I heard. Really? I thought what I had heard was if you were already using it, you could continue to use it, but it was a new user ban. I could be totally wrong. I've never been on TikTok.
Lost it. I thought it was gone. Yeah. We'll see. Well, stay with us. Should be a fun week as well. All right, Clint. We talked about this yesterday with the Texans. You know, for this team to take the next step, the guys that need to step up, the guys that need to take their game to another level. We saw many guys do it from year one with D'Amico to year two, as we mentioned them, take their games up to another level. The Jalen Petries of the world, the Derek Stingleys of the world. We saw those guys take their games to another level. How about the Astros? The Astros are here for Anna Brown and company, that yes, we're definitely trying to compete. That's what the name of the game is. They're trying to compete. There is no, hey, let's reload. No, they're trying to compete. And when you hear that and look at that, they definitely need guys to take steps up from where they were last year. And we look at this, when you lose a Kyle Tucker out of the lineup and you replace him with Tommy Trammell as where it is right now, when you lose potentially an Alex Bregman, you lose those guys, you need people to step up in many different spaces, right? In the lineup, in the rotation, in the bullpen, you need guys to stand up. Now, listen, I want to have a realistic conversation. I don't want to see anybody texting in anybody that isn't realistic, like Pinocchio. If you've listened to this show, you know who Pinocchio is.
I'm a real boy.
That guy.
Well, first.
All right? Or as Clint has called him time to time again, Forrest
Whitaker.
Forrest Whitaker. But no, we don't need to have any. But who are realistic guys that you look at on this team, because they're going to need some. Right? As we see right now, Alex Bregman is not on the team, so that's even bigger. Who are the guys, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch as well, who are the guys for the Astros that they need to take another step forward?
Yeah, this is between two guys, Ron. I'm split between two guys that are already playing some pretty good baseball. But I think, as you mentioned, with the departure of Kyle Tucker and more than likely Alex Bregman, I think there's two guys that have to really step this thing up. But I'll go with my initial gut here. I think it's Jeremy Pena.
Yeah, I think he's got to be on anybody's list.
And look, I'll be honest with you. Jeremy's been great, especially in clutch moments, and with the World Series MVP. And I mean, like he's put up some pretty good numbers. He improved last year in the regular season from the year before. It's not like, I'm not saying he's not improving. I'm just saying, like, Jeremy Pena has to take the next step, because I think when you lose Bregman and Tucker, the lineup overall loses some length, and you've got to find somebody that, for the right reasons, fits in that top five. And I think when you look at Jeremy Pena, I think he needs to solidify himself as a two-hole hitter.
Try to stretch that lineup. That would be a big thing if he could slide up there in that two spot and kind of stretch things out. Yep. and have that lineup better. Yeah.
Well, you do that, and you've got Altuve, Pena, Yordan Alvarez, Christian Walker, Diaz. I mean, you're getting back into 5 or 6 deep. That's pretty damn strong. You know what I mean? So I think
it's the place where he would see the best. I think Altuve and Alvarez.
And plus, you put a guy at the top of the lineup that's got, elite speed from a standpoint of being able to steal bases, from being able to, a walk. He can be in scoring position in one pitch kind of deal. I mean, I think Jeremy Pena, and I'll say I don't know why, and I do, because you've had Bregman and Altuve and Tucker and all these guys when they're healthy. So there's really not been much of an opportunity when it matters the most, when those guys are all healthy, for him to be in one of those top spots. We've seen him in the leadoff role, we've seen him in the two-hole, kind of randomly, sporadically. So I understand why he hasn't been there, but I think this is a year where the opportunity is going to be there, and he needs to solidify himself. And I don't even know what that means, but the organization damn sure does. He needs to solidify himself in that two-hole spot, and I think it just changes the game for the Astros.
Yeah, someone texted in Chaz McCormick in Pena. Someone texted in one of mine. Someone texted in Spencer Arrighetti. Spencer Arrighetti is one of mine as well, because right now, you're looking at this rotation. They've got some arms. I don't know how healthy some of them are or how healthy they're going to be. You feel pretty good about those two up at the top.
Mm-hmm. Hunter Brown.
Right? And in this thing, we got to put a max somewhere. Ronel Blanco's got to be at the max right here. You can't look at Ronel Blanco to me and think, oh, I think Ronel Blanco's got another step to take from last year. No, I think that's max. Spencer Arrighetti, to me, clearly is one that has another step to take.
Mm-hmm.
And then, who is the fifth starter?
Ronell, maybe?
I think he's the fourth starter.
Because you have Framber,
Hunter Brown, Blanco, Arrighetti.
Right.
And then it's...
Well, you get into Christian Javier, you get into Luis Garcia, you get into Jose Urquidy, you get into Lance. I mean, you got the thing is, again, like to your point, they've all either been banged up or are banged up, and so it's
Eiffel Tower's in there, France.
Yeah. JP France is in there. So I mean, you've got a lot of options. I mean, look, your 5 through 8, if they're healthy, is really really
That's
solid.
the thing. Is, I don't know
who's the fifth?
and who's healthy? Like that's the.
The guy they traded for, Hayden Wisniewski, that's probably going to be the fifth starter.
Think so?
Yeah.
So he got to be in the mix, right?
I guess in the mix. Yeah. That's
hopefully.
But again, as we're saying those names, that's why Spencer Arrighetti is a big one to me. He may be your third starter. Maybe Blanco is, but he's the one where you look up and you can say, I can see a jump.
Yeah. I'm gonna give you one that may be able, Ron, maybe the biggest one of them all. I know that there's the biggest opportunity. Jake Myers. He's just slightly above Forrest Whitley for you, I can tell.
I screwed it up.
And I'm
the opportunity. Like, I'm not even talking about jumping into I'm not even talking about jumping into being a guy that hits in the top 5. I'm talking about a guy that can be a solid 6-hole hitter. I'm talking about a guy that can swing the bat well enough, consistently enough at the plate that we don't talk about Dubon should be playing in front of him and legitimately have that conversation. Like just direction as the prospect they thought you were going to be, and I'm telling you that changes the thought about the outfield. That's for damn sure. You don't think Jake has? You don't think there's like Jake has no
Jake
chance?
Feels like we're entering hope territory.
Oh, well,
you're right.
well,
I think
no,
what you said for me personally, just above Forrest. Like that's not fair. That's not fair. Jake's gonna be in the major leagues. Now I don't know how many other teams would have him where he is as a starting center fielder in November, but he is going to major leagues. Forrest is a Sugarland player. But that one like Pena is very realistic.
Yeah, I didn't say it was realistic.
Spencer, to me, is realistic.
Sure, I agree.
Jake, man, Jake can run into a few and get them over the wall. Yeah, I just don't like. To me, I hope he hadn't reached his max for his sake. But I like that one's just. That one is a pleasant surprise. I mean, a pleasant surprise. That one, Chaz, we know can take a step up.
Yeah, I agree.
What he did last year. I've seen that. Jake's pretty much walked out and done what Jake has done every year.
I feel like we know what he is.
Yes, he feels like Max.
Your boxer, your dead boxer dog.
Rest in peace. But he feel like he's maxed out.
He's maxed out.
Yeah, he's maxed. Yeah, he's maxed out.
I thought you were talking about you.
People, now you've opened the floodgates with this. Now people's talking about John Singleton. If there ain't nobody on this team who ain't maxed out more than John Singleton.
I mean, John ain't gonna get to run, man. You thought John's run was limited last year when Diaz was rotating at first base. Hell, you got Christian Walker over now. Big John. I mean, he might be they may be able to move him.
Yeah, you say you're right. How's he get on the field?
Yeah, I mean, how does he even get out there?
Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, Big John, he's maxed out. All right,
I'm a Big John fan. I just think his days are numbered.
I would absolutely agree with that as well. All right, coming up as we continue to roll through here, the Texans, well, we understand the search is on, the OC search, and I've tried to kind of back it off a little bit, as I know we ended in distress last night with Clint and the latest person who was interviewed. But maybe some good news, Clint. Maybe some good news about one of the candidates. And I think this is a question that I think a listener brought up, and we hadn't really kind of talked out. I want to do that coming up on the other side. But before we do that, guys out there,
Odyssey Sports Station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive, and well, Clint's favorite subject. We'll get to the Texans offensive coordinator search coming up here in just a second.
We got another one?
I'll just get the latest here. Someone texted in question. I know Ron's old lady. Damn, we still using that. I know Ron's old lady don't care because their kids are grown. Hell, she probably can't wait to get his ass out the house. Like, calm down. But Clint, with having youngins, is your old lady giving you hell knowing you're going to go get drunk and party for a week and call it work? Just curious, Coach T. For starters, Coach T, how old do you think I am, and how old do you think my kids are? Grown? Hell, man, we working with 11, 7, and 4 in the house. Hell, Clint's older than me. I mean, by good
7 years.
That's a good mile here. I don't know what grade I was in. I don't know what grade I was in when Clint was at college at Arkansas, but I damn sure to tell you I wasn't driving. Legally?
Yeah, when were you born?
84.
Yeah. I was 15 when I fumbled.
I was going to say, I wasn't there, so damn. How old do you think I am? I just turned 40. My kids in here grown. God, oh, them jokers ain't, it don't feel like them jokers ever leaving that damn house. No, man, they good, baby. Good. Sure. All right. He goes.
Well,
don't worry. Don't act like Clint ain't left by himself.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a couple things here. I feel like I prepare for these moments. I'm pretty present 99.9% of the time. So when I got to leave for a week, and it is work, even though it is ball and it is a lot of drinking, a lot of eating. My wife knows who she married, and she knows what it's all about, and she embraces it, doesn't fight it, totally embraces it. And to be honest with you, the biggest factor here, ladies and gentlemen, is I've got my mother is here, my sister-in-law is here, her mother is here, her father's here, and her sister is here a lot. So she has more than enough help whether I'm here or not. And I've got an extremely independent woman, confident woman on my hands, and she can handle it.
Yeah, from the text line, show looks old AF. Nah. You're not about to
well, that's an opinion.
Not about to push. Well, it's not true. I mean, it's just not. And we have seen this multiple times. The surprise when we've gone out, I like to do this test question. How old do you think I am? The surprise of people when I tell them 40. We've had that multiple times. The surprise of people when I tell them that I'm 40.
You see, I thought you were like 44.
I'm not gonna let you get me there.
You thought he was older?
Yeah,
that's a number.
That's what I thought.
That's a really good number.
I'm not gonna let you listen. I'm not gonna let you get me there. I know that's not true.
How old do you think I was?
About 46, 47.
That's about right. I mean, he looks about 2-3 years younger than me. That's about it.
People in Cleveland. I'd say 25, 26. I'm 40. What? Nah, you ain't gonna get me 44. My ass. That's all right.
Look, they listen. They take personality and actions into consideration, and they just, they think you act young, maybe.
Again, someone texted in, had you at 52. Again, I'm not going to allow you to get me fired up, but I will allow Clint to get fired up. I did just want to let you know, Clint. Grant Yadinsky, the latest person to be interviewed by the Texans.
Yeah.
The Jags interviewed him today, too. Got his second interview from Big Grant.
Look
Grant,
at here.
Look at Grant. Yeah, see, that guy wants Grant.
Gets
his hands on Grant.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are clearly living in an era in the NFL where we just do favors. When it comes time to hire an offensive coordinator or hire a head coach, we just do everybody favors. Hey, what, you want an interview? Sure, come on in, man. We'll give you an interview. Oh, you want one too? Yeah, come on in, man. It's good. I got you. Look, and nobody's experienced that more than we have here in Houston. I felt like when the head coach interview, we landed on Culley and we landed on Lovey. Boy, that was a who needs a resume builder, who needs a little experience so that they can say that they interviewed for a head coach job, so it's easier to get that quarterback coaching job, or it's easier to get that offensive coordinator job, or it's easier to get that title of a position coach job. Who needs it? We watched it go on here now. We watched a lot of dudes get interviews that ain't no way in hell had any business getting interviews. Hell, we watched one get hired that had no business getting interviewed or hired. So it literally, Ron, it blows my mind how, and I don't think obviously it's not a secret. I mean, this is a let's interview people. Let's waste our time and our energy and effort and interview people, not for the Rooney Rule, not because we just, we seriously might hire these guys, but let's just do them a solid, man. Let's do them a solid and get them this interview right here so that they can put it on a resume. Like it blows my mind that that's where we're at in this hiring in the NFL world that we live in. But clearly, you cannot tell me that the Texans have seriously considered all these guys that they're interviewing.
Well, Elise Grant has had somebody else interview him.
Ron, he is third in charge, not first,
28,
not second, third in charge with the Minnesota Vikings.
On a couple of his titles in front of it.
Good point. Doesn't even have like a legitimate title within that organization.
I didn't mean it for you to turn it around like that.
Well, no, I mean, look, and the guy may be great. Hell, he may end up being Bill Belichick in 20 years. I have no idea, but you made a great point with this. I'm exhausted with it. I guess I should be like the folks in the mezzanine level that just say, hey, man, it's a long season in baseball. Don't worry about it. Maybe I should just say, hey, let it play out, man. It's not a big deal. But you made a great point the other day. We watched the Texans go through 3 consecutive head coach hiring cycles.
One of them looked different than the other two.
When they were dead serious about getting the right guy, they interviewed the top candidates available and got arguably the top candidate available. The other 2 head coach searches, for whatever reason,
all the guys that they interviewed in that cycle became head coaches.
Right. Yeah, you made that point. Yeah, that's a good one. Right? This looks more like the David Culley, Lovie Smith process than it does the D'Amico Ryans process for the OC.
That's fair. I think that's very fair. By the way, also within that, the Jets made a run at Nick Caley as OC. The guy that we brought in, they made a run after him. Tight ends coach, passing game coordinator with the Rams. Might have been thought that he was their top option. He did not have interest in that Jets job. Well, he has interviewed here, though. So, I mean, I think maybe Nick Caley, I know you said the other day, who in the hell would be excited about Nick Caley? I know, as we said, there are some. Does it at least make you feel better that other places have been wanting him, and
no, it's a monkey see, monkey do business. I mean, like I just said, everybody's doing everybody favors, right? I mean, it's just it's the damnedest thing I've ever seen. So look, I mean, I'm not saying, again, Nick Caley, I'm not saying that they don't hire him and he didn't end up being a tremendous hire. I don't know what about Nick Caley excites people. Like, I mean, I know there's a portion of the media, and I know there's a portion of the fan base that just says, hey, man, forget the fact that Nick and D'Amico just hired Bobby Sloak and it went south for some reason in a hurry, and there's supposedly arguments at the draft process, blah, blah, blah. Forget all that, but we just going to trust the process and trust these guys to go get another one. It don't matter who they go get. It doesn't matter that there's not one candidate that they've interviewed that's actually called plays beyond Brian Johnson for a year in Philly. I mean, honestly, I'm sure there's people out there that are like, yeah, I'm cool with Nick Caley. It's cool. We'll wait and see. Okay, let's wait and see. But you can't be excited about it. I mean, that's where we're at. Is we're getting good and excited about a tight ends coach getting hired. It's getting hired out of the Rams system.
I think there's an excitement level for some because people, at least how people have talked about him as being potentially the next one that's come out of that McVay system.
Yeah,
like the Kevin O'Connell's, the next one that's a really good offensive mind.
Yeah, we just had one of those that was the next one out of one of those systems, and it didn't work out. The one that's back with the Rams right now that's actually has the title of offensive coordinator, LaFleur, he didn't work out with the Jets. I mean, again, I hear it, I understand it. It may work out, but boy, when that's all you're interviewing, and there's not one guy that's been – forget whether you or I like the guys at all. There's not been one guy that's been interviewed that's going to walk in and go, y'all sit over against that wall, and I'm gonna lay out my offense right here. Terminology, everything. My install, how I want to use certain players, y'all sit right over there and let me lay this thing out for you. I'm going to hire my own staff. I'm going to tell you the guys that I need to bring in here to make this all work, right? There are a lot of those guys out there. Now, they're not going to be real popular picks because they're head coaches that have been fired. But they're also head coaches that have won Super Bowls that are floating around out there. There's some of the most well-respected offensive minds in college football that have been rumored to make the jump to the pro level for the last 10 years. And David not even interested. He goes to Detroit. I mean, so there are these guys are out there, and the fact that, again, I'm not saying that these guys are the best for the job. I don't have a clue, but the fact that you're not even flipping the stones on some of these guys, that's wild to me, man.
Let me ask you this, and maybe at some point, if we run out of time, we can tackle it again. Let's revisit this. You think, because I do think he may have some input. Do you think C.J. Stroud should have input on who this next hire is going to be as the OC? Have you? Because I know we talked about that a bit and didn't really dive into that. But do you think C.J. should have input?
No.
Do you think he is?
Yes. I think everything the Texans do. I think he is in D'Amico's office probably the minute that Nick leaves. I think Nick steps out and CJ steps in. I think CJ Stroud should be strongly considered when making the decision. Absolutely. Should he make the decision? Absolutely not. Should he help make the decision? Absolutely not. His strengths, his weaknesses, how he needs to be handled and dealt with to get the most out of him, sure, should be taken into consideration. Absolutely.
But that part, what you just said right there, like handled, that to me is the working relationship that he would have with the OC. Should he be part of like somebody that
he shouldn't dictate what the personality, approach, temperament, tone is of the offensive coordinator in no way, shape, or form. No, absolutely not.
I think he is.
Oh, I think he is too. Yeah, no, I think he is too.
I want to say he's not the only quarterback in the NFL that is involved in that kind of stuff.
Well, hell no.
Yeah, I was going to say I just want to make it seem like it's not. I just want to make it clear that it's not like some unusual thing.
Yeah, no. I think it's not unusual, but it's usually reserved for guys that have pelts on the wall. It's usually reserved for guys that have earned it and have that level of stroke. I don't think C.J. Stroud at this point in time has that level of stroke. I would
have that level of stroke.
Yeah, I don't think he should. Yeah, I don't think he should. I don't doubt for 1 second that Josh Allen mid-year last year absolutely was approached about, hey man, how can we get this offense better? Should we jump from Ken Dorsey to Joe Brady? And I don't doubt for 1 second that Josh Allen said, hell yes, we should. Absolutely, it's time. We should do that. What do you think, Josh? I'm cool with it. Let's move. Yeah, I think Josh has earned the right to be that guy. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I'm not. Do you? I mean, because I think we both agree that he probably is. Like, I think he is. I think he is in on Miko. Do you think he should be heavily involved in who the next in deciding who the next OC is?
The way they're deciding to run this thing, I think so.
You think he should be? Not is he or isn't he?
No, I think the way that they are deciding to run things, where I think he is going to have a pretty big. I think they're trying to run into a space where he has a pretty big say so.
Yeah, but how do you feel like, based on what you've seen from C.J. Stroud, do you think it makes sense for him to have that level of stroke in an organization?
If it was being ran a normal way, no.
Okay.
But I do. But the way they're running it, I think, and then it would make sense that he would.
Yeah.
I mean, the way that they.
I agree wholeheartedly with that.
The way that they want to do it.
I agree wholeheartedly with that.
Because to me, I just by the guys they're bringing in, it looks like it's guys that.
I agree. Look, D'Amico.
And to me, and if that is the case, well, hell, let him help make the decision on the guy he gets along with the best, or the guy he feels like he can get the best.
Yeah, and I agree wholeheartedly, but that should be a 180 from what they're doing. But you're right; it's probably more or less like I think there's a chance, Ron. Like I think D'Amico Ryans, and it's probably already there in some facets of the organization. Like he's hitched his wagon too early, too obviously, and too close to C.J. Stroud.
This is C.J. Stroud's team.
Agreed.
And the only other person that jumps above that, on the field wise, and not the McNairs or Nick, I think, is D'Amico. And I think, as you've been saying, they are tied together. This is his team. And this is his team in a big way. So I think if they are pushing it that way, then I think he should have a decision.
Well, it goes above, and it goes above D'Amico too. I mean, it's the way that Cal and Hannah talk about CJ is a. I think it's an odd. I think it's different. Unique is probably the right word. I think it's unique to have ownership that bought into somebody before they won a playoff game.
And I know we got to get out of here, Chris. Whoever gets hired, I think it won't be a coincidence. It will know if the direction they roll.
Yeah.
It would make sense. All right, coming up, the Buffalo Bills general manager had something to say that kind of made me think about maybe how Nick and D'Amico are going to approach this offseason. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Have you heard? Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
What? Excuse me. Welcome back in. Watching these NFL coaches, seeing these coaches get hired, seeing these jobs. There's one left. Looks like Kellen Moore is going to get the one of the Saints. What the hell does Bill Belichick have to be thinking? I mean, Bill's got to be. Bill had to go to North Carolina. He's got to be looking at these damn things. Look at these openings. And Brian Schottenheimer got a job. Brian, I want which do you think is the one that has Bill Belichick pissed off the most? Which of the hires do you think? Because what are they? Aaron Glenn with the Jets. I think Ben Johnson went to the Bears.
Yep. Vrabel in New England.
Probably resents Mike for that. He'll never
Shotty
forgive
in
him.
Dallas.
Schottenheimer.
Pete Carroll in Las Vegas.
That's got to be a tough one for him too. I mean, they're both older, and he got in there, and he went to the Raiders. He got a year off and got back in there. And I think Kellen Moore is going to get the Saints one.
We're missing one. Who'd we leave out?
Duval.
Oh yeah, Jacksonville, baby.
Duval. He's got to be. Is it Liam Cohen? I think it's Liam. No, Liam Cohen's a young. Brian Schottenheimer. I don't think anybody knew. Anybody ever thought that guy was going to be? And it's the job to me. It's the job that makes the most sense. If you take, Jerry out of it, it's the job that makes the most sense for Bill Belichick to get. Is to be the coach of an established, talented team that just needs some real leadership. And the Cowboys, and they went and got Marty's kid, who's been terrible. I mean, not even terrible. That's mean. He's been so-so as a coordinator. To bad. I bet you Bill's just, you got to be S&B. This guy's out here, Duval, out here getting it, Jacksonville. That one, boy, Duval. He can't help but to think, am I blackballed? Because I think so. There ain't no way. Got a call. I mean, I know he took the North Carolina job, but I mean, I think had he known that there was some interest, I think he would have chilled. Because I don't think he is thrilled. Like his first choice was, let me go chill in Chapel Hill, baby. That's what I want to do.
To hear him tell it, he did.
Yeah, right. We'll see. All right. Buffalo Bills GM. He came out yesterday, Clinton. He said, just like last year, I don't expect us, being the Bills, even after how this year ended, get to the AFC Championship game, thinking they had a chance to win it all. I don't expect us to be big spenders. And you look at their team, you're like, we saw what Baltimore did. Baltimore lost, and they said, hell, we're going to go get Derrick Henry. We're going to try to make some moves. He said, I don't expect us to be big spenders. And it just made me kind of think about this with the Texans. You think the Texans should be big spenders? You think the Texans in this offseason, as you've talked about it, hey, they're still in that window of you don't have to pay your quarterback yet. They still have that other year, that one more year of, well, even more than one more year would just be an extension, but they're still in that place of we don't got to pay our quarterback yet. You look at their needs, offensive line, obviously, wide receiver, backup running back, interior defensive line. Do you think they should kind of chill back and not be big spenders in the offseason?
Well, I mean, you got to define big, but I think they got to spend aggressively.
There's a splash player.
Oh yeah,
they need.
Yeah, an interior offensive lineman, like one of the best in the game, like preferably one that comes in with a chip on his shoulder of, hey guys, everybody needs to get on my level, or we're gonna have problems. Type of leader, whether it's a center or a guard, or multiple, right? I mean, yeah, I think you've got to fix your offensive line. You it's absolutely 100% have to fix your offensive line. Now, are they going to be as big as spenders as they were last year when you brought in arguably the top defensive end edge rusher on the market, the top 3 running back on the market, a top receiver on the market, a top middle linebacker on the market. Are they going to be that aggressive and literally? No, I don't think so. But they absolutely have to get aggressive and have to spend money fixing the interior offensive line. You can't throw draft picks at the offensive line. Like we've seen them second-round pick with Fisher. We've seen them first-round pick with Kenyon Green. We've seen them second-round pick with Juice Scruggs. We've seen big money free agent that Nick Caserio has experience with Shaq Mason. Like they have to go get like just lock, stock, and barrel dudes. One for sure, if not two, in the middle of this offensive line. The absolute first and foremost, they got to get that done. Now, there's some other positions where they've got to address some things. I think you can throw a high draft pick at a running back and give him some time and hope. I think you can throw a high draft pick at a receiver and ask him to, or a tight end. Good call. I think you could throw a top draft pick into these dudes that exceeded expectations, big time, played at or above their ceiling all year long as let's say a top three defensive lineman in the rotation. I think you can throw draft picks at a couple of these positions, and if it's not a grand slam, if they're just good players and can contribute right away, you're cool. The interior offensive line, you can't throw draft picks at it and hope they're just good players. Like you got to
have an impact that got to be day one impact.
You got to go get meeting room changing, identity changing, culture changing types of dudes. At least one of them, if not two. You absolutely have to. Again, or you can just waste the next 2 years of C.J. Stroud's rookie contract with subpar protection and hope it works out. Like this is a time in a quarterback's career, and this is the luxury of getting the quarterback right immediately, is you can go spend the additional $40 to $50 million that you're going to have to pay C.J. Stroud. You can go spend some of that on the offensive line. They got to do it, man. They got to fix it. They're flat out not going to compete with the best of the best if they can't protect the quarterback better than what they did.
Now, one thing we do know is they're eligible to break off Derek Stingley, which they're going to have to do.
Have to.
But like someone just texted, have enough room under the cap to be big spenders. Let me tell you something, and I've told you this, and I will continue to say this. The cap isn't real. It can be manipulated. Go look at the team in the Super Bowl in the NFC. They've got a high-paid quarterback. They've signed their receivers, both of them.
Mm-hmm.
They've got a high-paid offensive line.
The best running back in the league.
They had all of that before they went and gave Saquon Barkley, I think, the highest contract a running back's got.
And don't they have a defensive end that's not playing for them right now, or they traded him?
Traded him.
They traded him to the Jets.
I mean, they got some dudes on that side making money, right? And then the Baltimore Ravens, who have a bunch of guys, a high-paid quarterback making money. They went and had Derrick Henry. They went and made some additions to their team. So you can make some additions, especially when you don't have the quarterback to pay. The one thing that I think is big for them is, like, when you think of break-the-bank positions, I think in terms of having impact guys, I think they're in some positions and some spaces where they can pay solid money to get really good return, right? Like offensive line, especially interior, right? Guards and centers aren't as high prices if you needed we need a shutdown corner.
Yeah.
Like we need a number one receiver, we need a quarterback. It's not like that. Interior D-line, it could get pricey if you're talking about Jeffrey Simmons or Chris Jones. Even just to get somebody that's an impact starting caliber player is somebody that you can probably get away with without having to, pay one of the top 10 contracts in all of the sport, that are non-quarterback or something like that. So I do think they're in positions that they greatly need that can be fixed and can be paid for with decent money and decent contracts. They're not in need for just huge stuff. Like it'd be a tough one if you didn't have Nico and you need a bona fide one, like the Chargers probably need a bona fide one. That's a different place that you're in. You've got your rushers, your edge rushers that are big. You've got your corners that are big price things. I think they're in a place where they can still be aggressive and they don't have to just spend huge amount of money because of the positions that they need.
Agreed.
Like you can get a guard. Like they should be able to say, to hell with it. We're going to go and spend money for the best guard out there. And it's not going to be anywhere near what you would have to pay for a number one receiver or a corner or a quarterback or anything like that. All right, coming up, we are headed to New Orleans for the big game, the Super Bowl. Let's get into a little conversation there. If I set the number, as Chris Santiago's getting his bets ready, if I set the number of the winning score in the Super Bowl at 26.5, you taking the over or the under? We'll discuss that and more coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, power outages are going to happen, man. We're talking extreme heat.
SportsRadio.com. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
What about Isaiah Stewart yesterday, the Pistons, who just forearm shivered Thomas Bryant and then put up the gunshot? He's been suspended. And he's been suspended on his own bobblehead night. Ain't that a bitch? Damn, Doug.
Oh, that's
Hold
good.
on, man.
That's solid. That's good.
I think it's good. I think he should be suspended a lot more than he is. But
that'll be a trivia question in that town. That'll be a trivia question.
Like, I don't know if whoever runs it with the human penis, Adam Silver, whoever makes those decisions, but that's a good one. If there was ever any thought of, let's hunt it down, oh, the Pistons are having a bobblehead night for your ass. Because, now tell me if I'm wrong, Chris, you may know this. You're not allowed, like, in the building when you're suspended, right? Are you?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think you could be on the bench. You can't. No, you can't be there. So he don't even get to be there to even witness the fans.
What would you do? What would you do if the camera panned over and he's sitting on about the 10th row with one of his bobbleheads in his hand?
In a disguise?
Mask on.
If he's in a disguise with a free Isaiah shirt.
I mean, we saw John Morant yesterday with a shiesty on.
He did. What was that?
He was just chilling, so maybe he could do that.
He could, but I think we would find him.
With a what on?
Like a
ski mask.
Ski mask.
Oh, yeah. What'd you call it?
Shiesty.
A shiesty.
Yeah, because the rapper name.
Okay. I ain't got poo. Yeah. I didn't have poo, bro.
Listen, I was not familiar with the name of it. I just did a process of elimination.
Because you saw what he had on.
What it was. Yeah. He had the yellow hoodie and that damn, I was gonna say ski mask. He looked like he was playing, in a cold weather football game underneath his helmet is what he looked like. But Lamar wears under every game. That's what he looked like he had on. But damn, man, your own bobblehead day. Parents gonna be there just pissed. He deserves it. Ought to be ashamed of himself. He should have got suspended by a lot more. All right, we'll talk a lot more about the Super Bowl coming up next week as we'll be there. Shout out to our good friends, Flight of Yingling, who are helping send us there. The rest of our great friends, Low T Center, Exclusive Furniture, Mokaram Injury Lawyers, all sending us there. We'll be down there for the big game, but I'm really intrigued on what type of game this is going to be, because both teams are coming off of having their season high in points, right? The Chiefs 32 against the Bills, and then with the help of a lot of turnovers, the Eagles exploded but they put up a double nickel. I think I said nickel, not nipple, but a double nickel, 55 against the Commanders, and that's their season high. As I said, if I set this thing at the winning score or the winning score and a half, you think it's going to take more or less to win this game on Sunday? You think this is a game that's maybe a little lower scoring underneath that, or you got to be getting closer to 30 points in this game?
Oh, I think you got to bump up to 30.
Do you?
Yeah, I think so.
You think it's going to be a more high-scoring game?
I think so. You got Pat Mahomes and Andy Reid on one side, and you've got a very, very difficult 1-2 punch to stop on the other side. And now the Chiefs may be able to make them one-dimensional. I don't think they will be able to. They may be able to make them one-dimensional, put the game in Jalen Hurts' hands and make it an obvious pass-first situation. I don't know how you accomplish that, but they may get that done. But I see this being both teams more along the lines of what we've seen, right? It don't matter whether you like the product of the Kansas City Chiefs or not. I think any way you slice it, however Andy and Pat have to get it done, I think they bump up against 30. It may be ugly. It may be with Travis Kelce. It may be with Worthy and Brown outside. It may be with big plays. It may be nickel and diamond. It may be Pat Mahomes running keeping the ball on some kind of quarterback read play. But I think they're going to score points. I think they're going to score points either way it goes. Yeah. And I just think, look, Philly is when you talk about when you talk about complementary football, right, and you talk about an offense dictating to a defense, I mean, they're just the best in the game right now doing it, particularly when Jalen Hurts is healthy and his legs. They have the ability to simplify. This is where, to me, this is where the Eagles have a chance to win this game is they can really put they can put the Kansas City's Chiefs defense and defensive play caller in a position where their playbook's not just wide open to do whatever the hell you want to do, right? You got to defend the run, not just the run, but you got to defend the quarterback plus one run. You got to defend the zone reads. You got to defend the RPOs, right? In the pass game, you don't have one big time wide receiver to deal with. You've got two. And they've got a tight end that's been really good in the pass game. And if we're being honest, Kellen Moore has been tremendous, at least of late. I haven't watched the Phillies all year long. I mean, the Eagles all year long. But at least of late, he has been absolutely tremendous in getting the football to Goddard in particular in the pass game, and then using Jalen Hurts effectively, not necessarily productively or using these big time runs, but timely and effectively, whether it's a red zone run for a touchdown or it's a keeper just keeping the defense honest and not letting them overcompensate for Saquon Barkley. This is a phenomenal matchup, and Spags is going to have some I think more pressure.
The early downs are going to be huge in this game.
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
In that matchup, the Eagles' offense against the Chiefs' defense.
Sure. And look, the Eagles, they specialize in staying in second and short and third. Philadelphia, I mean, the Kansas City Chiefs are going to want to get them into a second and long, third and long to force the game more into Jalen Hurts' hands, where you can play something other than man defense and complicate the game for him. Make Jalen Hurts make some of the more technically difficult throws where you're throwing into a 7-man zone, you're throwing over backers in front of safeties. You can't throw it short because it's 3rd and 9, right? So you got to throw it down the field, and then they're forcing those windows to be tight. Now Jalen's got to be more precise in the pass game. Now you got advantage Chiefs, right? But if the Phillies can do their thing and 1-2 punch you with Jalen Hurts and Saquon Barkley, get you into a single high safety, which a lot of their pressures, that's going to give you one-on-one outside. Kansas City's got some great cover guys across the board. Philly's got some really, really good wide receivers that can beat one-on-one coverage. The matchups across the board, whether you're talking about schematically from a 30,000-foot view or you're talking about the one-on-one matchups across the board, man, this is a great matchup.
Yeah, I would say under that 26 and a half.
You think under 26 wins it?
I think I don't know if I'm with this person who said watch this game be like 17-15. I'm not saying I would go there. I think the thing about these teams is one, and I think what really turned the score up for the Eagles against Washington and even some of their other games is, and what we've watched with these two teams in particular, they have not turned the ball over much at all. I think the Chiefs have their first turnover won, the fumble against the Bills since week 9. And the Eagles, Jalen had a real interception problem early in the year, turnover problem early in the year, but he is really, really taking care of that towards the middle and the end of the season. And I think come hell or high water, Steve Spagnuolo is going to make somebody else beat him other than 26. I think he will throw resources at Saquon Barkley to beat him, and I do think that will lead to them having longer drives and maybe maybe the big play element where a lot of their big plays come from the run game with Barkley. And I think the Chiefs are already a team that drives, that they have long drives. Like both of these teams have a high amount of 10-plus play drives on the season. So I don't think there are going to be a lot of possessions in this game like the last one. The last Super, they played 38-35. I don't get a sense it will be up into the high 30s like it was in that game. I just don't know that it will be as many possessions. So I think it'll be kept down a little bit. The only way I think it gets up is if we get turnovers in this game, and obviously that's where you get short fields. I think both teams are going to force the offenses to as you all would say, work hard, work to score, work to get it. Take them 70, 80-yard drives to get them. I think the Eagles are more likely to be explosive with Brown as they will get down in the field with that. But I think those are the two things that Spags will come hell or high water to take away, is that big play down the field with Brown and just do whatever he can not to allow Saquon Barkley to be the story of this game.
Well, that's the question. It's hard to do both. Right, I mean that's why the Eagles team is good, but Spags has been the best in the business, if not the best, one of for damn sure at doing that, and so that's what makes this matchup so damn sexy. I tell you, the interesting thing, we always talk a lot here in Houston about the interior defensive line, like these two teams. Hell, the Eagles got a couple of them, but Kansas City's damn sure got probably the best in Chris Jones. And you got to believe they're going to bring their A game in the damn Super Bowl. I think there's a chance that we can see some of the turnover action that we saw in that Washington game in this game as well, simply because you've got guys that are going to disrupt from the inside. I mean, it's going to be an absolute battle inside with these interior defensive linemen that are coming too. Man, damn this! You get me jacked up, and we still a week out of this. From the game.
Yeah, Davis has been playing big time, and they're going to present issues. This is a team that I think gives the Chiefs' offensive line more issues from the inside as compared to like the Texans did with the pass rush coming from the edges. I would say, this will be a good one. If you just based off what we've seen all year, these two teams have gone long stretches without turning the ball over. They're capable of doing it, but they've gone long stretches without turning the ball over. So it'll be a fun one. Have you packed the damn thing yet?
I ain't packed the damn thing, man.
I don't even know what suitcase I'm using. I haven't even gotten that
I ain't got many options. I ain't got too many options, man.
Really? You seem like somebody who's got some serious luck.
I got a couple of bags, but I don't I borrow my wife's big one if I need a big one. Yeah. This may be a big one.
That's good. Yeah.
Even though I am driving, I'm driving that lack thing. I may just be able to hang up a lot of my stuff.
Yeah,
so.
there you go. Hey, there you go.
All right.
Yeah, we better have an iron in there. All right, what you
Hey, Ron, I got an underdog bet lined up, and it's a 5-teamer. It's a 5-teamer. I've hit 4. I got 1 tonight. I got to see how confident y'all are.
Oh God.
Listeners out there, if you want to buy this one from me, I'm Bible. I'm a free agent. 713-572-4610. I'm gonna lay the bet out that I got, and I'm gonna take some advice. What do y'all think I should do here? And by the way, Chris Santiago, don't take this the wrong way with your young ass, but I saw the damnedest thing I've ever seen at Chipotle today. Yeah. These damn kids are out of control. I'll tell you all about that, the bet and the kids. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you all about Orchard, man. Their signs are popping up all over.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Yeah, it is, and it's a football freaky Friday. We ain't got no football this weekend. So this is going to be a let her know kind of Friday we got rolling on here, y'all. Hey, 713-572-4610. We are going to New Orleans as a group. There's going to be about 42 of us staying in an 8-bedroom house, which listed as an 8-bedroom house. We'll see when we get there how that thing's busted up, y'all.
It sleeps 20, baby.
We'll see how that works. When I got a guest house that sleeps about 8, but it ain't. This is one room, chief. Hey, but here's the deal. We do like to grub, we like to drink, we like to socialize, we like good vibes, and there's not a better place in Southern Louisiana to do all of the above. I know we got a ton of Cajun listeners out there, and even if you just so happen to frequent New Orleans from time to time, I don't want to know what you're doing over there because I don't want you telling on yourself. But if you know the city, if you know New Orleans, you know the area well, text in 713-572-4610. Let us know the top eating spots, right? I don't need everything off the beaten path. I've already got a unnamed source that's giving me some off the beaten path random stuff that I got to try. I'm talking about top of the line, gotta hit while you're there type of stuff, man. I've got one in mind. I'm going to let that out the bag at the end of the segment right now. I'm going to let this breathe a little bit. 713-572-4610. You got some time. Text it in and let us know where we need to go to eat, to hang, to enjoy the good times and feel the vibes of New Orleans, baby. Let us know. 713-10. Also on the Odyssey app, y'all, check it out. We got a contest going on. We got a big-time contest going on right now. You listen for 60 minutes a day. Listen to Sports Radio 610 for 60 minutes a day. Now, you got to download the Odyssey app, A-U-D-A-C-Y. The Odyssey app, it's an orange A. You can't miss it, baby. Download it, log in, listen to Sports Radio 610 for 60 minutes a day. And every day you do that, that's one entry into this contest. Now, you can do it as many times, as many days in a row as you want until February the 23rd. It started on January the 27th. It goes all the way to February the 23rd. So now, I'm not great at math, but I think counting today, that gives you 24 days. You can get 24 entries into this contest. Now that you know how to do it, let me tell you a little bit about the contest, right? The contest is airfare and accommodations for you and 3 friends, and I guess they don't have to be your friends, you and 3 others, whoever the hell you want to take, to Vegas for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball tourney. I've been there this weekend. I'm telling you, it's an absolute phenomenal time. It is a bucket list item for my man Ron Hughley.
Yeah, I got to do that.
It is big time, right? Airfare and accommodations to Vegas for 4 for the first 2 rounds of the basketball tourney, plus $20,000 cash to do what you please while you're in Sin City. All you got to do, download the Odyssey app, A-U-D-A-C-Y, listen, log in, obviously, and listen to Sports Radio 610 for 60 minutes a day. Let me give you a little secret, right? Hey, if you listen to us for 60 minutes a day, I greatly appreciate it, man. We all greatly appreciate it, right? Trip home. When you get home, don't close the app out. Just turn the volume down a little bit. Let it ride for 40 minutes. You get your 60 minutes. You get your entry. Boom. We're rocking and rolling, right? Don't tell anybody I told you how to cheat. Download the Odyssey app right now and get it done. Boys, I got we talk a little betting on this show here. And I'm going to tell you, I've hit a couple of nice little underdog bets recently, right? I told y'all underdog is one of those that, for me, I like it because of simplicity. It is very, very easy. You pick high, low, and you got to pick multiple. You got to pick 2 or more players and their stats to either go higher or lower, right? Everybody understands the higher, lower game. Very, very simple. Now, you can pick 2 or more. On this particular entry, I really just need to check the temperature in the room because there's not a whole lot I can do unless somebody wants to call in and make me an offer. When you hear this bet, I'll do it. This is a 5-player entry. $50 I put on it. Pays $920. All right? I've hit the first 4 legs of the 5-leg parlay, right? I had Jalen Green over higher than 23.5 points. Hit it. Amen Thompson higher than 27.5 points plus rebounds. That last rebound he got with about 30 seconds left in the game when he shot down the floor, that put me over the top. I had Trae Young higher, 9.5 assists. He got 10. Boom, bank it. Jared Allen, high bounce. He had 12 or 13. My eyes are bad. Y'all ready for this fifth leg? Y'all gonna laugh at me for picking this one. Y'all ready?
Let me hear it.
Grayson Allen.
Okay.
Of all the NBA players.
A real punchable face.
I did not realize that Grayson Allen, I didn't realize this game was taking place on Friday. I thought this was all Thursday night action, right? Grayson Allen lower than 9.5 points. I think it's Phoenix Suns at Golden State Warriors, and it don't tip until 9 o'clock tonight. Great. Now, Grayson Allen, if you look at his box score, he averages about 11.5 points a game. Y'all like it? You boys good with it? How do you feel about my leg? $920 out there, just flat. Ron, we can buy us a lot of it. We can alcohol. We got a lot of slushies once we cross that state line for $920.
I don't know how you feeling. I don't love it in an up and down game with those teams, and not a great defensive team, and a team. Is Draymond still out? And a team.
He was in street clothes a couple nights ago. Last time I saw him.
And a team that won't have answers, that will have to help off of guys like Durant and Booker, that's going to leave him open. It's going to be probably all threes. So it's like, do you think he going? And what do you need below what?
9.5.
So is he going to hit 3 threes or is he going to hit 4?
The way you ended that made me feel better about it. If Grayson Allen gets up enough shots to hit 4 threes with Booker and Durant on the floor against Golden State, then they deserve to lose.
The thing is, they're going to help. I mean,
but they're not going to share.
And it's going to be a high possession game, as different than. And if he was playing the Rockets, you feel real good.
Yeah, I'd feel a lot more comfortable.
Real good.
So how do you feel about it?
It doesn't feel great.
Santiago?
Not good, man. Not good.
Anybody?
And Draymond's been ruled out too, by the way.
That's okay. Anybody want to make me an offer?
I mean, the Warriors do have some young wings that may give a rip. Maybe.
Hey, 713-572-4610. Anybody want to make me an offer? I got 4 legs of a 5-leg.
How do you do that? See, this is.
It can win 920. I'm telling you.
This is why I can't do the game.
I'm hedging my bet.
I can't do it. I can't be obsessed with Grayson Allen night.
Well, I mean, I would prefer not.
It's a beautiful night, and that's not a bad game. It's a beautiful night, and I got to get myself obsessed with.
Well, I would prefer not to, but I'm gonna tell you, I've picked higher on SGA, who scored 50 the other. I've picked higher on him at 31.5, and he scored 31.
Yeah, you crushed that one.
I've picked higher on no, not that night. I'm saying I have in general and lost. I picked higher on Kevin Durant, and he 28.5. He gives me 26.
Hey, that happens all the time.
Hell yeah, it does. So it doesn't matter if I'm just banking on the fact that Grayson Allen, if I'm the Phoenix Suns and I lose a basketball game and Grayson Allen got up more than 4 shots, what we doing? We just gonna let anybody shoot? Yeah, no, I feel good about it.
You feel good.
I actually feel better about it. When you said he needs 4 threes to take my bet out of my hand, I actually feel better about it.
So they have played Golden State once, and he had 17 in that game.
Did he?
Yeah.
He's averaging 11. I need to finish
11,
slightly below his 11.
His last several games, 11, 18, 8, 8, 10, 7, 21.
I need one of them 8, 9, 7s kind of deals.
Yep. 3 of 6 from 3 the last time they played the Warriors.
I'm telling you, boys.
I'm hoping for you. I don't.
Oh yeah. We're rooting for you.
Well, here's another way I like to look at it. Here's another way I like to look at it was the better I feel about a bet, the worse it typically goes for me. I'm a little nervous about this one because I feel like it may go good.
You almost hit there. You almost got there.
That's a big one, man. That's a big one. I'm here for it, man. We'll get another one rolling tonight with Santiago, even though I had one last night with Santiago's bets, and it didn't go real well. But I'm not going to hold it against you, man. By the way, speaking of, I know the listeners love hearing this. We didn't bring it up yesterday or day before Tyler left. His ass forgot to put another one of my bets in, and it hit.
Which one?
I heard about that.
The last one. This is $200 worth. I'm four for my last four. Two of them he's forgot to put in. It was Mitchell. It was Mitchell over in points.
Oh, points. You're right.
I hit the assist. The next night we did points, and he. Yep, I'll put it in. Hopefully he didn't hit, and I saved you money, but I forgot. And I'll be damned if he didn't hit. I'll be damned that damn Tyler. All right, I'm Clint Stoerner alongside Ron Hughley. Chris Santiago's behind the glass. T. Mill is somewhere in a Disney park drinking with his wife and his nephew, having a good old time. Again, I want to ask everybody, 713-572-4610. Give some time to let these texts come in, these DMs come in, tweets come in. New Orleans, where are you eating at? Where are you eating at in New Orleans? Boys, while we're letting that breathe a little bit, I may have witnessed the damnedest thing ever at Chipotle. This may top the list of these kids, you youngins. How old are you, Santiago?
I'm 28.
Yeah, if you're in the 20s, you. This kid was younger than you, though, Bub. I'm going through the Chipotle line, and I'm feeling pretty good making some good decisions, Ron.
Are you?
I went lettuce instead of rice.
There you go.
No guac because I had avocado this morning. You know what I mean? No sour cream.
Strong fat, though.
I went, yeah, it is, but I already had some this morning. Hell, and I overdo it at breakfast every damn morning with avocados, to be honest with you. Chief, now granted, there's 4 people in line behind me. All right? You know how at Chipotle you got the folks that are fixing, like they're fixing grub? And then there's like one dude, I guess his job is to bag everything. And then one dude's checking out, right? We're talking about the bagger at this point, okay? The bagger. I'm going through, and he bags my shit over. My man pulls his phone out. And Ron, if I'm lying, I'm dying. A minute plus. My man his phone is 4 inches from his nose, and he is literally just Cadillac reading from his phone. It ain't like check a text real quick, boom, boom. He is literally phone turned sideways like this, like just reading that phone.
And he has something to do.
Chief, there's 4 people behind me. I mean, the very least you can do is be like, hey, is that everything? Can I get you? You know he had something to do? This is a perfect – I just thought about this as I'm telling it. Because you know what happened? I had double chicken and didn't get charged for it. While his ass is up there watching his phone. My Chipotle was $13. If you go double meat, it's usually 18 or 19, maybe even over 20, depending on what kind of meat you got. So I didn't even think about this.
Wow, what a blessing!
Thank you for being a young DA that just is staring at your damn phone. I'm telling you, man, it's unbelievable, Ron. If I ever own a business, if I ever own a company, that's a policy. I'm firing you on the spot.
Pull your phone out.
If you are literally standing in the line, and there are people in line that are working. Forget the fact that you gave me my extra.
Like that, yes.
You cost me $3 or $4 if I'm the owner. You cost me $3 or $4 because you just let me walk out. I didn't think about it until you just said that, by the way. Yeah, you're fired on the spot. You out. Got to go. How you feel about that?
That's not a terrible thing. Right there, you got it. Like you got to put your phone.
Ron, I looked at him. Look, the guy
checking. To me, it's not every job, but that one's one where you're on the line.
The man even had a little finger deal. On the back of his phone where he slides his little fingers in there so it doesn't slip. Actually like this sideways reading, huh?
Now, how was he once he got started? What kind of work did he do?
He was still reading it when I walked off. The guy that was at the cashier that was checking me out. He is clearly one of the guys that's been there for a while. He's a young dude, but he's been there for a while because he's always working the register at this Chipotle right here. He's sharp. He's on it, man. He's having conversation. He's breaking bread. He's really good for the business and all. Like he's the face of it at the end. You know, he does a good job. And he saw me. I looked over. I just kind of went. I kind of did. What's this guy doing? You know. And he looked over at him, just kind of smiled and kept it moving.
Well, Figgy said, where is this Chipotle and when can I get in there?
Right here, man. It's right here.
Up here. When he get back on the clock, well, I'm getting there.
Tall Asian dude with his phone sewed to his right hand.
Man, I'm gonna
That's the guy, man.
Queso, extra steak. Give me some guac.
Hey, if he's next to the cashier, get you extra meat, man. You'll get it. You'll get it for the free, man.
Hey, I had the burrito. That bowl's mine too.
Damn, I'm glad. Man, this is a moment. If I would have realized it, Ron, if I would have realized that he didn't charge me, it's because he was staring at his damn phone, I would have said something. I would have said something and paid the extra $3 and made my point. Like I feel like the right thing.
You go too far.
No, I don't.
Man,
If you
this
own,
is how you know you got no.
If you own,
but you don't own it. You don't own it. You gonna do that? You gonna do that? You gonna go to the further point and say, hey, just want to let you know, I had double chicken.
Hey, boss, stuffed my double chicken bowl in that bag, and I didn't get charged. You just cost the owner of this thing $3 to $4, man. Make sure you. Hey, Bub, make sure you write that up in his report, in his review this evening. Hell yes, absolutely. That's the problem. We allow it. See? Oh
my God.
We allow.
You hear this guy? Oh my God.
I tell my wife, what do you call that?
It would be better if you even just said it. I don't think you should, but it'd be better if you just maybe said something to him. Now you go, hey, write him up. His report right here. What's his name? Daniel. It was him.
Let me talk.
Man, you can't do that.
Let me talk to the manager. Hey, boss.
Oh,
I ain't trying to tell you. I ain't trying to tell you what to do. But if I own this business, I would want to know that I'm hemorrhaging money because this guy over here wants to read his phone instead of do his damn job.
That's on your ass.
Who?
The customer don't need to be telling me. You should know who the hell you putting out there.
Well, they're not at every Chipotle.
No. The manager, whoever it is, you should know that.
I pull that all the time.
I ain't putting it on that kid. I shake my head. Them kids at the people at them pet stores talk too long. I ain't gonna get them in trouble. But I mean, they be like, that's my thing is get in there and like, all right, 32. Excuse me?
Hey.
32. I just, okay.
I'm diamond his ass out,
That's
Ron.
it, but I ain't about to keep walking in the store and say, you one of the managers here? Just want to let you know my experience up top with the young lady. She just speaks too low. I can't hear her, man. And we need to let's get this written down.
Yeah, hey, right. However we got to get it done, get the damn phone out of the kid's hand. You're doing him a favor.
Okay, but what?
I'm not holding you accountable for me. I'm holding you accountable for you.
My thing is to you, though, Clint. What is it doing to you? What is it doing to you that made you that? Like, what did it do to you that made you mad?
I benefited from it. No, it did. It's just disgusting. It's just a crying ass shame.
Okay, but what about this? What if it was an emergency that he had to look at his phone?
No, hold on, Chris. It wasn't an emergency.
No, but you never know, man. Maybe somebody had to look at their phone. Maybe they had something going on and they wanted to check.
It wasn't, Chris. Oh, okay. I mean, if we want to make excuses for piss poor performance, I mean, I guess we can. But I mean, the reality of it is, here's the deal: if I owned a little boutique gym, and you guys were members, and I had somebody work in the front you came in and you're trying to get a membership, or you're trying to see if your partner can work out, get a pass or not, and we're down here looking at our phone for 5 minutes, and you can't get in and get the answers you need, and I own the place, would you tell me about it?
No.
But I feel like that's a little bit.
What the hell you mean no?
I feel like that's a little bit different.
Like you said, like if I'm just a customer there.
No, if you knew you were coming to my spot, would you be like, hey man, I'm just letting you know, man.
That's
like
different.
this.
I have a relationship with you. I know you. If I were just visiting your spot and I don't know you,
I feel like I need to write a review now. I need to write a Chipotle review and be like, hey, I don't know the dude's name.
Your ass back,
black glasses, about I don't know, about 6'2", Asian dude.
This kid's just a bagger, man.
Hey, he's trying to work his way up. He's gonna bag his ass.
Man, that's your
he can't even bag right.
Yeah, that's your. Trust me, if he's on the phone first time, he's on the phone like that.
I know
that ain't that. But I mean, that ain't the first time that somebody at management hadn't seen that. That ain't your job to go do.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I feel like I gotta let the business owner know, man. You gotta get this right, man.
Get up out of here. My God, Clint.
Hey, can we talk about the New Orleans food, man? Can we get to this new one? Did we get some on the text line? I bet we got some good ones.
We got some on the other side. We got people weighing in on this Chipotle this Chipotle Clint situation. Coming up, we'll get to some of the food here and other news. The Alex Bregman, the latest thing with Alex Bregman as well. That's coming up next right here live on The Drive.
We're bringing the best sports talk in
Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
We are getting some restaurants. Again, I'm with that, Clint. I have never I've been to New Orleans once, took my son to the Final Four a couple of years ago, but I was in New Orleans with a 7-8-year-old, and we were there for literally drove that morning, got up about 5, 6 in the morning, drove to New Orleans, had dinner in Lafayette, or had lunch in Lafayette, drove to New Orleans, and the only places that we ate was at the concession stand in the Superdome, and then we tried to go there, but we're there during Final Four, so the line was 2-3 hours. So I said to hell with that. And we went to Burger King because he wanted some French toast sticks. That is the eating that I have done in New Orleans. Saw a little bit of the city, but that's the eating that I've done. So I see some people throwing in some restaurants. Charlie's Steakhouse.
Charlie's, huh?
Yeah.
I've been twice to New Orleans.
You got any spots?
Willie's Chicken Shack.
Willie's Chicken Shack.
And
Somebody threw that in there.
And then we went to Acme. But they had one here in Houston.
I see Acme, Clancy's Restaurant, GW Finn's, Mr. B's. Somebody said Ruth Chris. That's all over the place. So, yeah, send them in. Also, this one, the text line, I haven't even looked at YouTube and Twitch. Somebody said Mr. B's for barbecue shrimp. That sounds good. But yeah, Guy Jean says Clint being a Karen is the least surprising thing today. That's a little surprising to me. But the text line, more with you. There's some giving you the Karen, but many of them show part of the problem. Can't be allowing this kind of crap. I own a quick serve restaurant, and I would want to know.
My man.
Show us what's wrong with this world right now.
Preach. Enablers, baby.
Clint's position is absolutely correct. We've told the manager, show you're a softie. No, you need to mind your own damn business is what you need to do.
I'm going to be honest, because I did not, like I said, until Ron told me, but now that I've realized that I won in the situation, I may not write a review. I may just pump the brakes and move on.
I mean, listen, people do their things their different way. If you'd have done that, Clint, I'd have walked right out of that door. But I didn't know you. I'd have walked right. What?
I'm sure you would have.
I'm trying to think, because we see where Clint's line is to grab
all joke. I'm tongue in cheek. I would never talk to the manager or grab the manager. I would never call the guy out loud where everybody could hear it. But I thought about telling the old boy in front of me, like, what's this guy doing? I absolutely thought about that.
Yeah,
I would not rat on the kid and cost him his job, but I damn sure would draw attention to plum-ass ignorance.
Now, I think there's some people who really would, who were right there with you. Hell yeah, Clint.
Well, look,
right. I can't get, I'm trying to think. Because right there we heard is somebody's line. What's the line, Clint, for real, in real life? What is the line in which, I got to go talk to somebody? If you're at a place or like this, what has to happen before you're like, yo, man, I got to call. I got to talk to somebody.
Well, I've worked retail and food. So, I mean, if you're being disrespectful.
Yeah, it's disrespectful, or just service is just
it's terrible.
So bad you can't get around. Because to me, the way I get you is, and this is a little different at Chipotle, but the way I get you is, I ain't going to give you no tip. My wife's write notes and messages on the receipt as the tip about their service.
Sure,
or something.
I like it. I like it.
Giving you an idea.
I like it.
But it would have to get pretty. It'd have to be pretty bad for me to, I'm prepared to get your ass fired. I'm prepared to get
to me, it's I don't know. It would have to be something really egregious for me to just be like, hey man, can I speak to a manager? Or really even draw attention to it. If I'm being completely honest, it would be hard for me to. It would have to be something egregious. It would have to be somebody Like, it would have to be a female being extremely disrespectful where I can't be like, I would slap the piss out of you. Like, if it's a female or something, you can't say that, right? If it's a man, you like a female, you can't. Like, if it's something where you just are left with no pushback whatsoever, then talking to somebody. But it would have to be really, really, really bad. I'm just, it blows my mind at the, like, how does my man at the cash register sit there and just let it ride?
And see,
that's the part of me that just.
My thing is, and this is why I say it, I don't know how we got here, but I clearly don't think management in any way operates the way that it was when I got a job when I was younger.
Nobody would work. Nobody wants to work as it is.
Maybe you, Chris, maybe even you. Like, there was not even a thought of like if I'm pulling my phone out, and I've done it. Hell, I was a kid. That's what I've done.
Sure,
I was it was on the sneak. Like, it was.
Yes, down by your hip.
Sneak. Or if I was doing something,
corner, like, sure nobody's watching you.
Yes, barely out of the hip pocket where you can see the screen.
No, like to me, there's not even any training or anything. Somebody said at Buc-ee's they don't play around. Buc-ee's they fire your ass right on the spot.
I'm gonna tell you, Buc-ee's and Chick-fil-A. I bet you they ain't. I bet you they ain't got their phone out where you can see it.
Hey, by the way, speaking about that, you got to be a special son of a gun to work at Chick-fil-A. Like them young kids.
Yeah.
They them chipper son of a guns. You got to be a special.
Yeah, you got to be a happy sucker, huh?
My pleasure.
I don't care what the weather is out there. Them jokers. I mean, I seen.
They got a whole heater for them too.
Hey, I went through the other day. It was cold as hell. Man, my dude was in a short sleeve, shivering. He got over there. Hey, how you doing? Can I get a name for the order? Them jokers there. Hey, they whipped them into shape. But no, I just like that's why I was saying it's the manager. Like you know this kid's over here using his phone all the time. This would be a surprise for you. You know this kid like. I mean, like I remember when I got let go at the Gap when I could say.
So this is where his I'm a Karen because look, this is how this is how it really happened.
I got let go at the Gap for good reason. I was in there working seasonal. I'm like 16, 17, working at the Gap, and I said to myself, as soon as I walked in, I said, "Oh God, this ain't for me." Like I could tell, and they could tell too. They help, and so. I would just go over knocking over displays so I could refold them.
So you didn't have to talk to nobody?
Yep. So I just have to knock over stuff. Oh, okay.
Could you imagine Ron not wanting to talk to nobody?
And I'd be taking.
I can't.
Now he does radio 4 hours a day.
It's just like, man, I don't even feel like because I didn't want to be there, and I'm like, yeah, this is what I'm about to do. I'm not standing there. I would stay away from the fitting rooms, and I would go over there and knock over.
What, you scared you gonna see somebody in the drawers or what?
I don't know. I just didn't want to talk. I didn't want to have to answer no questions. I'd go over there. I would knock over 17 sweaters and have my little.
How long did that last?
Oh God, 2 weeks. I would have my little. And when I say 2 weeks, that's about 4 shifts because it was just Friday and Saturday. I go in there. I have my little. That little square, the rectangle they give you to put the thing in the fold.
Oh, yeah, I remember those.
I got that thing. Damn, somebody knocked over these sweaters. I got them.
And the whole time they're watching him on video. Watch this guy, man. He just walking around knocking over stuff so he can pick it up and fold.
Man. And nobody's coming to me because, damn, he's over there really folding over there. He's busy. He's knocking this thing out. Nah, man, someone texted in, if I see my drink sitting at the bar, when your ass is on the phone, I'm calling your boss. I mean, for me again, like in that situation, I would say something to the cat first. Like any kind of like now, if you just walk away. Now I've had some moments where I've talked to some people, right? Like to me, I try to do stuff to make it obvious the other way. Hey man, we ain't got no. We ain't 20, 30 minutes.
You know what my go-to is in that situation?
I just what?
Smoke break. You take a quick smoke break or what? Oh no, I don't smoke. Oh, I ain't seen you in a minute. I was just curious.
Like no, because I do it. I tried. I'm trying. I sit there and I will drink that ice until you hear it across the whole restaurant until somebody. And then I'll hit this number, grab somebody else's waiter that had just walked past me. Hey, real quick. We just need some refills. Hadn't seen our server in a minute. You think you could get us right here? Yeah, a couple of lemonades, Like, and right there, before I go, I need to see the manager. That's me. That's me. Courtney will grab the manager.
Hey, I'm glad. Hey, Clint and Courtney, we all Karens.
It gotta be pretty bad for her too.
Yeah, it's got to be. All joking aside, it's got to be bad. But it really, I don't know. I'm not gonna sit there and act like I'm some kind of businessman, but it really, like when it's one of those, it's bad for business. It's hard for me to. And I ain't got no skin in the game, but it's hard for me to just overlook it and not just get bent, man.
No, I get what you, because you are thinking of it from a space of, if I was owning this joint.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, but again, Clint, if you were owning it, it would be a thing.
I would like to think that the precedents would have already been set not to do that.
Yeah, and you would, and at least it would be for me, if I'm owning it, man,
was comfy.
At least hide it from me.
Comfy.
That's why I got my kids like, dog, man, at least don't make it obvious. Don't even do you know how to be a kid, man. At least hide it. Trick me a little bit. Good Lord, I am sorry. I didn't need to roll that down. All right, Alex Bregman. Let's have this conversation on the other side. Would you at this point of the process still be good with the Astros paying Alex Bregman the original offer, 6 years, $156, where we are in the process? Reminder, that would be a franchise record contract. Would you still be comfortable with the Astros giving him that contract? We'll discuss that next.
Hold the phone.
Hello?
According to Ten presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, where do you stand on this? Where do you stand on this thought? Alex Bregman, right now, is this thing going to come to an end? I mean, we are getting closer and closer to pitchers and catchers reporting. Is this thing going to come to an end? Because this Alex Bregman thing is really strange. You get different reports all the time. Just getting a report here of late that, hey, the Tigers and the Red Sox or other teams are more favored, likely to get Alex Bregman. We'll see. Clearly, though, we've heard reports that the talks between the Astros and Scott Boras, his representation, have started back up. But we don't know where they are. Dana Brown's acknowledged it. You know, the other day he owed him a new old Scott Boras text. But a number of an offer that we know are the 6 years, 156 that was on the table from the Astros to Bregman initially. Clearly, they turned that down and they moved on. And when I say they, I mean Scott Boras and Alex Bregman, and that seemed to be the space where that seemed to be the space where the Astros were willing to go. And so they then moved on and made the moves to get Paredes and made the moves to get to get the new first baseman and to do the things that they did. But now it looks like they're talking again. Are you at a place where you're comfortable? Yeah. Go ahead. Give him that deal. Give him that 6 years, 156. Or are you one that's like, hey, that thing's off the table. Let's change this thing up. Let's make it make more sense. Because obviously you made a move, and yes, Cam Smith, who was also included in the deal to get Paredes here in the trade that sent Kyle Tucker to the Cubs. He is one of the kind of the centerpieces in the deal, and as a third baseman, thought as he could play other positions. But it looks like that was going to be the future at third base potentially. So there's some maneuvering to go around. Would the deal change if you're the Astros, or would you be good with, all right, if he walked in and said, you know what, I'll take it, 6 years, 156, let's go?
Yeah, no, look, I think if he were to entertain my original offer, I would definitely be in the game. I am A-okay with sticking right where I'm at. I don't have a problem of doing business like, hey, here's our offer. I can't be surprised if somebody goes out and wants to test the market. And, I mean, to be honest with you, we should be absolutely stoked if he comes back and goes, hey, man, the market wasn't what I thought it was. I would like to get back into conversations about that original offer that you made. We should be stoked about that. Like the offer shouldn't be contingent on whether he comes back or not. Hey, look, this is what we think you're worth, and I understand that it's less than you and your agent think that you can go out and get. Go entertain it, and if you can get more, go get more. But if you want to play ball for 26 a year, then we're here. I don't have a problem with him leaving and coming back and all the yo-yoing around and testing the market and all that kind of stuff. I think this is where we're at, and this is where we're going to stay. And now that they've obviously got an obstacle now to where they've got to figure out how to play Paredes and Bregman, or they've got to move Paredes, at some point in time and trade him and get him out of the mix and make that make sense. Which all of that, by the way, makes a whole lot more sense to me than playing Altuve in left field. But I'm good. I'm good with the 6 year. I'm good with 26 a year for Bregman. I don't care whether the market, brought him back here because he's not going to get 30, and so now this is where we're at. If you want to play ball, play ball.
The only thing for me is clearly the market changed. Right? Like, clearly the market changed. It feels like the Astros contract offer is maybe the highest on the market. Now, hell, I don't know that I want to do that. That's just it's just from
I think if it was highest, he'd already accept it.
Right? Like, I think so. Like, maybe there's something that's closer, and it's like, well, I don't know if I want to play there and, for a couple of $1 million and not go to a place that's I'm comfortable with. So, Clearly, it's nothing like he thought he was going to get, right? The 190 to 200, right? That's just my thing is, well, hell, the market has changed. Like, can I get a better deal on this? I mean, just from a business thing, can I get a better deal on this? Like, is this the highest bid or the most comfortable bid? Because as you said, it'd be a different ball game. You'd been going and done something else. That's just my only thing is business wise. In any sport, I don't want to have bad contracts. I don't want to, or contracts that I could have gotten a better deal on. Sometimes you got to pay a certain price, but like this one is not one. And it's come back clear to me. It's just like you all really misjudged the market, and hell, damn it, maybe we misjudged it. And let's pull this thing back. That's my only thought is like, boy, you rolling back in here. I'm wondering.
Yeah, look from a market perspective. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, obviously, if the market itself overall for third basemen that are of Bregman's ilk and age, if the market has backslid, that getting or less, and I mean, I wouldn't be pissed off if they did.
And I'll be honest, I'm surprised. Clint, I mean, Silver Slugger Award. You know, a guy that put up the second half he put up and what he's done in the postseason. I am surprised that when people were saying 190 to 200, that clearly people, it sounds like are 30, 40 million off of what people originally thought it would be. Mm-hmm. So I am surprised, but
I'm surprised that we're back to this point, and I don't even know that we are, but I'm surprised that we are potentially back to this point with Alex Bregman. I'm with you. I thought he would have got gobbled up quick. But the fact that he didn't, I'm a Bregman fan. I'm obviously an Astros fan. I would love to have him back in an Astros uniform. I would love for the Astros to say 6-year, 156, come on in. And what we will be willing to do for you is that we will be willing to still take you in, even though we've already made moves with Paredes, and we'll be willing to either juggle up our second base in our lineup, or we'll be willing to try to deal Paredes if you want to come back and play. But this is where we're at. And so what we need to happen is what's my man that just told Boris to get him back to the Mets? The power hitter with the Mets. That's really from up there. Pete Alonso. Pete Alonso's out there. He tried to test the markets. He said, hey, look here. Hey, man, do whatever you got to do to get me back to the Mets. Period. Point blank. That's it. Like, I'm at a point where I'm ready for Bregman to just say, hey, man, do whatever you got to do to get me back to the Astros. Let's get it done.
Yeah. We'll see. Hopefully this thing gets done soon.
Be nice.
Like, it'd be nice to just see this, or just – because these reports just another.
You also have to consider, like, if he signs, how much better that lineup is.
Absolutely.
Oh. I mean, you talk about Altuve, Bregman, Jordan, Christian Walker, Yainer Diaz, Isaac Paredes,
Pena,
Jeremy Pena. I mean, it lengthens the lineup, man.
But Chris, but from their perspective, they were good and prepared and made moves to have what they were going to have, and now he's coming back.
Yeah, they were ready.
Like
to move,
you know what I mean? And it's not just him coming back. Like, it's him coming back and getting the largest contract in team history. It's not like it's not just, all right, man, he's coming back and we throw him. Like, he's getting more than they've ever given Altuve, right? Like, so that's the other part of, like, all right, if we're about to give you the contract, the biggest contract in the franchise history, which to me, I think they could do it. Hell, I think they could have paid Tucker, I've said. But if you were prepared and you went ahead and said, all right, go ahead, man, do your thing. We understand we're going to lose you. And so much so we understand we're going to lose you. We went ahead and made our arrangements to replace you and be able to move on past you. Yeah. Hell, Dana's been saying it. And I don't know that I'm about to bring you back here when you've been able to go out there on the market and you ain't been able to find the money you thought you was going to find that out. Well, hell, was our offer high? Should we be closer to 20 a year than we are 26? Like, that's the thing is, you're right. I don't know. Right. Lineup looks more like a lineup that could compete with who we kidding? The Yankees. The Yankees and other teams in the AL, the lineup with him in it, you could just put the lineup. Now, defensively, again, I don't know what you're going to do, but the lineup looks absolutely better if he's in there. And then you put him in there if he's on the team. We don't need Jeremy Pena to hit second. Alex Bregman can hit second.
Yep.
All right, and then you're stretching the lineup that way. But I'd almost be surprised they said, hell yeah, man, it's on the table. I don't know. We'll see. All right. By the way, shout out to my godson yesterday. You see him out there, Chris?
I saw a highlight, maybe.
You see Bronny out there? So happy for him, man.
This guy.
I'm happy for him too, man.
I am, man. I mean, this kid just, the ridicule he takes.
Oh, here we go.
The adversity he is going through with.
He's had a rough one, ain't he?
I mean, now outside of like life. But yes, he's had a rough one in being on the basketball team where people are just, hard up for his failure, which is a sad thing. You're a sick person out there. Hard up for his failure.
I mean, weren't Wizards fans chanting MVP?
That's so disrespectful. That's so mean.
What happened?
Just clap, man. Just clap, man. Hey, or he knocked it down, or boo, hell, you boo him. Chin MVP when he made his shot last night.
Oh, were they?
Yeah, it's rude.
I think it was yesterday or 2 days ago. He was at the MV.
Yeah. He had a rough go at it the first outing. I figured we'd
he's gonna have a rough go.
I figured we'd talk about the godson then, but
he had a rough.
We didn't get around to that,
JJ
Chris.
said he put him in an impossible spot.
Oh, it was JJ. Yeah, that's right.
He put him in an impossible spot. Had some injuries. Terrence Maxey is a tough one. We brought that up the other day. Then you missed the opportunity to really expound on that. That's your fault.
Okay.
But last night,
still snow day.
Hey, big 5 points. Big 5 points, baby, in 12 minutes. It really, the whole stat sheet, 2 assists, 2 boards, got him a steal out there.
Hey.
At the house, I was saying to myself, good for him, baby. Next time out, he's just getting better and better. Had 30 with the Vipers. Just want to put that out there.
My man's got Bronny's stat line memorized.
I'm out here uplifting, baby, trying to uplift.
Hey, that's right, man. You got to support the kids, man.
Hey,
Show loves the kids, man.
You know what kills me is, and he needs to just let it go. LeBron over there really tries hard to just act like he's just like his teammate.
Be hard ass dad.
Just sitting over there like knowing he is over there. I just sat at an AAU tournament, and this weekend, and I'm in here in a pace, sweating bullets in a 9-8 ball game in the middle of the second quarter for 10-year-olds, and I'm sweating bullets. Imagine Bronny understanding all the stuff that's being taught. Bronny, and he's just sitting over there in his high seat on the chair. You know he's over there.
I need to have a big night.
Just for his kid, but he's over there biting his fingernails. I know he's got to be driven nuts. Just get over there and just let it ride, baby.
Hey, all joking aside, just as a parent, I would love to see the kid do well, because I think that'd be a feeling probably like no other for LeBron.
Oh.
To your point, to see him do well, even if it's a short stint in the NBA, to see him do well and kind of get out on his own and hold his own and prove his worth. Damn, that with LeBron, that's not only does it feel good as a normal parent, you can only, like you said, the pressure and the
yeah. What do you think his social media is like?
I bet it's great. How many do you think sliding off in his DMs?
Oh, he might have that, but he may also be reading a little bit of the negative.
You got to take the bad with the good, Ron.
He's got getting killed.
Hey, you know what?
You think that's an obstacle for him?
Which one?
On the road with Dad.
Which one?
On the road, on the road with Dad, and as you said, sliding in his DM.
Oh,
you think that's an obstacle for him? You think he's got, or you think Pops is like?
I'd be right there as they fall off Dad's hip. I'd be catching.
But I'm just saying, like, I guess Big Earn would have been all right with
you.
it.
You can't get the Big Earn, but you can get the next best thing, baby.
No, I'm just saying, like, I wonder, like, how is LeBron? Is LeBron like, hey?
Where you going, Bronny?
Well, how do you think?
Do you think at 19?
What do you think?
I think Savannah is, hey, take care of him, watch him, make sure he's good.
But every man has a dog in him, and I don't know what LeBron's up to. I'm going to assume he's a good faithful husband.
I'm just talking about Bronny's 20. If you're on the road with your dad at 20, and you have everything would you even be thinking twice? Like, would you be?
Well, hell no.
Or would you be avoiding being around him? Would you think?
Nah.
Absolutely.
Because Dad, you think Dad be good with him?
Yeah, of course.
You think LeBron's good with him just really hoeing this thing out in his 20s like he should be?
I think LeBron probably is like very conscious of the caliber. Like I think he's trying to make sure he doesn't get caught up in some scheme and get caught up with the wrong one. But I don't think he's keeping him from.
You don't think this is like a hiding thing? Like
No.
hide my curfew or something because
No,
my
just be
dad's right
careful,
here
son.
on the road.
Just be careful, son. You know who you are. You close that door and it's just you and her, man.
'Cause I do-
Anything she says is the gospel. Be careful now.
Because I think there's a part of Bronny that wishes he could get traded to the Clippers, and then he could really just cut loose.
Ooh. I would imagine if Bronny's cut from that cloth, he's probably already made them rounds. He's probably got LA on. He's probably made the rounds in LA.
Coming up as we do a little 5 o'clock fire. Pro Bowl this weekend. We'll tell you the latest with the Texans involved and one that's not going to be involved. The new Heisman favorite. I can't wait to see if Clint agrees with that. All of that as we continue right here live on the drive.
All right, y'all. If you are injured in an accident,
WLTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're all dirty. And for now, the blonde tip bomber and a.k.a. Chris Santiago is in the building as Tyler is out. And I haven't hit up. I don't think I'm going to hit up Tyler and see what his status is. I have not done so. I'm going to hit up Tyler Milner and see what his status is. Tyler is at Disney having a good time. At least we saw this morning he had a start of having a good time. 3 mimosas in with a picture of Goofy standing right behind him. So it looked like he's having a good time, but we're in good hands as Chris Santiago is in the building. And what's the latest is? This is 5 o'clock fire. And the NFL Pro Bowl. It starts. It's really already started. We saw the dodgeball. We saw some of the skill stuff. But the game will happen. It is happening over the weekend. And the Texans, of course, have several players in the game. Nico Collins was voted in. Joe Mixon was voted in. Derek Stingley was voted in. And then also Laramie Tunsil was voted in. I don't think Laramie is there this week. And then Donnell Hunter, he was added to the list as an alternate. So he is there. Those 4 guys are there, Stingley, Hunter, Mixon, and Collins. So check them out this weekend. It should be fun to watch. One player, however, Clint, who is not there, and that is Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud. The invitation was extended towards him, Clint, but the report we're getting is he declined it, thinks that this and him putting his head down and getting right to work. So it looks like this is, Clint, going in a different direction than what C.J. Stroud did last year. Last year, of course, he experienced the Pro Bowl. He experienced a lot of things. Did a trip, I believe. Him and Micah Parsons went to Asia, did a tour there. They did stuff there. I know he played at the NBA All-Star Weekend. We saw him out and about doing a lot of different things. It looks like maybe they're going to change things up this year. One, do you think that was a cause to issues that he had last year, kind of returning back and what people have called a sophomore slump?
No, I don't think that what he chose to do in his offseason last year is weighed heavily in any way, shape, or form on the backslide or the sophomore slump that we saw. Now, I think in hindsight, I think it's you can argue that did he stay focused and did he make the most of his offseason after having a little bit of success year one? I think if you bump that up against either year, the preseason going into year one from college to the pros, or hell, you ain't got to go far. Just bump it up to what you just said. He's the reasoning why he's not going partaking in the Pro Bowl stuff is I got to go back to work. I think in hindsight you can look at it and say that did he make the most of or approach his offseason last year with the same level of focus, intention, and sense of urgency as he did the first day that he probably didn't get all that accomplished in the offseason. It's part of maturing. It's part of living and learning. I'll tell you right now, as a fan, this right here, saying it's time to get back to work, it's time to grind, it's offseason. D'Amico Ryan's talking about, hey, guys, to get away a little bit, and then as soon as the Super Bowl's over, get back and get to work. That is more along the lines of what was being said when D'Amico Ryan's first got here. It was more along the lines of what Tank Dell and Nico Collins and C.J. Stroud and all these guys were preaching before they ever took a snap or played a down in the NFL. That seemed to work out significantly better for them. Let's not talk about the team overall. Just on the offensive side of the football, the product and the overall production from those guys seemed to be significantly better when they approached it as in, I'm here to do whatever the coach asked me to do versus I want to put up 1,100 yards and 10 touchdowns. Right? I mean, so CJ seemed to play better and the offense seemed to be
This is definitely a different attitude and approach.
Yeah, look, I mean, the offense seemed to be running smoother when everybody was bought in, and I'll do whatever the hell the coaches asked me to do to win a ball game. Versus we're going to make our rounds at the Pro Bowl, we're going to make our rounds at the Super Bowl, we're going to take trips to China. We're going to because look, and I know there's a lot of people out there right now, Ron, that are like, man, what the hell are you talking about? It's his offseason. Let the kid do what he wants to do. No, that ain't it. I mean, I'm just telling you, that's not it. I believe guys that are chasing greatness. Guys that are in the middle of a steep-ass climb to get to the top of this mountain and knock off the Josh Allens, Lamar Jacksons, and then get to the Pat Mahomes and knock those kind of guys off. I don't believe that your offseason can be interrupted consistently by events, vacations, and things of that sort. I think you've got to lock in for months at a time, not 3 days here and take a vacay, 3 days here and go to the NBA All-Star Weekend and 3-4 days here and go to the Super Bowl and make your way around radio. He may have went to rodeo. He was at rodeo too.
He was at rodeo.
But that's here, so no big deal. But yeah, I just beg to differ when it comes to elite athletes that aren't just trying to play football but are trying to compete for championships. I think it is very, very difficult to have your offseason broken up by a bunch of different distractions. I know we all look at it. A lot of folks out there look at it. Oh man, let them vacate, man. Let them get away from the game. No, man, that ain't it.
Yeah, for me, listen, I didn't have an issue with it. I don't think it was the reason why he took a step back. Like I just didn't watch him and think, man, that guy, he's kind of losing focus.
I agree.
Or now I didn't love some of the. I felt like, especially when the way he kind of talked a little bit, some of the stuff he said, it was kind of playing with that line of confidence to chill out a little bit.
Yeah,
chill out a little bit, and that. So that was a little different, but like I didn't get the feel that this was something that was the reason that led to his struggles.
I agree.
Last year. Now, I don't think it's ever a bad thing to say, hey, I'm going to put my head down and there's a different type of focus that I'm having right now. So it's not a bad thing. But I will say I don't think that his schedule in the offseason, being at that white party as we saw him with the Kardashians or whatever, doing that, I don't think that kind of stuff was something that led to him struggling. I think a lot of the stuff around the team, now he did struggle, but a lot of stuff around the team, himself, I think that did, but I don't think his schedule did. We'll see. Like I said, I don't think there's anything wrong with, hey, buckling down and I'm going with a different approach, going with a more quieter approach. There's nothing wrong with that, but I don't think that was the case. It looks like some people agree. I agree with Clint. This is a career and it takes year-round dedication for your craft. And I think he was working. I mean, he just had some other things that were a part of it. Like, so again, maybe you watched it, you got your opinion. Maybe you watched it and thought this is because he was out in Japan and he was out at Indy for. I just didn't get that.
Yeah, to be clear, I don't feel like his schedule and what he was doing had anything to do with the backslide, Bobby Slowick and all that. I don't. I do believe that he and the organization can look back and say, hey, I could have used my offseason a little bit more. I could have locked in a little bit more. I could have been a little bit more committed to the workouts. And when I say workouts, I mean everything that entails with the team and with throwing and with working out, with getting his feet right, with getting his strength right, getting his body right, and all of the above. Like, it's just unbelievably difficult, which I'll be honest with you, fans damn sure can't relate. I'll be honest, I can't relate because I didn't play 17 straight weeks. It is unbelievably difficult to prepare and do the things that you need to do so that when you report to camp, you are essentially an extension of a coach. And if that's a 3-month span that you got to work, and it's constantly broken up by and interrupted by vacations, events, whatever it may be, that is not as effective as if you go lockdown for 3 months and nose down, nothing interrupts my workouts, nothing interrupts my flow, nothing interrupts my taking care of my body, getting the rest I need, getting the recovery I need, and being the absolute best that I can be, period. Right? Like, I wonder, here's the thing, like, I wonder, we hadn't seen this part of CJ, but as he ages, it's going to happen. CJ's going to have to work a little bit harder in the offseason than most quarterbacks do on innings. CJ's going to, just the way CJ is built, CJ's going to have to work a little bit harder than some of these taller, leaner quarterbacks in the league. He's going to have to make sure his body's right. He's going to have to keep his body right, right? And right now he's young and he can do whatever the hell he wants to, but as his game ages, Father Time's going to change the way you can do things. CJ's going to have to get all that done in that 3-month span. He can't show up to camp like some guys can and go, hey, man, I need this first month of camp. I need this first 3 weeks of camp. I need this to get my weight right. I need this to get my knees and my ankles right. He can't do that. So those 3 months, and I'm calling it 3 months, it may be 4, I don't know what the hell it is, but those after the Super Bowl until they go to camp, right, that run right there is exponentially more important to C.J. Stroud than it is to your run-of-the-mill defensive lineman or your left tackle or your wide receiver. Like, C.J.'s got to be primed, locked, and loaded when you report for camp, not ready to get his body in football shape.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the early Heisman Trophy odds are out, and Texas quarterback Arch Manning is the betting favorite to win the Heisman this year, Clint.
Yeah.
A guy who has never been a starter, a guy who we've seen a little bit of. We saw him start a couple of games this year when Quinn got hurt, but a guy that doesn't have a ton of experience. Texas should have a lot of talent around him. We've seen some glimpses, and now it is finally his time after a couple of years. Is this a little too much for Arch right now, though?
Oh, I think it's early. I think it's premature. Yeah. Absolutely. Look, and I'll be honest with you. I don't think at this point, and this doesn't mean he can't be a number 1 overall pick, and this doesn't mean he can't be the like a ridiculously successful quarterback at the college and pro level. But Arch Manning isn't a guy that when he throws the football, you go, wow. Right? When he runs the football, you go, wow. He's got some Sam Ehlinger to him that from Texas, to use a Texas quarterback when he used to run the ball. He's got some of that in there. He can affect the game at the college level with his legs. I think he's got plenty of arm to play at the pro level. I think he's got more than enough arm to be a number 1 overall pick. But he's not a guy that you watch and you just go, damn. I mean, he ain't got that Matthew Stafford, Pat Mahomes, Josh Allen type of stroke and type of ability in any way you slice it. And so I saw a list the other day, Ron. It was somebody, one of these college football outlets that said if the draft were tomorrow and everybody in college football was draft eligible, Arch Manning would be the first quarterback off the board. I'm like, are you kidding me? I mean, there's no way, no chance, no how right now, given what we've seen. Now, I understand the NFL is big on drafting off of just tangibles. It doesn't matter whether you pissed a drop or not. If you're 6'5" and can spin it around the park and move well enough to affect the game with your legs, they're probably going to take a gamble in draft. In Bill Levis, we've seen some big arms and some well-built guys get drafted earlier than they probably should. But damn, Arch Manning number 1. I tell you where Arch is winning. Arch Manning's got to be the king of NIL since NIL started, right? This year. I mean, he's got to be the king.
As I said, not even started yet.
Ron, if the Beck kid that just transferred from Georgia to Miami, I saw a solid report, $9.5 million. Money to get there, the collective and some of the NIL deals he's getting, $9.5 million. Now, I would imagine if Arch is smart, Arch is going to say, the collective, use that collective money that you would typically give me, use that somewhere else. Just make sure you bring me Red Bull, who he just signed a deal with Red Bull. I don't know how many millions that is. But I think if he can get $9.5 to $10 million, I think he's willing to go get me $9.5, $10 million from these national brands and use that collective money on a couple of wide receivers and get me some players in here, right? But I think where Arch has got to be the king is in the NIL world. He has got to blow the doors off of NIL, and I'm talking about anybody in the country. Last year he had a 6.6 NIL value. Now I don't know if that means he got it. I don't know if that's cash. I don't know exactly how they figure that, but he had a 6.6 value. Shedeur Sanders had a 6.2. He was Quinn Ewers had a $2 or $3 million value. He was already double what his starting quarterback was. So he is going to be the absolute king when it's all said and done. That number is going to be astronomical.
Yeah, Drew Aller, other candidates that have been in, Cade Klubnik with Clemson, some other candidates. The kid from South Carolina is maybe a dark horse one.
Yeah.
Also the quarterback. So, and Kevin Jennings, the quarterback from SMU, he comes back also as well. So there's some other ones. I know one you like low down there, DJ Lagway. Could be one with Florida. We'll see there. So Arch, right now, the betting favorite to be the early Heisman, on top of the early Heisman list. All right, coming up as we continue, let's go here, and I want to get your thoughts, and we'll discuss this. As the OC situation is the newest thing, and by the way, two other organizations have filled their OC roles, and we'll tell you those names. Spoiler alert, none of them interviewed with the Texans. But should C.J. Stroud, should he have input, himself have input in the hiring process for the OC? We'll discuss that next.
All right, y'all check it out, man. Coors Light. It was made to chill, baby.
Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome into The Drive. Been a fun day, fun week. Someone text in. What grown man goes to Disney without children? Very weird.
He's got children with him.
I was going to say, first off, he does have a nephew with him. And I will say, I used to think of it as being very, very strange.
I'm with you. I did too.
And I think I've talked to some people and gotten a better understanding that there is an adult section of Disney, and I'm sure many of you know it. I got another partner I work with, and him and his wife used to go all the time, even before they had a kid.
I didn't know there was a Disney community of adults that literally adult couples that go out there and eat and drink and enjoy good times. I did not know that was a place for childless parents.
Yeah, I forgot what area it is. They've told us. Because we're going to this area. You get in there, boy, it's a good time. It's a good time. You get to drinking, all that. And I was like, really? Because all I pictured was just some grown ass dudes just going around, saying hi to Goofy like Tyler did, and getting in lines, riding rides, and it feels a little strange. It's a little strange. Our kids, it's like them adults at parks. Ain't got no kids. That's a weird ass look.
Yeah,
that's how I felt about it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you.
I say, partner, you work here or who's yours?
Just hanging out, man.
Just hanging, man. Lunch break.
Hanging out at the park with Goofy.
Yeah. So,
Daffy and them.
He's having a good time. He's having a good time out there, sure. And of course, we're in good hands as we have been the last couple of days. Mr. Chris Santiago holding it down. You generally hear him on at night after us, Area 45. But he is coming up and working and helping us out here the last couple of days. All right. I did want to run this past you and the people, Clint. There have been some moves here. The Dallas Cowboys, after they hired Brian Schottenheimer, they go and bring in a new OC, Clayton Adams. That's Clayton with a K, folks. Clayton Adams, who was the offensive line coach. That's a spot where you don't see a lot jump to OC. Quarterback coach, you see a lot. Tight ends coach, we've been seeing here. I don't know why, but O-line coach, you don't see a lot of. Mm-hmm. Interesting. O-line coach, you don't see a lot of. But he is being called up to be, from Arizona, to be the new offensive coordinator under Brian Schottenheimer. And then the Jets. The Jets have agreed, and I told you earlier today, apparently Nick, what's my man's name?
Nixon?
No, good God.
Nick Caley?
Yeah, Nick Caley, was thought to be their top choice, but he informed them that he was good, didn't want to pursue the Jets. They have hired Tanner Engstrand, the OC. He's their new OC. He was in Detroit as an offensive assistant with Aaron Glenn, so that's the connection there. Engstrand gets the job in New York as the new OC. So those are two guys, young guys, Clint, not any play calling experience with either one of them. And now they weren't interviewed by the Texans, but guys that have been hired. Make you feel a little bit better when you look at the names. Maybe is this a deal here that we're just going to see a group of OCs that are just guys that don't have a ton of experience, and that's the route that things are going right now?
Well, look, I don't know. I mean, that is definitely a trend. That is definitely a trend in the league right now, more so than it ever has been. The Clayton Adams deal is interesting. I know he's one of the better offensive line coaches in the league. I do wonder. I'm assuming Schottenheimer's going to call plays.
Yeah, so that's the other part is, Schottenheimer, I would imagine.
So, again, you're back to like Clayton Adams. You want to come in and be my O-line coach. I can pay you more, and I can pull you away from
the title,
by giving you a title that's going to allow me to pay you more. And now your next step is going to be head coach in terms of title or actual play caller under a defensive-minded head coach down the road. So it's a step up for Clayton Adams. Now, I don't know if he's calling the plays or not. I'm going to assume Schottenheimer is. But it's a step up for him from a title perspective, and that makes it make sense. That's a luxury that an offensive-minded head coach is calling plays. You have the luxury of having an offensive coordinator that is a top-tier position coach, and you can pay him more and give him a title, and you can pull him in, right? That's one way to get it done. By the way, the Cowboys, nothing the Cowboys do from a hiring perspective is going to make me feel better about what the Texans are doing. The other thing with the Jets is
this is a Bobby Slowick situation.
It's a Bobby Slowick situation, but it's more than just the relationship with the head coach. It's an offense that's starting completely over. Again, you'd like to hit the nail on the head, and you'd like for the Ingstrom guy to work out and be perfect, but you're in a rebuild, and particularly on the offensive side of the football, you're trying to feel some things out. If you've got to fire your offensive coordinator in a couple years because somebody else is available that you know is better, not because you want to, but because somebody else is available that you know is better, then you make that move. But this is, again, the Jets are where the Texans were 2 years ago. The Tanner Ingstrom guy is to Aaron Glenn what Bobby Slowick was to DeMeco Ryans. Again, neither one of those make me feel anything different about what I'm watching with the Texans. When I look at the Texans, Ron, they're trying to go from division winners, divisional round of the playoffs, to AFC Championship and contend for a Super Bowl. They're trying to take advantage of C.J. Stroud's rookie contract. That is a huge advantage. You got 2, maybe 3 more years to get that done. This next OC is going to be the last OC that has the ability to benefit greatly from C.J. Stroud's rookie contract. This is an extremely different hire than either one of those organizations, in my opinion.
Yeah, and we'll see. But it does seem like, even with all the other ones, young and inexperienced has seemed to be what we're seeing a lot from the OCs.
Oh, look, Ron, there is no doubt about it that the trend in the NFL is young and inexperienced play callers, particularly on the offensive side of the ball, getting that opportunity. And I just getting that title, I guess I should say. I don't know, man. You look at the teams that we're watching this week, or I'm sorry, next week in Kansas City and Philly. Both of them have, I would say, pretty proven guys on both sides of the ball.
Yeah.
You can go back to the AFC and NFC championship games.
Three of them have been head coaches, and the only one that hasn't is about to be.
Go back to the AFC NFC championship game, and you look up and you got Cliff Kingsbury calling the plays offensively for the Washington Commanders, and then on the flip side of that thing, you got the Buffalo Bills, Joe Brady, who doesn't have the longest of a laundry list, but boy, he's had some monster seasons play calling at the NFL and really at the college level, and some good ones at the NFL level. So I don't know if I can go beyond that, Ron. Can you, from a play caller standpoint on both sides of the ball? I got the AFC NFC championship. What the play callers look like? The teams got eliminated in the round before that. It would be the Texans, obviously, would be one of them.
Yeah, and
the Rams would be one of them.
Rams, yeah, those are head coach kind of called teams. So, yeah, it is. I think we have the Bucks with Liam Cohen was the guy there. Like, we got some guys that are like. I mean, if you just look at it here, Steve Spagnuolo, former head coach, coordinator forever, multiple teams. Kellen Moore is about to be a head coach, was a former coordinator at Dallas. Before this one, Vic Fangio, former head coach for the Broncos.
Yep.
Been around for years. Matt Nagy, former
been fired, didn't work out as an defensive-minded head coach.
Matt Nagy, former head coach with the Bears, somehow got Mitch Trubisky to 2 playoffs. Like, yeah, there's this experience there.
It's just interesting how we sit around and we talk about it and accept, and are just everybody's, oh yeah, it's good, man. It's great, yeah, it makes sense. And then you look at the deeper you get into the playoffs, some intensive minds you have that are rocking and rolling.
I said this in the tease also. Do you think Do you think the Texans are in a spot in which C.J. Stroud should have some input in the hiring process? Guy Gene on YouTube and Twitch said, if the Texans believe C.J. Stroud is the guy, not letting Stroud have input on the next offensive coordinator could strain that relationship.
Yeah, and I just disagree. I disagree. I think the worst thing the Texans could do right now is let an inexperienced, unproven quarterback that I don't believe is even the undisputed leader of your football team on the offensive side of the football. That's my personal opinion. But I think the worst thing the Texans could do would be to let him have say. Now, you take his skill set and you take him first and foremost into consideration, sure. But when I hear let him have say so, I'm talking about in the room, hey, CJ, what do you think about this guy? Before I hire this guy, here's my 3 guys. What do you think about each one of them? Nah, I can't do that. I can't do that. I think CJ Stroud is the guy for the next 10 years. I'm still fairly confident in that. Do I think he's reached a point in the league where he needs to be treated like the top 5 quarterbacks in the league? Nah, I'm good. He ain't there yet for me. Yes. I mean, here's the deal. I know we made a lot about C.J. Stroud's legs, and that's great, whatever. But the reality of it is C.J. Stroud is an elite pocket passing quarterback. Should you take that into consideration when you hire the guy? Should you not? Or do you want to go out and hire Greg Roman? No. I mean, that doesn't seem like a great fit. I mean, I'm going to take CJ's strengths into consideration.
He did give Justin Herbert his best year ever.
Yeah, those great. It was a really good year. But I think if you look at like his good years, he's had mobile quarterbacks that are going to run the football. In fact, I can't believe that they didn't do that more this year with him, right? I think you take it. The overall point is I think you take CJ strongly into consideration. He is absolutely a priority in making this hire. But do you get his approval? Nah, hell no.
One, I want to say I think he is having input.
Oh, I agree.
If I had to make a bet, I think he is. I'm not saying he's going in and making a decision, but I think he does have input. I think there's conversations being had, and I think probably more than you would be comfortable. I think
I agree. 100%. I believe you. I'm with you.
And the way that I think they're going about things, I think it is a priority for them. And I know when I say this, it may sound like duh, but I think it is a priority for them that it is somebody that CJ, personality-wise and everything, is extremely comfortable with. And if you can kind of understand what that means, like somebody he is really comfortable with, right? I'm not saying that CJ is above being challenged. I think but I think it does need to be somebody who can challenge CJ in a way that CJ will be comfortable, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think challenging CJ. I think challenging the captains on the offensive side of the football is absolutely paramount next year.
But I
not
think
just the captains, the highest paid and the veterans on this team.
But I think it's got to be somebody that can do it in a way that they're comfortable doing it. They're comfortable. They want that. That's where I think we differ in, and I think that's why we're seeing the names that we're seeing.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think that's what the Texans do and how they're handling it. I don't think that's not the way that I would handle it. I don't think that's the way that it needs to be handled. I don't think, like, you got some really, really, really talented dudes on the offensive side of the football. Sure, you got to go make some changes. You got to hire and obviously an OC. You got to hire an O-line coach. You got to go bring in a backup running back that's not Damian Pierce and Dara Goombawala. You got to go get another receiver. You know, there's some things. The middle offensive line has to be addressed, but the right offensive coordinator come in here and demand a certain level of accountability and commitment and participation. Super's over. Yeah, you could move mountains with this offense you got.
Yeah, someone texted in, it's not a challenge if you're comfortable. There's some people that think it can be. There's some people who challenge in different approaches. And I think the Texans are looking for a certain approach in how they challenge people. Right? We can see it. D'Amico challenges people differently than maybe other coaches we've seen. All right, coming up as we continue, let's get ready for day 2, man. Santiago, here we go. Day 2. See if he can win you some money. We'll look at what he did yesterday. Ignored. Oh God, he's going hard for one. All right, we'll see what he does there. But we'll get best bet. See if he can make you a little bit more money. And we got to look at them Rockets last night. They are rolling. The expectations have shifted and changed. But we saw last night at the end of the game maybe what their issue is. We'll discuss that next.
Have you heard? Sports Radio 6. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drop.
Coming up behind us, Area 45. Make sure you stay tuned for the fellas. Area 45, 6 to 10. Damn near every night behind us right now. 6 to 10, Bijani, Creighton, usually Chris Santiago. Are you in tonight again?
No.
All right.
No.
Byron in the
Colin.
Oh, that's right. I saw Colin, chicken and rice. Yeah, Colin's in the building. He's holding it down with the fellas. So stay tuned behind us. 6 to 10, Area 45 every night. And Chris, who is stepping in for T-Mill's Best Bets. What did you go yesterday? Ooh. 2 for 5? Is that what that was?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 2 for 5.
Oh, you can come back from that.
Yep.
You did a little 4 for 5 night tonight.
Jalen Green helped you out. Donovan Mitchell helped you out.
Rockets money line didn't help me out.
That Rockets Magic game you really threw yourself at just didn't quite turn it around for you.
And then the Banchero one.
That was 1 point off, man. And it was weird.
That's how good Vegas is, man. Mm-hmm. You want to be on the right side of that 1 point, man. Just like I need to be I need 9 out of Grayson tonight, baby, not 10.
Yeah. I love when people send texts in like this. Hear me out. Like, oh, shoot, what is he about to say? Hear me out. If he somehow agreed to it, would you be opposed to having Peyton Manning as the offensive coordinator? Look, but I just, of course, sure. It's like when you say "hear me out," like when I hear that, it's almost like Peyton's just sitting over there, just waiting for somebody to check in on him to give him a shot. I think Peyton Manning. There's not too many jobs in football that Peyton Manning couldn't go get if he wanted right now. I think Peyton Manning could be a general manager somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
I think Peyton Manning could be an offensive coordinator, could be a coach. I think Peyton Manning could fool around and be a head coach. I think people regard him that highly.
Yes.
That they think so. So, hey, yeah, hell, man, we hearing you out. Shoot. Pull time out of there, too. Pull time out of the booth. Yeah, it ain't that. Listen, I'm going to tell you what. If Peyton Manning.
I would be heated.
If what?
Peyton Manning. Hired Peyton Manning.
You'd be hot?
Hell yeah. He ain't been in a game? He been talking to Eli Manning on Monday Night Football with Bill Belichick? He ain't been in a game? Yeah. I mean, man, you got to be in the game and as something as big as a play caller? Yeah, man. I mean,
warm up to a bit.
Yeah,
you got Grant. You got Grant over him.
Who?
Grant. Oh, Grant, assistant to the assistant.
Well, he'd be on top of this list.
I'm just saying it. I'm just saying it. Hell, I mean, people have called plays.
Yeah, look, I guess my overall, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot that would have to be done, man. I mean, I don't even know. Does he have a playbook? Does Peyton have his playbook together?
Oh, Peyton, come on, man. Peyton was the offensive coordinator for 4 years in Denver.
He just take that old Denver playbook and pull that thing out.
Hell yeah, I think CJ can run that.
That bootleg.
Yeah, he was the OC over there. Adam Gase was over there just chilling with a hat and getting jobs. All right. So the Rockets lose last night.
Mm-hmm.
And listen, they won 5 in a row. Obviously, it's 82 games. You ain't gonna win them all. But, and if you missed it, this is how it sounded in a tight game, a very, very entertaining game, 120-119, back and forth, especially in the second half. This is how it sounded.
Houston down by 1. Van Vliet fought 3, takes a 3 for the lead. Inside they fight. Buzzer game. The Grizzlies have won.
Got Kevin Harlan last night on the call, TNT. So the Grizzlies win. They pull it out. And to me, I think what we kind of saw, and I think this is going to be a question. And right now, especially if they keep this team the way it is, and I think there are a lot of you who want that. Sean Pendergast saying, don't change anything. Keep it like it is. I would just say what we saw last night, I think, will only heighten in the playoffs because teams are game planning for you every single night. They know you. You've got usually better coaches and better players you're playing against. And so they really will know your tendencies and try to force you out of that. So it really enhances to have somebody at the end of the games that you feel really good about it, that you can trust, that can make plays, whether that's for himself or someone else. That's what we saw yesterday, that Clint stands out as, they get down in it, their final 3 possessions. Somehow the ball continued to end in Fred VanVleet's hands. Yep. And he's their point guard, but that would not be the one you would say, all right, coming down the stretch, trying to close the game out, this is who we want to have the ball to make plays and make decisions. Because I think he's probably the one you want to kick it out to and not the one you want trying to make the play.
Yeah, look, I think last night was disappointing on several fronts. I think, it wasn't Ime Udoka's finest moment. Twice out of timeouts in the last 3 possessions, you end up with Van Vliet getting the ball and taking step-back threes, and one of them he slipped on trying to drive to the bucket, and it was a turnover, right? Or I don't know if he's trying to drive to the bucket to the right side there. I don't know if he's trying to kick it or what he was doing, but I don't think it was Ime Udoka's finest moment. It clearly was not Fred VanVleet's finest moment. I love Fred VanVleet on this team to insert the pushing the basketball, the aggressiveness has gotten a tad bit out of control. Get on the court, settle everything down, settle the waters, and let's either keep the momentum or let's give ourselves an opportunity to gather the momentum. Let's slow the pace. Like that guy, I love Fred VanVleet there in inserting him there. I do not like him at all 3 straight times having the ball in his hands first and foremost with the game on the line. Like to get a bucket, last shot, game on the line. I don't like the ball starting there. Not 3 times and twice dead out of timeouts. Like that can't happen. But the bigger point which you made is like that was an opportunity for whoever, whether it's Amen Thompson or it's Jalen Green, one of those 2 dudes to go get the ball, tell everybody else to get the hell out of the way, and go get a bucket. Whether you make it or not is irrelevant, but go get a bucket, right? To me, Fred VanVleet 1 time is enough. 3 times, he's the fourth guy, and that 4th maybe even being generous.
Dylan Brooks, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, depending on who's hot that night, I mean, it could be somebody else. But if you just cold turkey name guys off the Rockets right now, I would rather Jalen Green, obviously Sengun, and clearly Amen Thompson. I'd rather those 3 guys have the ball first and be setting up or creating out of the gate so the defense doesn't dictate what the hell happens, right? And again, it's this 1 time with VanVleet, cool, no problem. Twice, all right, I got you. 3 times, what are we doing, right? So I don't think that was anybody's finest moment. And I think if they had it to do over again, Ime Udoka would make sure that one of those other guys got the rocket in their hand.
Yeah, to kind of go with your point, the last 3 possessions, 52 seconds. VanVleet has a turnover. Then they come back, get it back, 15 seconds. He shoots a step back over one of the league's best defending centers in the game, and Jaren Jackson, center 4 or 5, whatever he is. He's versatile, could play either one of them, but he is a former Defensive Player of the Year and 2-time block leader in the league. Tries to shoot a step back over him, and then with 2 seconds left, in fairness, Udoka said that he drew up the play for Amen Thompson to get it. He wasn't able to get it. Fred took the last one. Right. And that is just something they're going to have to deal with. You would, to me, obviously, you'd rather have Jalen Green. I will also be fair and say Sengun was not available. He didn't play last night. But still, even, man, getting it to your center is not – hell, I would say this. As you know, Chris, who is the Denver Nuggets' best player?
Nikola Jokic.
Who's the best player in basketball?
I mean, you could argue Nikola Jokic or SGA.
Yes, but Jokic, I would think more people would say what he has done here.
Right.
He's won the MVP 3-4 times. Who does Denver go to at the end of the game, or in a big moment? Who has the ball in their hand?
Nikola Jokic.
Jokic, he does, or Murray.
Murray, yep.
Yep, many times. Those 2 guys, right? We saw on one end, even though they had their best player hurt in John Morant. We saw on one end, go back, look, Jaren Jackson and Desmond Bain. They both had the ball in their hands, got to their spots, and that's where the shots came from. Right? It wasn't coming from the 3rd or 4th option. It was coming from those guys. And for the Rockets, as Clint just said, maybe he's 4th, and hell, you could argue 5th. Someone just texted in, shout out to Dylan Brooks for playing his ass off. Maybe that's a route.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe just put it up on the rim and just let Tyree Eason go up because nobody refuses to block him out. Good God Almighty. But I mean, they knew where they were going. And right now, like, to me, that is, if we are looking at the Rockets and we are now establishing new expectations, and you start to look ahead because they're going to be in the playoffs. They're going to be a top 4 seed. They're going to be in the playoffs. Who is it? Not just the final possession. Who is it? Down the stretch of games, you want the ball to be in and making decisions. I am hoping it's Amen Thompson because I do think Amen